That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives, and I can recount all of them. How do I know? Very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. Don't get me wrong, I love Budapest. From Budapest come goulashes and shardashes. Shardashes being something you dance and goulash being something you eat if you go for all that paprika. Me, I love it. So, when I got that telegram, I took the first train to Hungary. Maybe I'd better tell you about the telegram first. Dear Mr. Lime, it said, my bank is going to be robbed and I need your help. It was signed Fekete, evidently a man's name, nobody I knew. I knew all about bank robberies, however, and I was dying to help. Besides, as I say, I love paprika. So I started packing right away.
And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, Too Many Crooks.
Before calling at the bank, I stopped at a cute little flower shop I happened to notice across the way. Good morning. Would you give me something for my buttonhole? Why, Lily. Lily, what are you doing here?
We have some very pretty pink gardenias.
Oh, come on, Lily. Don't tell me you don't remember me. And how are all the Corellis?
The who?
Don't give me that, Lily.
My name is Lulu.
Well, it used to be Lily, and you used to be a blonde. And the Corellis, as you know perfectly well, because you used to work for some of the best bank robbers in Central Europe. Well, what about it, honey?
Here are your gardenias, Harry. Now get out of here.
Okay, honey, okay. No need to get in a hassle.
I'm telling you, Harry, get out.
I never was one to argue, so I took my gardenia across the street and wore it into the bank.
Mr. Fekete will see Mr. Harry Lime.
You can go in now, Mr. Lime.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Fekete will see you.
Yes, that's what I gathered.
This way, please. And,
thank you.
Oh, Mr. Lime,
Yes.
will you please extinguish your cigarette? Mr. Fekete does not approve of smoking.
Thanks. I'll bear that in mind.
Mr. Lime.
Come in and shut the door. There's a draft.
Do you mind if I sit down, Mr. Fekete, or is there a rule against that?
Sit down. You're a very impertinent young man, but I don't mind that. I'm an impertinent older man. We ought to get along together very nicely.
What's your proposition, Mr. Fekete?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Just what I said. What's your proposition?
Listen to me, Lime. I don't make propositions. I consider them.
Have it your own way, Fekete. I'm a big boy now, and I'm not so easily impressed.
What do you mean, impressed?
All this big desk, double secretary, Mr. Fekete, will see you now. Mr. Fekete doesn't approve of smoking, busy executive hoopla. May go down very well with the bumpkins who give you their money to invest. It doesn't mean a thing to me. You sent for me, didn't you? I crossed 3 national borders to get here and lost a lot of time, so don't ask me what's my proposition. What's yours, Mr. Fekete?
Very good indeed. You're just the man I hoped you were. Have a cigar.
Wouldn't that be breaking the rules?
I make the rules, Mr. Lime, and I don't like cheap tobacco smoke. Nor do I enjoy being forced to distribute these very costly custom-made Havanas to every, what is it you call them, bumpkin, who comes into my office. I think you'll enjoy these.
Thanks.
Light?
Thanks.
Good. Now that we're a little more at ease, suppose you tell me something about yourself.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
I wish you'd stop asking me what I mean by everything I say, Fekete. I said why, and I meant why. You put private detectives on my trail. You found me. You made me a very substantial down payment on services to be rendered. And now, when I get here, you want me to tell you about myself. That's just plain silly, old man. It's obvious that if you went to all that trouble and expense to get me here, you knew about me already. I'm the one to ask the questions, not you.
Better and better. Mr. Lime, if you were just a little less notorious as a crook, I'd offer you a vice presidency in my bank.
I forgive the insult, Mr. Feckerty.
What do you mean, insult?
There you go asking me what I mean again. I meant insult.
Now, don't you get pompous on me, Lime. You are a crook, a world-famous one. You don't want to deny that?
What I don't want is very simple, Mr. Feckerty. I don't want to be a vice president of your bank.
Oh? I follow you now. Don't worry, Lime. Right. I promised you $20,000.
That's right.
Or its equivalent in Hungarian pesos.
Oh, wait a minute.
And you'll get it without having to serve as an officer of this
You
bank.
promised me $20,000, old man. There weren't any gimmicks in the agreement about the joke money you folks pass off on each other locally. I know. I carry my own microscope for reading the fine type.
Very well, very well. $20,000 it is. Don't you want to know what I expect you to do for it?
Mr. Feckerty, you keep making me repeat myself. I told you before that I'm a big boy now. If you're giving me $20,000, I can relax, not worry about asking you silly questions. You're going to get around eventually to telling me what you expect me to do for it.
Did you ever hear of a bank giving a reward?
Yes, but only after a bank robbery.
Exactly. Exactly. Only after a bank has been robbed. I'm reversing the procedure line. I'm giving the reward first.
Oh, so that's the little caper, is it? You want me to rob your bank for you?
Oh, not at all, not at all. A reward is usually given for apprehending the thieves who have robbed the bank. What I want you to do, Harry, I may call you Harry?
Certainly, old man. Call me Harry if it gives you any fun.
Well, Harry, what I want you to do is to apprehend the robbers before the robbery is committed. Very clever, don't you think so? Have another cigar.
In my business, I may get in the way of an awful lot of screwy deals, but I can tell you that never in a long career have I been offered in complete seriousness a loopier proposition than Mr. Feckerty's. It seems the key to the whole affair was Mr. Feckerty's junior officer in the bank, a certain Mr. Fodor.
Ladislaus Fodor is the full name, Harry. He's one of our vice presidents.
I see.
I tell you this right now, the man is an unprincipled criminal.
Oh?
And come here, and I'll show him to you. Come this way. You can see him through the glass pane.
Yes.
There he is.
Oh, that one.
Second desk to the right. There. With all those silly hairs pasted over his bald head. That's the man.
He doesn't look very dangerous to me.
Fodor? Dangerous? He has the brain of a backward bird and the charm of a worm. Now that I look back on it, I can't imagine how I ever persuaded myself to be jealous of him.
Jealous? I don't follow you, old man.
If I have a fault, Harry, it is this. I do tend to be jealous. Lulu often chides me about it, and I have promised to curb the instinct, but there, it is a part of my character.
Lulu, you mean the girl in the flower shop across the way, that Lulu?
She is the only Lulu I know, Mr. Lyon. How does it happen that you are acquainted with her?
You see this carnation?
I see it, yes.
Lulu sold it to me, overcharged me, scandalously, as a matter of fact.
Well, Lulu is a working girl. She must live. How does it happen you know her?
What makes you think I do?
You know her name?
Oh, one of the other customers called her that while I was still in the shop. As it happens, it was this little fellow you just pointed out to me over there, the vice president, Fodor.
Third vice president.
I hate to keep harping on these commercial matters, Feckerty, old man, but just how does my $20,000 reward come into the picture?
Let us retire to my inner office, Harry, and I will tell you.
Okay,
Come.
old man.
Sit down, please, Harry. Have another cigar.
My pockets are bulging with cigars now, old man. Let's concentrate on the $20,000.
Certainly, certainly. Oh, Miss Carver. Miss Carver.
Yes, Mr. Feckerty?
No matter who calls, don't disturb me. Not on any account. I'm having an important conference.
Yes, Mr. Feckerty.
Oh, jealousy, Harry. Jealousy is a terrible
Yes,
thing.
yes, certainly is. Now, about this reward.
Jealousy is the green-eyed monster who doth mock the meat it feeds on. That's how the poet Shakespeare expresses
the
it.
poet
Harry.
Shakespeare said a mouthful, and now...
But still, if it had not been for jealousy, I would never have followed this Fodor into Lulu's shop. And if I hadn't done that, I would never have discovered the digging.
Digging? What digging?
What would you say, Harry, if I were to tell you that running under the street from Lulu's flower shop to this bank, there is a tunnel?
A tunnel?
What would you say if I told you that?
Well, I'd say, well, what do you know? That's what I'd say.
That's what I said when I found out about it. And that's why I say now that I mustn't ever forget to be grateful to jealousy, particularly since I've discovered that there's nothing between Lolo and Fodor. Or nothing serious, that is.
And do you know what I'd say to that?
No?
A couple of rude words.
Yeah, but why?
Why? You find them scrabbling away together like a couple of chubby moles, digging away in the general direction of your bank vault, and you say there's nothing serious between them?
There isn't, I'm sure of that. I have Lulu's file. And besides, what could she possibly see in a fat little nonentity like Fodor? No, the only one who thinks it's serious is Fodor. And that's the whole point. Fodor is a dupe, a mere cat's paw in the conspiracy.
Oh, yes? And who's the mastermind?
I am.
And what does Fodor think about that?
He languishes in ignorance. He knows nothing. And to think that he aspires, he dares to aspire to my position in the bank.
And how does Lulu fit in?
I must tell you that Lulu has given me some reason to hope that she will someday make me the happiest man in the world.
And how would she do that? By giving up Fodor or sending you a big bouquet of roses? Let's get down to cases, old man. Wedding bells can ring out from Buda to Pest and back again, but I won't be there to throw any rice unless I get paid. What is it exactly you want from me? Lessons on how to help Fodor and Lulu rob your bank?
Fodor's going to do the robbing, and besides, it isn't my bank. I'm only a salaried officer.
And then Fodor gives you the money to give to Lulu, is that it?
Certainly not. That would be silly.
That's just what I was thinking.
No. Every day, Fodor is supposed to take the paper money from the various cages and place it in the vault.
Yeah?
This is his responsibility.
Yeah?
Tonight, however, he will not do this. He will leave the money outside the vault, hidden in a large filing cabinet. Oh, the entire plan has been carefully worked out, I can assure you.
All I can say is this Fodor of yours is a very cooperative type of cat's paw.
Don't call him this Fodor of yours. He isn't. He's no Fodor of mine.
Have it your own way, old man. What comes next? You, I suppose, huh? You come a half hour later with a dark lantern and a gunny sack. You wrap up the money, join Lulu, who's been waiting for you across the street in the flower shop, and the two of you, hand in hand, move off down the road into the sunrise and also into the very choicest Hungarian hooskow.
What is a hooskow?
A jail or prison, a place of forcible incarceration, a lockup for bad little bank robbers.
Not at all. It is Fodor who goes to prison.
Oh, yes? And how do you work that?
That is one of the things I want you to arrange.
Oh, I see. I'm going to have to earn that $20,000. I think we'll start by having it deposited in my name and in somebody else's bank, old man.
Why now? And why another bank?
Well, every bank in Budapest isn't going to be robbed tonight, so I think I'd prefer one of the others. And I'll take it now because I know you wouldn't want me to go to the police with what is, after all, a fairly sordid little story.
Go to the police, but that's blackmail.
Oh, watch your language, old man. Blackmail's a nasty word. You know, all I want is protection for my poor little $20,000. I'll give you service for it, too, but I want to be absolutely positive that you're ready to meet your payroll.
Very well. You'll have your money, but you will help me.
I'm going to need a few more solid facts, old man.
Well, it all began with this insane jealousy of mine for Fodor.
Oh, yeah?
I took to following him. He used to go into Lulu's flower shop at night long after it was closed. And one time he left the shutter unfastened and I went in. There were no lights in the shop itself, but I could hear voices from the basement below. I opened the trap door very carefully so as not to be heard. And what do you think I saw?
You saw Lulu, Fodor, and 3 men all hard at work digging a tunnel.
Yeah. How did you know?
I didn't, I guess. After all, you told me there was a tunnel.
But the 3 men, how did you know about them?
Still guessing. It's pretty obvious that Mr. Fodor and Lulu couldn't dig much of a hole without getting some help. Tell me this. It was Lulu who persuaded you to call me in on this deal, wasn't it?
How did you know that?
Still just guessing, old man, just guessing. Now, let me guess on for a minute and stop me when I'm wrong. When you saw what Lulu and Fodor were doing, you went home and brooded for a while, and a few days afterwards you confronted her.
It was the next day.
Oh, okay, it was the next day. And Lulu admitted she was planning to rob the bank, but said she was just using Fodor, and you were the only one she really cared about. And if you joined the party, it's you she'd run off with, leaving Mr. Fodor holding the bag. An empty bag. How am I doing?
Oh, you're a clever man.
Sure I am. That's why Lulu had you send for me.
You see, the idea is that Fodor will hide the money outside the vault and leave. Then, according to the arrangement, as he understands it, Lulu will come through the tunnel at night with her helpers and take the money back under the street through the tunnel.
Who did she tell Fodor these helpers were?
She said one of them is her brother and the other 2 are cousins.
And what did she tell you?
That's what she told me. Why?
Nothing, old man. Nothing at all. Just give me one more guess,
Oh, go ahead.
After Fodor leaves the money, what you do is crawl back through the tunnel with a sack of currency clenched in your teeth. But no, that wouldn't make any sense, would it? You'd run into a couple of brothers crawling in the opposite direction.
I'm not to have anything to do with the tunnel.
Oh.
You see, Fodor leaves the money out just before closing time. That way, he's implicated, and we have a scapegoat. So there's nothing to stop me from letting myself in with my key at night and walking away with the money. Who could suspect me? It's a perfect crime, Harry. Wouldn't you say so?
Yes, it's quite a crime if you look at it in one way. But tell me about the brothers. What are they supposed to think about all this?
Oh, they don't know about it. Lulu hasn't told them.
But the news will reach them eventually, and what then?
They must be implicated somehow, along with Fodor. But I must be protected, and Lulu. That's what you're here for, Harry. Have another cigar.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with today's story, Too Many Crooks.
Naturally, the first thing I did after making my farewells to Mr. Feckerty was to go across the street and pay a call on Lulu.
Harry,
Yeah?
listen to me carefully.
I'm listening, honey.
There's a little cafe on the hill above the old city. You know the place? There's a gold rooster on the roof.
Well, what about it?
Go there and wait for me. You never can tell when Fodor Feckerty will be bursting in here. They keep jumping across the street to check up on each other and buying geraniums. Go to the cafe and I'll be with you as soon as I can close up
What
here.
about the boys below?
Oh, what do you mean?
The construction crew, the Corellis.
Oh, Feckerty told you about the Corellis?
I would have found out anyway, Lily.
Lulu.
Okay, what happens to them if you shut up the store? Isn't there a way out?
No, but they won't be finished work before I'm back. And besides, what they don't know won't hurt them.
Lily, or rather Lulu, it looks to me as though just about everybody around here is due to be hurt by what they don't know. I found the Gold Rooster and sat down on the terrace of the restaurant to wait for Mr. Feckerty's fiancée. Over a glass of Tokay, I tried to add up the situation as of then. As far as I could see, the whole setup was like a Picasso painting. No matter how you looked at it, it was cockeyed and upside down.
Hello, Harry. Don't order anything for
Hi.
me. I haven't time.
Don't worry, Lily. I'm not here to celebrate. We can have our party after I know who's going to pay the check.
I wish you'd call me Lulu.
Okay, Lulu. Now, here's all the sense I can make out of this little caper. You came here with the Corelli gang,
No,
right?
they came first. Then they sent for me to work in the flower shop for a front. The tunnel was their idea.
Then you sent for me. That was your
You're
idea.
right.
Now, Fodor thinks he's going to divvy up with the Corellis and marry you on the proceeds.
Something like
And
that.
Feckerty thinks something like the same something. The president thinks he's going to put it over the vice president. What about the construction crew?
You mean Walter and
Yes,
the others?
the Corellis, the original burglars. What are they going to get out of this? According to Feckerty, it's going to be the old double-cross. But if I know you, Feckerty's in for the same gentle treatment.
Harry, why should anybody get anything out of this except...
Okay, Lily, okay. Book a couple of spaces for us on the first milk train out of Budapest. But be sure to get reservations on the bulletproof car.
I wish you'd call me Lulu.
Time marches on. A lot of trusting Hungarian depositors line up at the bank, leave their hard-earned pengos at the impressive-looking gilt cages for what they fondly believe is safekeeping, and hurry home to have their evening plate of goulash. Closing time comes and goes. Feckerty doesn't leave. He just pretends to, and stays skulking in his office. Meanwhile, Fodor takes the big packages of pengos, which, as you know, is Hungarian for money, dutifully to the door of the vault. He slams the vault loudly, this being for the benefit of the janitor, who is deaf anyway and doesn't hear, and quickly stows the loot in the empty filing cabinet, which he has thoughtfully left nearby for just this purpose. He then goes home and passes a very restless night. The moon rises over the city and winks at its own reflection in the Danube. A lot of good Hungarians are in their beds. The others are all in a nightclub called the Arizona, dancing a Shardash. They do not come into this story, so we'll leave them dancing. Down onto the street, the Corellis, those adept bank robbers, continue to dig. They are putting the finishing touches on their tunnel, and we will not listen in on them because their conversation is very vulgar indeed. In his luxurious office, Mr. Feckerty sits biting his nails and dreaming of a long West Indian cruise with Lulu in an adjoining deck chair. As the gang in the tunnel understand it, when the clock strikes 12, they are to open the secret trap door which they have previously prepared inside the bank, a section of tiling near the vault, go to the filing cabinet and take out the money which Fodor has left there, thus eliminating the noise and inconvenience of breaking into the vault, and, first closing the loose tile after themselves, scuttle back with the loot under the street into the flower shop, out into the night, and as far away from Hungary as possible. As I say, that's the way the gang in the tunnel understand it. This is also the arrangement as Mr. Fodor understands it, with a trifling difference that he expects Lulu to stop by for him with his share of the profits. Like Mr. Feckerty, he is biting his nails and dreaming of tropical cruises. And what of Lulu? What of Lulu, indeed? It is Lulu's little plan to foozle everybody, Corelli, Fodor, and Feckerty. She's led them all on to just this point. It is the point of departure. Lulu's departure. Lulu and all those neatly wrapped packages of pingos. The trouble is, it's all just a little bit too much for one little girl to handle alone, so Harry Lime's been sent for. Harry is supposed to assist at the general foozling of one and all, and then, in due time, of course, he's to be foozled as well. Lulu will send Harry off to mail a postcard, and when he gets back, Lulu will have continued her travels alone, with nothing to keep her company but the loot. That, as I say, is the way Lulu understands it. The clock, high in the steeple of San Stefano, strikes 12. This is the signal. Mr. Corelli, that celebrated expert, with his 2 able assistants, starts toward the bank. The tunnel was not built for comfort, and the going on hands and feet is a trifle rough. There's a bit of genteel cursing, but hearts are high. At the sound of the clock, Mr. Feckerty removes the bound bundles of money from their place of safety and checks once again the bolts and fastenings which keep the loose tile in its place. In the darkness, Mr. Feckerty smiles. He is satisfied that, contrary to the Corelli's expectations, the bank end of the tunnel is firmly and irrevocably closed. Still smiling, he starts toting the money toward the side door for which he, Mr. Feckerty, is the perfectly legal possessor of a key. On the outside, Lulu, with a high-speed car, is supposed to be waiting for him. Unfortunately, however, a moment earlier, Harry Lime, on the flower shop end of the tunnel, has persuaded Lulu to go down for a moment and tell the boys not to try lifting that trick tile for at least a half hour. Lulu hates herself now for not having analyzed the merits of this suggestion. She has plenty of time now to think this over because foxy old Harry in the flower shop has bolted down the trap door. The clock has stopped striking, of course, and Mr. Feckerty pops out of his bank looking for all the world like a jolly Christmas shopper with his arms loaded with bundles. There is a high-speed car waiting for Mr. Feckerty, all right, but it is full of strange gentlemen, and they are all dressed in uniforms.
Put up your hands, Feckerty. Put up your hands. You're under arrest.
But there's some mistake.
Oh, not at all, old man. No mistake at all. You see, gentlemen, just as you were told, there he is, and there's the money.
Come along now, Feckerty. We are taking you in.
You, Harry, a police informer.
Not a bit of it, old man. I wouldn't dream of telling on you. No, the cops got the tip-off from an anonymous letter, and you know how you spell anonymous? L-U-L-U.
Lulu. She did it. Lulu.
Lulu. That wouldn't be Lulu Hartz, would it? Alias Lily the Twister.
Yes, officer, I believe so. There's a reward offered for her capture, isn't there?
I should say there is.
And what about the Corelli gang?
They've got the biggest price on their heads in Central Europe.
Oh, that's lovely. It's all beginning to add up. When you throw in the generous reward Mr. Feckerty posted in the name of his bank this afternoon.
But you're not going to collect that, are you?
Why not, old man? After all, you put up the money for me to collect before the bank was robbed, didn't you? You also wanted me to thwart the Corellis, and if you yourself are foolish enough to go breaking the law, you'll just have to tell it to the judge.
I'll tell him plenty. I'll tell him about you.
Go ahead. I haven't broken any laws, remember, and you'll only help me collect my various rewards.
Matter of fact, Lime, just what is your connection with this affair? What have you done?
Officer, all I did was turn a bolt on a trap door. Nothing at all, really, just a twist to the wrist. And now, if you've got some spare handcuffs ready, I think we better open it up again. The folks down below may be getting a little fretful, and I think they'll appreciate a change of scene. If you'll come with me, officer, I'll show you the place.
Really, Mr. Lime, I can't tell you how grateful.
Please, old man, don't mention it. Pleasure, I assure you. Won't you have a cigar?
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
You know, friends, I had thought of substituting those fat packages of Pengos for the same weight of old newspapers. But the rate of exchange wasn't so good on the Pengo just then, so I resisted the temptation. After all, as Mother always said, too many crooks spoil the goulash.
Presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna. As those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives. And I can recount all of them. How do I know? Very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in See Naples and Live.
Once upon a time, there was an exquisite and huge emerald locket which spent most of its life looking out of the world from the rather fleshy neck of a Mrs. Donaldson as she waddled like a golden duck across the international social horizon. I had a rather strong desire to change the habitat of this particular locket from the neck of this particular lady to my own particular itching palm. It was Naples before the war.
Enter. You kept me impatient for an hour, Mr. Lime.
I'm sorry, Signor Rubio. I just flew in from London, forgot to move my watch ahead.
It is my knowledge that you have been in Naples for 3 days now, but it does not matter. I am a man with a skill for waiting.
I'm going to be very brief. I won't waste any more of your time, old man.
Bueno. But first I must tell you that I have made all the arrangements to dispose of the Donaldson Emerald.
Oh, yes?
As soon as we possess it, of course.
There's a small item I forgot to tell you about, Signor Rubio. I have decided to include you out.
I do not think I understand.
To be brief and simple, I have decided to dissolve our partnership, old man.
Oh, you're disposing of me?
Perhaps that's a nicer way of saying it.
I do not prefer to be disposed.
Naturally, you don't, but sometimes we get disposed whether we like it or not.
Mr. Lime, we began this enterprise together, and I think we shall finish it together.
You have never been more in error, old man. Now, you must forgive me for running off.
A moment, Mr. Lime.
Yes?
You recall Carlos?
I do.
And that young man from Innsbruck, I forget his name.
You mean Mannheimer?
Yes, if it were possible, they would be very sorry they were rude to me.
I'm now the most well-threatened man in Europe, and you have joined an innumerable caravan. Arrivederci.
Don't farewell me yet, Mr. Lime.
Sorry, but I really must.
Do not force me to shoot you. If you take one more step toward the door, I will fire.
Now, don't be a complete fool, old man. If they found a dead man in your room, they'd hang you.
I will be easy with you. Just tell me where Mrs. Donaldson is, and I will forgive you your ungratefulness.
Rubio, I'm on my way out. If you fire that gun, the police will be here before you can get out of the hotel. Buongiorno.
There's a saying in this city, see Naples and die.
It only proves that life is very short and uncertain for us all. Goodbye, old man. Believe me, I am not a professional hero. But I was not at all concerned about Signor Rubio putting a bullet in me, not in his hotel room. I hurried to the pier where the Arcturus was about to dock. She was carrying precious freight, Mrs. Donaldson. I'd already made arrangements with one of the customs officials to hold Mrs. Donaldson up on a pretext of going through her luggage. A few thousand liras did the trick.
Oh, you stubborn man. I tell you there's nothing contraband in my luggage. You've already gone through my clothes twice with your dirty hands. Amy, talk to this man. He doesn't understand a word of English.
My Italian is worse than his English.
Mi rincresce tanto, signora, ma è necessario. Ho istruzione di esaminare il vostro bagaglio. Deve aver pazienza.
What seems to be the trouble here?
Thank heavens, an American. I have no idea why this idiotic official is rummaging through my clothes.
Well, it's just a matter of form, you know.
You think I was a smuggler or something. I've been to Naples many times, and there's never been this ridiculous fuss. I'll talk to the American consul. See to it that this man loses his job. I wonder if you could talk to him. That is, if you can speak Italian.
Of course, I'd be only too happy to. Let me see what I can do. Che cosa succede qui?
È di regola di esaminare ogni 25 passeggeri.
No, questo non è necessario. Conosco il signore. Questa è la mia carta.
Ah, signore, mi rincresce tanto di aver dato alla signora tutto questo disturbo.
No, veramente. Niente. It's all right now. You're cleared. Here, let me help you your bags,
Thank you ever so much. I don't know what I would have done without you. Amy, get one of those porters to help us with the luggage.
Yes, Mrs. Donaldson.
I have my car here. I'll be glad to give you a lift to your hotel.
Oh, I wouldn't want you to bother.
Oh, don't bother at all. One fellow American to another, you know.
Thank you. These taxi drivers rob you mercilessly.
Oh, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. My name is Lime. Harold Lime.
I'm Mrs. Frederica Donaldson. I'm so glad we ran into you. A wonderful piece of luck.
Well, let's say we're well met. Loveliness was gracing my car. Loveliness in the form of the emerald locket around Mrs. Donaldson's neck, and loveliness in the form of Amy Collins. She was Mrs. Donaldson's hired companion. She had red hair and eyes to match the emerald, and she liked me. I think she liked me. Every so often I'd catch her eye. And she'd turn away, as if she were guilty of something.
Really, Mr. Lime, I've never been so humiliated. Just standing there with that man poking away at my underthings, messing up all my clothes. Absolutely no regard for our feelings. Something should be done about this.
He was only following instructions. I don't think he
And
meant...
doing anything of the sort, he was just being malicious and perverse. If it weren't for Mr. Lime, I don't know what would have happened. We're deeply indebted to him.
Oh, you don't owe me anything at all. I did what any other American would have done, Mrs. Donaldson.
I wish we could repay you for your kindness.
Well, I think maybe you can.
Wonderful. Just tell us what it is.
Well, I've got to buy my sister a gift. It's her birthday. I don't know too much about jewelry, so I wonder if either of you could come along and help me shop.
Of course we can. Amy does most of my shopping for me. She's very good at
That's
it.
wonderful.
I'm sure she'd be delighted to help you.
Don't you want me to help you get your things unpacked?
I'm already unpacked, thanks to that customs official. No, you go ahead. Just drop me at the hotel.
You don't mind, do you, Miss Collins?
Oh, no, not at all.
Good. It's a relief. Now, I'd like both of you to be my guests at dinner tonight.
That's very kind of you. We'd be delighted.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Mrs. Donaldson. Really, it's my pleasure. We deposited fat Mrs. Donaldson in her room, and then Amy and I went shopping. I took her along to the Corso Vittorio Emanuele, one of Naples' better thoroughfares.
What are you looking for, Mr. Lime?
Please, call me Harry.
All right.
May I call you Amy?
If you wish.
You don't sound very enthusiastic.
Please call me Amy.
That's much better.
What do you want to buy for your sister?
Some nice jewelry, a necklace or a locket, something like that. Mrs. Donaldson was wearing something pretty, something like that.
You don't know much about jewelry, do you?
Well, I know what I like. Most of the time, the things I like you can find in a dime store.
You won't find Mrs. Donaldson's locket in a dime store. It costs about $20,000.
$20,000? You're kidding.
No, that's a real emerald she has set in the locket.
Well, she must be crazy traveling with a thing like that flashing on her neck.
Oh, well, it's not very wise, but she's very sentimental about it. Her husband gave it to her just before he died. She swore to wear it every day of her life. She was very devoted to him.
Well, I suppose you think I'm pretty much of a chump about jewelry.
You have good taste.
I also have good luck meeting you.
Life is very strange, isn't it?
You know why?
Well, just half an hour ago, you and I were total strangers. Now here I am helping you buy a gift as if we'd known each other for a long time.
Well, there's nothing wrong in that, is there?
No, it's... Just at the moment you entered the scene, things seemed to move fast and efficiently.
You make it sound as if it were a force.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way.
I can go away and come back again and do it more slowly.
I suppose I sound foolish.
Perhaps it's because you like me too soon.
Well,
I liked you too soon.
Well...
That's probably too fast for you, too. But you see, I'm a man who says what's on his mind. It's probably not a very efficient way of talking to a gentle soul like you.
Oh, no, I prefer straightforward people.
All right, now, you be straightforward. What was your first reaction to me when you first saw me?
I was interested, perhaps, maybe intrigued.
That's better.
You have a way of condensing relationships quickly.
Well, if people like each other, they don't need a calendar full of time to tell them about it.
Good things grow slowly. Here's a shop.
Well, they all look pretty. That filigree pin. I like that. It's very nice.
Which one?
The one near the large cameo.
Oh, yes, it is very pretty. Shall we go in?
Wait. Let's look at the other things in the window.
I'm begging your pardon. I heard you conversing English.
We were talking American, a totally different language.
I am trying to reach Via Salvatore Rosa. Could you inform me how to get there?
Sure, old man. Turn right at the next corner and go straight for 3 squares.
Oh, I'm much grateful.
That's right, all right.
Would you like to... you like a cigarette?
No, thank you very much. Just turn right at the next corner.
Oh, I'm unhappy to trouble you further,
Oh,
but
that's,
do you have a match?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any matches with me.
I have a light.
Mademoiselle is most generous. 1,000 thanks.
Turn right at the next corner.
And 3 squares
And
down,
3
eh?
squares down.
Good day
That's
to you all.
good
Perhaps
day.
we will meet again, eh? Good day.
He seemed most reluctant to leave.
Yes. An odd fellow.
Why did you refuse to give him a
I
light?
didn't like his face.
Did you ever see him before?
Why do you ask that?
We acted as if he knew you.
Well, I didn't care to know him.
I think you gave him the wrong direction.
Well, it could be.
It seems that if he followed your directions, he would find himself in the Bay of Naples.
I'm sure it won't dampen his spirits. Shall we go in now?
Yes, of course. There's just one thing I'd like to ask you.
I'll answer anything you want.
What do you do for a living?
For a living? Oh, I'm a dealer in objets d'art. I wander through the world collecting the best things.
Sounds very interesting.
It is. It's often quite exciting. Now, let's go in and buy that filigree pin.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. Now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in See Naples and Live.
I bought a pin for 2,500 lira. On the way back to Amy's hotel, she was thoughtful and not much inclined to do any talking. I took her by the hand. She didn't object to that, but she didn't react to the touch. Put it simply, she just let me hold her hand, nothing more. I suspected that Signor Rubio had made too strong an impression. It was essential now that I work fast. The emerald would have to be in my pocket tonight or not at all. However, I wasn't worried about Rubio. Strange enough, it was Amy. It bothered me. I was beginning to be a little too fond of her. And that was bad. I always make it a point not to be too fond of anyone in this world.
This is a lovely romantic restaurant.
I'm glad you like it.
How did you discover it, Mr. Lime?
You just ask the porter in the hotel. They know everything in Italy. The portiers are the best informed people in the country.
It's simply delightful.
Oh, good.
Don't you think so, Amy?
Yes, I do. It's charming.
Won't you have some more spumante?
Well, just a drop. I declare, it's just like champagne.
Yes, it's the Italian version.
It's so kind of you to give so much time to us, Mr. Lime. Really, it is. Amy, isn't Mr. Lime just a dear?
I think he's most generous.
Oh, I'm having such a delicious time. I feel so happy. Happier than I've been since... I wish poor Benjamin were here with us. You would have liked him, Mr. Lime.
Oh, I'm sure I would.
Poor Benjamin.
No, Mrs. Donaldson. Let's not be sad. Here, just have a little more spumante.
Oh, I really don't think we should. I'm afraid you're going to make us all drunk, Mr. Lime.
Oh, Amy, I don't think another drop will hurt us. After all...
By this time, Mrs. Donaldson was becoming thoroughly relaxed. Spumante is a fine relaxer. I stirred the champagne with a wooden swizzle sticks, the bottom of which was well laced with phenobarbital. My keynote for the evening, as you can see, was relaxation. Before the evening was over, my emeralded guest was going to be the most relaxed woman in all Italy. The spumante bubbled and frothed over as I stirred it.
I know I shouldn't have another glass, but...
Perhaps you had better stop, Mrs. Donaldson.
Never. I just feel so wonderful.
How about you, Amy?
All right.
A toast to us. May we always be as happy as we are now.
A toast to you, Mr. Lime. You wonderful, wonderful man.
I patted her neck. I wanted her to get used to the touch of my hand against her neck. She withdrew a little. Her neck had become super sensitive about the locket. As we drank, I studied the clasp on the locket. It was a simple device. You turned a tiny wheel, and it released the catch. Just a twist of the wrist.
The musicians are going to play again.
Cameriere, cameriere.
Please, Mr. Lime, no more spumante.
No, I have a special surprise.
Yes, signore?
Have the musicians come over here.
Yes, signore.
Oh, isn't that sweet?
That's a lovely gesture,
I
Harry.
thought you'd forgotten my first name.
Here they are, signore. What would you like them to play?
What would you like, Mrs. Donaldson?
Oh, I can't think of a thing.
How about some Neapolitan songs?
Per favore, a Monastero Santa Chiara. Canta però. It was going to be very easy. They were completely at ease, and they trusted me. Amy stole her hand into mine as they played. It was really quite pleasant. I leaned back and relaxed.
That was just beautiful.
Very good. Thank you. Molto grazie. Here's something for the lads.
Oh, grazie, signore.
Did you enjoy it, Mrs. Donaldson?
They played divinely.
I have a wonderful idea. How would you all like to go for a drive to Pompeii?
At this hour?
Yeah, it's only 10 o'clock. It's a full moon. It'd be quite a thrill.
I'd adore to go. Fascinating place. I've been there many times.
Well, you have to see it at night.
Isn't it closed?
Of course it is. We can go in through the back way near the arena.
I'm willing if Mrs. Donaldson is.
Try and stop me. What a marvelous idea.
There's just one thing.
What is it?
Amy told me about your emerald locket. I think it'd be safer if you left it at your hotel. In the safe at the hotel.
Don't you worry about it. I never take it off
No, but
my
really.
neck. Except when I retire. Don't worry about it. It's perfectly safe. Besides, we wouldn't find any criminals in Pompeii.
No, I'm sure not. But all the same, I'd feel better if you left the
Oh,
locket.
no, I can't do that. Please don't fret about it.
All right, if you're sure.
Let's go right now.
Just let me pay the bill. Cameriere?
Yes, signore.
Conto, per favore. Check.
Sì, signore.
It was less than an hour's ride to the ancient, extinct city of Pompeii, lying like a corpse at the foot of its killer, Vesuvius. We entered through the gardens of an ancient home. The moon shone down hard and white, lighting up the empty city.
Isn't it thrilling?
Beautiful and frightening.
A chap by the name of Trebio Valenti used to live here. He hasn't been home for nearly 2,000 years. Here we are in Abodanza Street. It's in perfect condition.
Isn't it exciting?
It's unbelievable.
Look at the gutter. You can see where the chariot wheels made deep ruts in the stone.
What a narrow street.
We can walk in the gutter. I don't think we'll be run over by any chariots tonight.
Where does this street lead to?
To the Forum.
What about those lovely buildings?
Well, they're old mansions. Belong to a couple of rich fellows. See the sign on the wall?
What does it say?
Post no bills. In Latin.
And the sign alongside of it?
Down with such and such a tyrant. Time has worn away the name.
It's just amazing.
It's all beginning to make me feel faint.
Now, don't you feel well, Mrs. Donaldson?
I feel fine. Just sleepy. I don't know why I should feel sleepy when I'm so excited.
Don't you want to sit down?
Maybe I'd better.
We'll just rest for a moment.
I think we'd better go back.
We will, but first we'll let Mrs. Donaldson catch a few minutes' rest. There's a marble bench in the atrium of the Casa de Ceriali. He used to be an arrogant, rich man who didn't like the strangers visiting his palatial home, but I don't think he'll mind now.
Oh, it's lovely in
Here we are. You sit down, Mrs. Donaldson, and rest your shoulder against mine. There you are.
You're a darling, Mr. Lime.
Amy, if you walk into the other room to your right, you'll see some excellent frescoes. They're beautifully preserved.
May I have the flashlight?
Yes, here. Mrs. Donaldson was sleeping softly. I pressed my fingers against her neck to test her responses. There was no reaction. Tried it again so that even in her sleep she would feel no alarm, become accustomed to the feel of fingers around her throat. She slept peacefully on. I quickly unloosed the catch on her throat care, not to slide the locket, picked it gently off the neck. At the same time, I held her hand to divert a sensation of touch. It was done quickly. I was ready to make my silent departure, gently propped her against a pillar. Then I heard a sound that froze me. Footsteps. Footsteps, and they weren't Amy's. Who's there?
What's the matter?
I caught a glimpse of him. It was one of the guards. There was only one thing to do, run. Strada Stabione, I turned the corner and ran into one of the old Roman baths. I made for one of the rooms, expecting it to have another exit. It was dark, and I fumbled around. I had a very unpleasant feeling when I became aware that the only way out was the way I came in. I reined back. It was too late. My pursuer was standing at the entrance with a flashlight in one hand and the gun in the other. It was not a guard. It was a Rubio.
You see, Harry, fate has thrown us together again.
It's still around her neck.
The locket, please.
I just told you. It's
I'm not in my hotel now. This time I will kill you. Give me the locket.
I'm not a usually reckless fellow, but this time I did a very rash thing. I rushed him. He fired. The bullet tore a hole in my shoulder, barely touching my skin. I wrestled with him. He fell on the marble floor. His wiring very strong. In a few seconds, it was clear that he was in far better shape than I. Then he hit me a very rude blow on the head with a gun. And I abandoned the fight. For a moment, I just lay there thinking what a very evil moment of my life this was.
Now, the locket.
Okay.
Thank you. And now I think I will dispose of you for having caused me all this trouble.
Halt! Armamento! Cerca il revolver, signore, altrimenti tiro.
That's the police, Rubio, old man. You're caught.
Armamento.
Caught red-handed.
But the emerald.
It doesn't belong to you, old man. Better go along quietly with the police.
God,
Look, there's some more of them coming through the door. No use putting up a fight. Remember what I've always told you, old man. Crime doesn't pay.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Lime. risking your life to save my locket.
Oh, that's all right.
You're the most brave man to chase after him in the dark, unarmed.
I just gone to see where Amy was, and I heard the sound. There he was, deftly removing the locket from your neck.
I felt someone puttering around my neck, but I thought it was you.
Oh, really?
I was asleep, you know.
Yeah. Now, I had my suspicions about this Rubio from the first.
Does the wound hurt much?
Oh, it's nothing. It's a hole in my suit.
And a bird bump on your head. You poor boy.
It'll heal.
Amy, you haven't said a word to our hero since they arrested that Rubio man.
I'm just stunned.
Oh, I'm sorry we got you into this. I never should have taken you to Pompeii. It's all my fault.
Of course not. That terrible man would have tried to snatch the locket wherever I was. It's just a lucky thing I met up with you. I'm going to give you a gift. You just must take it. a £100 note.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it.
You'd make me very happy if you took it.
Oh, no, I absolutely
Please,
couldn't.
Mr. Lime, please.
Well, if it means so much to you, I'll give it
Splendid.
to my favorite charity. Yeah. Well, here we are at the hotel, safe and sound.
Thanks to you. I must run upstairs. The whole thing is giving me a severe headache. You will call me in the morning, won't you, Mr. Lime?
Indeed, I will, Mrs. Donaldson.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, Amy, can I have a word with you?
I'll be up in a moment, Mrs. Donaldson.
Of course, dear. Good night again. And bless you, Mr. Lime.
I'm sorry about this evening, Amy.
So am I.
Let's meet for lunch tomorrow.
No, Harry.
Why not?
I never saw the frescoes on the wall.
You didn't?
No, I didn't find them, and I walked all the way around. I saw you from the front entrance.
Oh.
Besides, a man who deals in fine arts would know an emerald locket from a dime store trinket.
Yes. Should have thought of that.
I was beginning to like you very much, Harry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not the kind of man you'd like to begin to like a little more.
It's a pity.
You want to see me again, ever?
It'll never be any good.
Well, you might as well have the filigree pin.
What about your sister?
I haven't spoken to my sister in 10 years. She doesn't approve of me. Supposing I give it to you.
No, thanks.
You mean you wouldn't take it?
No, I couldn't.
Well, supposing if you didn't take it, I just threw it away.
Oh, but you shouldn't do that.
Oh, I won't. We were just supposing. Now, goodbye, Amy. There's no supposing about that, I suppose.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
As I walked to my hotel, I thought about l'affaire Emerald. It cost me about $100 to bribe the custom official with champagne and the gold filigree pin. The reward left me with a profit of $270-odd plus a bump on the head and a hole in my suit. I'd lost the lovely green emerald and the lovely green eyes of Amy. The emerald didn't bother me too much, but Amy. Oh, Amy. She nearly interfered with the great romance of my life. My love for Harry Lime.
presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives, and I can recount all of them. How do I know? Very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. You say what you will about Harry Lime, he at least was honest in his desire for money and the good things of life. Harry believed in seeing the world at other people's expense. Sometimes the cost ran high as a man's life. Let me tell you about it. I know what I'm talking about.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in Clay Pigeon.
In 1942, my fortunes being for the moment at ebb tide, it pleased me to return to America, to New York specifically, because I'd heard that an old and important enemy of mine was in difficulties and wished to see me. I went to the hotel where he was staying, supposedly incognito, and made myself available at the bar. But nothing happened. I ran up quite a bar bill, and things were looking serious. So I ordered another drink. And then...
Mr. Lime? Mr. Harry Lime?
Yes, indeed.
I'm sorry to bother you.
Bother? If all bothersome things were as attractively packaged, I'd gladly be the most burdened of men. Won't you join me?
I didn't come here for that reason, Mr. Lime.
I know. It's a friendly gesture, and I have a hunch we're going to see a lot of each other. Now, since you know my name, why don't you tell me yours?
That's unimportant.
Well, that's a matter of opinion.
Will you please come with me?
Well, I say, now, isn't that approach a little bold? After all, an establishment like this frowns on such an obvious...
Please, Mr. Lime, come with me. You're the only one who can save him.
He? Save anybody? You've come to the wrong Harry Lime.
Please, you must, even though you hate him.
Hate him? Now you interest me now. Just which antagonist do you mean? I've got an awful lot of enemies.
You're wasting time. He'll pay you a great deal of money.
Money?
You can name your own price.
The price of my hatred comes pretty high. But for money and hate, Lime goes anywhere. Lovely lady, lead on. Profitable business should be made as painless as possible, and this girl was a pleasure. The dark Irish type with eyes, the mood and color of the restless channel waters, and hair as blue-black as the proverbial raven's wing. I began to enjoy myself. My waiting game was going to pay off through an old enemy. It was a fine evening for cold mischief. We took the elevator in silence, walking down the corridor to the suite of my enemy. I studied my young guide. She caught my glance. Her color mounted. I smiled.
We're almost there.
I say, are you bringing me on a wild goose chase?
If it is, then it's the goose that lays the golden egg, Mr. Lime. This is it.
You don't approve of me, do you?
Follow me, please.
I'd love to. You're just like the rest of the public, dear. You're always clamoring for high ideals, fair play, and always the first to indict without a hearing.
Yes?
I found him, sir.
To the contrary, I found you.
Please.
Well, come in, by all means.
The Honorable James Hadley, I believe.
Aren't you surprised to see me, Lime?
Well, not particular. This morning when the wind from the East River brought with it the usual aroma of stale grease, ancient garbage, and sewer gas, I had an idea I might run into Governor Hadley before the day was out. Aren't you in the wrong state?
Still the same old Harry. Insulting, conniving.
You're the man I'm supposed to help?
It's not by choice, believe me.
That I do believe, Governor. The dislike is mutual. Well, Governor, it's nice leaving you.
Wait, Lime. I'm offering you $15,000.
If...
Had I better leave, Governor?
No. You're responsible for bringing Lime here, Nora. Perhaps my only hope of keeping him here.
You're quite wrong, sir. There are 15,000 reasons holding me here for the time being. How long I remain depends on you. Talk.
I know how you hate me. I also know your capabilities, Lime. You're the only man to accomplish the job I have in mind. I've already told you what I'd pay. Lime, I'm begging you to help me.
That's good. You begging me for help. All right. Sing your sad song, Hadley, old man, about the beast you must feed.
You know.
Don't I always know, Governor? Knowing who was after your official scalp, I realized you'd undoubtedly come to me for help. Used one poison as the antidote for another. Made myself available. You found me.
You mean you knew it all the time, even downstairs you knew?
In general, dear Nora, though I neither knew the sordid details nor the price to be paid for my services.
Show him the pictures, Nora.
Yes, Captain. Right here in the briefcase. Here you are.
Thank you. Governor, I didn't think it even of you.
You see, Nora, even Lime believes the man in those cursed pictures is me.
It's very interesting. Who's the lady?
How should I know?
Oh, come on now, Governor. Official manners, or in this case, even unofficial manners, demand that you at least know the name of your female companion. Has American etiquette deteriorated to the point that you summon such creatures with a, hey, you?
Mr. Lime, I'll have you know that Governor Hadley is not the man in those pictures.
And good little girls should never tell lies, Nora.
Oh, hang it all. She's telling the truth, Lime. I never frequent such clubs as those pictures show. And here, look at this one. You recognize a newcomer to the party.
Yes, Cato. Cato, the robber baron. I admire his instincts, but not always his performance. He's a bit clumsy.
Truvis Cato. Gambler, ward heater, grafter.
Such dear, nostalgic words. You almost make me homesick, Governor.
Be sensible, Lime. Can you imagine me in such company at any time, particularly with an election coming up next month?
Not unless you're even more stupid than you used to be, James. But then everything is possible.
Really, Mr. Lime, this is the...
But cameras don't lie.
You, above anyone else, should know better than that, Lime. How many times have you faked a picture to gain your ends?
Touché, Governor, but then I always do things the hard way. You told Nora that yourself.
Yeah, hard for your victims. Oh, but this isn't getting us anyplace. No matter what else you may choose to think of me, Lime, you know my term in office has been clean.
Insofar as proof is concerned, the incorruptible Governor Hadley. However, these pictures prove extremely embarrassing, old man. The untouchable Hadley seems to have been taken.
I don't know much about you, Mr. Lime, except that you hate Governor Hadley. But now he's asking for your help. No matter what happened in the past between you, please help him. He's willing to pay. He said your hatred came high. Wasn't his offer high enough?
Nora.
That's quite all right, Governor. I admire honesty and loyalty, even though I don't approve of it or believe in it. Come here, Nora.
What?
Come here. I want you to stand right before me. Look right into my eyes, straight in my eyes. Answer a question.
But Well, Mr. Lime, what is it?
If I were the governor and you were my secretary, would you be as honest, as loyal?
As honest? Yes. As loyal? No.
I see. Well, why the great concern about these pictures, Hadley? Surely your indiscretions aren't that important.
Then you are going to help me.
I'm considering it.
Then you know those pictures are important, Lime. Cato's going to use them to ruin me.
Why?
He wants control of my state. Either his crooked syndicate moves in, or he sends these pictures to every newspaper in the state on the eve of the election.
Truth is, Cato has improved with the years. This is almost worthy of me.
I never expected you to understand, Lime. But I thought the fee might make it worth your while. Re-election means a great deal to me. I worked hard for my office. I don't want to win or lose because of a hoodlum like Cato. And I don't want my wife, my family, to be subjugated to this kind of smear campaign. They don't deserve it.
Spoken like a true family man, an American and a politician.
Governor Hadley, there must be some other way to get the negatives than this man.
Please, Nora.
Elaine, the fair Elaine, the lovable Elaine, the lily maid of Astolat. High in her chamber, upper tower to the east, guarded the sacred shield. I'll get the negatives and the rest of these pictures from Cato for $15,000.
Oh, thank heaven.
And dismissal of all charges against me in your state, old man.
What?
The price is cheap, Governor, for your career and your family.
But, Governor, you can't.
Just a moment, Nora. Very well, Lime. You get me those negatives and you'll receive your money and full pardon.
I'll take the money now.
I expected that. Pay him, Nora.
How do you know you can trust him, sir?
He's the only man I know who can outwit Cato. I've got to trust him.
My fee, Miss Peyton?
Here it is. You'd better count it, Mr. Lyme.
But why? I trust you.
Oh.
Just how do you plan to contact Cato?
Well, that's easy enough. Easy to find a man like Cato. The hard part is in avoiding him. You should know that very well, Governor.
Well, what is my next move?
Right back to your nice snug capital. Return to your ivory tower, Hadley, and carry on business as usual.
Oh, very well. We might as well start packing, Nora. We'll leave at once.
Yes, Governor.
No.
What?
Nora stays with me.
I what?
Now, listen here, lad.
Cato doesn't know her by sight, does he?
I don't think so. He contacted me away from his office.
And she'll be our go-between. You can still pack, Nora. I want you to register at another hotel. The Plaza will do. I'll meet you at the cocktail lounge in 3 hours.
Just what do you think?
Nora, I'd appreciate it if you would cooperate with Mr. Lyme in whatever way you can.
Well, Nora?
Very well, Governor. I'll do my best.
You understand, Nora? We must trust Mr. Lyme.
Well? Who wants to talk in the hall, Cato? Let me in.
Come in, then. Well, what have you found out, Izzy?
I am tailing Governor Hadley like you want, ever since he sneaked into town.
Yeah. Come to the point.
Who is staying away from the point? The governor is making contacts with every main hood in New York. But nobody wants to go against Cato. Only Hadley must be finding someone who will go against you, because he leaves the hotel 3 hours ago.
Leaves?
Checks out, is taking a powder. But before that, he sends his girl down to the bar.
Girl? What girl?
Who knows her name? But who this girl talks to down at the bar, you'll never guess.
Come on, Gib. I'm not playing guessing games.
All right, Cato. So don't get sore at me. I'm trying to tell you all the time. She meets a Harry Lyme. I hear her say the name.
Harry Lyme.
This is not good news.
Harry Lyme's the only guy, but the only guy who can louse me up. He would have to come to New York. Come on.
Come on where?
To the Plaza, you jerk. If Lyme's to come into this game, he's going to be on my side, alive or dead.
Mr. Lyme.
Nora, I never dared hope you'd be this eager to see me.
It's Cato over at the bar.
Oh? Have a drink.
What are you going to do about Cato?
Careful, here comes the waiter.
Yes, dear. What will you help?
Well, what's your pleasure, honey?
Nothing. Anything.
Well, that offers a pretty wide choice, waiter. Scotch and water for 2.
2 scotch and water, it is. Eh?
I want you to smile, Nora. Look relaxed. Listen very carefully to what I have to say.
I'll try.
Glad you blessed me once before I died.
What?
Your smile. It's the first time I've seen it. Its radiance is breathtaking.
Please.
Now, leave me at once, Nora. When you're going to the powder room, don't return. Go to your room and stay there.
I don't understand.
Mr. Cato is preparing to beard me in his den, and I want you around when he does.
But
He's coming this way. Now, hurry. I haven't called you by morning. Get back to the capital fast.
What about you?
Why, Nora, I never dreamed you cared.
Oh, of all the...
Your scotch and water, sir?
Fine. Here you are.
Ah, thank you, sir.
Drinking alone, Lyme? That can turn into a bad habit.
True is Cato in the flesh. It is flesh, isn't it, old boy?
Same old Harry. How about buying me the next round, Harry? At my place.
Why, Trubus, old man. Are you thinking of taking me for a ride?
Why,
Oh, it's all right, old man. I'm game for anything. Shall we go?
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. Orson Welles as the third man continues with Play Pigeon.
Sounds funny, but it's true. I was being taken for a ride. A long one. A silent one. Once we got in the car, Trubus stopped talking, and I was not in the mood to make any conversation. I had my tiger by the tail, and I waited for his move.
Wait in the car, Easy. This won't take long.
Okay, boss. I am waiting.
After our nocturnal tour, you bring me to a ruin like this? Really, Cato, I thought you were doing pretty well.
I'm doing fine, Harry. Place on the state line, not too far from the capital. Makes it handy.
For you or the governor?
Wait and see.
Trubus. Well, this is a surprise.
Hadley.
Who's this fella, Trubus?
The face is Jim Hadley's, and the voice is almost identical.
Inside, Luke. Come on, Harry. And I'll buy you that drink I promised.
Sure. Drinks on the house.
Yes. I could use one.
Yeah, sit down, Harry.
I didn't think I'd see you so soon again, Trubus. What happened? Did you...
Shut up. Pour the drinks.
Oh, sure, Trubus.
Now, Harry, I'm open for business.
Why? To risk the obvious, this isn't Governor Hadley.
Hey, you bet I'm not.
The Hadley boys were identical twins. Luke here was the black sheep of the family. Also was supposed to have died in a train wreck 15 years ago.
Identical twins, the oldest pitch in the world.
Luke was the man in those pictures. So simple it always works. Even fooled you, Harry.
Oh, I can be fooled. Old man.
Luke's lived on jealousy and whiskey ever since he's seen the accident. He crossed my path several years ago, just as I was figuring how to move into Jim Hadley's state. He was an answer from heaven.
Yeah, or the devil. I thought I had luck.
I can give you a fat fee, Harry, and a fine chance to pay off your old grudge against the governor.
Since when has benevolence become one of your characteristics, Cato?
What about this fat fee? You only paid me.
Shut up. As you know, I've already made the first contact with the governor.
How do you know I know?
Takes one to catch one, Harry. As I said, I got Jim over a barrel. I know he's bought you to get the pictures from me, but if you come into my deal, you not only make yourself some money, but you can put the final squeeze on the good governor.
Planning to set me up as a clay pigeon, are you, old man? Sending me to make the actual transaction so you can move your syndicate into the state while I'm caught with my blackmail down.
No, Harry, you know I wouldn't do that.
To coin a cliche about thieves, Cato.
I know. How much is the governor paying you to get these negatives?
$15,000 and a full pardon.
$15,000? Why, Trubus, you only gave me $500 to pose in those pictures.
I'll give you $25,000 to come in with me, Harry.
25 in advance?
Half of it. The rest when the deal is clinched.
Listen here, Trubus. If you're so quick to throw money around, toss some my way. I've been cheated.
And a percentage of my gross to take when I'm in the state. It'll be like an annuity, Harry.
You listen to me, Trubus. You cut me in on this big deal you're talking about. If you don't, I'll go to jail.
You what, Luke?
Nothing, kid. I didn't mean. I was only trying to. Oh, what are you going to do, Trubus?
Is he? Take this rat and let Muggsy work him over.
No.
He talks too much.
No, I promise not to talk. You need me. I'll never.
Come on, Luke.
No.
Roll it.
No, please.
Come on, I
won't. No.
Well, what's your answer, Harry?
Do all of your business partners get that treatment, old man?
No, of course not. He's always asking for it. But now ask, for instance. Why, we'll clean up in Hadley's state. Slot machines, numbers, racket, dope protection, and that's just the beginning. Harry, give us 5 years and we'll be making money from every man, woman, and child in the United States.
Compared to you, Joe Stalin is an amateur. I don't think I'll settle for a mere percentage, Cato, no. Our deal's got to be 50-50, or I won't come over and slide down your cellar door.
50-50? Why, do you think you'll get away with this?
I'm certain of it, no, because the young lady was with me at the plaza.
What about her?
She's Hadley's secretary. I spent a great deal of time and effort on getting a complete file of your misdemeanors, Cato. If I fail to contact her, copies of said file will immediately be sent to all state and federal law enforcement offices. Your pitiful tintypes will be forgotten in the headlines about Trubus Cato. You wouldn't want to be named public enemy number 1.
50-50 it is.
Hadley.
Nora. Good heavens, girl. What's happened?
Harry Lime, he's with Cato now, or at least he talked with him last night. By this time, he might be dead.
Dead?
Why don't you call the police or the FBI? You're the governor. Do something.
You too, Nora.
What do you mean?
The notorious Lime charm. The man's brutal, merciless, vindictive. Lives only for himself. Yet when he wishes, he can hide all this with a cloak of magnetism. Great fascination. He's blinded you, Nora.
No, I hate him. He's a horrible man. I don't know what he is. It's been terrible, all of it. Seeing Cato waiting all night for Harry's call, not hearing, coming here.
I know, my dear. Believe me, I'm sorry. Yes?
Governor Hadley, Mr. Harry Lime to see you.
Harry.
And Mr. Cato.
Cato here? Send them in, please.
Yes, sir.
What can it mean?
I don't know.
Good afternoon, Governor Hadley. Nora?
Mr. Lime.
And true as Cato. Surely you haven't forgotten me, Governor.
Cato, I told you once and for all.
Don't be too hasty, Mr. Governor. My proposition is so good that Mr. Lime has come in on the deal with me.
What?
But you agreed to...
Lime? Is this thug telling the truth?
I've bought certain contracts for your signature, Governor. They'll allow Mr. Cato full-scale operations in your state.
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
I can't believe it, Lime. Not even you.
The price of the negatives, Governor. Oh, you'd better give me those negatives now, Cato. Prove our good faith to Governor Hadley.
What good faith. Oh, but here you are, Harry. The negatives and the rest of the pictures.
All nicely tied with a pretty ribbon, Governor. A ribbon as blue as Nora's eyes.
You... How small can you get?
Now, when you sign Mr. Cato's contracts, Governor, I'll deliver the negatives to Miss Peyton.
That's right. Just sign on the dotted line, Hadley, and everybody will be happy.
Sold out because I trusted a rat.
Here's your pen, Governor.
And here. Back, Nora. Get out of the way.
Lime, what?
What are you doing?
Down on the floor, Governor. Down on the floor.
Gun. Are you crossing me, Harry?
Hold it, Cato. It's my deal.
Oh, yes?
Oh. You killed him.
What happened? Those shots?
I suggest you call an ambulance, young lady. There's been an attempt on Governor Hadley's life.
My goodness.
And keep those people out of here for a minute.
How can I ever thank you, Lime?
You risked your life, Harry, and all the time we...
Save it. I had to kill Cato to take over his very lucrative business myself. I'll keep these negatives, Governor.
You'll what?
No, Harry, oh, no.
This is one time, Governor Hadley, when you're not getting off so easily. These incriminating negatives in my possession, like the sword of Damocles, will be suspended over your uneasy head from now on. Call them Harry Lime's annuity, Governor. Now, if you'll excuse me.
I might have expected this.
And I was beginning to think you were a human being.
By the time I left the Capitol building, the stars were out. The stars. I was reached by hard ways. I searched for a likely alley. Alley that was dark enough, lonely enough. That's not do well enough. Better remove the ribbon. Blue ribbon. Better to burn them. Oh, another voyager of the night. Greetings, cat. You chilly? Come closer. Seem to be ablaze. First the negatives. My candle burns at both ends. It will not last the night, but are my friends and all my foes. It gives a lovely light. Thank you, friend. Your applause is deeply appreciated. Now we'll have the pictures. Does that warm you, cat?
You there. Now, what do you think you're doing in this alley?
Isn't it fairly obvious, officer? I'm making a fire.
Are you now?
Burning some love letters. Girl named Nora.
Nora, huh? Well, that's a good Irish name.
She had the bluest eyes this side of heaven. I'll leave the ashes to you, officer.
Hey, by the saints, you're Harry Lime. Come back here.
So long.
returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Goodbye for now. And remember what Ben Franklin said about honesty being the best policy. I wish I could. Just keep slipping my mind.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives, and I can recount all of them. How do I know? It's very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. I was down on my luck, way down, scraping the bottom. A couple of deals had fallen through, and I found myself in Paris with a lot of time on my hands and only the price of a beer in my pocket. I'm spending my time and the money at Fouquet's, not because the beer is any cheaper at Fouquet's, but because, well, you meet a nicer class of people there, and besides, they let you read the newspapers free. So I was reading a newspaper when I came on the advertisement, one of those classified ads in the personal column. It was addressed to Harry Lime. Harry Lime being me, I read on with some interest. There was no signature, no address. Mr. Harry Lime, it said, will find a business opportunity of an extremely profitable nature in the city of Tangier. Now, I might have thought this was one of the boys trying to hustle me out of Paris or just trying to be funny, except that the advertisement mentioned the city of Tangier. Now, why Tangier? There are very few places in the world I haven't been to, and Tangier just happened at the time to be one of them. Also, Tangier, as everybody knows, is full of money, and I couldn't imagine anybody wanting to send me there right in the heart of the free gold area where every second address is a bank and every second person's an international operator just for a gag. Probably more chances in Tangier to grab a fast buck than you'll find in the world today. So I was inclined to take the ad a little seriously. Of course, it might have been a police trap. There are cops in countries all over the globe busy looking for me. Some of them are just sharp enough to try to pull me in on a queer come-on like that. But the truth is that one of the only cities left where they don't happen to want me for what's known as questioning is the port of Tangier. And that's what sold me. There's just one complication. My beer was finished, and with it, my financial resources. How to raise the price of the ticket.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, Ticket to Tangier.
While I was brooding about how to raise the price of the ticket to Tangier, my eye happened to wander down the personal column of the newspaper, and a little below the advertisement addressed to me was this: Gentleman traveling to Tangier. A visit to the desk of the porter at the Lancaster Hotel on Rue de Berry will repay any businessman planning a visit to Tangier who can whistle a certain tune. Well, of course, that didn't have to be Harry Lime, but there's a song I'm fond of, one I've been whistling for years. Anybody who knew about me might know about that song. Anyway, what could I lose? I went over to the hotel and approached the concierge. Bonjour. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, monsieur. What can I do for you?
Well, I don't quite know that you can do anything. You happen to read the Paris edition of the Herald Tribune?
No, monsieur. I prefer to follow the news in my own language, but we have copies of the paper you mentioned for sale.
No, thanks. I've seen it.
Perhaps monsieur is calling for someone in the hotel, one of the guests. Whom shall I announce?
Harry Lime.
Perhaps I should have asked you first who it is you are coming to see.
Now, that I couldn't tell you. Just tell me this. Do you like to whistle?
I am a lover of music, monsieur, but I do not whistle. No. As a young lad, however, in the orchestra of my school, I was considered quite proficient on the bassoon.
Well, try this on your bassoon.
Yes, of course. I have something for you, Mr. Lime. Here.
Oh, well, thanks. Thanks very much. Yes, it's addressed to me, all right, but that's all there is in the envelope, just my name. I wonder, would it be asking too much if I asked you to tell me who this is from?
Monsieur, it would be asking too much.
Oh, okay, old man. Thanks, anyway. I wish I could give you something for your trouble, but I forgot my wallet this morning.
That was anticipated, monsieur.
What do you mean?
Everything, monsieur, has been taken care of.
Everything?
Yes, monsieur. That is the word, I believe. Everything.
In the envelope was an airline ticket for Tangier, 50,000 francs in nice fresh notes, and the following letter. My dear Mr. Lime, when you arrive in Tangier, go immediately to the El Mirador Hotel, where a suite is reserved for you. After you've dined, go to a cabaret called the Kabbalah. Wait there for instructions.
Excuse me, Monsieur Lime.
Oh, yes, Porter. Is anything wrong?
Nothing is wrong, Monsieur, but it is 2:45, and your plane leaves Orly at 3:15.
Oh, okay, old man, okay. I'm on my way. Just call me a cab, would you
No
please?
need for that, Monsieur. A limousine has been ordered for you. It is waiting at the door.
It was a very pleasant trip with a very attractive hostess on board.
Are you quite comfortable, Mr. Lyon?
Oh, yes, I'm fine, thanks.
Isn't there anything you like?
Well, I'd like to know what you're doing tonight after we land.
I mean, wouldn't you like some more coffee or maybe a pillow?
I know what you mean, and you know what I meant.
Tangier is a very interesting city. First there's the Arabs and the Kasbah and all that, and then there's the modern European city. It's an international port, of course, with 14 different countries in control, but of course you know that.
Yes, I've heard tell.
I guess you're making fun of me. You're a businessman. You've probably been to Tangier many times.
Well, let me take that up point by point. I'm not a businessman. I've never been to Tangier, and I wouldn't dream of making fun of you. Just answer me one question.
I go back on a return flight at 6 in the morning, Mr. Lyon, and I'm sleeping.
You haven't answered the question. Besides, my name isn't Mr. Lyon.
Oh, that's what it says on the manifest.
My name is Harry. Have you ever been to a nightclub in Tangier called the Kabbalah?
Oh, yes, I have.
You have what?
Yes, I have had it.
Is it a nice nightclub?
It's the best in town.
That's good. Glad you like it. I've reserved a table for us, okay?
Fasten your safety belt. We're coming in.
You know something?
What?
You're one of the few girls outside of Havana I ever danced with who knows anything at all about the rumba.
I learned it in Havana.
That almost explains it.
What do you mean, almost?
Okay, you learned to dance in Havana, and so do lots of other people. Okay, you're a hostess on an airline. You're very good looking, and there are lots of good looking hostesses that dance the rumba, but they don't dance that well. And none of them are this beautiful. No, I don't know what I mean by almost, but really, you know, you're almost too good to be true.
No, I'm not so good.
That's good.
You don't even know my name.
Yes, I do. I have a sign on the door of the cockpit, the plane that says Captain T.R. Stevenson, co-pilot J. O'Brady, air hostess P. Smith. So that's your name, isn't it? P. Smith. May I call you P?
P is for Patsy.
Okay, we'll settle for that. Shall we sit down? That champagne ought to be cold enough by now.
It's awfully close in here. Why don't we forget the champagne and take a walk outside?
Oh, wonderful. I'll just pay the check.
Don't bother. It's been taken care of.
What do you mean?
The check has been paid.
No, look here, old girl. We can't have that. You're my guest, remember. Besides, I'm the male in the party, and I have my pride.
No, I'm sorry, Harry. It's all taken care of. Come on.
Good night, mademoiselle.
Good night.
Good night, monsieur.
Good night. Good night. Patsy, I'm going to take something back.
What's that, Harry?
One little word.
What's the word?
Almost.
I don't understand you.
Well, I used it describing you, but it doesn't fit. The word almost could never be applied to you. Whatever you are, that's what you are completely. You couldn't be almost anything.
You're wrong, Harry. Almost is just the word for me. Among other things, I'm almost very rich.
You must be if you treat all your boyfriends to champagne.
You're a special case.
We won't argue about that, Patsy. I'm a special case, but what's an airline hostess get paid? Enough to treat her boyfriends to champagne, even the special cases like me? No, Patsy, it doesn't make sense. You say you're rich.
I said I'm almost rich.
Well, then you must be almost stupid.
What do you mean?
Well, if I was almost rich, I wouldn't be working for my living at all. I wouldn't be found on an airplane unless I wanted to get someplace.
I said I was almost rich, Harry, and that's what I meant. That doesn't mean I've little money or enough money. It means I have to work for my living. I took this job to pay the rent and also because it brings me twice a week to Tangier.
And what do you like about Tangier? A lot of international lawyers and private banks with streets full of American cars and grimy characters in nightshirts. Not very beautiful. As far as I can see, it's a kind of Switzerland with Arabs.
No, but it is beautiful, Harry, if you know the right places. Let me show you.
All right.
Taxi! You know the Villa Muggetti?
The Villa Muggetti? Ah, yes, mademoiselle. Mademoiselle means the great palace on the hill. I know it well.
Good. Get in, Harry. I'm going to show you how beautiful Tangier can be.
The cab cab twisted and turned its tortuous way through the native quarter, and then pretty soon we were out in the country. We were climbing steadily, I noticed, and passing beautiful villas, homes of rich expatriates who'd come to live in this strange little international settlement of Tangier, where you don't even have to register with your consulate, and nobody pays any income taxes at all. I think I neglected to mention that Patsy was beautiful. And if I did, believe me, I was understating the situation. She had gray eyes and that clear, powdery gold hair that makes you think of the ashes of angels' wings. I've known an awful lot of girls, but none of them I've ever laid eyes on would have given Patsy a worried moment. There may be better-looking airplane hostesses, but if there are, they're working for airlines on another planet. As we climbed up the moon-bright hills over Tangier, I forgot completely the strange business which had brought me there. The advertisement in the paper, the airline ticket, and all the rest of it. I didn't care why I'd been sent for to Tangier. I didn't care who'd done it, or what he wanted from me.
I adore kissing you. You do it very well. But we've come to our destination.
Yeah, so we have. Anyway, the cab stopped. When did that happen?
About 5 minutes ago.
Where are we?
Well, there's the bay below us.
Oh, very pretty it looks, too, with all the lights and moon on the water.
No, not now, Harry.
Please.
I'm very impatient. Now let's get out.
Why? It's nice in here.
It's nicer in the house.
And that enormous place?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, some kind of private mansion it must be. You sure we'll be welcome?
Here, you take the key.
The key? You mean...
That's what I mean. You're my guest.
Yes, but how?
You've been my guest all along. Gentleman traveling to Tangier, a visit to the desk.
But what do you mean?
You whistled a tune, didn't you?
Well, how do you know about it?
I had a friend once who told me how fond you've always been of that music.
No, I mean, how do you know about the ad in the paper?
I ought to know. I paid for it.
And my plane ticket.
I got a reduction from the airline. Come in, Harry. Here's a flashlight. I've got something to show you.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. Now, Orson Welles as the third man continues with today's story, Ticket to Tangier.
I followed Patsy into the house. It was a huge place, full of heavy chandeliers and pompous furniture, most of which are pretty spooky looking because they're covered with dust cloths. Obviously, the place hadn't been lived in for many months, but who was it who had lived here? Who was it that built this unlikely palace on a hill overlooking the harbor of Tangier? Above all, why had I been brought here? Just who was P. Smith, air hostess, and what did she expect me to do about it? We made a tour of several chambers before I even started to get any answers.
This way, Harry.
Oh. Where are we now?
This used to be a ballroom. Close the curtains, then we'll turn on the lights.
Okay.
You're sure they're tight shut all round? We don't want the police to come and start asking questions.
You can say that again, honey. What have the cops got to do with you?
Nothing, yet. I'll turn on the switch. See that?
Huh? I see a piano, about 30 gilt chairs, a big rolled-up carpet, all very splendid and grand, but which particular item am I supposed to admire?
The carpet.
I'm not a connoisseur, Patsy, so if you brought me here to get an appraisal, I'm afraid we're both wasting our time. Nothing about carpets.
Do you know about heroin?
Yes. Heroin is a drug. It is nasty and habit-forming, and its sale is controlled by international law.
Go on, tell me more.
I don't know any more about heroin. Not anything to speak of. I don't use drugs, Miss Smith.
But you sell them.
I just told you that the sale of heroin is controlled by law. Are you suggesting...
I'm suggesting that there isn't much you don't know about breaking the law. Any law.
You've got a point there. I won't try to deny that my knowledge of the subject isn't fairly extensive.
Why do you think I sent for you? Why do you think I brought you here? You're Harry Lime, aren't you? Now stop kidding for a minute and let's get down to business.
First of all, I think you'd better answer a few questions, Miss P. Smith, air hostess.
That isn't necessary.
Maybe not, sweetheart, but I'm the curious type. I like the facts before I take on a job, all of them. First of all, what's your racket?
I haven't any racket. I'm an airline hostess.
Yes, but why?
Because it's a good job.
Yes, and because the run takes you to Tangier, am I right?
That's partly right. Yes, but listen...
Well, what's your real name?
What's it to you?
We'll play it my way, sweetheart, and we aren't playing it at all. You must need me awful bad to take all this trouble to look me up and move me. If you need me, you're going to cooperate. We'll start off with your real name and go on from there.
Did you ever hear of a man named Mugetti?
Mugetti? Rico Mugetti?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I thought the name of this place was familiar. I met Rico once in Marseille. Another time in Casablanca. He comes from Corsica, isn't that right?
He came from Corsica.
You mean he's dead?
Yes. I was his wife.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's no need to be sorry for me. I killed Rico myself.
Well, I'm sorry for Rico.
He wasn't a nice man, Harry.
No, I guess he wasn't. I remember now. I once saw him blind a man with a broken wine glass. You're right. Rico wasn't a very nice man, but he was careless.
How do you mean, careless?
With his wives, anyway. A man has to watch himself when he starts playing with wives. Sometimes they're loaded.
Why don't you stop kidding just for a minute?
What am I supposed to do? After all, there are only so many alternatives. I can make a joke about what you just told me or congratulate you or hand you to the cops. And now I think it's better if we treat it as a joke.
So this is the notorious Harry Lime, the man no country can hold and who stops at nothing. You know what? I think you're actually shocked.
Maybe I'm not Harry Lime at all. After all, an awful lot of people can whistle that song.
You'd better be.
I'd better be what, Love Boat? The original Harry Lime, not a facsimile? He doesn't like murder, Mrs. Mugetti. You say he stops at nothing. Well, believe you me, he stops at that. A, it's messy. B, it's silly. And C, there's no profit in it. Besides, Harry Lime's mother always told him not to go around killing people. She said it wasn't nice.
You don't know the facts in the case, Harry. I was justified. Don't have to take my word for it.
I guess I will at that. And now, Mrs. Mugetti, if you don't mind, why have you brought me all the way to Africa to this empty house? You say there's a lot of heroin in that rug. Do I take your word for that?
You don't have to. You can look for yourself.
I told you before, honey, I don't know anything about dope.
You know people who do, don't you? People in Paris, in London, in New York.
Not intimately.
But you know how the drug traffic works. I don't. It was something new for Rico, some kind of big haul. He must have had a partner because he wouldn't have known how to dispose of it. It wasn't his line at all.
It isn't mine either, honey. I keep telling you that. How do you know it's so valuable?
He told me. I've been keeping it here in the house for months now. This airline job I have is perfect for smuggling the stuff, but I don't know who to take it to. I don't know what towns pay the best price. I don't know the names of the agents. Rico kept me away from that kind of thing. All I can remember was hearing him talk about you. You've got to help me, Harry.
What about the police?
They don't know it's here. I don't think they even know about the house. At least there isn't anything against him in Tangier.
I mean about you, Boat. You killed him, didn't you? How do the cops feel about that?
They don't suspect me. There's no reason why they should. I had a good alibi. I wasn't even in town.
Just tell me how you did that sometime.
So you can blackmail me? No, thanks, Harry. Let's keep our relationship on a nice, clean business level.
Now, that's the way I like to hear you talk.
Who are you?
We'll talk about that later, Madame Mugetti. Now, I think it would be easier all around if you and Mr. Lime put your hands in the air. Not too high. Just shoulder level, huh? Right. This is a very efficient gun I'm holding. And I have a good mouth.
How did you get in?
I hate to tell you, Madame Mugetti, the explanation is so banal. Through the door. You left it open. Now then, where's the heroin?
Just a minute.
Yes, Mr. Lime?
You seem to know my name, monsieur, but I'm afraid you have the advantage.
It doesn't matter. I was, shall we say, a business associate of this widow's lady's husband.
Okay, don't tell me. Let me guess. You began in Indochina. You served 3 years in a penal colony, Brazil. They used to call you the doctor, am I right?
I have a doctor's degree.
Dr. Bessie, that's your name?
What a detective you would make, Mr.
I have a good memory, Dr. Bessie, and I'm a professional collector of information. You will find the heroin in the piano.
In the piano?
Yeah.
This is probably a trick, Mr. Lime. Suppose you go to the piano and extract the heroin yourself.
Don't be silly, old man. It would be very simple for me to extract a revolver from the piano. I think it would be unpleasant for both of us if there was any shooting. There must be police in the neighborhood. I'd much prefer you to find your dope and leave quietly. I'm a peace-loving man.
Very well. I'll look for myself. I'm keeping my eye on you, Lime. Now then. Wait a minute. There is nothing here. What have you...
Put up your hands, Bessie. I'm warning you. I'll shoot if you don't.
What you did?
Well, very quick, I must say. Congratulations. Strange. He said he was a good shot. Must have been boasting.
He should have kept his eyes on both of us, and nobody could do that. Is he dead?
I wouldn't know, Mrs. Mugetti. I haven't asked him. He looks that way. Have you any plans?
Yes, we better get out of here.
Isn't that funny? That's just what I was going to suggest.
Take the heroin. You can carry it just as it is in the rug.
No, thanks. I have a bad back, and I hate to stoop over. Why don't we just leave it where it is?
Let the cops find it and give up $100,000 worth of dough, you crazy?
Not crazy enough to argue with you as long as you're holding that gun, Patsy, but...
What's that?
Well, what do you think?
Maybe it's the police.
Either that or it's New Year's Eve. Douse the lights on.
Right.
Okay, and now? That's much better.
Why, you...
We've got darkness, and I've got the gun.
Give it back to me.
You're too impulsive for firearms, Mrs. Mugetti. I'm keeping the gun.
The cops.
Sure, it's
They're
the
here.
cops. Your husband built a nice big house, but it's getting a bit overcrowded. If you don't mind the suggestion, I think we better scram just 2 feet ahead of me, Mrs. Mugetti, and don't try anything funny.
You
Keep
dirty...
your seatbelt fastened. We're coming in. We made our way out through the garden. The cops were all over the place, and after a while it was clear that our only hope was in separating. Patsy, you go through the shrubbery. Keep straight on down the field till you get to town. You can, mister. Just keep going down the road.
What about you?
I'll make out all right.
Yes, but what about the heroin?
Heroin? There isn't any heroin in this story, Mrs. Mugetti. Just a hero. That's a joke, honey. You can laugh at it later when you catch your plane to Dakar.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Of course, they got her. They took her off the plane on the return run to Paris. Somebody tipped off the police about that murder. It's what you might call the wages of lying. It's another joke, but you don't have to laugh at it. I'll do the laughing. You see, what Patsy didn't know was that I had picked up the rug in the darkness and hid it under a bush just outside the window. I came back later and collected it. Of course, the word was out about Rico's big consignment, and didn't have any trouble getting a good price in Marseille the next week. But honestly, I don't approve of drugs. That's why I threw the original stuff into the Bay of Tangier and delivered to the gangsters 7 nicely wrapped packages of confectioner's sugar. They tell me you can get the habit for sugar, too, but my conscience is clear, all except for one thing, that little prayer rug it was wrapped in. I know it didn't belong to me, but it looks very nice here in front of the tea table, don't you think so? Will you have milk or lemon with your tea? And how much sugar? This is the very best brand, you know. A syndicate of desperate gangsters paid me $50,000 for only 7 packages of the same quality.
presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives, and I can recount all of them. How do I know? Very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. I've known many places and left them, made many friends and lost them, won many fortunes and spent them. My fate seems to be linked to a cosmic yo-yo. This is a story of a low point on one of the yo-yo trips down. This particular low point is known on the map as the island of Haiti. I arrived there as a sort of political refugee, a small revolution I'd been promoting in a nearby banana republic. It fizzled out on me, and the general I'd been backing backed out. I found myself holding the bag. The bag, luckily, just happened to contain a few rolls of the U.S. Treasury's best lettuce. So when I descended on Haiti, I did it with style. Then, after a while, I spent the style. Don't let anybody tell you about the easy life on these tropical islands. You need dough in paradise, too. Of course, I still had my friends among the natives, but even they had become devoted students of the Rubaiyat. That is, they took the cash and let the credit go.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in Voodoo.
I am sorry, Monsieur Harry, no more.
Oh, come on now, George. You've got a clean white cuff there, even for a bartender.
Monsieur Harry, please understand. My boss, he supply my cuff. I cannot mark it up any further.
George, are you trying to tell me that money makes that much difference to you? Do you prefer that sort of customer to me, that ambassador of ill will over there? The Babbitt who comes to Haiti to find somebody new in Toledo? Or do you prefer...
Monsieur Harry, I prefer you.
Oh, merci, old man.
Every native on this island prefers Monsieur Harry.
Well, then it's settled, huh?
But the boss, he prefers his customer with the money.
Oh, I should have known. Somehow, George, it never occurred to me that you'd sell out like the rest, go commercial. But, well, you've been trapped too, George. Cornered, impaled on the almighty dollar sign.
No, mon ami.
Well, George, it's getting late. Time for me to move on, I guess.
That's your greatest fault, Harry Lime. Always moving on.
What?
And it's always getting so late.
Dorna.
Hello, Harry, darling.
Dorna, you beautiful, wonderful witch.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Let's not be trite, Harry. I could ask you the same question.
Okay, then. Whom are you doing here?
Oh, Harry, darling. 3 years haven't changed you a bit.
Well, who is he? That one?
No. Over there. The seersucker suit.
Oh, no, Dorna.
Oh, he's really quite charming, Harry.
Charming, huh? He's an oaf. I don't like the way he laughs.
Oh, you'd adore him, darling. He pinches waitresses, collects souvenirs, collects money, too.
Ah, I might have known. He's with you. Well, let's meet him.
Now, Harry.
After you, mademoiselle. Oh, and, Georges, you might tell your boss that Harry Lime is on the preferred list again. I spent several pleasant moments following Dorna to the booth. As she snaked her way adroitly between the tables, it was difficult for me to focus my attention on Mark. Mark, in this case, was fat and perspiring. Of course, he was bald. His contributions to the aromas of the cafe were generous. His cigar, his perspiration, and his money.
Sam?
Huh? Oh, hiya, baby. I was just going to send out a searching party for you.
Sam, I'd like you to meet an old friend of mine, Harry Lime, Sam Torkin.
Oh, very happy to meet you, Mr. Torkin.
Oh, sit down, sit down. Any friend of Dorna's is a friend of mine. Well, within reason, of course.
Very good.
You from the States, too, Larry?
Harry, Sam. Harry Lime.
Huh? Oh, yeah, Harry. Yeah, what part of the States you from?
I'm from Toledo.
Toledo?
Yeah.
One of my plants is in Toledo. A drink. Here, have a drink. Waiter, bring my friend a drink. Toledo, eh? Great little town.
Yes,
Toledo.
sir.
Of course, to me, any town's a great town as long as business is good.
That's right.
Hey, you know, this is my first vacation in 18 years. 18 years. Can you imagine that?
He gabbled. For eternities, he gabbled. Dorna was obviously amused by my boredom, but my patience, as always, had a price. Torkin kept gabbling till I almost considered reducing that price, and then he gave me my cue.
Sure is hot in these parts. Well, baby, come on. Let's go out of this dump and find some souvenirs.
Oh, Sam, not again.
Now, what sort of souvenirs are you looking for, Mr. Torkin?
Oh, I don't know. The souvenirs are... Well, they're souvenirs, ain't they? Now, come on, beautiful. Let's...
Souvenirs can be more than souvenirs, Mr. Torkin.
No, Lime, what kind of talk is that?
Now, look, Mr. Torkin, you're a man of taste and means.
Hey, a sales pitch. Hey, what are you selling, Lime?
Yes, Harry, what are you selling?
Well, selling, I'm selling nothing but plain, ordinary common sense. It's at a premium on this island, Mr. Torkin.
Yeah?
Oh, let him finish,
Let me tell you
Sam.
about Haiti, both of you. This island is steeped in sentiment, not archai, not the lace-trim sort of thing. Sentiment here is a wild, untamed, primitive love, a sense of possession that defies the laws of man and nature. Now, listen to those drums, Torkin. Listen. They're telling you the secrets of Haiti.
Huh?
Do you understand them, Harry?
As much as any civilized man is permitted to.
Well, that's that voodoo stuff, ain't it?
Well, they're not stuff, Torkin. Those drums are calling to the voodoo gods to smile upon the wedding of a native man and his beloved. The wedding rites are just beginning. They'll continue till dawn. It's the wedding of Fancy and Grigri.
Who?
Fancy works as a waiter in a hotel here in town. His father got in a jam once with a planter, and I just happened to save his neck. That counts for something here in Haiti. Oh, that reminds me. If you'll excuse me.
Hey, where you going?
I'm going to the wedding.
You're going up there?
Oh, take us with you.
Well, I wish I could, Dorna, but, well,
Hey, wait a minute now. Sit down. Now, what about all this sentiment and souvenirs and all?
Well, all right. Look. Haiti is crawling with priceless relics. Anthropological prizes, historical symbols. They bring fantastic prices from any museum in the States.
Oh, where do they sell them?
Well, they're not selling them, Torkin. You've got to know the island. You've got to know the people to find them.
Well, how come they're worth so much?
Sentiment, old man, sentiment. The voodoo brand. The natives protect their sacred symbols with their lives. And, of course, they're the raw materials.
Huh?
Little sentimental trinkets, diamonds, rubies, sapphires, miscellaneous baubles. The kind of sentiment we understand.
Oh, I love souvenirs like that.
Oh, uh-huh. Well, okay, Lime. I guess you can get me one of them baubles.
Yes, that's possibly.
Now, what's your deal?
Well, first, let me find a suitable trinket. Time enough then to bargain. For now, Mr. Torkin, a small retainer will do.
Huh? Oh, yeah, well, how much?
Oh, as you wish. But, as those drums would tell you, sentiment comes high in Haiti. I had a feeling that Dorna would keep Sam Torkin well occupied for the present. The future, of course, I'd handle in my own way, and in the meantime, there's nothing to worry about except keeping a date with two old friends. I found my friends in the clearing. Fancy and Grigri, the head of the ceremonial party in a place of honor, as befitted them.
Monsieur Harry, we don't think you ever come.
Oh, I wouldn't have missed it, Fancy. You and Grigri are my favorite people.
Oh, thank you. You are kind.
You say that so often, Grigri, I almost believe it. Seriously, I wish you both much happiness.
Merci.
We will be happy always when we have friends like Harry Lime. You have done so much for us. Our family. We cannot forget you.
Fancy, old man, you go far with a wife like this. She says all the right things.
It is the time.
Oh, the marriage ceremony?
Oh, no. We are married already.
It is the moment to pledge ourselves to the authority.
Authority?
It is a tribal custom.
Fancy. Please, Harry, these are tribal secrets.
Oh, you don't trust your old friend with secrets?
We can trust no one with these secrets.
Fancy, what's happening? What's that?
It is the authority, the scepter, the sacred scepter of Henri Christophe.
The scepter of Henri Christophe. Well, here was the souvenir for talking.
All right, Lime. All right. Who is this Henri Christophe?
Talking. You mean to say you never heard of him?
Nah.
Christophe was... Well, he was the George Washington of Haiti.
Oh, every two-bit country's got its own Washington. Get me Washington scepter, and I'm interested.
Listen, old man. Christophe started life as a slave. He became Haiti's most powerful ruler. At one point in his regime, talking, he stood off the combined armies of France and England with 2,000 men. On the north end of this island, old man, up near Le Cap.
Huh?
Le Cap, Tien. Tremendous fortress high on the hill above the jungle. You've seen it, haven't you?
Well, how could I miss it? It's big enough.
One of the biggest. Washington didn't build that, talking. Christophe did.
So what?
He didn't just order it built. He planned it, designed it, supervised the work, dug rocks out of the mountains with his bare hands. You're a self-made man, talking. That ought to appeal to you.
What about the scepter, Lime?
Look, old man. Henri Christophe is a landlocked saint to these people, an all-powerful earth god. While he lived, his scepter was his symbol of strength and wealth. Being king in those days was a profitable business, old man. Christophe had more jewels in that scepter than Dorna has curves. And there was a revolt here in Haiti, and Christophe was found dead, but the scepter was gone. For over 100 years, its whereabouts have been kept secrets. I know the secret, talking. I can get it for you.
Yeah? How?
It's my business. Your business is to make it worth my while.
Okay, Lime. How much this time?
Oh, plenty, old man. Fancy, where are you? Oh, Gregory.
Enter, Ari. Oh, you are welcome in the house of Fancy and Gregory.
Ari, my friend Ari. It is
Fancy,
good.
I've been looking for you. I've got to talk to you.
Oh, we are always eager to listen.
Fancy, it's that scepter of all.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, Ari, please, you must not ask. These are secrets of our people.
But I've always considered myself one of your people, Gregory.
My friend Ari, I have told you too much already. Please do not think any more of the scepter. It is forbidden to speak of it.
Forbidden among friends?
Ari, with the scepter, it is different. It is the authority.
Is it?
It is. It is the scepter of Henri Christophe. It is passed on from high priest to high priest. It is never out of their hands. It is the authority. Oh, that is enough to know. Please, ask no more.
Gregory, would I ask if it weren't important?
No, Ari, please.
I've got to know more about it, Gregory. Fancy, you understand, don't you?
Gregory.
Oh, don't make him say more, Ari, please. Don't make him say more. Please. Please, please.
Yeah, come in. Fancy, come in, old man, come in.
Ari, you do not mind that I come here?
Oh, of course not, anytime. What's the trouble?
I do not know. It is not my trouble.
Eh?
When you are at my house today, I see you have great trouble. I try to tell Gregory, but she do not understand.
Trouble, me? No, wait a minute.
I am to tell her you must have great trouble, or you would not ask for tribal secrets.
Oh, well...
It is all right, Ari. You are my friend. When you are in trouble, I help you.
Oh, well... Oh, good. That's the spirit, old man.
You have done much for me and Gregory. This is for you.
Oh?
It is the scepter of Henri Christophe.
It's... Fancy.
It is yours. I could do no less.
Fancy, it's...
Now...
It's...
You will have no more trouble, Ari.
Well, now, wait a minute. Well, what about you? How did you get this thing, anyway?
It is no matter.
You stole it from the high priest. What if they find out you took it? They won't go to the police.
No.
They won't put you in jail?
No.
Well, what will they do?
They will not put me in jail. They will not go to the police. The priest will be my judge.
Fancy, what will they do?
They will punish me. I will die.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. Orson Welles as the third man continues with Voodoo.
Had I known a man like Fancy earlier in my life, my ideas about all men might just possibly be a little different today. Here was the truest kind of friend. True in the real sense of the word true. He was staking his life, literally, staking his life on his faith in Harry Lime. If I rejected his offer of the sacred scepter, I'd have shattered his faith in me. Fancy lived by his faith in his friends. And I did need the scepter. As for friends, well, there are many kinds of friendship.
Harry, tell the truth.
Oh, sure. Dora, my love, you're ravishing.
Oh, no, not that. About the scepter.
No. You got a cigarette?
Here.
Thanks.
Is it really the scepter of Henri Christophe? Think Sam will buy it?
Why not?
Why is it so valuable?
Historical significance, cluster of rubies, big fat sapphire in the middle.
Harry. What's it really worth?
20,000, maybe 25. Move the ashtray over.
Bet Talkin would give me 35,000 for it.
Think so?
I'm prettier than you.
Right. But I have Christophe's scepter.
Oh, but darling, if you let me peddle it to Talkin...
Donna, my sweet, I lost you 3 years ago in Madagascar. The scepter might be a temptation if you leave me again.
Oh, no.
Never
No,
mind that
Harry.
stuff. Never mind. Now, cut it up now.
Wouldn't 35,000 be nicer than 25?
Mm-hmm.
Then why don't you let me
Donna,
have
the fact is, I don't have the scepter.
What?
Talking, bought it this morning. $50,000.
Harry, you. You. That's why you lost me in Madagascar. Guess I've got to work on talking again. Good old Sam.
Yeah, good old Sam. Somehow, good old Sam ran a bad second. Donna was no fool. She wasn't greedy. I was available, and I had money. Not as much as talking, of course, but enough to keep her satisfied temporarily. We decided on a small celebration, the sort that requires noisy public demonstrations with champagne bottles. We went to a little cafe, and I rather enjoyed the impression I was making, particularly on Georges.
Would you like me to put this on your bill, Monsieur Harry?
Certainly not, George. Certainly not. I wouldn't want to cause any undue strain or suffering for your employer.
But, Monsieur...
Never mind, George, old man. Here, this should cover the situation, I think. Oh, here's a little something for you.
Thank you, Monsieur Harry. You are...
Oh, what's the matter?
You will excuse me, Mr. Harry. I must go.
Eh?
I'm sorry, I must close the bar.
Close the bar at this time of night? Just a minute.
The drums, Monsieur Harry. You understand, the drums.
The drums? What? Now, George. The death drums.
I do not have to tell you, Monsieur Harry.
Why? What for?
I don't know. You will excuse me.
Harry, what is it?
I don't know. Those are the death drums. They mean someone's dead or dying. Or going to die.
Going to die? Who?
I don't know. I have a hunch. I hope I'm wrong.
Harry! Wait! Where are you going? Harry! Harry!
When I got to the ceremonial grounds, I saw a frenzied sight. Hundreds of natives, still dressed in the tattered dungarees of the cane fields, dancing, shrieking, half hypnotized. And the drums. They were the drums of death, all right. No mistaking it. As I crashed through the brush surrounding the clearing, I saw that they'd already taken a life. There was a body, a dead body, strapped to a post in the center of the circle. Sam talking. The voodoo priest danced up and back in front of it, waving curses over it and screaming through the slits in a hideous mask. And in his hand, he held the scepter of Marie Christophe. A scepter that had cost Torkin more than he'd bargained for. I'd had enough. I turned to leave. And then at the far end of the clearing, I saw something else. 2 more bodies tied together, back to back, hanging by their wrists from a long cross pole strung between 2 trees. The 2 of them together, Fancy and Grigri, ready to be sacrificed. No! No, wait, stop! Stop it, I tell you! Listen, all of you, listen to me! You're making a mistake. You're torturing 2 innocent people. You can't do it.
They have wronged us. It was forbidden. They must be punished.
No!
They will die.
Well, they can't die. You're punishing them for something they didn't do. You think they sold the scepter to this man, but they didn't. I did. I made Fancy tell me about it. I'm the one you want. Listen to me. You've got to believe me.
Harry Lime would not cause their death. Harry Lime is their friend.
But I tell you, it isn't my deal. And I'm the guy you want. So untie these ropes. Come on, move, or there'll be a new voodoo priest holding forth at your funeral.
It's no use, Harry Lime. If you kill me, others will take the revenge.
It's no use to kill these 2 either. Okay, Grigri, you're loose. Help untie Fancy. Okay, I'll do it myself. Hold still, Fancy. There, you're loose. All right, come on. Come on, I'll get you 2 out of this. Now we're even.
It is too late. You must go.
Come on, I'll help you. Now run for it. Stay back, you lunatics, or I'll start knocking off voodoos. I warned you now. Stay back. That's better. Come on, Fancy. Grigri, get going. Well, there goes Haiti, Dorna. Another corner of the world chipped off.
You'll be back, Harry.
No. Fancy and Grigri are going to Cuba. Time people will learn the truth about me. Haiti's through with Harry Lime.
You're really taking this seriously, aren't you?
After my fashion. Guess I messed up your meal ticket, too, didn't I?
Sam talking? Poor Sam. Don't worry, Harry. You'll take care of me.
Until the 50,000 is gone.
Well?
That's what I thought. Right. Let's have a drink.
Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
I know what you're saying. You're saying that wasn't Harry Lime at all. You're saying the noble hero that pulled off that fancy rescue party wasn't the third man. He was a couple of other guys. Just goes to show how I'm misjudged. Well, ask Fancy and Grigri, now happily keeping house in a suburb of Havana. They'll tell you it really was Harry Lime that got them out of that whole voodoo mess. Of course, they'll also remind you that I got them into it
And they might possibly mention that as the three of us dashed off into the jungle, I paused just long enough to borrow that scepter back from the high priest. Got a nice price for it, too, from a collector in Brussels. But that's another story. So long now, and if anybody should run into Dorna anywhere, in Timbuktu, for example, or the Store Club, give her my love. And remind her she owes me about 15,000 hard-earned American bucks, which seem to have slipped out of a hole in my pocket or something. No hard feelings, of course, but if you get a choice between voodoo, hoodoo, and Little Dorna, I hope you'll know what to do about it. Take the voodoo every time.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives, and I can recount all of them. How do I know? Very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. A diamond as big as a hen's egg. Change that to a duck's egg. And I held it right here in my hand. Not that I had any idea of keeping it, you understand. I was merely recovering it to return it to its rightful owner. Do I hear hollow laughter? All right. You don't have to take my word for it. Ask Scotland Yard. Get them to show you the files. What do you think I am? A crook?
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in The Bohemian Star.
London, 1938. One of those quaint old English pubs, you know, with cubicles around the walls. Seated together, a boy and a girl. Not hard to look at either, the girl. Peaches and cream, that wonderful English type. In the next cubicle, a handsome, distinguished-looking American, Harry Lime. Me. Not eavesdropping, of course, just interested. In a casual sort of way.
You mean to say you have to work?
Yes.
But you promised to take me to the picture.
I'm sorry, dear. I didn't know this was going to turn up.
Look, Terry, if it's just that you're broke as usual and can't afford a cinema, let's walk in Hyde Park or feed the pigeons in Trafalgar Square or something. There's no need to spoil our evening altogether.
No, it's not that, Pat. Honestly, I have got a job. The news editor wished it on me just as I was leaving.
What do you have to do?
It's an interview. Some South American Johnny called Senor Alvarez. I've got an appointment with him at the Hotel Splendid at 8:30.
What is it you have to see him about?
Well, ever heard of Bocanovia?
One of those little Balkan states.
That's right. Well, 3 years ago, there was a revolution, and the monarchy was deposed, and what's ironically known as a People's Republic took its place. On the last plane out, some of the royal family escaped to London with the crown jewels, and they've been here in the safe deposit ever since.
What, the royal family?
Oh, fathead, no, the jewels. Incidentally, the pièce de résistance, as they say, is the Bohemian Star.
Oh, I thought that was an opera.
Look, the Bohemian Star is the centerpiece of the scepter. A huge single diamond, almost as big as the Cullinan.
Makes my engagement ring look a bit silly, doesn't it? I always had a suspicion you were getting me on the cheap.
Well, I like cheap. Why, that cost me a week's salary at Hatton Garden.
Well, you better demand an increase at once, darling. Anyway, what does Senor What's-His-Name fit into all this?
Senor Alvarez is a leading jeweler of Buenos Aires. It seems the National Museum of the Argentine wants a replica of the Bocanovian crown jewels for an exhibition of some sort. And so the senor's been sent to take photographs, sketches, you know, measurements and so on. When he gets home, he'll reproduce the whole collection in paste.
Well, it sounds awfully dull to me. And for that, I have to miss Don Amici.
Well, who cares about him? I have to miss Betty Grable.
There's no justice in the world. Can't you get out of it somehow?
No, I'm sorry, darling. Not a chance.
I've always had an interest in jewels, purely academic, of course, particularly diamonds, particularly big diamonds. My night was free. I was feeling in a benevolent mood, so I did what anyone might have done. Excuse me. I hope you'll forgive my rudeness, but I couldn't help overhearing your conversation. I thought maybe I could help you out if you'd let me.
Huh?
Perhaps I'd better introduce myself first. My name's Paul Atkinson.
Paul Atkinson? Not the Paul Atkinson of American Associated Press.
Well, I do an occasional stint for the AAP.
Oh, gosh, I read your articles every week. I'm Terry Freeman of the Clarion.
Glad to know you, Terry.
This is my fiancée, Miss Pat Weston.
Hello, Pat.
How do you do?
Look, won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks. This interview you have to do is sort of spoiling your evening together. I understand.
Oh, just one of those things, you know.
There's nothing we can do about it, I'm afraid.
When do you have to turn your copy in?
10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
10? I'll do better than that. I'll deliver it personally to you at 9 on the dot. Guaranteed.
Oh, I don't follow.
Well, you two kids go off to your movie. I'll interview this guy, Alvarez, and write your story for you.
Yes, but...
Why should you do a thing like that?
Well, why not? I haven't any girlfriends to take out. It's a pretty poor newspaper man who won't help a colleague when the chance turns up.
No, it's kind of you, but I couldn't dream of imposing on you like that, Mr. Atkinson.
Well, for the record, my friends call me Paul.
Oh.
I assure you it's no imposition. Of course, if you're scared, I won't turn in a story up to standard.
Oh, gosh, look, it's not that. Why, you couldn't write a bad story if you tried, but look, what would my editor say if he found out?
Who's going to tell him? You, or me, or Pat here? Of course, there's another way out.
Oh, what's that?
You go off to your interview, and I'll take Pat to the movies.
Thanks. I wouldn't trust even a newspaper man as far as that.
Okay, then. The Splendid, then. 8:30?
Yes? Look, all the
forget
same,
it, Terry, old man. I'm not doing you a good turn. You're doing one for me. On the dot of 8:30, I pressed the bell to Suite C, 3rd floor, Hotel Splendid. I hadn't figured out any plan of campaign, you understand. This was just a sort of preliminary survey. Smooth South American type introduced himself as Alvarez and invited me in. We drank each other's health, and then we settled down to business.
I am not very accustomed to be interviewed, Senor Freeman. What is the procedure?
Oh, it's easy. It's easy. I ask the questions and you answer them.
I will do my best.
Well, now, your job is to work out the precise measurements, as I understand it, of the jewels and their settings and so forth, so you can make exact replicas for the museum. Is that right?
Partly. But you understand it is much more than a matter of mere measurement.
Oh, yes, I guess it must be.
There is the color of the various jewels, for instance, and some of the settings are of extremely intricate filigree.
Tell me, senor, how did you fix it to gain access to the jewels?
It was necessary for me to make formal application to the Bukovinian Royal Court in exile.
And you found them cooperative?
Well, naturally, one does not expect these favors for nothing. There will be a certain, how shall I put it, financial adjustment.
Yes, I see. Well, how long do you figure the job will take you?
I hope to complete it in a month.
How long have you been on it now?
Just a week.
What's the routine?
The routine?
Well, I dare say there's an armed guard and so on.
Oh, but of course, that is inevitable. The Bohemian Star alone is worth £500,000.
Yes, that's $2 million. Who provides this guard?
The insurance company. There is a room at the safe deposit. And each morning, the item I require is taken in there, and I work for me.
Under observation?
Yes. There are 2 detectives who never take their eyes off me or my secretary.
So you have a secretary, too?
Yes, Manuel Arizza. He should be here soon, so perhaps you will meet him.
That's fine. Now, tell me, senor, could it be arranged for me to come along one day and watch you actually at work?
I cannot say as to that.
Make a much better story, you know.
Perhaps so. But it would be a matter for the Bukovinian authorities.
Okay. I'll put in an application tomorrow. Will you support it?
Naturally.
Fine, that's settled then. And now I guess...
that must be my secretary now. I am in here, Manuel.
Good, everything is fixed, Pedro. That very obliging gentleman, Senor Meyerson, has finished the paste copy of the Bohemian Star, and I have it with me now. Regard it, my friend, is it not perfect?
Manuel.
Tomorrow, when the right moment comes, I will distract the attention of the detectives, and you will remove the real jewel and slip this one in its place.
Manuel, we have company.
You fool, to talk like that. But how was I to know? Who is this man? One of Meyerson's?
This is a gentleman named Freeman, a reporter from the Evening Clarion.
A reporter?
Well, thanks very much for the interview, senor. Now, if you don't mind,
What
I think
is your hurry?
Well, I have to go on back to the office.
You can wait a little while. Let me pour you a drink.
Oh, no, thanks very much, Roman.
I think
Sorry, I can't stay.
I think you'd better, senor. This gun is loaded.
Well, what's the big idea?
You do not think we could let you go after what you heard, eh?
Well, now, wait a minute. I'm not the sort of guy who goes around shooting off his mouth. I can keep quiet.
It is my intention to see you do keep quiet.
Oh, it is?
There are ways.
Well, how?
Such as we could kill you.
Yes. I suppose you could, but you won't.
What makes you so sure?
Well, these walls aren't very soundproof. The shot would be heard.
I have a knife.
Okay, you could kill me with your little knife. Then what?
How do you mean?
Having an odd body lying about the place, that proved to be a little embarrassing, don't you think? You'd never conceal one in here. You couldn't risk getting it out without being caught.
There would be certain difficulties, I admit.
So it looks as though you'll have to trust me after all. Doesn't it? Good night, gentlemen.
One moment, senor. There are other ways.
Oh? What, for instance?
Well, this.
What?
Oh! Manuel, I have told you before, I detest violence.
That should keep him quiet for a little while. You know, I've been thinking, why should a reporter on an English newspaper be an American?
I dare say it does happen.
Yes, perhaps so, but you must admit it is unusual.
What are you looking for in his pockets?
Papers. A letter. There, what did I tell you? It is addressed to Harry Lime.
Harry Lime?
But you know the
name?
But
of course. So does every police department in the world.
You mean?
I mean that compared with him, we are amateurs.
So that's it,
We must do something, Manuel.
I know. I will drive the car to the back entrance, and we will take him down the back stairs.
Like he is now?
Well, why not?
We will be seen.
We will say he's drunk. Then we'll drive him to the country and dispose of him. As he himself would say, take him for a ride.
Don't be foolish. There will be no killing.
But surely...
We are jewel thieves, not murderers. A man like Lime would have powerful friends who would stop at nothing to get even with us. Besides, this is England.
What is that to do with it?
There is an institution here known as Scotland Yard. Extremely efficient, I understand. I have no wish to die with a rope round my neck, even if you have.
Very well. You make a better suggestion.
All right. We steal the Bohemian Star tomorrow, right?
Right.
Tomorrow evening we catch a plane, and next morning we are in New York, where we have many good friends who will look after us, right?
Right.
And then it is quite simple. All we have to do is to keep our friends here quiet for a day and a half. And after that, it will not matter how much he talks.
Yes, and how are we going to do that?
That is up to Senor Meyerson. He must find us a quiet place somewhere and a reliable man to see that Senor Lime does not escape till we are clear. I will telephone him now.
Aha. You are waking up, Senor. Eh? We are going to take a little journey soon, but I do not think it wise you should appear in public like this. Do you? That's better. Pleasant dreams, Senor.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. Orson Welles as the third man continues with The Bohemian Star.
It was early morning when I finally came to. My jaw ached where Maritza had clipped me, and I had the great granddaddy of a hangover. Ooh. I lay still for a while, and then took a sort of tentative look around. The room I was in was small, had a sort of shut-in feeling. Then I saw something else. A man. One of the biggest, toughest, ugliest characters I'd ever clapped eyes on. Though, in a way, he looked sort of nice ugly, if you know what I mean. Not the mean type. He stood up when he realized I was awake, and as soon as he spoke, I knew I was right about it.
What's it, chum? Have a good sleep?
Well, you ought to know.
Been slumbering like an innocent babe, you have. Here, how'd you feel?
Well, like something the cat dragged in. There wouldn't be any coffee on that stove, would there?
No. I can fix you up with a nice cup of tea. The kettle will be boiling in a minute.
Oh, that's fine. Say, what's your name?
Charlie.
Mine's Harry.
Pleased to meet you, Harry, I'm sure.
Charlie, old man, where are we?
That'd be telling.
How'd I get here?
Sorry, chum. I ain't allowed to give no information. Strict instructions.
I understand. How's that tea coming along?
Won't be off a tick now.
I slept again afterwards. It was going on for midday when I woke. Charlie had some food ready. After we'd eaten, he suggested a game of cribbage to pass the time. I disapprove of gambling, except maybe poker for real stakes with a few aces up my sleeve. But my only hope was to cultivate Charlie. And thank goodness he was no hothouse flower, so we settled down to play. After about an hour, I judged the time for action was right.
15-2, 15-4, a pair 6, and one for his knob 7. Puts me out. That's a sprat you owe me.
A sprat?
Yeah, a tanner. 6pence.
Oh, well, here you are.
So, your deal.
Oh, sure. Look what I've done. Spilled them all over the floor.
That's all right, chum. I'll pick them up.
Thank you, Charlie.
Oh!
Thank you. One more for luck. Sorry, Charlie, old man. You're a nice guy. I tore up a sheet and bound and gagged Charlie. He had some keys in the pocket. I let myself out. My guess had been right. I was somewhere in the East End. I walked till I found a main road and then called a cab.
Where to, Governor?
Hotel Splendide, and I'll double your fare if you get me there in 15 minutes.
Right. Hang on.
There's only one way to tackle this job. The bold approach. At the Splendide, I went straight over to the desk and asked for Senor Alvarez.
Sorry, sir. He's not in at present.
Well, how about his secretary?
Well, he's not in either, sir.
They haven't checked out, have they? They're still staying here.
They leave by plane for New York this evening, I understand, sir. Is there any message?
No, thanks. That's okay. So they hadn't made the snatch yet. I had no idea where the safe deposit was, so all I could do was wait. Found a spot where I could keep out of sight and watch the elevators at the same time. An hour passed. An hour and a half. And then, there they were. As their elevators started to rise, I took the stairs 3 at a time. I reached the 3rd floor just as the door of their suite was closing behind them. I wanted that bohemian star. Nothing greedy, you understand, but now or never. Gun in hand, I pressed the bell.
You?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I wouldn't reach for a gun if I were you, nor you, Oritza. Unless you've a wish to commit suicide, just keep your hands up. Well up. That's much more sensible.
How did you get here?
I got here by cab, if it's of any particular
But, senor,
interest. Oh, Charlie. Don't worry about him. He'll get over it. Come on, let's go into the sitting room, have a nice, cozy talk. After you, senor. And you. It's more like it. All right, chums. The Rock.
The Rock?
The Diamond, the Bohemian Star.
But you're mistaken, senor. We have not got it, have we, Manuel?
Oh, no, there must be some misunderstanding.
The only misunderstanding there's been so far was in you fellows mistaking me for a sucker. Step over here towards me, Oritza.
What, me, senor?
Come on, do as you're told. Now turn your back. Keep those hands well up. Nice, efficient little piece of ironmongery you've got. I'll have that, if you don't mind. Huh? Of no doubt. Okay, you're next, Alvarez.
But I assure you,
Turn
senor,
around.
I give you my word of honor.
And what's this? Your word of honor? Quite a hunk of stone, isn't it? You won't mind if I take charge of this, I'm sure.
Senor, let us talk.
What more is there to say?
We made a mistake, Manuel and I. We admit it.
Considering I have the stone and this gun, that seems rather obvious, don't you think?
What I mean is that we made a mistake when we met last night, not inviting you to join us in this enterprise.
Oh, what gives you the idea that I might have joined you in this?
Harry Lime, are you not? Correct me if I'm wrong, but surely our object in this case has been the same, to obtain the Bohemian Star.
Our object, maybe, but not our purpose.
You speak in riddles, senor.
Oh, no, not at all, old man. You stole this jewel for your own enrichment. I've taken it from you now to return it to its rightful owner.
Its rightful owner?
You will pardon us if we smile, senor.
You don't believe me? Okay, sit down, gentlemen. I have a little telephoning to do. Hello? Operator, get me Whitehall, 1212.
But that's Scotland Yard.
Sure, it's
you do not
Scotland
mean
Yard.
that you are going to
Please,
telephone.
senor, put down that telephone before it is too late, eh? Let us make a bow.
Hello? Is that Scotland Yard?
It's all right, Mr. Lime. You needn't bother with that cold.
Now, what's the idea? Who are you guys?
I'm Detective Inspector Marsh, and this is my assistant, Sergeant Andrews.
Well, not so fast. How do I know you two are on the level?
Oh, here's my warrant card.
Oh, glad to know you, Inspector. Yes, this all seems in order. Sorry I sounded suspicious, but, you might have been a couple of crooks, too.
Of course, the point hadn't occurred to me.
This is an outrage.
You have made a great mistake, senor.
Well, we'll thrash that out at the yard later. Take him away, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Come on, you two.
Well, I'm certainly glad you turned up when you did. I can't figure out is how you got in so quietly. My ears don't miss much, and I'll swear I never heard that front door open.
Well, of course you didn't. We've been here all the time.
Here, in this actual room?
Yes, behind those curtains.
Well, I'll be darned.
And what's more, we've a friend of yours. You can come out now, Mr. Freeman.
Hello there.
Why, Terry, I don't get all this.
Oh, it's all quite simply explained. When you didn't turn up this morning, I got a bit worried, so I phoned AAP, and they told me Paul Atkinson was in Malaya. Then I went round to the yard and gave the whole story to Inspector Marsh here.
And you figure there must be some dirty work, huh, Inspector?
Well, it did seem that something odd was going on. And doubly odd when I rang the Argentine embassy and they denied all knowledge of Alvarez and Noritza. So the management let us in here while they were away. We were just about to announce ourselves and find out what was what when the doorbell rang and you came in.
So you figured you'd wait a while and see what happened, is that it?
Exactly.
I say.
What is it?
Just as well I'm not a crook, isn't it? I mean, if I tried to get away with the Bohemian Star instead of phoning the yard, I'd have found myself in a lovely jam, wouldn't I?
Yes, well, I shan't pretend we didn't suspect you for a while, Mr. Lime. But we know now that you're an honest man.
That's all right.
It's not everyone who'd risk his life the way you've done.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I guess you better take this stone, Inspector. I'll be glad to see the last of it.
Oh, thanks. Of course, you realize there'll be a reward.
Oh, no, please.
But my dear fellow, it's no more than you're entitled to. Don't you agree, Mr. Freeman?
Oh, certainly.
I'll see the matter's taken up with the Bokanovian authorities, and you'll hear from them in due course.
Well, if you insist, though. After all, I was only doing my duty. And you know, Terry, I really did intend writing that story for you. I'm sorry I slipped up on it.
That's
Hope
okay.
you didn't get into too much trouble with your news editor.
Well, there was a bit of a row, but that's all right.
Oh, it will be, old man, it will be. Just wait till he sees the story you've got for him now.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Right here, maybe I'd better hand in a little explanation. You're wondering what particular stroke of luck or lunacy led your old friend Harry to settle for just the reward, not to try for the diamond itself, at least while the going was good. Well, first of all, it was a very tidy little reward, and secondly, when I first came into that room, I just happened to notice the tip of what was unmistakably the shoe of a policeman sticking out under the curtains. Now, you may think that knowing I wasn't alone with a couple of crooks, that the realization that Scotland Yard was tuned in on our conversation had something to do with my decision to, shall we say, play it straight. That's what you may think. In fact, you'd be silly not to.
presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime, the fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives, and I can recount all of them. How do I know? Very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. Friends, the story of my marriage. My first marriage, and believe you me, my last. It all began in the funny little city of Beccurata. There isn't much to do there except get married. Principal local occupation, of course, is getting rich, and that's what brought me to Beccurata. It's hidden away, as you probably know, in a remote corner of Saudi Arabia. Mines of black gold, oil derricks dot the landscape as far as you can see, and huddled beneath these modern steel skeletons lies a city as old as the East. Curio dealers hawk their wares in the narrow winding streets. Beggars doze in shadowed doorways. Robed Arabs mingle with Europeans in soiled whites. And the city drowses with all the indolence of Asia. An ideal place for a murder and a double-crossing oil. Oil to grease the skids of fortune for Harry Lime.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in Love Affair.
Beccurata, Saudi Arabia. Harry Lime, that's me. A happy young bachelor strolling along the narrow street that led from the Grand Hotel to the native bazaar.
Oh, noble one, a moment of your time.
I'm sorry, friend.
I am not a beggar, O heaven-born. I am teller of fortune.
Yes, but I'm...
The past, the present, the future. I see all, I tell all.
Very interesting,
Oh,
sure.
greatest of great lords, may your back never bend.
Thank you.
May your beard never grow white.
Well, I'll try not to. Thank
A
you.
little backsheesh, and I read your fortune.
Thanks very much, old man. I'm busy making my fortune. I don't need to have it told.
Show me your palm, noble one. Let me but see the line of your destiny.
Okay, friend, but make it snappy.
Ah, the hand of the wanderer, the seeker. It is difficult to tell your fortune, my lord, because you have no fortune.
Oh?
You have many fortune.
Well, that's nice to hear, old man, but let's get down to cases. When am I going to get rich?
You will always be near to wealth and see many women.
Oh, that's good.
Beautiful women.
Well, that's better.
Dark women.
I like blondes, too.
But only one wife.
Also redheads. What's that about a wife?
Noble one, you will only be married once.
And once is too much. To put it mildly, I'm afraid you've got your fortunes mixed up.
You will travel, great one, quickly and across many lands. And you travel with a wife.
Okay, now you've had your fun. I'll say goodbye.
Wait, you have not paid me.
Why should I, friend? I'm Harry Lime. But you don't know about me. It'd fill a book, and nobody's going to write it without paying me royalties. So long, old man.
Still the
the same sweet, generous Harry Lime.
Schweig, what are you doing in Beccarata?
Just exactly what you think I'm doing. Checking up on you.
The same sweet, lovable Carl Schweig.
Where can we talk, eh?
Almost anywhere. It's the time for Salat. No one will bother us. Come on. Go into this cafe here.
It doesn't look very clean.
It'll answer your needs, don't you think? You follow me?
Well, there doesn't seem to be anyone around.
What do you want, Schweig?
What do I want? I want to know whether you've obtained the oil leases. That is what you're being paid for, isn't it, Mr. Lime?
Not too well paid.
Quit toying with me, Harry.
I'm not toying with you. What do you expect? Everything in this city moves by inches. I've made friends here. I'm real chummy with the elephant. I think I've got him in a receptive mood. Actually, I'm sure he doesn't realize how important oil is going to be here in a few years. If I can't force him to sign the minute, things don't work that way.
I know. We have perfect confidence in you.
And why did you come here?
To make sure that our confidence wasn't misplaced.
Oh, I see.
And you think you might be able to settle the matter of the oil leases?
I have an appointment with the elephant late this afternoon. He's out at the Summer Palace now. It's about 40 miles from the city. When I get back, I'll get in touch with you. You'll be at the Grand Hotel, I guess.
I'll be gone by this afternoon, Harry, but I do have others working for me. I'll know it if you try to double-cross me.
Your government will get the leases, Schweig. How about the money?
I brought you a draft to pay for your services to date. Here.
Yeah. And thank you. Oh, hey, what's this? This hardly covers my hotel bill. My fare getting here. You're trying to...
Your final payment will be waiting for you at the Bank International when you have concluded negotiations.
And how will anyone at the bank know when I...
They'll know, Harry. They'll know.
I was still burning about the size of the check as I left Schweig and headed for the Bank International. I hadn't been surprised to learn that Schweig's government had other agents in Beccarata, but I wondered how it was possible for someone employed by the bank to know when the elephant had acceded to my requests. As I entered the shabby monument of finance, I searched the bland, inscrutable faces behind the cages, but they told me nothing. Well, I'd come to cash the check, not play charades. I slid the infuriating little piece of engraved paper through the opening of the window of the chief teller, a lovely-looking lad, if you care for the pockmarked, beady-eyed, murderous type. He glanced down at the check and then up at me.
You are Harry Lime?
Yes, I have my credentials here.
That won't be necessary. You are already well known in this city.
That's very flattering.
How did you want this, Mr. Lime?
I don't care about the denominations, but I wanted American money.
American money?
Yeah, you see, I'm an American. I'm sentimental about American money.
Very well, Mr. Lime. Here you are, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, $500.
Thank you.
However, with the current rate of exchange, I might advise you to...
Pardon me, Mr. Lime.
Huh?
I apologize for approaching you on the street, but I must speak to you at once.
Who are you?
My name would not mean anything to you, but I can tell you this. I am no friend of Karl Schweig.
Oh, that's good. Any enemy of Karl Schweig is a friend of mine. What can I do for you?
It is a matter of what I can do for you. To begin with, may I drive you back to your hotel?
I have my own car.
You do not own a car, Mr. Lime, and the Citroën you have rented you did not use today. You left it in the hotel garage to be serviced. You want it in good running order for your trip to the Alafin Summer Palace later in the day.
Mm-hmm. I'd be delighted to accept a lift back to the hotel. That's your car there?
Yes. Gregory? The car is my own, incidentally. There are some governments that are not as cautious of their purse strings as the employers of your Mr. Schweig. Gregory, we will drive Mr. Lime to the Grand Hotel. Do not hurry.
Well, old man, you know all about my car, my engagement this afternoon, apparently my business here in Beccarata. What more would you like to know?
You do me an injustice, Mr. Lime. I do not seek anything. I wish to give you something. Here.
What do you want kidnapped for this kind of money?
Mr. Lime, we are both here in Beccarata for the same thing, but there are two major differences. You want the oil leases for the country who gave you that check you just cashed at the bank. I want the leases for another power.
Mm-hmm, yes.
To date, you have been successful, and I have not been.
I have no signed agreements,
You
old man.
will have. Authoritative sources tell me that it has become a personal thing between you and the Alafin. You have exercised great charm on him. He will sign the leases made out by you to whatever power you select.
Maybe.
I want you to make out the contracts for my country.
Well, Schweig's already given me several payments.
Payments? How do they compare with the money you now hold in your hand?
Well, they don't compare, but I can't accept this money. I've already assured Schweig.
Look, Harry Lime, I know you. I know how your mind works. I have worked with men like you for years. Your loyalties belong to the highest bidder. In your hand, you hold the largest price yet offered for your services. When you present the contracts to the Alafin tomorrow, I am sure they will contain the name of the right country.
A minute later, I was walking toward the bar of the hotel. I wasn't clutching the money the Baron had offered me in my tight little fist anymore. No, it was making a comforting bulge in my wallet. The long mahogany gate to forgetfulness was deserted except for George Harris. George is a sort of glorified tourist guide who sometimes brought parties of American travelers to see the quaint charm of ancient Becurata. Quaint yet.
I'm not crowding you, am I, Lime?
You were here first, so you couldn't be crowding me.
All right, then you're crowding me, and it's a long bar.
If there's anything silly looking, it's a long bar with one drinker at one end, one at the other. Come on, Harris, break down, have a drink with me.
Lime, it may interest you to know that when I bring tourists here, I give them a little indoctrination lecture.
Oh, that's very interesting.
And part of it consists of a warning to keep away from a very unsavory American expatriate by the name of Harry Lime.
You think I'm capable of contaminating you and your camera-toting babbits?
I don't quite know what you're capable of, but the tourists who can afford to include a side trip to the Orient in their itinerary obviously have money. There's no sense in waving a branch of honeysuckle in front of a bee.
Oh, I guess that's my cue to buzz off, Mr. Harris. Don't worry about my trying to get even with you for all the nasty things you said. I'd much rather have my revenge when you're not prepared for it. I wasn't hungry, but I walked into the dining saloon. George Harris followed me, headed for a table festooned with his party of tourists. Usually his party consisted of bicarbonate of soda addicts, fugitives from board of directors meetings, and generously proportioned dowagers enjoying the money their late husbands had worked themselves to death accumulating. But this time, there was a new note. A lovely, fresh-looking girl. She had the sort of innocence that only a Reynolds could have captured, or a Harry Lime. When she got up from the table, I followed her to the piazza. There wasn't a hovering mother, a chaperone, or a tourist guide in sight. I say, you didn't drop your handkerchief.
What?
If you had, I could have picked it up and returned it to you. We could have started talking. I would have offered to show you the city.
I have a guide, thank you.
Yes, I know, but I could show you places George Harris wouldn't dream of taking a 17-year-old girl to.
I'm 19.
Oh, I've been wondering. Now, I've been wondering about a few other things, too, as a matter of fact.
You must be the Harry Lime Mr. Harris was telling us about.
Surely I'm not the only man in Becurata capable of speculating a bit about a beautiful American girl.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Lime, but the others will be coming out from lunch soon, and I mustn't be seen talking to you here in broad daylight.
But it won't be broad daylight forever. Well, perhaps we'll meet this evening, Miss...
Perhaps.
The girl was a real looker. But with all the looks, she was pushed to the back of my mind as I got to the summer palace, the Elephant, later that afternoon. I rented Citroën. I was behaving nicely, and I guess I wasn't watching the road too carefully because suddenly the ordinarily deserted strip of pavement became crowded, and I had to pull to a stop. Arabs riding burros crowded about the car. There was some half-castes on foot climbing on the running boards. In front of the car was 3 or 4 Bedouins, pretty fierce-looking customers with old-fashioned muskets slung over their shoulders. Hey, what's all this about? I'm on my way to see your ruler. If I'm detained, you'll be very angry. I say, isn't there somebody here who speaks English?
I speak English, Mr.
Well, you're the chief teller from the Bank International.
That's one of my occupations. Move over, Mr. Lime. We have many things to talk about before you have your meeting with the Alafin.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. Orson Welles as the third man continues with Love Affair.
beady-eyed, pockmarked Arab was sitting next to me on the front seat of my rented Citroën. The near equatorial afternoon was growing cold. The leather of the car's upholstery damp and clammy under my hand. And as the motley crew outside the car crowded close, I made an instinctive gesture toward the bulgy wallet that rested in my inside pocket.
If you're thinking of reaching for a gun, Mr. Lime, I might inform you that these few friends represent only a portion of Mr. Schweig's representatives in Becurata.
So you're Schweig's man in the bank?
Precisely.
Well, you can relax. I wasn't reaching for a gun.
I have no need to relax, Mr. Lime. But you appear a trifle nervous.
Oh, no, not at all. No.
But perhaps your gesture toward your pocket was only to assure yourself that your wallet was still safe.
What are you getting at?
I saw you get into Mordecai Varing's car outside the bank today. It would not be healthy to go against Mr. Schweig's wishes.
Oh, well, I have no intention of doing that. No.
I thought the idea might have occurred.
Oh, no, not for a minute.
If Monsieur Varing's offer was more interesting? Don't try it, Mr. Lime. Keep your promise to Schweig. And then get out of town before Varing knows you completed our arrangements with the Alafin.
I'm not leaving town till I get the balance of the money Schweig owes me. He said he'd be waiting for me at the bank.
And so it will be.
Well, the bank will be closed by the time I leave the Elephant's Palace.
Well, you conclude the negotiations and then meet me at the bar of the hotel.
Okay.
I will have the money waiting for you there.
All right, old man. It's a deal.
And don't try any tricks. If you do, I will know about it before you have finished counting the money.
My meeting with the high potentate of Becurata was an infuriating ordeal of delay. Somehow or other, the granting of oil rights seemed to be inexorably tied up with native dances and ceremonies and rituals, but the best I could manage was to leave the contracts with him and get in exchange a half promise that he would sign them. I wondered if Schweig's fascinating messenger boy would be content with the arrangements. He was waiting for me there, all right.
I came prepared, but I have been informed that the Alafin did not sign the contracts.
Look, if you know they weren't signed, you also know I made them out the way you wanted them in favor of the Pa Schweigen you represent. My job here is finished. Even if I wanted to stick in Becurata until the old Dola gets around to signing them, I couldn't. Not with Barron in town. I want the money. I've got it coming to me. Now, do you understand? Now.
I'm not sure Schweig would approve.
You've got the money in your side pocket. I can see the bulge. Now, pull it out and start.
Watch out, Lime. Barron knows.
He must have been dead almost before I reached over and took the money from his side pocket. I could hear him topple from his chair as Barron and a handful of thugs burst into the room through the doorway. Each one of them had shot him. They fired after me as I streaked out of the back door, and I reached the rear of the hotel and jumped into the Citroën. Stepped on the starter, and as the motor caught, I clashed the gears. The car leaped toward a narrow, tortuous street. I wasn't sure where it led, but already I could hear other cars starting behind me. Natives and animals sprang out of my way as I careened down the winding street. Cars were further away now, but ahead of me I could see people milling about near a dimly lit cafe. There was a figure in white. Suddenly I could see there was the girl, the American girl from the hotel. I don't know why, but something made me stop.
Lime, help me.
Oh, jump in.
Get me away from here quickly.
Hold on. Out of the way. Watch out. What were you doing in the native quarters?
George Harris wouldn't take me where I wanted to go, and I wanted to see the places you spoke about this afternoon. So I slipped out of the hotel after dinner, and I went to that native cafe back there. A horrible place. 2 natives came up to my table, and I started to sneak out, and they followed me. Oh, I was never so happy to see anyone in my life.
That's all right, honey. I'll take care of you. You'll be all right. But I can't call you 19 years old, American girl.
Well, my name's Marion Lawrence.
Hello, Mary.
I'm an orphan, and a distant relative of mine died a few months ago and left me a little money. So I quit my job and decided to take a world cruise.
And George Harris?
No, I didn't take one of those planned cruises. I just happened to join the conducted tour to Becurata last weekend. And I wish I'd never come now.
You better send a wire to Harris, though. He might notify your relatives or someone if you don't show up back at the hotel.
Well, there's no one to notify. I have no relatives or friends over here.
Mm-hmm. Have your passport with you?
No, I haven't.
Well, I know someone near the border who's very talented as an engraver. However, we might obviate a lot of trouble by having him make out your passports with some new names. Say, Mr. and Mrs. Joe Smith of Cleveland, Ohio. That might do for both of us. How's that sound to you?
Sounds real exciting. Like we were spies or espionage agents or something.
It was working perfectly. Marion was enthralled with the excitement and the romance of our adventure. It would take time for Varin and whoever else might be following me to pick up the trail. But by the time we'd crossed the border, all of that was changed. Marion and I were Mr. and Mrs. Joe Smith of Cleveland, Ohio, USA. Oh, yes, it was working perfectly because, as far as I could tell, Marion was the perfect bride, adoring, starry-eyed, and really in love with me. Because she was in love with me, she asked no embarrassing questions. There was an added feature to it. It had become apparent that her little inheritance wasn't so little at all. Her purse contained a roll of large denomination bills big enough to choke a custom official.
Did I embarrass you, dear, insisting on paying for my own clothes?
Oh, no, you didn't embarrass me at all. But I'm constantly being surprised to find that you can buy Parisian models almost anywhere in the world if you have the money.
Do you think it's safe traveling by car? Don't you think maybe we'd better leave it and take a train, Harry?
I told you to get in the habit of calling me Joe.
Well, sorry.
Why shouldn't I be safe? What are you hinting at?
Oh, nothing. It's just that you told me the car was rented, and I thought...
Oh, stop thinking. Oh, I'm sorry, Marion, old girl. Nerves, I guess. The nerves lasted all that week as we crossed border after border. Pecoraro was a long way back now, but I still kept imagining that I saw Varin in crowds as we went through custom offices. I thought I caught a glimpse of Schweig as we ate dinner in a funny little restaurant in Istanbul. Even though I'd seen him die, I could have sworn I saw the pockmarked face of the chief teller of the Bank International as we walked into a railroad office in Bucharest. By the time we'd reached Vienna, I think I'd almost begun to enjoy my role as the somewhat bucolic tourist.
Are you happy, Joe?
Dangerously. The way I feel, I might never want to leave you.
I'd hate to think of what all this rich food would do to my figure if we stayed.
I suppose neither of us ought to order anything more to eat or drink.
Well, it sounds as though there's plenty for all of us.
Harris.
George Harris.
You don't mind if I join you?
You talk like a cop, old man.
I'm with the FBI of the United States. By the way, Harry Lime, I think you might be interested in knowing that the elephant got a little tired of all your intrigue the day after you left. He awarded the oil leases to the U.S.
So then Schweig's after me, too. What charges have you got against me?
Charges? We have no charges against you. It still isn't against the law to be a skunk.
Well, if there are no charges against me,
I've just been hoping the Beccurata authorities track down your sweet little bride.
Why? Marry?
I'm sorry, Harry.
The night you picked her up in Beccurata, she was fleeing from the hotel, where she just shot and killed her aging husband. You ready to leave, Marion?
Yes.
Just a minute. Marion, I want to get this straight.
It's no use talking, Harry. What he says is true.
You mean that's why you came away with me? You mean I was the sucker? You've been using
No,
me?
Harry.
Okay, I've been a lot of things in my life. I've even been married now. I've even been a sucker. But that's one that doesn't go in the book. But, George, I don't see how you traced us.
They're the big bills your wife spent on the trip. You see, her doting husband, not you, the one she killed, cashed a large check at the Bank International a few hours before she did away with him. Luckily, the chief teller made a list of the serial numbers. Come on, Marion. Well, goodbye, Lime. By the way, where are you planning to be? We may need you for the trial.
Well, you can always look for me, old man. There's no law against that. Tell you what, I'll give you a little hint. The elephant maybe hasn't signed that oil contract. He may need a little advice after all, so you'll probably find him in Beccurata for a while. There's a fortune teller I want to look up. I owe him some money. So long, Marion. Goodbye, old man. May your beard never grow white. May your shadow never grow less.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. Harry Lime.
Well, friends, it was a short marriage, but a very pleasant one. If you should settle down somewhere and start enjoying easy living, rich food, and fine liquor, don't worry about what it'll do to your figure. Just about the fat it tends to develop between the ears.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by... Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna. As those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. No. He had many lives. And I can tell you about all of them. How? Because my name is Harry Lime. Did I ever tell you about the time when I outwitted 3 very suspicious Wall Street investors at a net profit to yours truly of $55,000 American dollars. No? Well, I will sometime. Anyway, because of that little caper, I decided that an ocean trip would be good for my nerves and for the nerves of some half-dozen New York detectives. And that's how I happened to go on a holiday. A rogue's holiday, if you will.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in Rogue's Holiday.
Very pleasant. A day or so out of New York aboard the Queen Anne, bound for Southampton. I was on the passenger list as J. Harrington Lime. I ate, of course, at the captain's table, remembering how I'd put the investments of those 3 Wall Street brokers in my own personal piggy bank. Whenever I was asked,
And what business are you in, Mr. Lime?
I would smile to myself and answer, I'm an investment broker, Lady Barbara. It is the Lady Barbara Folliot, isn't it?
Yes, of course.
I thought we'd met. Aren't you also sitting at the captain's table?
Yes, that's right.
And I seem to remember that there's an empty chair at the table next to yours. You're not traveling alone.
It's of no importance. You are on a holiday, Mr. Lime?
A holiday? After a manner of speaking, yes.
I don't understand.
I'm so interested in my work, Lady Barbara, that I'm seldom able to keep from mixing pleasure and business.
Oh, you seem so young to be engaged in so complex a business. Investment banker. I always thought all bankers were portly men in their 50s.
Well, every banker must be able to inspire confidence in his clients, Lady Barbara. The incompetent banker relies on his appearance and his maturity.
And you?
I rely on my record of success, ma'am. No hurry. No hurry at all. Not while I was on my holiday. Pleasant boat, Queen Anne, scheduled to take 6 days to Southampton she was. I had plenty of time. But the question of Lady Barbara Folliot's bank account and the question of the empty chair next to it, the captain's table, preyed a bit on my mind, so I looked at the passenger list. There she was, all right. Lady Barbara Folliot, stateroom A deck, stateroom for 2, right enough. All it said was, and companion. And companion. What did that mean? Not a husband, surely. Looked up the steward for a stateroom.
Yes, sir.
Steward, you're in charge of the staterooms along this corridor, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, now, number 6. I believe that's Lady Barbara Folliot's stateroom, isn't it?
I believe
yes,
so.
Now, I was wondering, just idle curiosity, on the passenger list, she's down as traveling with a companion. But it doesn't say who the companion might be.
It don't, sir?
Steward.
Yes, sir.
Here, take this for your trouble.
Thank you,
now,
sir.
then, would you tell me who her companion is?
No, sir. Not me, sir. Will that be all?
Yeah, just a minute now.
Yes,
After all, old man, I slipped you a $10 bill just for a bit of information.
The lady in question, sir, slipped me a double sawbuck not to give out that information, sir.
A double sawbuck?
$20, sir.
Ah, yes. Well, then, I'll just take this for your trouble.
Thank you,
Now,
sir.
then, about Lady Barbara's companion.
You were planning a little hanky-panky, no doubt, sir.
Hanky-panky?
Worried, were you, sir, lest the companion might be the husband of the lady in question?
Yes, something like that, yes.
Looking for a little shipboard romance, no doubt, sir.
That's it. Now, who's the companion?
You've got clear sailing, sher. The companion's not her husband. Matter of fact, sir.
Yes?
Take my advice and wait till the companion's got her sea legs, sir. A lot cuter, the companion, than Lady Barbara, sir.
Uh-huh. Well, thank you, Stuart.
Not at all, sir.
So, in the next day or so, I found opportunities for squiring Lady Barbara around the boat, cocktails in the evening, a drink or two after dinner, even a game or two of deck tennis in the afternoon. Something she'd said made me prick up my ears and redouble my attentions to her as a prospective, shall I say, client. We were having brandy in the lounge after dinner.
The other day, Mr. Lime.
Yes?
You were saying that what you relied on to inspire your clients with confidence
Was my continuing success, yes, that's right.
I must say, you inspire me with confidence.
Well, that's half the battle for an investment banker like me.
Have you some problem with your own investments?
To be frank, yes, I have, Mr. Lyme. We must talk of it further tomorrow.
Why not now?
Thank you. I should like to, but the truth is, I must spend...
Your companion. The reason for the empty chair next to you at the table.
Yes,
She hasn't her sea legs yet,
How did you know it was she, not he? Well, it's no matter. You'll probably be meeting her tomorrow. If she takes a liking to you, Mr. Lyme, as I have, then perhaps we can do some business. That is, if you want to.
Any way I can be of service, Lady Barbara. Next morning, I ran into their steward, and he told me that both ladies were out promenading. With some caution, I went looking for them. True, I was on holiday, but still, if I could turn my hand to a piece of business. Besides, I was curious about this mysterious companion whose name was not even carried on the passenger list. Turning a corner on the promenade deck, I nearly bumped into them. Quickly, I ducked back behind a bulkhead as they passed.
Que pourrais-je faire? C'était drôle, hein? Tu es rigolo, ma princesse?
Ma princesse. So, her companion was a princess. Uh-huh. For the rest, I'd seen that she wore a veil close over her hair and face, but no veil could conceal that beauty. And I'd seen something else that interested me, too. A string of pearls, matched pearls. I maneuvered into position for the next round on the promenade. Lady Barbara.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Lyme. Anne, this is the nice man I told you about who's been so kind to me. Mr. Lyme, this is Miss Jones.
How do you do, Mr. Lyme? I am pleased to meet you.
Miss Jones? Such an ordinary name for such an extraordinary young lady.
He makes nice speeches, Barbara, just as you said he did.
Perhaps you'll permit me to join you?
Oh, I'm so sorry. We were just going in, Mr. Lyme, weren't we, Barbara?
Well, then at least, Miss Jones, maybe you will join me and Lady Barbara this evening before dinner.
Mr. Lyme insists on the practice of buying me a cocktail before dinner, Anne.
Why, I should like that. Only, as to cocktails, the ship's doctor told me that perhaps until I am stronger, I should drink champagne.
Perfect. I'll make sure there's a bottle nice for you, Miss Jones. Miss Jones, eh? I was sure that while that name Jones was a phony, the pearls weren't. This was promising to become one of the more profitable holidays I'd spent. That evening, I was in the lounge early, a bucket of iced champagne by my side.
Mr. Lyme, as you promised, my wine.
It's vintage, Miss Jones. I think it should be adequate. No, Lady Barbara?
Oh, she was a little indisposed. She sends her regards.
Please sit down. Steward, I confess, Miss Jones, I'm not too sorry Lady Barbara's not joining us tonight.
So?
I was looking forward so to meeting you. You'd become a lady of mystery. And having met you this morning on the promenade deck, I spent the day looking forward to chatting with you this evening.
Oh, more pretty speeches.
All right, sir?
Yes, fine. Now, fine, thank you. If the wine meets with Miss Jones' approval.
Miss Jones knows little of wines, Mr. Lyme. She is content to leave such matters to you. You have won Lady Barbara's confidence, and that means that you have won mine, too.
Then a toast to your improved health, Miss Jones.
Now, why do you always pause, as if you do not remember my name?
Oh, my apologies. Very rude of me. I'm awfully sorry.
I accept your... Oh!
What is it?
Oh, my string of necklace. It broke. Oh, my pearls.
Oh, here, look out. Just hold still. You know how many of them there were? Now, don't move.
Yes, there were 64.
Just so we can make sure none of them have rolled under... Here. Yeah, here's another.
Such a stupid thing. No, I really must have...
Please. Here. Here's another. Steward.
No, it is all right. I think that's all of them. Let me see. Quickly, that's 5, 10, 15.
Yes, sir.
Just hang on a second, will you? The lady's string of pearls broke. Maybe that one or two are still missing
First
somewhere.
time I have
don't
never
know.
done such a betise, such a foolish thing. 55 and 5 is 60, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, that is the whole lot of them. Thank you, Stuart.
Lucky thing, ma'am.
Oh, Mr. Lyme, do me a great favor.
Anything at all. I say, you're sure they're all here?
Oh, yes, sure. Take them, will you? You have an envelope, perhaps, or a safe pocket? Take them for me to the little jewelry shop. You know the one right on the steps.
Oh, sure. I know the shop, but...
Maybe it's still open. You can have the man restring them properly on a strong new string. Or would you do that?
Well, I'm not sure I like the idea, really, of wandering around the ship with a handful of loose pearls. These look like the real thing.
Oh, no. They will be perfectly safe. Now, won't you, for me, such a little favor? If the shop should still be open, please?
Leave you?
Oh, I shall sit here quite quietly, just thinking how lucky I am that you were with me when the string broke, till you return. All right?
All right. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with Rogue's Holiday.
So there I was, by myself, free as the wind, with 64 pearls in my pocket. Even one of them, one of the bigger ones, be worth, well, 5,000 pounds, something like that. Nice sum. My stateroom, I had some loose pearls, paste. I could have made the switch easily enough, had plenty of time. And a stupid thief might have done just that. But not Harry Lime. Oh, no. I'd play it smart. I'd wait till later. Went straight to the ship's jeweler.
String broker?
If you could do a quick but good repair job, old man, I'd be most grateful.
Oh, it's easy enough. Just take a moment. Just roll them out here. Good ones, aren't they?
Well, they look it, don't they?
Yes. To an expert's eye, they're very handsome indeed.
How much would you estimate that string to be worth, old man?
If you were to just walk into this shop and ask to buy them, you mean?
Yeah.
Or if you wanted me to find you another 64 like them?
No, just walk in and buy them. 50,000 pounds?
Oh, I'd say this string closer to 150,000, sir.
Well, I was a pretty rich man there for a few minutes.
There you are, sir.
Yes.
That string shouldn't break very quickly.
Thank you very much. What do I owe you?
Oh, forget it, sir. It's a privilege to be handling those pearls, even if only for a moment.
It would have been foolish for me to temper with its fortune while we were still aboard ship. 2 days we'd been in Southampton, at which there'd be still plenty of time. The important thing was to get this lovely girl's confidence, which I most certainly did. And the second thing was to pry under her incognito. Who was she? Which princess of the blood was anxious to conceal her identity under the plebeian name of Jones, and why? Not until the last night, when the ship was gliding into the soft darkness past Plymouth, when the two of us stood under a sickle moon on the boat deck, did I find out. If she looked lovely in that moonlight, her pearls looked even lovelier.
Oh, the wonderfully soft, warm night.
I hadn't noticed.
You had not? Oh, the band has begun playing again.
It has?
Can't you hear it? What's the matter with you?
Well, I need all my 5 senses for something more important than looking at nights or listening to dance
Oh,
bands.
no, Mr. Lime.
Harry,
Oh, now, Harry, you must know.
if the night is warm, it's because it must be to afford you a warm mantle. If the band is playing, it's only to provide a setting for your voice. Miss Jones.
My name is
Yes?
Anne.
Don't move.
Please.
What price the warmth of the night or the music of the band?
Oh, you kiss very expertly, Mr.
Harry,
Or should I say you seem very practiced.
if a cat may look at a king,
Yes?
then perhaps it's all right if I kiss a princess.
You recognize me.
I knew you were a princess, not your name, if that matters.
You are uncanny, Mr. Lime.
Harry.
Anne, since you have gotten this far and since you have shown yourself trustworthy, I can see no reason for not telling you anymore. I am Anne de Bourbon, Princess of Helvigstein.
At your service, ma'am.
You have heard of our principality? It is in eastern Germany, beyond the Iron Curtain. I should say it was. It is no more. It's all gone except...
Except what?
I'm not sure. I will not know until I meet my husband in London. If I meet my husband.
If? Well, is there some doubt?
I have said too much already, Mr. Lime. It is too bad. It has been a pleasant evening. I was almost able to forget for a moment. Good night.
She was gone, just like that. At least I knew now who she was. Whether I'd be able to find her again in London, whether I'd frightened her away, and with her my chance at that string of pearls by letting her know that I knew she was a princess, all these things
I was a little nervous about. Till next day, just as I was getting ready to disembark in Southampton, Lady Barbara came up to me rather quickly.
Mr. Lyme, here, a note.
A note from...
read it, please.
After last night, I've been worried for fear I might just possibly have said something which, might have offended your friend, Miss Jones.
Offended her? Oh, read the note.
The notepaper bore a crest, a coronet. It was one sheet of heavy paper folded once. There was no salutation. The note said, "As you said, a cat may look at a king. It might be interesting and fun to experiment once more with your other statement, the one about a princess." There was no signature, but none was necessary.
Do you feel better?
Yes, but...
She asked me to tell you that we will be stopping at the Carlton. We'll hope to see you there.
So she had arranged that we should meet again after all. But when we met again, away from the dangerous confines of an ocean liner, I proposed to relieve her lovely neck of those lovely pearls. Oh, sure, I was on a holiday and sentiment was involved, but these were factors that had to be disregarded. My scheme was foolproof. As it turned out, the scheme wasn't needed. The first time I saw her in the sitting room of her Carlton suite.
Mr. Lyme.
Oh.
All right, Harry. Harry, you have already done me one favor. I hate to ask you,
I've told you I'm at your service, Miss Jones.
No, call me Anne, please.
If you want me, Highness, I shall be at...
Oh, no, don't leave Barbara. Stay with us. You know the favor I have to ask of Harry anyway.
I started to say anything short of murder, Anne.
No, it's nothing like that. First, listen. On shipboard, you remember, I told you I was to meet my husband.
If, you said.
Yes, if. This is the if. Years ago, Harry, when the Red Army was driving through East Germany, we had to flee. My husband hid what was valuable that we had. Jewels, some gold plate, a pitiful collection, really, but all we had. He hid it himself. He alone knew where it was. He trusted in those days no one. Then, a few weeks ago, we planned to get it back. It would cost us a lot, we knew. Bribes, the purchase of a plane, fee for the pilot, more bribes and always more bribes. Klaus had to fly into Helvigstein, don't you see, himself. A mad and dangerous idea.
I think so.
But he refused to tell anyone else where his cachet was. He could not trust anyone. I went to America to raise some funds that was needed. Lady Barbara has been good enough to lend us more. But just today, I have learned that even more is needed.
More money?
Mr. Lyme, say no quickly if you cannot do me this favor. But I have exhausted all my other resources. If you knew how much it cost to bribe these officials over here.
Oh, I'll bet. How much do you need?
Oh, you will do it? It's just a loan, mind you.
It's a pleasure.
Lady Barbara's investment will bring her all we need at the first of the next quarter, and then I can repay you really...
Please, how much do you need?
10,000 American dollars. It is too much?
No, I don't think so. No, certainly not.
And see, for security, security, on your loan, or here, you will take this. My pearls. You have already once guarded them well.
Oh, please, I wouldn't dream of...
Yes, I insist. Otherwise, I will not even ask you for the loan of the 10,000 American dollars.
Oh, well, if you insist.
Here, take them. Now, how can we arrange to get the money?
Well, I have more than that here in the hotel safe in American dollars, too. Just let me ring the desk. A trip downstairs in the lift, elevator to you, back up again to my room and over to hers. I handed her 10 bills. She handed me the pearls. We smiled, shook hands on the deal, and I walked out of her room with a fortune in my pocket. Called for a celebration. Pal of mine runs a pub saloon to you in London. I use it as a sort of message sender. I have letters sent me there. My pal knows all the gossip who's in town, who swindled whom, all the news. I need my business, so I went straight to him.
Harry, I haven't seen you for months.
Afternoon, Barney. Give me a whiskey and soda, double whiskey and soda. None of your bar whiskey, either. Something good. One for yourself. I'm celebrating.
So am I, man. So am I. I'm celebrating your return.
Well, good.
How long you been in England?
Just a little while.
Too hot for you in the States, was it?
Look, can we have a drink somewhere in private?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Follow me. Got onto something good, have you?
I'll be leaving London pretty quick, Barney. I have to go to Europe, France, I guess maybe Italy.
Well, you've only just got here.
I pulled a quick one. They may be looking for me in London sooner than I like to think.
Uh-huh. What for? Unless it's something you think I should know about.
Look, Barney.
Well, now, aren't they beauties? Real thing, aren't they?
I had them priced by a jeweler who said he'd ask £150,000 for them.
Oh, that should keep you in cigarettes for a week or two. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Not half bad. Not, in fact, a quarter better. Let me have a look. Do you mind?
Look 'em over all you want, Barney. I'll fence 'em in Paris somewhere. This is your last look, old man.
Uh-huh. Where did you say you got 'em?
Off a German princess. She gave 'em to me as a security on a loan.
Mm-hmm. German princess, is it?
Yes, French-born, I think.
French-born, you think?
Yes.
Name of what?
Anne de Bourbon, Princess of Elvigstein. Yes, very good. What's so funny? What's so very funny?
Anne de Bourbon. Princess de Elvigstein.
All right, old man. All right, better let me in on the joke.
I thought these pearls looked funny, although you said they weren't gem.
You're crazy, Well, Barney, I had them priced myself.
Maybe you had some pearls priced, but not these, my boy. You've been had. The oldest trick in the world. Pulled on you, Harry Lime.
Now, you're lying. Now, don't try to pull your tricks on me, Barney. A joke's a joke, but...
Oh, I don't have to. It's been pulled already. Harry, me bucko, I know who Andy Bourbon is. I know who the Princess von Elwigstein is, too. She's a slick little article.
Oh, no.
But she ain't German. She's not French-born, and I don't think you'll ever find any Elwigstein on no map. She's Doris Jones.
Oh.
That's who she is. And she was born right here in Clapham. That's where she was born. And she took you and shook you for, how much?
I gave her 10,000 American dollars. I don't believe you.
I'll die. The oldest gang in the world and pulled on none other than Harry Lime himself. I'll die.
Room 316, please.
Harry, when this news gets around, boy.
That's right. I'm calling Miss Jones. No, never mind. Oh.
Well, do I win me bet? And did you lose your 10,000 American dollars?
Yes. All I've got are these pearls.
Oh, better than nothing, Gary. It's a good imitation. Must be worth £50.
£50? Well, I'm on my holiday, and I come out ahead after all.
What? Well, what about your 10,000 American dollars?
Your slick little article from Clapham tries to pass that 10,000, Barney. They're counterfeit. That'll teach Miss Jones to try anything fast with Harry Lime.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Well, it seems that Miss Jones found herself a legitimate prince, one of those exiles in Portugal, and settled down with him in Lisbon. I ran into her at Estoril a couple of seasons later. She was a real princess now. But it seems His Highness isn't as young as he was and probably never was, so the princess is very democratic. She asked me to their place for dinner, said she thought I'd be interested in some of the interior decorations. I was. She complimented me on my nice set of pearl studs, which she recognized, and showed me into the cloakroom, which was entirely wallpapered in American $10 bills, or a reasonable facsimile. I recognized them. No hard feelings, you understand. It's a pleasant little caper, and I always enjoy moving about amongst the upper classes. It's so educational. Well, goodbye for now. Don't take any lead nickels. And remember, if you can't manage to resist temptation, be sure you get it appraised.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives, and I can recount all of them. How do I know? Very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. Buenos Aires, July 1944. The Argentine papers were full of the attempted assassination of Adolf Hitler. It had failed, but all of us knew that the Nazi Party was doomed. Buenos Aires was full of those once high in the Nazi councils, and they brought with them money, jewelry, art treasure.
And now Orson Welles is Harry Lime, the third man, in Work of Art.
Yes, there I was in Buenos Aires, just a clean-cut young American boy looking for a chance to hustle an honest buck. A friend had given me a letter to Senor Juan Fernandez, a gentleman with a handsome face, impeccable manners, and no morals. My informant had indicated that the senor might be helpful in guiding me along my chosen path. But when I called at his art galleries, housed in a brownstone building just off the Plaza del Congreso, he refused to see me. Oh, there was other sources of income to be found without Senor Fernandez's help, and the bar at the Casa del Oro seemed an ideal place for a young man to start a career. Bartender.
Si, senor. Dispense to the mid-tomorrow.
I beg pardon, I don't understand much Spanish.
I would make the apology for being so long. You see, the supply of rum behind the bar, she was finished, and I go to the stockroom to bring some more.
Okay. Skip it.
No le entiendo, senor. What is skipping?
I need to let it go. Never mind. There's no harm done. I'll have a scotch.
Gracias, senor. In Buenos Aires, we use much rum, the speciality of the house. She's a drink I make myself invented. Made from 4 different kinds of rum. The juice of the pineapple, the dash of curacao, a sprinkling of the...
Fine, I'll have a scotch and soda.
Yes, senor. But you would like my speciality. From all the world, they say it is the fine...
You make a mistake in ordering scotch and soda with rum, Mr. Pontevedra.
Why?
I'm your clothes. You should buy clothes in the stores of Buenos Aires as soon as possible.
Miss Emily Post, I presume?
No, my name is Fernandez. Juan Fernandez. And I do not make these suggestions for the sake of etiquette, Mr. Lime, only for business reasons.
I'm completely fascinated, Senor Fernandez. Please continue.
In our profession, we must dress as the multitude dresses. We must drink as they drink, act as they act. We must never call special attention to ourselves, but must seemingly melt into the background.
Yeah, but I melt so badly.
I'm serious. I tell you these things for your own good.
Isn't this concern for me a little sudden, old man? This morning you wouldn't even see me.
Your drinks, senor.
Oh, thank you very much.
And you, senor.
I'll have one of your specials, Gerardo. We'll be over the little table in the corner.
But of course, senor.
It was not judicious of you to come to my art gallery, Senor Lime. You see, the business that goes on in the front rooms is quite regular, but there is a back room where some of the transactions are a little bit less orthodox.
Oh, yeah?
My backroom friends must not be seen coming into my establishment by my frontroom friends. You do understand?
Well, of course. It's perfectly clear.
Lime, you come to Buenos Aires to reap some of the wealth here, huh? You are not the type to do it honestly, and that is all right with me. I will help you. But we must remain casual acquaintances who meet in bars, not business associates. You must not come to my galleries.
Okay, old man.
You are not giving me your full attention.
Well, how could I? Did you see what came through that door?
The beautiful senorita with the off-the-shoulder dress.
You don't miss anything either, do you?
Not very much, I assure you, senor.
Well, should you know?
If you and I come to terms, senor, she is the first assignment.
Senor Ferendez was about as communicative as a penguin. With a display of the ultimate in old-world manners, he refused to say another word about the slender, dark-eyed beauty which suddenly set my pulse pounding. Instead, he turned the conversation to other types of beauty, those found in paintings and sculpture. He began to test my knowledge of the arts and perhaps my conversational abilities. Apparently, my proficiency at the latter made up for any deficiencies in the former, where we soon came to terms. It wasn't until a second meeting, however, that the exact particulars of my new trade were explained by the master. We'd met accidentally at a roadside refreshment stand near the suburb of Belgrano.
It is my desire that you make friends among our new residents. You can gain invitations to their homes and go through their private galleries, huh? There are many such private galleries.
Well, that sounds interesting. Might even get a job later as a tourist guide.
Your job will be to guide some friends of mine to the finest, most expensive works of art in town. You must equip them with full descriptions of the galleries, the houses containing them, the personnel, the entrances, the exits.
Okay. Our souls have met. And now to that first assignment you spoke about, the senorita.
Yes. Little is known of Senorita Melissa Corday. She came here a few months ago. She rented an expensive villa, and she's invited only a few close friends to see her art treasures. But according to reports, she's the owner of the most valuable painting in all of Buenos Aires, an original Rubens, worth a fortune.
All that and original Rubens, too. I don't know what Juan Ferendez is worried about. What could happen to me? I wasn't going to be doing any of the stealing. My job consisted of being charming and observant. During the next few weeks, I managed to exercise my charm among half a dozen of the local gentry. I was invited to their homes, and I made polite compliments to my hosts, extravagant ones to my hostesses. You know, it's amazing how much information you can get if you say the right things about a woman's choice of dresses or a man's choice of wines. And Senor Ferendez paid me handsomely for the information, but both of us were still primarily concerned with Senorita Melissa Corday. And she proved as elusive as the olive at the bottom of a martini. However, by this time we were both members of Buenos Aires society, and an eventual meeting was inevitable. I managed to meet her often. As a matter of fact, she found me quite irresistible.
I'm very sorry, Senor Lime, but I'm busy tomorrow.
The following day, then?
No, I'm sorry. The following day I have an engagement.
The day after that, Senorita Corday. Busy, huh? Now, there were two things driving me toward Melissa Corday. My determination that I'd pierce that core of cold steel and my desire to get the Rubens. Oh, I've known women, I've heard before, women with cash registers where their hearts were supposed to be, but it wasn't going to defeat me. I have a bank balance to blind the next mercenary woman I'd met, and Melissa Corday was going to be the donor. On Saturday evening, Senorita Corday was giving a large dinner party for a visiting American diplomat. After a short study of the guest list, I chose as my target an undersecretary of the English consulate, Mr. Albert Ramsey. I studied him carefully. I learned of some of his former posts and all of his weaknesses, including that of absent-mindedness. On Saturday evening, I followed him out of his hotel. Sam, I'm not I wasn't looking... Bertie. Albert Ramsey in the flesh.
Oh, yes, in the flesh, as you say.
How have you been, old boy? I heard you were connected with the concert over here, but I haven't had a chance to look you up. It is good seeing you
well,
again,
yes,
old
it's
man.
nice seeing you.
Imagine bumping into good old Bert Ramsey right in the middle of Buenos Aires. It's been a long time, hasn't it?
Well, I hope you'll forgive me, frightful memory, but I don't seem to remember quite where it was.
Oh, you're joking, of course. You remember. It's at the Shoreham Hotel in Washington.
Oh, yes, of course. How frightfully stupid on me. Washington,
Yes, Washington.
Must have been about 40.
1940 it was, but exactly. And you say you have a bad memory. This is really a break bumping into you on my first free evening since I got here.
You've got to have dinner with me, old man.
Well, fact of the matter is I have a dinner engagement. Charming girl. Having a bit of a party tonight. Promised I'd go.
Well, I'm certainly not going to say goodbye after having been lucky enough to run into you. I hate these dinner parties myself, but then maybe you couldn't take me along even if you wanted to.
Oh, I dare say it'd be all right.
Well, as long as you say it'd be all right, you're sure I wouldn't be intruding?
Oh, no, of course not. No, a pretty girl like that'll be delighted to have me bring a handsome young chap around. Probably only invited an old duffer like me because she needed an extra man.
Well, if you're positive, it's all right.
Oh, I do have a confession to make, though. That rotten memory of mine, I remember our meetings in Washington plain as though they occurred yesterday, but your name slipped right out of my mind.
Can you imagine that? Well, don't apologize. It's Lime. Harry Lime.
Your hat, senor?
Oh, thanks.
Here, take my stick, too. I've got a stalwart companion with me now. I won't need a stick if I'm attacked by rogues.
That's a good one, Bird. That's a good one.
Here comes our hostess.
Good evening, Mr.
You look simply ravishing, my dear. Look, I want you to meet an old and very dear friend of mine, Mr. Harry Lime.
I've had the pleasure.
Oh, you don't say. I didn't know.
I'm terribly sorry, Melissa. I didn't know Mr. Ramsey was coming here. I bumped into him.
Oh, it's all my fault, my dear. Harry and I met accidentally, and I hadn't seen him for years. I simply insisted that he come along. I suppose I was so busy chatting about old times, I didn't get round to telling him who our hostess was.
I see.
I hope you'll pardon an old duffer.
Yes, of course, Mr. Ramsey.
Well, of course, you could call the police or have your servants throw me out.
I say he is droll, isn't he, my dear?
Very. Well, come in and have a drink. The others are a little ahead of you already.
Oh, we'll catch up, won't we, Harry?
Oh, I don't think I'll have a drink tonight. I don't want a chance dulling my senses. I understand Melissa has an art collection that's really worthwhile seeing.
You're interested in art?
Oh.
Somehow I didn't think you would be.
Well, I'm very, very, very interested.
Perhaps I've been wrong in my estimate of you, Mr. Lime. I'll be happy to show you my gallery, if you really think you'd enjoy it.
Well, honestly, Miss Claudette, nothing could fascinate me more.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. Orson Welles as the third man continues with Work of Art.
Dinner was an eternity of rich food and rich people. The small talk was so small it was almost non-existent. But for one thing I could be thankful. My pal, Bertie Ramsey, forgot me in his absorption with a mustached Ecuadorian woman. He was probably fascinated by the task of counting her chins. No mean job, since she was constantly quivering with laughter. At any rate, the dinner was over in what seemed like a mere few months. And after what Mr. Ramsey probably would have called a decent interval, I persuaded Melissa Corday to take me on a cook's tour of her gallery.
Well, this is it.
Oh, it's magnificent. Why, there must be a fortune represented here.
It means little to me now. Perhaps someday it may have value for me again.
Melissa, maybe you don't realize what's wrong. You're lonely.
This first painting's quite interesting. A little-known artist, Constantine Langmuir, painted it. I suppose it has little intrinsic value, but I recognize the scene. A little cove on the Riviera where I used to go when I was a child.
Oh, that's lovely. That's a Degas over there, isn't it?
Yes.
And a Rubens. That is a Rubens, isn't it?
Yes. When I first got it, I thought it was the answer to all my dreams.
And it isn't now?
It's almost worthless.
Well, so you can make things worthwhile again. You can learn how to dream again.
Please, Harry. You're hurting my hand.
You're hurting my heart. Melissa, I don't know what's holding you back, but sometimes when we've been hurt, we build up a wall around ourselves. I know because I've been hurt. I've been lonely. Maybe neither of us has to be lonely again.
No. Harry, please.
I didn't intend to kiss you by force.
I think maybe I'd better go back to my other guests. When you're ready to rejoin the others, just pull the door firmly. It's self-locking.
The gallery is in a separate wing of the house and connected to a small sitting room with only the self-locking door between. The sitting room had a large French door that led to a small bathroom. The street was only 7 or 8 feet below. On the other side of the sitting room was a boudoir. Melissa's. The servants' quarters must be miles away. It was a setup. And Harry Lyme wasn't going to give this setup away for any 25% of the Rubens' value. Not for him to take his 25%. It's going to be 75 for me. I wedged a match in the lock, and then I rejoined the gay party of the doddering diplomats.
Oh. Well, there you are, my boy. Did you manage to come out with the Picasso under your coat?
It wouldn't quite fit, my dear.
We could all give our eye teeth of some of Melissa's paintings. She has some real beauties, doesn't she?
Well, let's say she possesses real beauty.
Oh, well put, old boy, well put.
Have a drink, Harry.
I really have to be going, Melissa, if you'll excuse me.
The night's young yet, Harry, the night's young.
I expect a busy day tomorrow. Awfully sorry.
You must go.
Please don't bother seeing me at the door, Melissa. I don't want to take you away from your other guests.
Well, goodbye then.
Adieu. Good night. Bye now. Buenas noches.
Oh, well.
You are leaving, Senor Lyme?
Yes, I have to be going. Sir.
I will get where you go.
Oh, I just had a little accident. The button off my coat. You wouldn't happen to have a needle and a thread, do you?
A needle?
Agujaillo.
Agujaillo. Si, Senor Lyme. Pedro has, right here in the cloakroom.
And a pair of scissors, and a sharp knife, or a razor blade, something of that kind. You have one?
Si, understand the razor blade. Here. See? Needle. Thread, razor blade. You want Pedro to sew?
No, thanks very much. I can manage. I hate to keep troubling you, but suddenly I seem to be very thirsty. Do you think I might have a glass of water?
Si, senor.
Oh, thank you. If you could get it while I sew this on.
Of course, senor. I shall be right back.
No. Take your time. Take all the time in the world. This was the one dangerous element in the whole scheme. My being seen now. I waited until the obliging painter was out of sight, then I slipped down the corridor. I hoped he wouldn't start a fuss when he found me going. The guests and the servants were all busy, thank heavens. I reached the gallery wing. I slipped through a little sitting room into the room containing my Rubens, took the little matchstick out and heard the lock click reassuringly. But just in case someone should come in, I took a position behind a heavy velvet drape. Hours later, I could hear the other guests take their departure. The servants locking windows and doors. Someone rattled the doorknob of the gallery and then went away. I heard Melissa's door open and close. But still I remained motionless. I waited until almost dawn, till the silence was thick and heavy. Stealthily, I approached the priceless painting. I took the razor and slipped the canvas neatly from the frame. I rolled it up and slipped it into the lining of my coat. A few hurried stitches took care of the rip I'd made for it. I held my breath as I tiptoed to the door and opened it gently. Crossed to the French door that led to the balcony. Below was the street and safety. The latch worked easily. I started to turn the handle. Oh, my ankle. Stop! Oh, my ankle. No, don't shoot.
So we've got a ladron, eh? It's on the alarm.
Get to your feet. Stand up.
My ankle's killing me, Pedro.
Pedro? You called me by name.
Oh.
Carlos, flash your light in his face. Huh? No.
Pedro, Carlos, what in the world is going on?
We have caught for you a burglar, senorita. A burglar. He is Senor Lyme.
I call the policia. No, senorita?
Wait just a minute, Carlos. Harry, what is the meaning of this?
Well,
what were you doing in my gallery?
Well, I wasn't in the gallery.
What?
I could explain the whole thing very easily if we were alone.
Not leave you alone with him, senorita.
You don't think I'd try to harm you?
No, Harry, I don't. It's all right, Pedro. Carlos, wait outside.
We have our guns ready. You call if you need us, huh? And no funny business, Senor Lyme.
Well, Harry?
I did a silly thing. I guess you wouldn't talk to me earlier, and I had so much to tell you. Things I couldn't say before your other guests.
Harry.
So I came back to steal something. I came back to steal a few hours alone with you. So I tried to sneak out and, well, you know the rest.
Oh, you're going to make Carlos and Pedro very unhappy. They thought they'd go to Ladrone. Oh, poor Harry. Your ankle hurts you very much.
Well, when you look at me like that, I can't feel any pain.
Oh, you'd better go back to your hotel and rest.
Yes, I guess I'd better. Could I phone for a cab?
Oh, I'll send you home in my car. Pedro can take you.
You're very kind, Melissa. Monday morning came. Read at the newspapers. Probably carrying my description. But no, there was no mention of the robbery. For some reason, Melissa Corday had not reported the theft. Maybe the old lying charm had been more effective than I thought. Still, I wasn't taking any chances. I made my way most carefully to the galleries of Senor Ferrantes. And this time I insisted on seeing him.
You should not have forced your way in, Harry. I told you
I had to see you, and you'll be happy to see me.
What in the world are you doing?
Just removing a little painting I happened to pick up. Look.
The Rubens.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Need the money for it right away, Juan. I have to get out of the country now.
Obviously.
I get 75% this time. Of course, I know you haven't got that much cash hanging around, but I thought you could give me as much as you have now.
I have enough to pay you what this is worth.
Oh, what?
This is not an original Rubens, Harry.
But you were the one who told me.
I had never seen it when we discussed the matter. It's a good copy, a very good copy, worth $100 perhaps.
No. So that's what she meant. It's almost worthless. I was worried about her morale. What's her game, Juan?
Oh, I suppose a very old one, insuring a fake, permitting someone to steal it and giving him ample time to make a getaway, and then suddenly discovering the loss and reporting it to the insurance company.
So now the insurance detectives be after me, and for $100 copy.
Oh, those insurance investigators are always the most relentless.
And she's in the clear. If I'm caught, she didn't dream it was a copy. If I make a getaway, she's rich. It was all window dressing. Those servants, the house, everything.
You better leave, Harry.
Pedro, he'd make a lovely witness. He even gave me the razor blade I used.
I have a friend. He owns a small freighter, and it sails in a few hours. I'll call him. The Natalie Third. It's moored in the Puerto Nuevo.
I'll find it. I'm awfully sorry, old man. I'm a little short of cash.
Here, $100 for the Rubens copy. Oh, I don't know what I can do with it. The skipper of the freighter is a friend of mine. He will not charge you more than $100.
Okay, well, goodbye, old man. I suppose I just encountered one of the hazards of the profession. Thanks for the $100.
You're welcome.
He's gone?
Yes, Senorita Corday, you can come out now.
I don't know how I can ever thank you. You were my only chance. I had to come to you, Senor Ferrantes.
It was a great pleasure to save your masterpiece.
Oh, that wasn't all you saved.
No.
If I'd called the police last night, there would have been no way of explaining the presence of an attractive man in my home at that hour.
Mm-hmm.
One who'd been present all evening.
It would have been compromising.
I never could have obtained my divorce. My only reason for being in Buenos Aires would have been shattered. My months of being rude to every man who looked at me, lest my husband's agents could misinterpret my friendships.
You know, I'm beginning to think I was never cut out for this business. We Spaniards are too sentimental, eh? Like Harry Lime, I might have made a fortune out of this painting.
Imagine getting it back for $100.
But with no profit to me. All I accomplished was the saving of a woman's reputation. A perishable commodity at best.
Returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Of course, I hadn't witnessed that last scene. I reconstructed it later from a few newspaper clippings. One reported the final divorce of Melissa Corday, former wife of a Nazi munitions manufacturer. Another reported her marriage to Senor Juan Ferendez, well-known Argentinian art dealer. And a third, which must have been released to the press in anticipation of my reading it somewhere, told how a priceless work of art had been recovered for a $100 reward. It had been a work of art, all right.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna. As those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. No. He had many lives. And I can tell you about all of them. How? Because my name is Harry Lime. Now, Kiddies, London, which is the capital of England, is noted for a number of curious historical events. King Charles was beheaded in London. They had a fire there and a plague. And it is also the place where Harry Lime broke 3 music boxes and founded an orphan asylum. Please don't ever say I'm not a music lover and a philanthropist, because I'm not.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, Operation Music Box.
Good afternoon. Mr. Dowdley?
That's right, madam.
I'm interested in a music box.
Certainly, madam. We have a number. I'll go and get them.
Just a moment, though, Mr. Dowdley. I'm only interested...
He didn't hear you. I think he must be a little deaf.
I guess so.
You know, you make me homesick.
What do you mean?
Don't you know what it is to be homesick?
Sure do. I've only been away a few weeks, and I'd certainly like to be back. But why do I make you homesick?
Well, you make me think of Central Park and the fountain by the plaza, Fifth Avenue in the morning in May, and the sound of roller skating on the sidewalk downtown, hoot of shipping on the East River. Everything, in fact.
How do you know I come from New York?
I just guessed.
Here's your check, Mr. Lime.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Entwistle.
Here we are, madam. These are all the music boxes we have. These two are 17th century, and this one 18th century. This one, well... That's a delightful tune, isn't it?
I should have explained, Mr. Dowdley. I don't care if the music boxes were made in the 17th, 18th, or 19th century. In fact, I don't care when they were made. What I want to know is, when did you buy them?
But, madam, surely the value of a music box lies in when it was made, not when it was bought.
Not to me, Mr. Dowdley. I'm only interested to know whether you purchased any music boxes between February and June of last year.
We're here to sell antiques, Miss...
Chappick.
Miss Chappick, not to disclose records of our purchases.
If you'll excuse me butting in, I guess what this lady's trying to say is that she's ready to buy any music boxes you happen to purchase during that period that she's been...
I'm not trying to say anything. I'm quite capable of making myself understood, thank you.
But, Miss Chappick, do I take it that it is as Mr. Lime here suggests?
Yes.
Well, in that case, we'll see what we can do for you. What do our records say, Mr. Entwistle?
Yes, let me see. Yes, during the period in question, sir, we purchased 4 music boxes, 3 of which have since been sold.
And the fourth?
It's the one Mr. Dowdley is holding at the moment, madam.
May I look at it, Mr. Dowdley?
Certainly.
Got a hammer.
A hammer? A hammer?
Yes, a hammer.
Hey, you're not going to buy this music box just to smash it up, are you?
Yes, do you mind?
Well, it's all right with me.
I've never heard of such a thing. In 50 years' experience of selling antiques, I've never heard of such a thing.
Why should you care? You can name your own price.
Oh, there's a little more to it than that, isn't there, Mr. Entwistle?
Certainly, I think so.
Miss Chappick, I don't like to see beautiful things willfully destroyed.
I said you could name your own price, Mr. Dowdley.
Oh, in that case, I must warn you the price will be a stiff one. Entwistle, give Miss Chappick a hammer.
What? Very well, Mr. Lime.
Is this a habit of yours, breaking up music boxes?
You don't know how many I've broken up in the last week.
Well, here comes your hammer.
Here you are, Miss Chappick.
Thank you. No good.
And that little act of wanton destruction, Miss Chappick, will cost you exactly £35.
It's okay, Mr. Dowdley, but I'd like you to do one thing more for me, if you will. I'd like you to let me have the names and addresses of the people who bought those other 3 music boxes. I'll pay a stiff price for that, too.
Oh.
Let me get you a taxi.
Don't bother.
For a minute, I thought he was going to refuse to give you those addresses.
Well, he didn't, did he?
Taxi. Oh, so he's trying that when the flag's down.
I know. It's waiting for me.
Well, in that case, you can give me a lift.
I don't suppose for a minute we're going in the same direction.
That's just where you're wrong. And that's how I met Myrna Chappick. My interest in this girl was twofold. First of all, she definitely started where the petty girls left off. And secondly, there was this little matter of the music boxes. My left little toe was twitching. Could have been the damp weather, of course, but with me it's usually a sign that money is in the air. Anyway, an hour later, we were on our 4th martini, and Myrna was beginning to unbend. Now, come on, Myrna. What is all this? What's the idea of busting up all those music boxes?
Have you heard of Jan Chappick?
You mean the Czechoslovakian guy, the politician?
Yeah.
What's he got to do with it?
The day before he died, he wrote me a letter from London. Hand me my purse, will you?
Yeah, here you
Here, you can read it.
My dear Myrna, you will not know me except perhaps from seeing my picture in the paper many years ago, but then that is not surprising, because I only know you from seeing yours. The other day I happened to see in an old issue of the American magazine Esquire a colored photograph of Myrna Chapek. I couldn't help remarking the resemblance to your mother, my sister, who left for America some 25 years ago. Had you ever heard of this guy? Did your mother ever mention it?
Not that I remember.
Well, how come you took your mother's name, not your father's?
My father's name was Chapek. He was a coal miner in Pennsylvania.
It's a funny thing, your mother marrying a man of the same name, wasn't it?
Well, as a matter of fact, it wasn't. She was an Italian.
And the man who wrote this letter wasn't your uncle?
No, he couldn't have been it. You know, I'm talking too much. I don't know whether it's you or the martinis.
It's both.
Well, go ahead, read the rest of it.
Okay, now, my dear niece, this is a painful task which I have before me, but really there is no possible choice. You must know that when the communists seized control in my country, a price was put on my head, and I only managed to escape at the very last moment by concealing myself in the tail of an American airliner which was leaving Prague that night. Like many others in Europe in those terrible last years, I managed only to take away with me the meagerest of possessions, a small traveling case light enough for me to carry, for I was ailing and feeble even then. I have said that the purpose of this letter is a painful one, but perhaps you will not find it so, because after all you do not know me, and surely will not receive the news of my death with any sorrow. But the fact is that I will be gone by the time you read these words, which are not intended so much for a farewell. People who don't know each other can't very well say goodbye, can they? But as a last will and testament. I'm leaving you the contents of my little suitcase, Myrna, a few shirts, a necktie, and the unfinished manuscript of my last book. These you will not find very exciting, I'm afraid, and I can't imagine you're traveling across the ocean to claim such an inheritance. But there is a music box, Myrna. It's the only thing of value I could take away with me on my flight. I want you to have it, and I give you my word that it will be worth your trouble to come after it. The landlady, who is not a sympathetic woman, has not been entrusted with the secret, and unluckily she has not been paid for the rent of this attic room for several weeks. By the time you come to London, she will have sold it, and you must find out where and to whom, and you must buy it back. And now my hand is very tired, and I cannot go on pushing this pen across the paper for many more words. I send my blessing to the child of my sister, who has inherited her wonderful green eyes, and also something else almost as wonderful and almost as green. Your Uncle Yan. Almost as wonderful and almost as green. That could be emeralds.
I'm sure that's what it is.
And you think the emeralds are concealed in the music box? In a false bottom or
I
something?
don't think it. I know it. And I'm going to get those emeralds if I have to break up every music box in London.
I left Myrna a good deal later that night. We'd had a wonderful time. I had her promise that we'd meet the next evening. I also had something else. I had that list from Dowdley's antique shop. Oh, yes, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking I pinched it out of her purse. And you're right. That's what I did. Somewhere in London there were 3 music boxes, and one of those 3 was a fortune in emeralds, and I've always been a great believer in the old adage, finders, keepers. Yes, if anybody was going to break up any music boxes, it was going to be me. Good morning. Is Miss Moira Corkbottle at home?
No, she's out.
Well, have you any idea where she's gone?
Well, I wouldn't like to say for sure, but, well, you could try the Velvet Penguin.
All right. The Velvet, the what?
It's a nightclub.
Velvet Penguin, but a nightclub. This is 10 o'clock in the morning.
Well, if she's anywhere, that's where she'll be.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with today's story, Operation Music Box.
Like all nightclubs, the Velvet Penguin looked more than ordinarily squalid at 10:30 in the morning. Most of the chairs were piled up onto the tables, and by the glare of a work light, an unhappy-looking character in shirt sleeves was pounding the piano. A girl was singing. 3 or 4 other girls were waiting their turn, while a committee of fat, sleek gentlemen sat in judgment.
Okay, honey, that'll be enough. We get the idea. Yeah, what's your name again?
Moira Corkbottle.
Yeah, we'll let you know if anything turns up. Don't call us, we'll call you. Next.
Pardon me, Miss Corkbottle.
Yes?
My name is Lime. I'd like to talk to you for a minute, if you don't mind.
What's it about? A job?
Well, no,
it isn't. I'm not interested. I've had just about as much of this audition racket as I can take. I'm
can
fed up with the
imagine.
whole cabaret game. Just as soon go back to singing in front of a band, even in the smalls.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask you about that music box you bought at Dowdley's last February.
You a detective?
Not exactly. You did buy one, though, didn't you?
Yes, I did, but it didn't do me any good.
What do you mean it didn't do you any good?
I thought it would soften him up.
Soften who, Miss Corkbottle?
My uncle, of course. My uncle Ben Corkbottle. You know, General Corkbottle.
No, I don't know.
You mean you never heard of General Corkbottle?
No, I never did.
Well, you haven't missed anything. He's an old skinflint, and he hates women, even nieces who send him nice antique boxes filled with his favorite Turkish cigarettes on the occasion of his 101st birthday.
Is he really that old?
Of course not, but he acts that way.
He has the box.
Yes, when last heard from, he had the box. I wish he had the measles.
Would you like to be a good kid? Give me his address.
Yes, all right. Give me a bit of paper and pencil, and I'll write it down for you.
Here you are. I'll write it on this.
Okay. Now, look, if you see him, tell him I'm starving to death, which is true, that I speak of him constantly, which is also true, and that if he can see his way clear to sending me £100 or even a fiver, but no, he won't. I know him. Well, good luck with the General, Mr. Lime, and don't forget to wear your bulletproof vest.
Take my stick to you. Wait a minute. You don't look like a peddler.
Oh, no, sir, I'm not. I'm a collector.
Dust collector? Garbage collector? What kind of collector? Well, speak up.
Music boxes.
Oh, another one. By gad, the thing's turning into a positive plague. Well, come in. Let's get to the bottom of it.
Thank you, sir.
We'll come into my study. Now, what's the explanation of this wild rash of music box collectors? Who'd want a music box? Blasted things make you jump. Give me the jim jams. Well, come in, young fella. There must be something in music boxes I don't know about. A fine-looking young woman like Mr. What was your name again, my dear?
Chapek, we know each other, General.
Oh, you do?
Yes, we do.
Yes, well, that's not surprising. After all, you music box bugs probably have some kind of club or other. Hold meetings, swap boxes and all that, eh?
Oh, we're going to hold a meeting, General. You can be sure of that, Harry.
Now, please, Myrna, don't misunderstand.
I understand perfectly.
Now then, I haven't got all the morning.
Here we are now.
Now then, before this young fellow interrupted us, you were making me an offer.
Yes,
Offer?
for your music box, General.
Oh, that is if you're willing to sell, General. What's your price?
£2.
£3.
£4.
£10.
15 guineas.
25 guineas. As high as I'll go.
Well, that's the highest bid. Well, going, gone. No, don't write a check, young fella. I'll take it in cash.
You've got a nerve honing in on this. I guessed you were up to something when I missed that list from my purse. You took it, didn't you?
Sure, I took it. What are you worrying about? You seem to be doing all right without the list.
Only because I happen to remember seeing the name Corkbottle on top of the list, and luckily there are only 3 or 4 of them in the phone book.
Smart kid. You deserve better luck.
My luck's all right. I've caught up with you, haven't I? From now on, you've got yourself a constant companion.
Oh, good.
So you'd better start getting used to it.
Well, that shouldn't be hard. Myrna.
Yes?
Give me that hammer.
Give it another sock.
No use, Myrna. No use. Isn't this one?
How do you do?
Good
Are you
afternoon. Are you Mr.
Cherichev?
Cherichev?
I am Count Cherichev.
Oh, I beg your pardon,
Yes.
Count Cherichev. I wonder if we could come in for just a moment.
Well, I
Count
don't know. I don't
Cherichev.
know. I am pressed for time.
Oh, we won't take
Well,
any
I
minute.
suppose I can spare you a few minutes.
Oh, thank
Just
you very
a few
much.
minutes.
Thanks.
Come in.
An awful lot.
Come in.
Most kind of you, Count.
This way,
Swell place you got
It is.
here.
It's wonderful. I can see that you're a man of taste, Count
Yes.
Cherichev. You've got some lovely pieces of furniture
It
here.
is possible.
Oh, no, it's
Not
more
what
than
I
that.
was used to in the old days, in the Tsar's time.
Oh, I can
Now,
imagine.
what is it you want, please? What?
Well, I
we
believe
want
you're
to
a
ask you about
collector
a
of
music
music
box.
boxes.
Please, just a minute. One at a time.
Yes.
One at a time.
I'm sorry, Count. Yes,
Now, what is all this about music boxes?
Well,
I am not a collector of music boxes. I am a collector of miniatures of the Empress Catherine of Russia.
Oh, what about this music box on the table? Here.
Oh, I bought that one, certainly. But only because of the enamel portrait medallion of Catherine on the lid.
The Catherine.
She is an ancestor of mine.
Oh, is she? Yes.
See, look, can't you see the resemblance to me?
Yes, now you
good.
match it. Remarkable. But do you mind if I set this thing going?
No, please don't do that. Please. No, don't.
That's all right. There we are.
I am not interested in this as a music box.
Oh, you aren't. Well, in that case, Count, maybe you'd be ready to sell it.
Sell it?
Yes,
Certainly not.
Oh, but
I told you I want it for the miniature on the lid.
Can't we persuade you to change your
Yes,
mind?
I'm sure
We're
you-
prepared to pay a good price
No,
for it.
price doesn't enter into it, my dear lady. I don't buy things to sell again.
Well, this particular music box happens to be awfully important to us, Count.
I can't
It's,
help that. I'm sorry. I couldn't possibly sell it. No use talking. No use arguing.
You know, it's a very lucky thing for you, Myrna, my girl, that you've got me as a partner in this business.
I hadn't noticed
Oh,
it.
no?
There wasn't much luck about the Cherichev episode. We haven't got the book.
We soon will have the box.
How come?
Because, my dear old girl, it so happens that just for kicks, I once took lessons from one of the best cat burglars in the business. The Count lived in what was once a big private house that had been turned into 3 or 4 flats. There was a garden and a big wall. That night I got over the wall, crept through the garden, climbed up to the 2nd floor, and got through the window into the Count's drawing room. I worked quickly and quietly. I cut a small section out of the crystal cabinet with my diamond cutter that contained the Count's object d'art. Got through to the latch, unlocked it, and seized the music box. And then, at that moment...
Just a minute there. What's the hurry? What's going on?
Officer, we've just been burgled. A burglar got in my flat over there. He's stolen my father's antique music box. Did you see anyone come around the corner over there?
No, sir. He can't have come this way. We'd better try the other way. Quick. Here, just a minute, Jerry.
Well, there were no emeralds on that one.
No. It was a pleasure breaking it up. Good afternoon. We'd like very much to see the Principessa Marguta.
How did you two get past the old porter downstairs?
Like this.
Oh, I
For
see.
you, honey.
Well, I'm afraid the Principessa wouldn't see you without an appointment.
Tell me, before she was married, wasn't she Mabel Schroeder from Dubuque, daughter of the chain store king?
Yes, she
And she
was.
was divorced from her husband last year, wasn't she?
That's right.
That's who I talked to.
That don't mean she's looking for any boyfriends. With her money, there's always plenty of those.
Well, don't look at me like that. I only want to speak to her.
I really don't think it's possible.
Here she comes now.
Ethel.
Good
I'll speak to
afternoon,
these people.
Principessa. We've been trying to locate a music box.
A music box?
Yes, it's it's a music box we've been trying to locate. I don't know whether anybody sent you a music box, Principessa?
Yes, sir, we certainly did have a music box. Mr.
Lime.
Lime.
Yes.
A gentleman friend of mine gave it to my little daughter, Shirley.
Oh?
We haven't got it now.
Oh.
We gave it away to some charity or other.
What?
I believe it's the St. Andrew's Foundling Home and Orphanage down the East End here. Shirley sure hated that music box.
Why was that, Principessa?
She couldn't stand that tune.
What tune?
Oh, you know, that awful tune.
Look, this is the place, Harry. St. Andrew's Foundling Home and Orphanage.
Looks as if there's some kind of a ceremony going on.
Silence, please, silence for our director.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen and children, a little while ago, some kindly soul sent to us anonymously, amongst other gifts, a music box. A few days later, little Billy Gubbins, whom you all know, whilst playing with the box, stumbled and dropped it. This incident, trivial in itself, had the most surprising result. A secret compartment in the box was revealed, and in it were jewels. Naturally, we made inquiries in an effort to identify the donor, but fortunately for us, they all proved fruitless. And it is from the sale of these jewels that the building of this wonderful new wing is being financed. Here in my hands is the very box that brought about our good fortune. And I might add, it can still be used as a plaything by little Billy Gubbins. Listen. No. Harry! Does there happen to be amongst the visitors a doctor? A gentleman back there seems to have fainted.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Goodbye for now. And remember what Ben Franklin said about honesty being the best policy. I wish I could.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna. As those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives. And I can recount all of them. How do I know? Very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the Third Man, in today's story, The Golden Fleece.
Well, it's a queer story, no matter how you look at it. It begins with a bullfight. It ends with a naval engagement on the China Sea. There's a woman in it, of course. Have another drink?
All right, if you are.
2 gin slings, boy.
Yes, sir. 2 gin slings.
It all started in the little seaport of Algeciras. Like every other town in Spain, there's a bull ring there. I don't know how you feel about bullfights, but if it's Sunday in Spain, it's a little hard to stay away from them. A bullfight is to Spain what an opera is to Italy. It's the only thing in the country that starts on time. I'd been dawdling over my shellfish and beer, so when I got into the second faena, Soldadito was in the ring. He was younger then and braver than he is now, but I've never been one of his fans. Too much ballet dancing for me and not enough bullfighting, but we won't go into that. I could talk about the corrida all night, but I promised you a story about adventure on the high seas. It's beginning right now. Soldadito is dedicating the bull. He is paying this compliment to the lady who was seated next to me. For the first time, I glance at her, and the glance freezes into a stare. She has very dark red hair, very pale ivory skin, and very bright yellow eyes. I mean, really yellow, like a cat's. I won't dwell on it. I'd like to, but I won't. Suffice to say that this kid could stop traffic on the Indianapolis Speedway. The bullfighter turns, tosses his hat to her in the classical gesture over the shoulder, and moves out into the sunlight toward the bull. And as far as I'm concerned, the bullfight is over.
You must watch the ring, senor.
I beg your pardon?
It is very pleasant to feel your eyes upon me. I adore being stared at, but just now, don't you think it's a bit disrespectful to our friend Soldadito?
He's no friend of mine. He's a good friend of yours, senorita. Permit me to inform you that he is my enemy.
He's very grateful, don't you think? And that was also a graceful speech, senor.
No, I didn't hear it.
I do not mean his dedication of the bull to me. No, I mean your little speech just now about his being your enemy if he's my friend.
Thanks.
I adore it when men fight over me.
Senorita, fighting over you would be a pleasure. When do I begin?
Whenever you like.
Who shall I take on? The man or the bull?
I think you need not bother about the bull. Look, Soldadito is about to make the kill. That was a beautiful kill, wasn't it, Mr. What is your name?
Lime, Harry Lime, yes? Good kill.
I will call you Harry. The bull kneeled like a penitent at his feet. The beast seemed to be asking the torero's pardon.
It should have been the other way around.
You are already jealous. I adore that. Still, you must admit it was a glorious kill.
Great kill.
Tell me, Harry, what are you doing in Algeciras?
No, I'm just looking around.
And what are you looking for?
Well, no need to look any longer. I found it.
You make very pretty little speeches. I adore that. What is your profession?
Oh, export, import, mostly. I dabble in a lot of things.
What a pity.
Why?
I had allowed myself to hope you were a sailor.
Well, I have been a sailor. Will that help?
You have to have master's papers. I'm here with my yacht. Perhaps you have seen it in the harbor.
Oh, that big three-master with a black hull?
It's mine. We've lost our captain.
Oh?
It happened quite suddenly. I'm very sorry you're not a ship's captain. I would like to see you in the blue jacket with the gold buttons.
Would you believe it? I was a ship's captain.
I do not believe it.
But I have master's papers.
And where are they?
Oh, in Barcelona.
Oh, that is a bore, because we are leaving tomorrow.
Okay, I'll have somebody bring him down by train tonight.
In other words, you want the job?
In other words, I've got the job. I needed that job too much. And, of course, she knew it. I don't say she didn't like me, but there wasn't any doubt of it. That season, I was a little afraid about the seams. I phoned a friend of mine, a forger up in Barcelona, and made arrangements to cook up some papers for me and rush them down that night to the coast. Then I changed into my best shirt, the other one, and went to the best restaurant. She told me she was going there after the bullfight.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm sorry, but I just realized something. I don't know your name.
You do not know the lady's name?
You know Soldadito.
Of course he knows me. All Spain knows me. But what is this man doing at our table? He doesn't know you.
That's all right, old man. You can fix that. Introduce us.
I am the Baroness von Gurnigwald, but you will call me Nadia.
Okay, Nadia. The next morning, I had the forged papers and the captain's job safely in my pocket. The truth was, of course, that I'd never been a sailor in my life. Unless you count the work I had to do as a deckhand when they found me stowed away on a short trip from Alexandria to Naples. But I needed that job bad. And after one look into those huge cat's yellow eyes of hers, I would have jumped at any job she offered, whether I needed it or not.
You like the ship, Harry?
Oh, she's a beauty.
The steward will take your luggage to your cabin. Right now, you'll be needed on deck to superintend our departure.
By the way, where are we going?
To China.
Algeciras, Spain, to Hong Kong, China. That's quite a run for an old salt, whose only experience as a navigator consisted of piloting a canoe around the shallow end of Lake Winnebago, Wisconsin. Luckily, I thought to bring along a little help. The help's name, of all things in the world, was Sidney Carton. He was an ex-smuggler, or rather an unemployed smuggler. I'd run into Sidney occasionally on various little capers in and around the Mediterranean, and I figured he was crooked enough so I could trust him. His main attraction, besides a shock of dirty, carrot-colored hair and a glass eye, was a set of teeth like a rotten rake. Sidney was the only man I ever knew who could eat a tomato through a zither. But if Sidney was an eyesore, he was a gift from heaven as far as Captain Lime was concerned. He was a real sailor, remember, and he covered up for me, doing all the real work while I walked around in my blue jacket with the gold buttons trying to look important. Naturally, Sidney wasn't doing this for love. But since I didn't have any money, I found it necessary to make him a few promises. I tell you, Sidney, this isn't a yacht at all.
Of course it's a yacht, Harry. This is a pleasure trip, pure and simple, and there's nothing in it for us.
I told you we were carrying contraband, old man, and I'll prove it.
What kind of contraband? Dope? Don't be a fool, Harry. Nobody smuggles dope into China. We're going off around the world just for the fun of it, and that ain't any fun.
Why had I been signed on with so few questions asked? Why had we left so quickly? Above all, what had happened to the original captain? It was queer enough, all right. But I was not telling Sidney the truth when I claimed that this was not a pleasure cruise. It was a pleasure, believe me. Then, one night, quite late it must have been because I remember the moon was down, I was up on deck finishing a cigarette.
Harry? Harry?
You still up, old man?
I want to talk to you, Harry.
Why don't you get some sleep, old man? After all, one of us up. You found it? What did you find?
The contraband. Under the floorboards.
I know what we're carrying now, Harry, and it'd knock your eye out. Amazing. That's what it is, amazing.
Okay, old man, okay. Spill it.
Oh, I've got a whole lot to spill, Harry. A whole lot. Maybe I ought to begin with the explosives.
Explosives?
Very powerful they are, Harry. Enough to blow this ship to China.
So that's it.
Oh, no, that's not the contraband. But let me ask you this, Harry. Did you ever notice that glass box in the charter house with a sign over it that says emergency only?
Hold it a minute.
Oh, what's wrong?
I thought I heard something. Go on.
And I also found out about the captain, Harry. Do you know who he was?
Take it one thing at a time, old man, please.
He was a naval officer for Hitler. Oh, very high and mighty mucky in the Nazi Navy he was. And you know his name?
Well, what's his name got to do with it? I want to know what was
I'm coming to that. But the captain's name, Harry, was von Koenigwald.
Von Koenigwald, but that's Nadia's...
Right, Harry. He was her husband. And this is a rum go if ever I seen one. Now, you take the explosives.
You take him. What I want to hear is
you
about...
You can't laugh it off, Harry. Try as you will, it just ain't funny. These explosives are all wired up and set to go, Harry. This isn't a ship. It's a bomb. Shh. And as for what we're smuggling...
Shut up. There is somebody listening. Stay there. I'll be back in a second.
Hello.
Hello, Nadia.
It's too hot to sleep, isn't it?
It's pretty hot, all right.
Keep me company, Harry. I'm lonely.
When I finally got to my own cabin, it was dawn. Didn't dare go looking for Sydney, and anyway, I was bone tired. They couldn't have let me sleep for more than an hour. Yes, what is it?
It's Matthews, sir, the third officer.
What do you want?
Well, sir, we're in sight of land in the old court.
Don't bother me. Ask Sydney. He knows the course.
Yes, but please, Captain, may I speak to you?
Okay. Now then, what is it?
It's Cotton I want to talk to you about, sir.
Well, what's wrong?
Well, I hardly know how to tell you, sir, but he's gone.
Gone?
Yes, sir. We've searched everywhere, very thoroughly, but there's no doubt at all, sir. Mr. Cotton is not on this ship.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with today's story, The Golden Fleece.
I still don't know how we made it into port. The trick was to keep that second mate from guessing that I couldn't tell the poop from a bosun's whistle. And also to keep all of us from crashing into a reef or turning upside down or something. Luckily, a little boat came out to meet us with the harbor pilot. Seems that's the regular procedure. I was very grateful, I can tell you, to be spared the embarrassment of having to swim for it. But it's a long haul from Hong Kong, China to Panama City, and much as I like Nadia's company, I think I would have quit the job if I hadn't managed to make a deal with young Matthews, the second mate. I showed him some papers I happened to have, proving I was a secret operative from the FBI, and explained that he had to cover up for me the way Carton had been doing before. And by the time we got out of the canal on the Pacific end, I had everything pretty much under control. Would you like another drink?
No, thanks. Please go on, Mr.
Lime, Harry Lime. You see, I've got a reason for spinning this yarn. We'll come to that in a minute.
What happened to Cotton?
What? Sydney? Nobody ever saw him again. Now, I'll skip the Pacific crossing now because nothing very important happened to us till we got to China.
Unless you'd like to hear some more about those yellow eyes of Nadja.
What happened to von Koenigwald, the lady's husband?
I'm coming to that, old man. Just a second till I finish the drink. Okay. Well, it was late in March when we sighted Hong Kong. I'd learned how to imitate a sea captain by then, but I was more than a little anxious about my papers. There'd been a nasty moment or two in Tahiti, and I was afraid the British authorities might spot the forgery. They might even have gotten some wireless message about me by then, but I still didn't know the purpose of the trip, you understand. Sidney hadn't gotten around to telling me about what the contraband was before he disappeared. So my curiosity got the better of me as usual, and I stayed with the ship.
Captain, there's a speedboat coming alongside on the port bow.
It can't be the pilot. We've already taken him on.
Could be the harbor police, sir.
Isn't good.
No, the speedboat is mine.
Oh?
You'll bring the ship into anchorage, Mr. Matthews, please. The captain and I are leaving now.
We are? Where are we going, honey?
I know that expression.
Okay, Nadia, but you haven't answered my question.
There'll be plenty of time for that on the way.
We'd been riding upriver from Hong Kong for a good half hour before Nadia took it into her beautiful head to start talking.
I'm taking you to meet a very important man, Harry.
Huh?
You'd better know his name. It's General Wei.
A Chinaman?
He is Chinese, yes. General Wei was governor of one of the largest southern provinces, but of course that was...
Where are we meeting him? I think the mainland would be too hot for him now.
The general will be waiting for us on the junk.
Of what?
A Chinese boat. I hope you're hungry, because there's bound to be quite a feast.
You mean to say we've come halfway around the world to keep a dinner engagement with a Chinese warlord?
Ours has been a very serious mission, Harry. And before you meet the general, I think you should know the truth.
So do I.
The general is planning to retrieve the lost provinces. Luckily, he is a wealthy man and had many investments in Tangier. It was my mission to bring him some of his wealth, which will be needed in the coming war. I think you have guessed what happened to the Baron von Koenigwald.
Yes, I think so. I think the Baron had a wife, and I think his wife bumped him off. Am I right, honey?
Please call me Nadia.
Okay, I think Nadia bumped him off.
He was a greedy man. I had reason to suspect that he planned to take part of the gold for himself.
Gold?
Yes, Harry. Gold bars purchased in Tangier. That's why I couldn't tell you earlier. It would have been too much of a temptation. The ship is lined with gold. $500,000 worth.
You know those Chinese ships? The ones that look like some kind of cross between a Spanish galleon and a floating chop suey store? Pretty soon we came up to the biggest and gaudiest on the river. We were helped on board with a whole lot of Oriental fanfare, and I gathered that in a minute we were going to be presented to his nibs, the warlord himself. Nadia.
Yes?
There's just one thing I don't understand. No matter what price the old boy pays for that gold you brought him, I can't see why you bothered to cart it all the way across the Pacific. If you just told me before, I could have made a very nice deal for you in Mexico.
I did not bring the gold here for the profit, Harry. Here he comes.
Nadia, 1,000 welcome.
Welcome to you, great one.
All my gratitude.
This is General Wei, Mr. Harry Lyme. Harry, may I present my father?
I know you've heard about shark fins and bird's nest soup, but I'll bet you never knew a Chinese banquet can last 7.5 hours. Well, this one did. With eating all the way.
May I offer you some more ice wine, Captain Lyme?
I'm afraid I've had too much already, General. I know this may sound a little rude, but I can't help wondering, is Nadia really your daughter?
She is my only child.
That's funny. She doesn't look very Chinese.
No, Nadia's mother was a white Russian refugee. I met her in Chifu and made the mistake of marrying her. Nadia, however, is no mistake. She is my very precious jewel, Mr. Lyme. And I thank you for taking such good care of her.
Father, it's gone.
Get the speedboat!
What's happened?
The boat, Harry, our boat with all the gold on it. It has vanished.
While we were in there stuffing ourselves, somebody had made off with a yacht. Word came to us it was going downstream toward the open sea.
It's my fault.
Well, why yours, Nadia?
That Matthews boy, the third mate, I should never have trusted him. I should never trust anybody.
But if you'd gone on stabbing your ship's officers and tossing him overboard, you'd have ended up without any crew.
There she is ahead of us.
Ahoy there, Golden Fleet!
Captain, prepare to receive us on board.
Can't you get any more speed, Harry?
I'm punching a hole in the floor as it is.
Ahoy, Golden Fleece! This is your last chance. Come about or we open fire.
They won't answer.
They will now. Fire!
We had a dangerous-looking gang of hatchet men with machine guns on our launch, and they put up a good show. It wasn't long before we were next to the yacht, and I could see that a lot of damage had been done to the crew on board. It wasn't my crew. It was strangers. Chinese.
We'll just have to storm over the side. Come on, Harry.
What's wrong, General? Are you hit?
That's all right, Captain. Just give me your arm.
Okay. Here we go. No sooner were we on deck than a mean-looking Mongol I hadn't noticed before hung up in the shrouds, bit off the end of a grenade, and threw it smack into our launch. Well, there goes everybody on our side. I guess this is it, Nadia.
Yes, Nadia, this is it.
Hey, wait a minute.
Don't worry, Nadia, I am not a ghost.
Wait a minute, you're Nadia's husband.
Yes, happily for me, I was not as dead as she thought I was when she pushed me into the sea. You should have remembered. I'm a good swimmer. Keep your hands in the air, please, all three of you.
Hans, how did you get here?
By plane. I couldn't guess your course, and it was the easiest way. I just flew to Hong Kong and waited for
And
you.
now what are you going to do?
I'm going to do unto others as they would do unto me, Captain. If you happen to remember any prayers, you'd better start saying them, all three of you.
I'm wounded, Cannicout, and dying. It doesn't matter about me, but Nadia's...
Father, I'm your true child. Do you imagine I would leave you now?
This is all very nice and noble, but what about me?
That's true, Harry. Hans, this man has done nothing to harm you. Let him swim for you.
He knows about the gold, Nadia, and I prefer to keep that as my own secret.
He also knows about something else, don't you, Harry? Carton told about it the night I killed him.
What do you mean?
There's a tiny glass window here by my hand. Carton explained it to you. I heard him. The sign says for emergency only.
Yes?
Remember what he said, Harry. This isn't a ship. It's a bomb.
Thanks, Nadia. God bless you.
Shoot that man!
Yes, no, you can't. He's a good swimmer, too. Goodbye, Harry.
Child.
You gave me a ring, Father, with the seal of our family. I still wear it. It's enough to break a pane of glass. Goodbye, Harry.
He's too far away to hear you.
He will hear this.
Sampan picked me up, but I almost drowned myself first, thinking about all that gold. $500,000 worth of it going down to the bottom of the sea. Have another gin sling?
Thanks again, Mr. Lime.
Well, that's the story. Here's why I told it to you. I know the spot where this happened. I've got it marked exactly on the map. Cost about 20,000 pounds to do the salvage, but that still leaves a pretty big margin of profit. And I just wondered if you'd be interested, sir, in investing.
Mr. Lime, I wonder if you know who I am.
Well, no, not exactly.
I'm the Lord Constable and Chief of Police in this colony. We have a full dossier on your activities as a confidence man, and I thought I'd let you tell your tale because I wanted to know how you work. Lime, that salvage racket's the oldest of all the old skin games. I'm surprised that you're trying it on anybody, least of all a policeman. Good night now. And by the way, we'd be much happier here if you'd leave town. Within the next 24 hours, that is. Well, pip-pip.
Pip-pip.
Another gin sling, sir?
No. Just give me the check.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Well, friends, I think you understand why I don't like telling that story. Whoever I tell it to usually turns out to be a cop. That isn't the worst of it. The worst of it is it's true. Well, pip, pip.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives, and I can recount all of them. How do I know? Very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. Now, here's a little anecdote taking place in the city of Bordeaux. It has to do with a phase of my hectic career which was almost exclusively a chase. I was a big boy by then, but there's a school teacher in the story all the same. His name was Professor Saint-Pierre. He didn't mean any harm, but he caused me plenty before it was over.
And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in Blue Bride.
Now, this little cautionary tale took place a couple of years ago in the French port of Bordeaux. I'd taken lodgings above one of the choicest dives that the place has to offer. The proprietress was an enormous woman called affectionately by the sailors La Grosse Fifi, a formidable female if I ever saw one. I found the location a convenient base for certain of my business transactions. I'd circulated a rumor that I was writing a book about the waterfront. Unfortunately, St. Pierre got wind of it. And evidently, La Grosse Fifi mistook the little teacher for one of my clients and let him up. I was going over some accounts when there was a knock on my door. Who is it?
It is I, Professor St. Pierre from the lycée. I desire very much to speak with you.
St. Pierre? Who are you?
Please, it is of the utmost importance. I will not take up much of your time.
Okay. What is it?
Those papers on your desk. Notes for your book, no doubt.
Oh, yes. Matter of fact, they are. I'll just gather them up and put them away.
Oh, no, please. I do not mean to interrupt your work, mon cher Dr. Lime. I have long thought that some scholar should write a book on the waterfront of our beloved Bordeaux. Such a wealth of material. The mixture of dialects, the different racial strains, the songs and stories of the sailors. I cannot tell you how happy I am that someone like yourself has the time to devote to this project.
Well, that's very kind of you, I'm sure.
Dr. Lime, with all the deference to a scholar like yourself, I must make a confession. I'm only a humble teacher, but for many years I have dreamed of doing just what you are engaged in.
Really?
I've wanted to write a book about the waterfront of Bordeaux.
Well, why don't you?
I have neither the time nor the money. All winter I must teach at the lycée. During the summer months I act as a tutor to make a little extra.
Oh, you do? Yes.
I would like you to have the use of these notes of mine here. I have them in my briefcase. Many hundreds of pages. You see, language is my speciality, and I have noted down specimens of all the different dialects to be found here.
I see.
I would like you to have them here.
Well, I'm very indebted to you, Professor.
Professor St. Pierre. Here is my card.
Thank you. I'll return your notes when I finish with them. And now I hate to seem rude.
Of course, I understand. You're anxious to get on with your work. What is that noise? It seems to be coming from over our heads.
Sounds like someone on the roof. Making repairs, I guess.
It seems strange to be making repairs at night. Are you sure
Yes, it's nothing to worry about, old man. Now, good night, Professor St. Pierre. You really must excuse me.
Oh, yes, of course. There is just one more thing. I hesitate to mention it. Qu'est-ce que c'est?
The professor jumped out of the way just in time. The body of a man half fell, half jumped into the room, landing crumpled at our feet. Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Who is this man?
It's one of the workmen around the place. I'm afraid he's been hurt.
Yes, there is blood on his head.
I think we should get a doctor. I wonder if you could...
Yes, a doctor, of course. I will go right away.
That's very, very good. I'll do what I can for him in the meantime. Thanks very much, old man. Good. Now, get up, you fool. You're not hurt. Raoul, you hear me?
When I ran, they shot it.
Are you hit?
No, but
just a cut from the glass. We'll fix it later. You live. Not that you deserve to. Fifi, viens ici.
Que voulez-vous, monsieur?
Come up here.
Oui, chérie?
Raoul's in here. Had a little accident.
But how did he? Oh, the skylight. You will pay for the glass.
Yes, I'll pay for the glass.
He's dead?
No, he's not dead, only resting. Now, here's what I want you to do for me. You know that little man who just left here?
Oui, the little one.
Yeah, he's coming back in a few minutes, and you are not to let him in here. Do you understand?
Oui, monsieur, I understand.
Good.
If he tries to come up again, I will crack a bottle over his head.
Fifi, I adore you. All right, Raoul, now tell me what this is all about. Did anyone follow you?
Yes, but I lost them 6 blocks away. I was afraid of the street, so I took to the roofs. I had to hide somewhere, so I came here.
You picked a fine time. What happened? Did you get into another fight? I told you, old man, any more brawling, and our deal is off.
This time it was no fight. Barra knows about us.
Barra? Commissar of Police. How could he know? Talk, you fool. Talk!
Please, monsieur, do not shake me, my head.
You'll be worse off if you don't tell me.
How do you know Barat knows? Are you sure?
Oui, I'm sure. I passed 45,000 franc notes myself. We have so many. Oh, no, please. It's that little Marianne. She kept wanting me to buy her things.
Here, I gave you orders that none of that money was to be used in France.
But for a man to carry that much money around and not to be able to use just a little, I never thought. And today the shopkeeper turned in an alarm, and before I knew it, I am being chased.
Listen, old man, another stunt like this, and the police won't have to chase you. Now get out. I'll call you when I want you. Go over and wash the blood off. Barra, the only man I really was scared of in the whole city of Bordeaux. Barra, the young, dynamic commissaire of police. He had a reputation for tenacity and integrity, which made jobs like mine very far from easy. You see, I was in competition with the French government. We were both printing money. I was selling my currency to sailors and traders on the way to French West Africa, where chances of detection were much less. In a few days, I had an appointment with a trader on his way down there, which promised to be my biggest deal. But how much did this man Barra know? I had to find out. I made some inquiries. I can't understand how a girl like you can be satisfied to be just a maid. Why, with your looks and intelligence and personality, you should be on the stage.
On the stage?
On the stage.
No, I will tell you one thing, Harry. If I were on the stage, I would be better than she ever was. I never saw her, but to hear her talk sometimes, you would think she was greater than Yvonne Printemps.
Who's this?
Her, my mistress, of course. Madame Sophie Barra.
Is she an actress?
Well, she was before she married Monsieur Barra. She went by the name of Sophie Avant. But if you ask her...
How long have you worked for Madame Barra?
Only since she is married 2 months ago.
Only 2 months ago, and she's still a bride.
No, not a very happy one. Sometimes I do feel sorry for her. It is terrible.
Well, Pauline, what's terrible? Does he beat her?
No, he does nothing.
Oh.
All the time it is work, work, work. That is what she said to him last night. I heard them as I was clearing the table.
What? That's all I ever hear.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling.
We never go anywhere together. Half the time we do not even dine together. Is this the way you treat your bride? Sometimes I'm not even sure that you love me.
Ah, no, Sophie, this is not fair. Would I have married you if I did not love you?
You see, you are raising your voice to me already.
But I am only trying to tell you that I must have loved you or I would not...
How you speak in the past. This means you no longer love me in the present.
Oh, but I do, my little one. Come here.
Georges.
Now, do you believe me?
Mais oui, Georges. Georges?
Yes, my sweet.
Perhaps we could go somewhere this evening. Somewhere with music and just a few people, and then walk home slowly together, just as we used to walk last spring in Paris.
Oh, I wish we could, but I have to go over some reports.
Now you make me angry.
Oh.
You think you can set my mind at ease with only one kiss. A kiss that doesn't take up more than a few seconds of your official time.
No, Sophie, you've got to try to understand. There are some things which I cannot entrust to anyone else, and this is one of them. A vicious ring of counterfeiters has evidently descended on Bordeaux. We almost caught him in today, but he disappeared down near the waterfront. But next time we will not fail. Meantime, I must try to trace the bills to their source.
This is all very well, but it seems to me that you are more concerned with your work than you are with your poor wife.
Oh, you refuse to understand.
You also refuse to understand. You even refuse to tell the truth. You say you love me and you want to be with me, and then you...
Oh, I don't want to hear any more. I am going to the office.
Oh, Georges.
Harry. I hope you never treat me like this.
Don't worry about that, Shirley.
You do not find this a depressing marriage?
No, I can't say that I do. In fact, I find it quite inspiring. You have a good ear, Pauline, old girl. I can almost hear them talking.
Well, listening is the only thing that makes it interesting to be a maid.
You know, you're a very bright girl, even brighter than I thought. Supposing I put you and your packages into a cab from here. Taxi!
Oh, but maids do not ride in cabs.
Oh, they do when they have money. Here, close your warm little hand around this.
Ooh, so much.
Not as much as you deserve. Au revoir, my dear. Keep those pink little ears open, and tomorrow, if you have some information for me, I'll give each one of those pink little ears a little kiss.
Oh, Harry.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. Orson Welles as the third man continues with The Blue Bride.
Back at Le Trois, Fifi told me that a gentleman was waiting in the back room. This proved to be the venerable blackguard who went by the aristocratic name of Captain Dominique de Chateaubriand. The captain was engaged in trade with the natives of French West Africa. It was on him that I hoped to unload a large amount of my counterfeit stock.
Ah, Monsieur Lime. Enchanté de vous voir.
Enchanté. What can I do for you, Captain?
As you know, I am dealing with some natives in the interior. Some missionaries have told them the value of their merchandise, which I used to buy for next to nothing. Now they want cash in return for their goods and ivory. If your money is as good as I hear it is, they will be quite happy with it. Until they try to spend it, of course. But by that time, I will be well out of the way.
Clever man.
You agree with me, Monsieur Lime?
Entirely. I shall be happy to be of service.
What is your denomination?
Well, that sounds like a personal question.
I mean, how large are the counterfeit bills?
5,000 franc notes.
May I see one, please?
Sure. I have one here.
Ooh, very good. Good enough for the purpose, anyway.
How many will you need?
I will need at least 50,000 of these notes.
That's a lot of money, Captain. It's more than I have with me, in fact, but I can get the rest from my source in Paris if you can wait a week or so.
Yes, I can wait. If you will guarantee to have it here within a week. And at the regular rates.
Agreed.
Très bien, monsieur. Au revoir, monsieur.
Au revoir, Captain. For this big deal in the offing, it became necessary to throw Bernard off the trail for at least a week or so. The next morning, I found out from my little friend Pauline that Madame Barat spent most of her lonely afternoons sitting by herself in a small cafe known as La Vert Rouge. That afternoon, I happened to be sitting in La Vert Rouge when she arrived. So I went over to a table and tipped my hat. Pardon, but are you not Madame Sophie Avant of the stage?
Why, yes, monsieur, I am. But how did you know my name?
I've often admired your work. Oh, yes. But alas, I never had the courage to come backstage and meet you much as I wanted to.
Well, this is marvelous. To find someone who actually remembers my name and face.
Well, it's not a face to forget easily, Mademoiselle Avant.
I am Madame now, Monsieur. Madame Parra.
I beg your pardon, I did not know.
Oh, that's quite all right. Won't you sit down?
Well, just a minute, yes, if I'm not intruding.
Now, tell me. What shows did you see me in?
First, let me ask you a question, if you'll forgive me. What are you doing in Bordeaux? You, whom I always imagine surrounded by the bright lights and all the gaiety of Paris.
I came here with my husband. This is his home.
Oh, I see.
He is a commissaire of police of Bordeaux.
You don't say. Must be a very interesting job.
For him it is interesting. For me it is dull.
Oh, I don't quite follow.
I have no right to talk this way to a stranger.
You don't forget that I am a stranger who has known you and been interested in you for a long, long time.
Oh, it is not fair to burden you with my troubles, but today I am, how you say, blue.
Oh, a blue bride, eh? Well, if I can help in any way.
Oh, monsieur, I'm so unhappy. I do not know what to do or where to turn.
Are you sure your husband loves you, madame?
Oh, yes, I'm sure of that. And I know I love him, but unless something is done right away, the marriage will not last.
Does it mean enough to you to try to save it?
Oh, yes.
Well, you're young and beautiful. You should be able to lure any man away from his duty.
But my husband is not any man, monsieur.
Nonsense. All you lack is confidence. You need to feel more sure of yourself. And believe me, madame, you have every right to.
But what can I do?
It seems to me that the only hope for both of you is to get away from Bordeaux for a while. Away from everything that reminds him of his work. Surely he has competent assistants to whom he could turn things over for at least a week or so.
I don't see how I can get him to come away. We have even had to postpone our honeymoon last spring because he was so busy.
Well, then there's your answer. A honeymoon trip. And the sooner the better.
But I know he won't leave his work, especially right now.
He will if you force the issue once and for all. And if his marriage means anything to him.
What do you mean, force the issue?
I mean, suppose you packed your bags. We're ready to leave, with or without him. Tell him if there's no honeymoon, you're on your way back to Paris for good. In a day or so, you and your husband will be enjoying a nice little cruise somewhere, believe me.
That sounds wonderful. How I wish it could come true.
Well, it can come true. If only you won't lose your courage.
But I don't really want to leave him, even if he will not do what I want.
But you've got to make him believe that you would actually leave.
Do you think I can?
My dear Sophia, you are an actress, are you not?
Of course I am.
course you
I'll
are.
do it. I'll do it this very evening. Oh, monsieur, I can't tell you how grateful I am to you.
no, please.
And now I must go home and make preparations.
Look out. It started to rain again. Do you have an umbrella?
Oh, no, I ran out of the house without one.
Here, take mine.
Oh, no, I couldn't.
I insist.
Oh, thank you, monsieur. You are a true friend. Au revoir.
Au revoir, madame. And I wish you both much happiness. My plans were going well. The next morning, Pauline told me that Monsieur and Madame Barras had suddenly decided to take a little trip. They were leaving the next day for a week or so. Believe me, I breathed a sigh of relief. The day after their scheduled departure on their overdue honeymoon, I got a wire from Paris. I was to pick up a shipment of money from a carrier who would arrive shortly at the airport. So I met the carrier, picked up the suitcase full of phony 5,000-franc notes, and hailed a cab. Sailed past. I tried another, no luck. I started to walk back toward the city. I didn't know at the time that in a black police limousine not far away, a conversation something like this was going on.
Oh, Georges, I'm so happy. Soon we'll really be alone together.
I must confess, I am not sorry you forced me into this position. I am happy myself. This little vacation will be so good for us both.
Oh, there he is.
There, who is?
It is he, the kind gentleman from the cafe. I don't even know his name, but we owe everything to him.
But I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, please, George, let's stop. I must speak to him for just a moment.
Oh, you mean the man with the suitcase?
Yes.
But he's going in the other direction.
Oh, only take a minute. We have time. Oh, please, George, it means so much to me. Have the driver turn around and follow him.
Oh, I don't know what feminine madness this is, but today I can refuse you nothing.
Oh, it's not madness. I just want to say a few words with him and return a piece of his property. Pauline put it among your things by mistake.
All right. Duclos, turn around and follow the man with the suitcase.
Call him. Maybe he'll stop.
Hey, you with the suitcase, stop.
Oh, he's only walking faster. Oh, can't we get through this traffic somehow?
The sooner the better. Duclos, turn on the siren.
When I heard the voice shouting at me to stop, I could only think of getting away, naturally. And then when I heard the siren, that was the end. I turned a corner quickly and started to run. After all, when one is carrying a fortune in counterfeit bills in a police car with a siren is close behind, I cut across a little park. To get to the other side in time, I might be able to throw them off. But just then, I ran smack into a little man in a white suit. The heavy bag I was carrying threw me off balance for a minute, long enough for him to grab me by the lapels. With a broad smile, I saw to my dismay that it was the ever-helpful Professor St. Pierre.
Ah, Dr. Lyme, how fortunate that I should run into you. Although it was really you who ran into me, huh? That is a joke.
Yes, it's a very funny joke. I'm in a hurry. I'm awfully
but
sorry.
I want to ask you about that poor workman who fell through the roof the other night. How is he?
It's fine.
If I could be of any financial help to them, or if there is anything I can do for you.
You can get out of my way.
Dr. Lyme, I am surprised at you. I know you are a busy man, but...
I pushed him roughly out of my way and ran on. But valuable seconds had been lost. I reached the other side of the parking. I called, taxi! Taxi! A long black car rounded the corner. I recognized it in time and started to run again. I ran up the steps of a large building. I realized it was the public library and decided to seek refuge there, but the weight I was carrying made me trip on one of the stone steps, and I lost my balance, and the suitcase went flying, skinned my knee, and my palms of my hands were all bruised. An old man insisted on helping me to my feet, fussing over me. The suitcase had rolled down the steps. The old man chased it. I couldn't wait. The only thing in my mind at the moment was escape. I have an aversion to French jails. I ran up to the big brass doors at the top of the steps. Just as I reached the entrance, a uniformed guard was stretching a metal grill work across it. He was most polite.
Sorry, monsieur, but library hours are over for today. You will have to wait until tomorrow.
I ran down the steps again. In a cold sweat, I hurried into the street, heard the shriek of brakes, and I'd been narrowly missed by a truck. I hurried on, ran smack into the arms of a traffic policeman. The gendarme held my arm firmly and stopped the truck to bawl out the driver.
What's the matter with you? Didn't you see this man? You almost killed him.
But, officer...
His signals were against you, not against him. You're a menace to pedestrians. This poor man here. Let me see your
please,
license.
officer, it's quite all right.
Begging your pardon, monsieur, but I am here to protect your rights. These fellows must be taught a lesson.
So I was forced to stand there with a policeman in the middle of the busy street while he upbraided the driver. The siren grew closer and closer. When the gendarme finally released me and I reached the other side of the street, another whistle blew.
Hey, hold that man, Monsieur Barras.
In a flash, I felt the gendarme's hand on my arm again, and we were standing beside the big black police car.
Well, sir, you gave us a merry chase. What was all the hurry?
Why did you run away, monsieur?
You?
Yes, it is I whom you advised in the cafe, you remember?
Oh.
I saw you from the car and I wanted to say thank you and give you this, your umbrella.
My umbrella?
Yes, you lent it to me that day.
Oh.
Now perhaps you will explain your anxiety to avoid us,
Well, this is very embarrassing, really, especially since this is a police car. You see, it was the siren. I have a phobia about sirens. Ever since I was a child and had to run from a burning house, I've had this same unreasoning fear. No matter how much I analyze it, it's something I just can't control. I have to run. Yes, I feel like a fool, but that's the way it is. Every time there's a fire in the neighborhood, I have one of these same running fits. All sirens sound alike to me, you see.
I see.
How unfortunate.
What is it? What happened here?
Professor St. Pierre.
I saw you from the other side of the street, and I came over to see what was the matter.
Very kind of you.
Bonjour, St. Pierre. Do you know these men?
Indeed, I do. This is Dr. Lyme, the scholar who is here in Bordeaux doing research for a book.
Oh, yes, that's right, yes.
An eccentric scholar.
Yes, eccentric
All
scholar.
scholars
Yes,
are eccentric.
Well, perhaps you are right.
This was a stroke of luck for once. The helpful professor really helped. He continued to talk to Barras about me until the policeman's suspicions abated. I was finally able to say my goodbyes and start walking away from the group when Sophie Barras called after me.
Monsieur, you had a suitcase.
I must have dropped it.
Oh, well, wait. We will help you to find it.
Oh, no, don't bother. I'll get it.
Harry Lyme returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lyme.
By this time, I was running again. I glanced back over my shoulder just in time to see the old man gesticulating excitedly over the suitcase and holding up a fat packet of franc notes. I can imagine that Barras' fury, when he realized that he let the prize slip through his fingers, was equaled only by Sophie's when she realized the identity of her friendly family counselor. I wonder whether she ever got her honeymoon. I heard the siren again in a few seconds, but this time I made good my head start. And as the sun sank over the sea, I bade farewell to beautiful Bordeaux, to my beautiful little waterfront business, and to the beautiful blue bride.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives, and I can recount all of them. How do I know? Very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime. A fellow I knew once told me I was a poet, but he was so wrong. Poets are always singing about daffodils and brooks and skylarks and the women they're faithful to in their fashion, a sort of merry widow waltz. I, if I sang at all, would sing about money and the women I've known, but in an offbeat rhythm. Money and women. Somehow they go together, and neither's much use without the other, is it? At least that's the stuff that Harry Lime sings about. Those are the themes to which he dances in life's ballet. Sometimes pleasant, occasionally a little painful. Like that time in Tehran.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man. In every frame has a silver lining.
It was in Tehran. That was some years ago. I'd just come there, and I was pretty sure that in a country with all that oil and all that intrigue, with so many people playing the game of empire building and empire busting, I could promote something that suited my special talents. I was walking along a street when I heard some shouting. A small, frightened man, out of breath and frantic, came wheeling around the corner and piled into me head on. Hey there! Where's the fire?
Out of my way.
Hey, not so fast. Pappas, don't you recognize me?
Harry Lime.
Right. Who's after you, the devil?
The police are chasing me. Here, take this.
Okay, what is it?
$50,000 worth of opium.
What's that?
Opium. $50,000 worth. Take it.
Well, what am I going to do with it?
Then if they catch me, they'll have to let me go. Tonight at 7:30, bring it to the Grand Hotel. My principals will be there, and we'll cut you in.
Okay, I'm with you. Beat it now. Duck down this alley.
Thank you, Harry. Tonight at 7:30.
Tonight at 7:30. You, just a minute. You're the police, aren't you?
Yes.
Are you chasing the little man who ran around the corner here, the one in the dirty white suit?
Yes. You saw him?
He went down that alley.
Come, down the alley.
I waited until the police disappeared, and then I did some running on my own account to my hotel. I repacked my bag, making certain to conceal among my handkerchiefs and shirts the package my friend Pappas had been so kind as to give me. Then... Hello, desk. Mr. Lime in room 1123. I want a reservation of the 2 o'clock plane for Paris. Yes, I know I've just arrived, but I'm leaving now. I was now the sole owner of $50,000 worth of opium. In Paris, I could protect myself to some extent because of connections. And the other problem I had was how to smuggle it into America, where I knew I'd be able to get the best price for it. In Paris, I set about to find some likely tourist into whose luggage I'd be able to put my package. It took me 3 days to find my American. Very lovely-looking American, outside a cafe. A lovely, fresh, unspoiled girl sat watching the Parisian scene. Some men would merely have looked at her hungrily until the cafe closed. Not Harry Lime. Hello?
Do I know you?
My name is Harry Lime.
I don't know you.
Right. I just introduced myself.
Perhaps I should warn you that I'm waiting for my parents.
Oh, good. Fine. I'd very much like to meet your parents.
You are rude, aren't you?
You don't really believe that. You know, a man can see a girl and know that this is the girl. One they've always felt must be somewhere on earth, the one they've never met and always wanted to meet. But he doesn't speak, and she goes away, and he never sees her again. So is it rudeness if he speaks to her? Is it wisdom?
You're very bold.
Well, I hope I'm also convincing. I very much want to be. May I sit down?
Well, since my parents are coming.
Thank you. It's better. Now, maybe I ought to know your name.
Helen Bow.
How do you do? American?
Of course.
I'm from New York, but you're not.
How can you tell?
Because you're unself-conscious, because you're direct and simple in the best sense of that word. You're not from a large city, but you're not a farm girl either. You're from a small city. Probably the Midwest, right?
I'm from Youngstown.
See?
You're very clever.
No. I'm interested, that's all. So interested that I can't be satisfied with anything less than a close and complete study of you.
Oh, you make me sound like a picture in the Louvre.
Well, you're much too natural for that. I hope you're going to be in Paris for a while.
Well, we're leaving in about a week, I think.
Doesn't give you much time. Tell me, are your parents due here any minute?
No. I'm supposed to meet them here in an hour, but I didn't know where else to go.
Good. We have an hour then. At least an hour.
For what?
For me to show you Paris. Come on.
Oh, well, really?
Let's make it more than an hour. Let's leave a note for them. We can meet them later at your hotel, and I'll take you all to dinner.
Goodness, you're so sudden, so abrupt.
I haven't much time with you, you know. Only a week. Garçon? We went to the garden of the Tuileries, though I was tempted to see whether I could wean this girl away from her parents for the whole evening. I for once acted the perfect gentleman. Refinement is one of my many skills. Boring but useful in my trade. This girl and her Midwestern parents were perfect to smuggle the opium into the U.S. for me, so I questioned her with real interest about herself and her family.
My brother Jack was killed in the war. We came over here to see his grave.
I was very solicitous. I knew that Americans are always happy to meet compatriots abroad. All Americans but I, that is, and this time even I was delighted. I took her back to her hotel, met her parents, took them all to dinner.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lime. I tell you, there's no place like Youngstown. Isn't that right, Mother?
It's a nice town. I mean, it's nice.
And you, Helen? Do you like your hometown, too?
Why,
Of course she does. Why shouldn't she? She was born there.
Oh, Daddy, that's no reason for liking a place. I do like it, though.
Helen's had some of the nicest times back home, Mr. Lime. I mean, she's really enjoyed herself with the young folks and all, I mean.
Hey, I'm getting jealous.
You come to Youngstown, Mr. Lime. We'll show you what living can be.
I mean, among real folks, Mr. Lime.
They were perfect for my gag. Real homespun boobs who wouldn't suspect I'd plant anything in their luggage and would not be suspected by customs officials. I knew after 5 minutes that I had the answer to my problem. After dinner, they took me back to the hotel suite, and here in a city full of the greatest art treasures in the world, I was made to exclaim over the family photograph albums that they'd brought from Youngstown.
This picture was taken at the picnic grove, Mr. Lime. See Dad in his white flannel, see?
Yep. Wore my ice cream pants that day.
Oh, this picture doesn't do justice to Helen.
Oh, you're making fun of her.
No, I'm not making fun at all.
Easy to see which member of the family this young feller's interested in. Eh, Mother?
Now you're embarrassing me.
Oh, personally, I think it would be impossible to embarrass you, Mr. Lime.
Call me Harry, won't you, Helen?
That's an example of what I mean.
Oh, Mr. Lime, here's a picture of our poor dead boy.
Jack.
Oh. He was a fine-looking boy. It's a wonderful picture. Why haven't you had it framed?
It would look nice in a frame, wouldn't it?
I sure would. Say, maybe I could get one for you.
Oh, no.
Why not? I know where I can get a beauty, and over here things don't cost like they do in the States. So we don't have to settle that now, do we? Right now, all I'd like to do is to have you all agree to be my guests on a tour of the city tomorrow.
I'd like that first rate.
And one other thing, with your permission and with Helen's consent, of course, I'd like to take Helen to the Folie Bergère right now.
Well, that's up to Helen.
Oh, I'd like it very much.
Oh, that's great. Let's go. In 2 or 3 days, I was in solid with the family, and so the day before they were to leave for Cherbourg, take the boat for New York, I felt I could move in with my presents. It was a silver frame, good-sized one, a thick one, a hollow one for the boy's picture. In my room, I opened the little package I'd received from Papa's and concealed its contents in the hollow of the frame. Then I visited the Bolt family in their suite.
Well, this is a wonderful present, Lime.
I'm glad you like it.
Oh, thank you, Harry. It's such a beautiful frame.
You've done this so we can have Jack's picture on the piano back home. I mean, it's the nicest thing that's happened on the whole trip.
Oh, believe me, it's my pleasure.
Oh, see how the picture fits. Isn't it nice?
Wonderful. Jim Dandy.
Oh.
Now, what time do you leave for Cherbourg?
Bright and early tomorrow morning.
I've been thinking I'd like to go with you, if I may.
Oh, no.
See you all.
No. There's no need.
Oh, you'll be seeing us in Youngstown when you come back to America, Harry.
Of course. We don't want to put you out. You'd rather stay in Paris.
Oh, but my dear people, I'd rather not stay in Paris. I'd rather be with you. I want to wave goodbye to you as you sail.
Well, it's very nice of you, Harry, but I...
Oh, no, I insist.
Well... Oh, Mother, I think if he insists, well, that is a compliment to us. If Harry insists...
And I do.
Then we've got to let him come. Don't you see that? Don't you agree, Father?
Well, I guess I do. Okay, young feller.
Gee, thanks.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. Now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with Every Frame Has a Silver Lining.
I wanted to go to Cherbourg. Do I have to tell you? Because I never believed in leaving anything to chance. I had to know which suitcase the picture with the silver frame got packed in. I was determined to put them on the boat. So I went to Cherbourg the night before they were to sail. I walked with Helen down by the wharves.
It's so still tonight.
The night is holding its breath for us, Helen.
Our last night.
Yes. The last night is sad, of course, but there is something beautiful about it, too, isn't there?
There's always something beautiful about sadness.
Yes, I know. And Helen, I'd like to make believe tonight. I'd like to pretend that this is the end.
Well, that we're never going to see each other again? It could be.
Oh, I don't mean it, but even though I'd soon come to you in Youngstown, even though we might soon be married, I want to say goodbye to you tonight, the way a man says goodbye to a girl he loves and will never see again.
Oh, I know how you feel. I feel that way, too. Harry, darling.
Helen. Look at me, Helen.
Yes. Oh, kiss me, Harry. Kiss me.
I delivered a fine into the hands of her parents, and before we had a nightcap together, I helped them pack, helped them put the frame I'd bought them and the opium they didn't know about to a certain suitcase. Tomorrow I'd put them on the boat, then I'd take the plane to America, and before they arrived, I'd have certain friends of mine ready to hijack that suitcase as soon as they got it through the customs. Everything was working for the best, and the best of all possible worlds. I slept well. The next morning, quite early, I went to their room in the hotel.
Monsieur, you must not make so much noise.
Well, I'm trying to rouse my friends.
But, monsieur, that room is vacant.
Nonsense. The Bolts are staying here.
No, monsieur. They have left at 2 o'clock this morning. See? I show you.
Vacant.
Oui, they are gone.
I stood there in the doorway looking into the room vacated by my erstwhile friends. And in my mind's ear, I heard the voice of Pappas.
My principals will meet you tonight in the Grand Hotel.
They met me, all right. They met me, Pappas's principals, and took me. Perhaps Pappas, who knew me well, had told them that I liked a pretty face. Now they were gone, and so was my opium. And so was my $50,000. I advanced into that room.
But, monsieur, you have no right in here.
Yeah, does this give me the right?
Oh, thank you, monsieur, thank you. Can I help you in any way, monsieur?
Yeah, I'm looking for something.
Oui, and for what?
I don't know. Clues.
Here is this picture on the floor, monsieur.
Ah, Brother Jack. Now, if they'd only left the frame around that picture.
Monsieur?
Never mind. Hey, what's this?
What?
On the desk blotter there. Someone was writing on a paper over this blotter, and he bore down hard. Let's see. See if we can make it out. 23.
Rue de...
Pêcheur. 23 Rue de Pêcheur. Oh, say, I'm off.
Mais, monsieur! Ah, ces Américains!
The Rue de Pêcheur in Marseille is a short and quiet street, quiet to the point of being suspicious. The street with more vacant lots than dilapidated frame houses in need of paint. Number 23 was there. A house with streaked windows, a house seemingly deserted. No one was watching, so I mounted the steps of the porch with my automatic in my hand.
Harry Lime.
Hello, Pappas. This gun has real bullets in it. I'm coming in.
Come in, yes. Come in.
Okay. Where are they?
Who?
People you're holding prisoner. Pappas, I've come to take them out. Where's that girl? Where are they?
In that room.
Okay, lead on, McPappas. Open the door.
Harry!
Hello, darling. Hello, Mother and Father.
Now, wait a minute. We'll make a deal with you.
Over to the corner, Pappas.
We always intended to cut you in.
Oh, that's a silly thing to say. Grace, he knows better.
Grace, huh? Not Mother. I'm relieved.
Lime, listen to me.
And there's the opium right on the table, still in the frame. Well, thank you, one and all.
Oh, now, wait a minute. There's a man coming to pick up that opium and give us the money for it. He's due here any minute. When you knocked, we thought he'd come.
He's paying American prices, Lime.
Yes, and we'll cut you in. We always intended to.
What do you say, Lime?
It's a good deal for you, Harry.
Yeah, sounds like a good deal. For me.
What do you mean?
Open the door of that next room, Helen. That's fine. It'd be nice to tie you people up in here.
Oh, no, you don't realize.
Lime, you're not serious.
Oh, Harry, please.
It's no use to argue with Harry. I know him. He's not an honest man.
Come on, all of you, in here. All right, now all of you set to work tearing down these drapes. Come on, hop to it. Helen,
Well,
you're going to tie them up.
and then you'll tie me up?
How'd you like to come with me?
Do you mean it?
I mean it. We could be an excellent team. Nobody more innocent looking than you, and nobody more full of excellent ideas for making use of your innocent appearance than I. What do you say?
All right, Harry, it's a deal.
Oh, it's a dirty double cross.
Get you up off the street.
Shut up. Shut up. All right, Helen, tie him up. Gag him.
All right, darling. Glad to.
She tied them well, and afterwards she and I went into the other room and waited for the messenger with the money.
Oh, it's going to be a merry life.
Oh, it is that. It is that. You know, it's a relief, Helen.
What is?
Discovering that you're not a little maiden from Youngstown. I can like you just as much this way, more, but it's fine not pretending.
Oh, you pretended well.
Not half so well as you.
Do you love me, Harry?
Now, there you are. A woman can have all the wickedness and all the terrible, precocious knowledge of a street urchin, and still she remains a woman. Do I love you? Yes, Helen, I love you.
I'm glad.
I have a soft spot, you see. I could have left you in that room with the others. I could have taken all the money for myself, but I love you.
Oh, I'm glad you have that soft spot. And I am a woman, really. Well, there's messenger.
Come on. Oh, no, wait a minute. My automatic. Never can tell when you're dealing with crooks. All right, let's go. I'll cover the door with a gun. You open it.
Nous sommes gendarmes.
Oh, police.
Put down that gun, monsieur. Take it from him, Jacques.
Now, gentlemen, wait. Now,
There will be no waiting, monsieur. We know you have opium there. We've been watching the house. We have also got the man who was here with the money.
Oh, Harry, what can we do?
Now, there, gentlemen, there is a clever girl.
What do you mean, Harry?
Do you hear her? She's making it sound as though I was one of them.
Harry!
What are you saying, monsieur?
Well, you saw me with the gun trained on her. I made her open the door, and I was going to take the messenger. Did not realize, of course, that you, the so efficient policeman, had already taken him. I made this girl confess to me where the opium was hidden.
He's lying. He lured me here. He's been making love to me.
I want the truth, mademoiselle.
You won't get it from her, gentlemen.
You said you loved me. You said we were to be married.
Gentlemen, this is a most wicked liar. In the back room, you will find the rest of her gang, tied up as I tied them myself. You can easily trace this girl to these people. She's gone everywhere on the continent with them, pretending to be the daughter of the two of them. Is that a lie, young lady?
You...
Monsieur, if your story is true, France will be most great.
No, it's quite all right. That's quite all right. You'll find the gang back there.
Jacques, you stay here with these people. I myself will go and see.
Oh, by the way, Captain.
Yes?
Just in case you're wondering about my angle in this, I believe your so gracious country offers a reward in cases like this.
That is true.
I do hope you'll be able to put it through for me quite speedily, Captain. I really shouldn't stay in Marseille much longer.
I will do my best, monsieur.
Thank you very much.
Dirty, dirty swine, Harry.
Oh, now, easy does it, darling. I'm a realist. You know, my sweet, though you are so beautiful, I'm afraid I cannot undertake to wait for you to get out of whatever Bastille is about to embrace you. After all, there's a time for everything. There's a time for seeing Paris. There's a time for making love, a time for sentiment. There's time for you. About 10 years, I should think. So long, dear.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
By the way, there's a postscript to that story. I told you once before I don't approve of dope, and you may have thought from this little adventure that I'd gone against my principles. Really, you should know me better by now. Harry Lime may be a trifle underweight on some of the virtues, but touch upon his principles, and I warn you, watch out. The police, of course, got the dope. But even if they hadn't arrived at that rather dramatic moment, I'll let you in on a secret. I'd already come to a decision. I was going to claim that police reward anyway. Of course, I may have been influenced by reading about the size of the reward and also by the size of the risk. You know the way things are going. It may pay to be honest. Which all goes to prove that even Harry Lime may not be incorruptible. If you see what I mean.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives, and I can recount all of them. How do I know? It's very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime.
Me, I don't approve of gambling. At least not the legitimate kind. It's not so much the gambling I dislike. It's the losing I detest. Of course, all business entails a certain amount of risk. That's why insurance companies grow rich. I believe in insurance. That's why when I have to gamble, I always like to ensure that I'm on a sure thing. Some people have been rude enough to call this cheating, but they were prejudiced by being on the losing side. Like that time in Mexico City when I brought off what I like to call my Mexican hat trick.
And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in Mexican Hat Trick.
There is no human affliction worse than poverty. In Mexico City, I realized again that it's more painful when the disease occurs in the midst of plenty. Somehow, there'd always been enough to buy a drink for some poor, unsuspecting tourista. You know the kind, too much money in his pocket, too much trust in his heart for a fellow American, a meal ticket for Harry Lime. But now, nothing. Harry Lime, soldier of many fortunes, good and bad, was down to his last borrowed cigarette, sitting in a crummy dive in a fourth-rate district of the city, checking a mental roster of friends, contacts, and local suckers.
Senor Harry.
Oh, hello, Diego. Just thinking about you, Diego. Sit down, old man.
Bueno.
What's your standard rate for 6 fast lessons in pocket picking?
Mi amigo, I trade you favor for favor. You know my friend Bolo Minoso?
Bolo, of course, king of the Mexico City dips. How's he doing?
He died this morning, Harry.
Oh, it's too bad, Diego. Anything I can do?
See, before he died, Bolo asked me to help him remove a great stain from his immortal soul.
You don't say.
He was afraid that when he entered the next world...
Look, Diego, you've come to the wrong man. I'm having troubles enough with this world.
Bolo gave me this note, Harry. He asked me to take it for him to the police.
Well, go to it, old man.
But the police... Could you not deliver this note for me?
To the
Yes?
police?
Yes.
Diego, remember, Bolo has entrusted it to you. Be a man. Face the issue. Straighten up. Shoulders back. Chest out, old man.
I do not jest, amigo. You could remove Bolo stains more simply. I'm afraid...
All right, let me see this note.
See.
I don't know why you should be so worried about... It's...
Okay?
Huh? Oh, well, Diego, you've done a favor or two for me.
Yes.
I guess I'll take care of Bolo's note for you.
Amigo.
Sure.
Gracias, amigo, gracias. You will take it to the police, eh?
Don't worry about a thing, old man. No, I'll take care of the note. When I managed to get rid of the grateful Diego, I sat down and studied this little note more carefully. 17 years ago, the note explained, in the little Mexican town of Leon, Bolo Minoso had killed a man. This note was his confession, a complete account of how he'd permitted an innocent man, somebody named Vicente Coelho, to be accused of this murder. It explained that Bolo had hidden signed affidavits proving Coelho's innocence somewhere in Leon. Just where in Leon, he neglected to say. At least be interested in this confession, of course. But then it seemed to me that the Coelho family might have a greater concern. So I decided to investigate the financial aspects of the family interest.
Buenos días, señora.
Buenos días, señora. ¿Es esto usted, señora Coelho?
Sí. This is my daughter, Alicia, señora.
I'm encantado. I'm delighted. Senora, this document concerns your husband.
My husband?
Vicente Coelho. He was your husband.
Yes. Yes, but Vicente is dead. Bendito sea
Senora,
su nombre.
how long has it been since his death, I mean?
We do not know. Not for certain.
It has been a long time.
Yes, well, you needn't be delicate on my account, Senora. I know.
No?
Senora, I know that your father was accused of murdering a man in Leon 17 years ago.
He did not. Vicente would not hurt
I know,
anyone. He was not a criminal.
The police didn't share that view. When he escaped from prison before his trial, it seemed to cinch the case against him, right?
Okay?
It made the authorities even more certain of his guilt.
But he had to escape. There was no hope without the papers.
Yes, I know.
You seem to know so much, Mr. Lime.
I know what you know, Senorita. Those papers were the evidence that could have saved your father, and they were stolen.
This does not help us. We have searched for 17 years for some kind of evidence that would have cleared the name of my husband. We have spent thousands of pesos.
What if you found that evidence now, Senora?
Oh, por Dios. If we only could.
Senorita, those papers, they were affidavits proving absolutely that your husband was nowhere near the scene of the crime when it occurred.
They were? How do you know this?
I have the word of the man who stole them.
You have? Alicia, you know.
Where is this man, Mr. Lime? We must see him immediately.
I'm afraid it's too late for that. He's dead, you see.
Dead? Then it has been for nothing.
Why do you come to us now?
Oh, there's always hope, Senorita. I have his confession that he was the murderer. I can prove your father's innocence.
You can? Mama, you hear? Si. I knew that someday. Madre de Dios. Gracias.
We must go to the police.
Yes.
You
but
can tell them.
I'm afraid not the police.
You won't go?
Or this deathbed confession, I'm afraid it isn't enough.
Then what?
The affidavit, Senorita. I know where they can be found. That is the approximate location.
The same affidavit?
Yes.
After 17
They
years?
still exist. With a little searching, I can produce them.
Then you must get them for us. We will do anything.
Senora, there's nothing. I'd rather do more. I'd like very much to help you clear the Coelho name, but... Well, I can't leave immediately. It'd take time, 6 months or so, and then, yes, possibly a year. Depends on business, of course. I do have certain commitments here in Mexico City, you see.
But, Mr. Lime, a
I'm
year...
sorry, it would mean losing quite a bit of income. I'm afraid 6 months anyway.
No, you must help us now. Mama.
Senor, we do not want you to lose any income for our sake. If you help us, we will pay you what money you would lose.
Well, I'm grateful, Senor, but really I hesitate. You see, my income is not small, something around 100,000 pesos for 6 months.
We will give you 200,000 pesos.
200,000.
Senor Lime, our money is yours. We will pay anything. You will not be sorry.
I'm sure of that. Take back your gold. Gold will never buy me. What it though? Take back your gold. Take back your... Come in.
Buenos dias, Senor Lime.
Senorita.
May I come in?
Of course. Come right on in. Yeah.
I see you are preparing for your journey.
Yes, sorry, I can't offer you a decent chair. Take this one.
It is all right. I will stand.
How'd you ever find me here?
It was not difficult. You are well known, it seems.
Oh? Checking up on me, huh?
You might say the Coelhos are cautious people, Mr. Lime. My mother thought it best
Please,
that...
Senorita, I should be making the apologies.
Mr. Lime, forgive me for saying this, but for a man with business affairs such as yours, you live so...
So, modestly?
Si.
Not at all. Note the spider web over there, Senorita. A genuine antique. 15th century. The spider is a direct descendant of Cortez.
I am sorry, Mr. Lime. Bad looks spares no one, it seems.
You've had your share, Alicia. I've had mine, but it really makes little difference. We can help each other now, and that's what's really important, isn't it?
Si.
Yeah.
Si.
Let me pour you a drink. Good stuff. A pickpocket friend of mine borrowed it from an American tourist.
No, thank you. You are so gay, Mr. Lime.
Harry.
See, Harry,
Say, you know what I think? I think something's bothering you. What is it, the spider web, the saggy chair?
Harry, I would like to go to Leon with you.
Now, just a minute, young lady.
I have the car. You will need an interpreter, perhaps, in Leon.
Well, I've heard it's a lonely town.
Yes, Harry, it is.
Well, don't just stand there, woman. Go on home and pack.
No need to, senor. My luggage is downstairs in the car.
We got our first glimpse of Leon from a hill behind the city. Quiet little mountain town, quite incapable of coping with giddy tourists on expense accounts. As we entered Leon, I wondered what murder had to do with a place like this.
Bueno, Harry. You have taken us directly to the town plaza.
Couldn't miss. Only one road into town. That a hotel over there?
It is the hotel.
Mm-hmm. And that must be the town's official greeter. Out you go. Out you go.
Gracias. Good to stretch.
Un tostón nada más.
He says he will watch the car, Harry.
That's official greeter, all right. One or 100 in every Mexican town.
His mother is ill, he says. His family is dying of hunger.
Sure.
Give him something, Harry.
Looks like the greeter was just sent into retirement.
Buenos dias, señor.
Buenos dias.
Señora. Welcome to Leon. You will be happy with us in this hotel. Your bag, señor?
Gracias.
Come, I have a beautiful room for you. Una habitación muy bonita. Señor y señora will be...
Un momento.
Sí, señora.
Dos.
¿Dos habitaciones, señora?
Señorita.
Ay. Señorita, sí. Bueno, pues dos habitaciones.
Dos habitaciones. We followed the officious little hotel manager across a tile lobby up rickety stairs.
And many centuries before this, my hotel was the home of one of the Spanish conquistadors.
Those are our rooms down there?
See, there is much romance
Very
in this building.
interesting, yes.
Over there, you see...
Senor, what bell is that we hear?
Bell? Oh, the bell, see. This is the famous church bell of Leon.
Famous?
It bears a long and tragic story, señorita. Every hour it tolls to remind us of the scenes...
Look, old man, some other time if you don't mind.
Sí, señor, pero...
Here you are.
Ah,
for you.
Muchas gracias, señor. Muchas gracias.
Nada. Young lady, how do you say we wash up first and then start the big search for the affidavit?
Harry, it seems so difficult. Where does one begin?
Oh, with Bolo, of course. Find his trail. And we find the papers. Let's go.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. Now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with Mexican Hat Trick.
Leon was even sleepier than most Mexican towns. Only the bell disturbed it. After the midday siesta, when you'd expect things to come to life, everything just went on sleeping as before. Good for the nerves, of course. Unless you were trying to wake up a memory 17 years old.
Perhaps he will know this man.
Let's hope so. I'm a little tired of asking. You speak English?
Sí, I
that's
speak
well.
good English.
I want some information. Información.
¿Qué información, señor?
You decide,
Nunca ha conocido un hombre que se llama Voluminoso.
¿Voluminoso?
Sí, vivía aquí hace muchos años.
No, señorita, no le conozco.
I understood that. Okay.
What now, Harry?
Another bar. Gracias, amigo. One bar after another, one cafe after another. We made them all. We hit cockfight rings, the viejos on the street, everyone in every place where there might be a clue. Something to point us in the direction of those affidavits.
Did you find anything, Harry?
Nothing. Tough job.
Perhaps we are making a mistake. What about my father? It would be easier to find someone who remembers him. We can start from there.
Out of your mind, mention your father's name. Just mention it around here. You have not only the police down on us, we'll have every chief confidence man in Mexico on our hands, trying to find out what we want.
But we have to start somewhere.
And we have to rest somewhere, too. My feet are killing me. Let's go back to the hotel.
Harry, it is not right for me to be in
What?
the room.
Oh, for the love. Come on. There's no time to worry about propriety.
But it is not...
Oh, we're both tired. We've got to rest. We might as well talk while we're doing it. Go on. I'll order up a couple of drinks. Hey, Alicia, there's nothing to cry about.
I am sorry. I cannot help it.
Come here. Come on.
Oh, you should not kiss me.
Oh, I'd be pretty silly if I didn't.
Harry, please, no.
You're a great kid, Alicia.
Oh, Harry.
You know what? I kind of hope this search of ours isn't too successful. Too soon. Things were considerably more bearable during the next few days. The warm Mexican evenings and Alicia. But during the days, long, tedious days, we searched and we found nothing. After one of our better evenings together, I left Alicia at her door and headed for my room. When I opened the door, there was a surprise waiting for me. I had a guest. The weazened old beggar who'd been the first to greet us on our arrival in Leon. This time his greeting was a little violent. Hey!
Tim!
Hey, why you?
Maria!
No, you don't.
You try to kill me.
Oh, you try to kill me. I die. What are you doing here? Come on, what do you want? Panhandle business falling off, robbing hotel rooms now? Well, we'll see what the police have to say about it.
No, not the police.
Okay, let's have it. What's it all about?
You come to kill me.
What are you babbling about? Who wants to kill you?
Bolo, you look for Bolo. You come to kill me.
Bolo? What's he got to do with it? Hey, come back here. Bolo?
swallow. Vicente Coelho. The beggar, the flea-bitten old car-watching beggar. This was Alicia's father. Buried in the dust of police records, rumors, and memory, but after all these years, still alive. And those affidavits proving his innocence of the murder, they'd be twice as valuable to the living as they were to the dead. His family would certainly be willing to pay much more for them now. Unless, of course, Coelho found them first. Obviously, that's why he was in Leon. I had to get my hands on those papers before he did. And before Alicia realized her father was still alive. Yes?
Harry, I thought we could go. Harry!
It's okay. Come in. Close the door.
What happened?
I had a little argument with destiny, honey. I won.
Your clothes.
Yeah.
They're all torn in your face. Oh, Harry.
Nothing I can't wash off with soap and water.
But
Alicia.
what was it?
The old beggar. He must have been after my money. He tried to kill me when I caught him at it.
Oh, Harry, you must be careful.
No, you're the one who's got to be careful. Stay away from him. No telling what he's up to now. Might try to get back at me by hurting you.
Then we must go to the police.
No. I don't want to talk to the police. No, not until we can clear your father.
And then what?
I'll handle him myself. You just stay close to me from now on. I had to find those blasted papers quickly now. But how? Where? Was Coelho any closer to them than I? How could I keep Alicia from learning that her father was alive? Add to these nagging thoughts the incessant clanging of that church bell just outside my window. You can well understand my reaction to the hotel manager's typical good morning greeting.
Ah, buenos dias, senor.
Buenos
well,
dias.
Of course.
I did not sleep well.
Senor, your bed is not comfortable. I will see to it.
Where's Alicia?
¿Quién?
The senorita. She come down yet?
The senorita, she's at the church.
Church?
Si, senor. This is a great holiday in our city. At midnight, the bell begins to toll and does not stop until the sun sets tonight.
You mean to tell me it's going to keep up that racket till sundown, that horrible clankety-clank?
This clank, senor, it is the will of the Lord.
Yeah, well, I need some coffee.
Our punishment, senor. We atone on this day for the great sin of Leon.
The great sin of Leon. That must have been a whopper.
A terrible sin, senor. On this day, 17 years ago, a good man was killed in Leon. For this, the Lord removed the music from the bell.
Wait a minute. What happened 17 years ago?
There was murder in our city.
And the bell?
A miracle, senor. On this
Never
day,
mind the bell. What's it got to do with the murder?
Please, senor, do not shout.
Will you please, por favor, get the blasted point?
Senor, you must hear me. This bell was once of glorious musical tone.
Yes,
Then
but...
there came this terrible scene, this killing.
Go on.
One of the men of Leon was taken by the police for this murder. Then there occurred this miracle.
What miracle?
The music left the tone of the bell, and this man was never seen again.
Wait a minute. It changed its tone overnight, huh? Before the man was brought to trial?
The will of the Lord, senor. Our punishment for permitting violent death in our city. Each year on this day, we pray that the music be restored to our bell. You say you wish coffee, senor?
No, not now. When the senorita returns, tell her to see me, pronto. Right away is too late.
But, Harry, it is too fantastic.
Oh, sure, it's fantastic. Bells don't change their tone the way you and I change our clothes. There's got to be a reason for it, a practical, fundamental, tangible reason. Now, look this note.
Okay.
Ballo's note. Here, he admits it right here. He stole the evidence that would have cleared your father. He says he hid it right here in Leon.
Well, why did he not destroy it immediately?
Who knows? Maybe he intended to confess sooner or later. Murderers are seldom logical people, but look. Now we learn that just before your father escaped from the police, the tone of this bell suddenly, mysteriously, miraculously changed from a melodious ring to that clank we hear out there. Listen to it, Alicia. Listen. What makes a bell sound like that?
I do not know, Harry. It may be. I do not know.
Well, neither do I, but tonight I'm going to find out. And you're going to help. It was midnight before the streets were empty. Alicia and I entered the little church and climbed up the ancient flight of stairs to the company. Quiet now.
How will you get to the bell? The steps do not go that high.
We'll have to use the bell pull.
You will make so much noise.
Yeah,
You
I know.
will stop the bell to ring.
Won't make much difference once we get what we're after. Here we are.
Can you reach it?
I've got it. Stay here. If the padre shows up, let me know.
Make it as fast as I can.
Be careful, Harry. Do not hurt yourself.
I'll be okay.
Harry, I love you.
Hmm?
This is for good luck.
That did it.
Harry!
I climbed up hand over hand. I don't know how far. 10 feet, maybe 15 or 20. It wasn't easy. The bell made a horrible racket over me, and the sound grew in waves as I approached it, making me dizzier and dizzier until I almost let go. But finally, there was no more rope. My hand touched the inside of the bell, and it stopped ringing. The old lime confidence was at a cockeyed angle and slipping away fast when I suddenly grabbed for the clapper and found what I wanted. A heavy oilskin wrapper tied around it, a couple of 100,000 pesos worth of missing affidavits. One good tug pulled it away. I stuffed it in my shirt front. Alicia! The rope burned chunks of flesh right out of my hands as I slid down. Below me, I saw another figure struggling with Alicia, trying to get past her. The two of them were wrestling on the narrow ledge at the top of the steps leading to the bell tower. I caught one moonlit glimpse of their faces as I swung onto the ledge. It was the beggar, Coelho, Alicia's father.
Harry! I kill you.
Before I could reach him, she got one arm free and hit him as hard as she could. Then she shoved, and he went over.
Oh!
Alicia!
Harry, Harry, he tried to kill me.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right, honey. It's all right.
I killed him. It was not my fault.
No, you didn't, kid. Look, he's getting up. He's all right.
I am glad.
Come on, Alicia. Let's go down. After all, we got what we came for.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
As far as the authorities were concerned, Coelho was a nameless beggar who'd gone and blown his top. They locked him up, of course, but said he'd be released later on. I was the one person who could identify him, the one person who could return him to his family. But why interfere? Let the old man figure it out for himself. If he wanted to remain the unknown beggar for the rest of his days, that was his business. Probably everybody'd be happier the way things were, particularly Alicia. She was all that really worried me. I went out into the little plaza to think it over. Day was breaking. The birds were waking up. The little cantina was still open. I went in and sat down at a greasy little table and had myself a couple of tequillas. Then I borrowed a few sheets of notepaper and wrote this. Alicia, my darling, I'm writing this in a great rush because I want to be gone from Leon before you're awake. I'm doing it this way because I'm afraid if I saw you again, I wouldn't know how to go, and I've got to. No matter what, I can't. I mustn't stay on here in Mexico with you. I hope you find somebody you deserve, but I doubt it. Anyway, here's wishing you happiness. Adios. And as for my fee, you can pay it to a man called Diego, who called at your house. Again, adios. Yours, Harry Lime.
presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
I won't burden you with the sordid details about how I met two very lovely Brazilian women named Inez and Aurora. They were very rich. They were in Paris on a buying spree, and the three of us became inseparable friends in very short order. I told them I was a dealer in masterpieces of famous painters. They were most eager to see my collection. So I began to browse around old antique shops looking for something to sell them.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, Art is Long and Lime is Fleeting.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Bonjour.
Please, can I help you?
Oh, just look around, thanks.
Of
Thanks a lot.
course, if you tell me what you are
I'm looking for a painting, Impressionist school, perhaps. I don't
I have
quite know.
a few oils. This way, please. Here they are. They are very cheap.
Yeah, not very good either.
I
are
have
they?
one that is a little more expensive if you would step this way.
Huh?
Now, this one is very good.
It was a picture of a bather. And in a dark light, and from a considerable distance, it might look a little like a Renoir. I looked the picture over carefully to see if it had a signature on it, but luckily enough, there wasn't any inscription.
A charming painting.
Now, who painted it?
It is hard to say.
Looks just a little bit like a Renoir, doesn't
Well,
it? Yes. How much is it?
10,000 francs.
I'm sorry, old man. That's Aubrey.
It is a very fine painting, and as you say, it looks a little bit like a
Hey, what
Renoir.
I'll give you another 1,000 francs, and you put the picture in the heavy old gold frame there hanging on the wall.
Oh, no, monsieur. That frame cost much more than the picture.
Okay. 12,000 francs. No more bargaining. Is the deal?
All right.
I'll wait for it now.
I know you will appreciate it.
I expect someone else to appreciate it far more than I. I took a suite at the elegant George Sank Hotel and hung the picture on the wall with a tiny spotlight over it. Underneath, I had a small brass plaque which read simply, Renoir. Then I invited Inez and Aurora to have cocktails with me in my suite.
That was a very funny story, Monsieur Harry.
My dear Inez, it's true, every word of it.
I do not believe it. You make it up to keep us in smiles.
I'd do anything to keep you both in smiles, as you put it.
You're very charming to us, Harry.
I am most enthusiastic to see the painting.
We'll get to Mr. Renoir by and by. How about another drink?
Not for me, one is enough. Me for two. I mean, two for me. I am mixed up.
I understand you perfectly. Here is me for two.
Shall we not see the picture now?
All right. Step this way. Lovely Inez. Beautiful Aurora.
Thank you for your compliment.
I don't compliment you. I merely told the truth.
It is over dark in here.
I'll put the light on in a minute. I'd like you to stand here as the best distance.
Oh, it is so exciting to me to see a real Renoir.
It's exciting to me every time I look at it. Now I'll switch on the overhead light. It's magnificent, isn't it, Inez?
Oh, it is beautiful.
I've looked at this picture 1,000 times. Just can't part with it. Look at the form of the bather. It's so chaste, so full of feeling. See how the master subjugates detail and form.
How much do you want for this painting, Harry?
I don't think I want to sell it.
Oh, you said you would.
You are your mind changing?
Well, it's true I need the money, but, well, you understand it. It's the one beautiful thing in my life.
But you are a dealer. You must not go backwards on your word.
Let me think about it. There's no hurry, after all.
But we must have
Let's have lunch tomorrow. We'll decide then,
If you do decide, how much do you want for it?
Oh, I'd never sell it under 4 million francs.
4 million?
Too much money for you and too hard for me to part with it, so we'll just remain friends, shall we?
I do not care how much money. I must buy it.
We'll meet tomorrow at the usual place for lunch and talk it over. In the meantime, you think about it, and I'll think about it.
All right, Harry. 1:30 tomorrow.
Good. I'll be there. They left a few minutes later. It was working out fine. They were on the hook. All I had to do was to carefully reel them in. Then came a knock on the door. Yes?
Hello, Harry.
Paul Bazin.
So, you still remember me. I thought you would have forgotten me by now.
I never forget old friends. We used to be partners, old man.
A partner, eh?
That's right.
Well, they hustled me into jail. You hustled off to the Riviera with all the money.
It was an accident of fate. I was awful sorry you were caught, old man. There's nothing I could do.
You're going to have an accident too, Harry.
I don't do anything foolish. What good will it do you to shoot me?
You have no idea how much good it will do me.
Nothing.
Like water to a thirsty man. I've been waiting for 2 years in a Luxembourg prison for this.
Listen, old man, they guillotine people here in France for committing murder.
If they catch them.
Look, if you put the gun down, I'll tell you about a little deal that's coming off tomorrow. I'll cut you in on it.
I'm not interested.
Your share will be 2 million francs in cold cash. That's right.
2 million.
2 million. Put the gun down. I'll tell you about it.
You'll talk better this way. Talk fast. Maybe I'll be interested.
See those 2 women coming out of my suite?
I saw them.
They think this is a Renoir hanging on the wall. See with that? You're going to give me 4 million francs for it.
And you are going to give me half out of sheer generosity?
No, not out of generosity. You can help me. Besides, you have some money coming to you.
I'm going to get it, too.
A very rich Brazilian lady. And tomorrow at lunch, we're going to clinch the deal. I want you to be a friend of mine, an art dealer.
I don't know anything about paintings.
Doesn't matter. Neither do they. Is it a deal?
How do I know you're telling me the truth?
Well, I'm afraid you just have to take my word, old man. I don't know how to prove it to you till tomorrow at noon.
I'll phone the women.
They're not at their hotel yet.
I'll wait. I'll be asking for 3 million out of the 4.
Very good idea. How about a drink, Paul?
No.
Well, I hate to drink alone. However, I shall have myself a small one. We waited an hour until Inez and Aurora returned to their hotel. Paul was satisfied that I told him the truth, and he finally left me. Until lunch tomorrow. I began to think of a plan to get rid of this fellow. I can't stand people who hold grudges for years. It's a sign of immaturity. We met at lunch as scheduled.
Mr. Bazin, what is your opinion of Impressionist painting? How does it compare with the modern?
Well, I think it's very different.
Mr. Bazin does not particularly like modern art. He hates to talk about it, as a matter of fact. He's against any form of art that isn't immediately comprehensible to everyone. That's
yes, I feel very strong about it.
Me also. Abstracts are to me crazy painting.
Yes, I think so,
How
too.
about another cup of coffee?
No, thank you. Let us talk about the Renoir.
Ah, yes. By the way, when are you two lovely women leaving Paris?
Yet we do not know. Maybe 2 weeks, maybe a month.
Oh, it's hard to leave this city. Chance everybody.
We have decided to pay you 4 million francs.
Oh, did you? Well, we'll think about it some more, shall we?
But that is the price at which you gave us.
Yes.
Oh, I am getting all mixed up again.
You haven't changed your mind, Harry.
Well, not exactly. Let's give it another few days. You're going to be in Paris a few weeks. There's no hurry.
You don't want to sell it?
Well, I do. That is, I must. But you see, after I left, I had an offer from the Fontaine Galleries, about 5 million. I'm very embarrassed by it. I don't like this kind of business.
But you said yes to 4 million yesterday.
I didn't make a promise. I said I might sell it for 4. You must understand I'm a businessman. I must sell it to the highest bidder, after all. Why don't you forget the Renoir? I'll be glad to show you other paintings. Very fine, famous artists for much less money.
We will give you the request you ask.
Well, it's worth much more, I assure you. How do you feel about it, Inez?
We will buy it for 5.
If you can afford it, I think you're making a wise investment.
I'll write a check for you right now. Give me the checkbook, Aurora.
If you don't mind, I'd rather have it in cash.
Why?
Well, I have some very urgent bills to pay. It'll take a week or so to clear through the bank. I can wait until this evening. You'll get the check cashed at your bank. We can meet for dinner. We'll have a real big celebration,
A party.
Yes.
You will be guest to us.
Oh, no. You're my guest, please.
You come too, Monsieur Bazin?
With pleasure, mademoiselle.
Where shall we meet? Shall we go to my favorite restaurant, Tour d'Argent?
I know where it is.
Oh, it's one of the best in Paris. Now, I must go. Garçon, addition. I was quite pleased with the way things were going. My only regret would be that I would have to leave Paris. Have to leave Aurora. Get rather too fond of Aurora. She was my type, beautiful, not too encumbered with brains, but she had lots of spirit and exuberance. And as they say in France, as a fair son, as a fair. I had one real problem, to get rid of Bazin. But he stuck close to me, like a tree to the earth.
I'm going back to the hotel with you.
Oh, okay, if you want to, old man.
I won't.
Might be better if you went home and packed. We're going to have to leave Paris in a hurry.
I'm staying with you until after dinner.
You're a very suspicious fellow, Paul.
I trust you as far as I can move the Eiffel Tower.
You don't have to trust me. We're all meeting for dinner at Tour d'Argent. The restaurant can't run away, can it?
But if you double-cross me...
It's impossible, Paul. All you have to do is show up at the restaurant.
Well...
Pack all your stuff and pick me up at the hotel. We'll go down together,
All right.
Okay.
But if you try to do any tricks, Harry, I'll swear I'll hunt you down and I'll kill you.
Now,
I mean it.
I know you're a very sincere fellow. Meet me at 5 o'clock in my suite.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man.
Now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with today's story, Art is Long and Lime is Fleeting.
I had to work fast now that I was rid of Bazin. I hurried to my hotel and began to pack my clothes, and I telephoned my 2 Brazilian customers.
Hello?
This is Harry.
Oh, Harry. You have your mind not changed.
No, I just learned that the Tour d'Argent's closed tonight.
Well, then we should someplace else go, no?
Of course. There's a superb Italian restaurant called the Casa Bellini. Write the address down, will you?
I have a pen.
Good. It's 43 Rue Victoire. I made a reservation for 7:30.
We will be...
Tell Inez I'm sorry about the change.
Oh, it is very nothing.
I suppose she's gone to the bank, hasn't she?
Oh, yes.
Good.
She will be back soon.
What makes you so happy?
Inez says I have for you much liking.
And is it true?
Yes, Harry.
True for me, too, Aurora. I think you're the most charming woman in all of Paris.
You are to me, too. Oh, I get mixed up again.
I know you and I are going to be the very best of friends. See you tonight, honey.
Tonight, Sherry.
I packed quietly, wrapped up the painting, and got ready to leave. Soon I left my suite better. I had a hunch that Bazin would change his mind and come early. Yes? Hello, Paul.
You are about to leave?
Well, I was just going down to pay my bill, as a matter of fact.
You lied.
You know, you're getting to be awfully unpleasant, Paul, old man.
You are getting up to something.
I am getting up to 5 million francs for this little package here.
I think you were trying to run away. I think I came just in time.
You're not thinking. No matter where I ran, I'd still have to be at the Tour d'Argent at 7:30.
Where were you going when I came into the room?
I told you I was going downstairs to pay my bill. You're being very dull, Paul.
You don't fool me.
I think you better come along, huh?
We'll go down together in a little while.
Now, look here, Paul. We have 3 hours until we go to the Tour d'Argent. You're not going to stand there with a gun in your pocket all afternoon.
That is exactly what I am going to do.
Well, I have to go to the bank, arrange for my plane ticket. You're being quite a bore, old man.
You never had money in the bank in your life.
So happens that you are cruelly wrong.
Show me your bank book.
It's downstairs in the hotel safe with all my other valuables.
You are lying.
A partnership based on suspicion and mistrust can never be successful, old man, really.
We are going to be Siamese twins for the next few hours. It's no use arguing with me.
All right, if that's your decision, you might as well sit down. You get very tired standing up there for 3 hours.
You worry about me a lot, don't you?
I was brought up very carefully. It's ingrained in me to be a hospitable host. Now, I'm glad you're taking my advice. Like some refreshments. A drink, perhaps?
No.
Just want to sit, hmm?
That's right, just sit.
Well, don't doze off now.
You think you're funny.
No point in being grim about it. Want some cards?
No.
Have a set of dice somewhere just to while away the time.
I don't want to do anything.
You just want to sit.
That's right.
I couldn't catch him off guard. He sat in the chair and kept his beady eyes on me. I don't mind people staring at me, but as I had a gun, and he discovered my defection, he would become peeved, I thought. And that gun might go off. He just sat there for a long time, and then even he became bored and just sitting. Tilted his chair against the wall, rocking himself back and forth. The pressure of his toes against the floor. A sudden kick on the back legs of the chair when he was tilted would certainly give me an advantage. As he fell backwards, I hurled myself at him, pinioning his arms. He managed to get the gun out of his pocket, but I rolled the chair over his arm, and he let go of the gun. I seized the gun and placed it against the back of his head with a good deal of force. The fight was over in less than a minute. He lay there quietly. I figured he'd be out for an hour at least. Yes. Mr. Bazin was out of the picture.
Forgive us for being late, Harry.
Oh, please.
It was the fault of me. I took too much time to seem beautiful.
You don't seem beautiful. You are, both of you.
Monsieur Bazin, he's not coming.
He won't be here. He wanted to come very much, but he was suddenly taken ill.
Oh, that's too bad.
And he'll be all right, I think.
I am much hungry. You make the selection for us. We do not know the French word.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Perhaps we'd better settle our business first, though. Business before pleasure, you know.
Oh, let's eat first. There's no hurry. We have all the night.
I didn't like this. They didn't seem to be so eager for the painting as they were at lunch. Maybe they were only hungry. Maybe. I didn't like their attitude at all. How do you like your peche melba, Aurora?
It is superbly. It will make me fat, and then you will not like me anymore.
It'll make you fat, and I will adore you even more, darling.
We must thank you for a very fine dinner.
Oh.
The best we eat in Paris.
I'm very pleased that you're pleased. And now that we've eaten, shall we finish our business? You know, the Renoir is all wrapped up.
Oh, hurry. We haven't had our brandy yet.
But we can negotiate while we wait for the brandy,
Oh, you Americanos so impatient.
I Americaners like very much. Impatience in men is very nice.
It's a custom in our country to get our business over with first. Very droll in that respect. Then we can all relax and enjoy ourselves. Shall we?
Oh, Harry, you do not say a word all evening about my frock, which I wear for you, especially.
It's a beautiful dress. Perfectly beautiful. I must say that if you've changed your mind about the painting, it's perfectly all right. You don't have to be embarrassed.
Oh, no, Harry. We have not changed our mind. Let's have the brandy, and then we settle the business.
Okay. Garçon? There was definitely something wrong. They were obviously stalling. But stalling for what? I was getting very uneasy. The waiter brought the cognac, and they sipped it a drop at a time. For 15 minutes, they dawdled over it. I decided not to wait any longer. Forced the issue.
Tell us something about yourself, Harry.
Oh.
About America, I mean, when you lived
Really,
there.
there's nothing much to tell. I grew up like any average American boy. I got interested in art, but I learned soon enough that I'd never be a good painter.
You were an artist?
Well, not much of one. Now, if you'll forgive me for bringing this up again, I will give you the painting in exchange for 5 million francs. I'm afraid that we'll have to do it now or not at all.
But, Harry...
I mean it, Inez.
Yes.
We'll all feel better once it's done.
Well, here's the money. You can count it.
Oh, I trust you. Oh, please. I won't even open the envelope. And here's your Renoir. I hope you'll enjoy it as I have.
We will.
Mademoiselle, oh, I am sorry. I am late. I just couldn't get away.
Oh, Monsieur Bordet, this is a Harry Lime.
Now, how do you do?
I am pleased to meet you.
Monsieur Bordet is an expert on Renoir's painting. He's from the Louvre Museum.
Oh, the Louvre. Now, if you'll just excuse me for a minute.
Monsieur Lime. I have got to leave. I'll just take a quick look.
Wait,
please sit down.
I'll unwrap it.
I began to figure the distance to the door. It looked like this might be one of the times to run, and fight another day. Monsieur Baudet motioned the gendarme who had evidently accompanied him to come into the room, close the door. Well, I took care of that. I just have to bluff it out. The expert slowly unrolled the picture, held it this way and that.
How much did you agree to pay this man, mademoiselle?
5 million francs, monsieur. Is it too much?
Too much or not enough?
I don't like your tone. Just what do you mean by that, sir?
The light in here is too dim for me to make a definite opinion, but it could be a Renoir. There is a painting of his with this same general composition. The figure is not bad. The colors like his.
You think it is a real Renoir?
I was sure it was all right.
I would like to take it with me and examine it more thoroughly. But I can say this. If it is a Renoir, it is worth 20 million francs.
20 million!
Qu'est-ce qui arrive, hein?
Monsieur.
De quoi s'agit-il, hein?
You are not going to arrest anybody. Keep your hands high.
You'd better do as he says. He looks dangerous.
So the picture's worth 20 million, eh? I'll take it with me.
Just a minute.
Now stay as you are or you'll get a bullet. And don't follow me.
Bazin grabbed the picture and ran. Talk about a break. With the gendarme, the girls, and Baudet, I ran after him, yelling, "Stop, thief! Stop, thief, thief!" All the time blessing myself for not having tied him as securely as I thought I had. All I had to do was to follow him away and then get lost. As I tore along in his wake, I noticed a couple of street Arabs huddled around a small fire. They scattered in panic. I sprinted, tackled. He hit the sidewalk. The picture flew out of his hand. I shoved it into the fire. "I've caught you, you rogue. Now I'll teach you to steal, thief."
Let me go.
No, monsieur, no. Do not attack him. We will take care of him. It is not wise to beat a police officer at Paris.
I'll kill you for this, Lime.
I'm afraid all you'll do for a while is a nice stretch from the Bastille, my friend. Take him away.
Come along, mon petit. I think we walk to the station. I have a few suggestions to make to you on the way.
My wonderful
Goodbye,
Harry.
old man.
You were the bandit captured.
Yes.
You are so brave, so wonderful.
You are not hurt. You are all right.
A wonderful action, Monsieur Lime. An heroic deed. But where is the picture?
The picture, it must be right here. It flew out of his hand when I tackled him.
Oh, the picture, it is burning. It will be destroyed.
Get it, Harry, it is burning.
I'll get it. I'm afraid it's completely gone.
Oh.
Of course, I made sure the picture was burned. I managed to grab a corner of it, but I had to drop it back into the flames. What a pity. The girls in Baudet were very concerned over my hand, but what's a few burns compared to a term in the local Hooskow and 5 million francs, not to mention getting rid of Bazin. Baudet and I saw the girls home, and then after making a date for the next evening with Aurora, I offered to drop him at the Louvre, where he still had to make his report.
There is only one thing remaining to say, Monsieur Lime.
Yes? What is that?
I would not want you to think that I am such a bad expert that I really had any doubts about the picture.
You mean that it was an original?
No, I mean that it was not.
Oh, I see. Well, how much do you want, Baudet?
Nothing.
Nothing? I don't get it.
Monsieur Lime, if I had everyone arrested who tries to sell a fake picture, the prisons of Paris would be full. I wanted only to give you a chance to get away without embarrassment. I hope this will be a lesson to you and that you won't try it again.
Monsieur Baudet, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your courtesy. You're a wonderful fellow. And I must tell you, I want you to know what an inspiration people like you are to people like me.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment.
Let's face it, friends, the world is very generously populated with mugs. Millions and millions of mugs just waiting like the proverbial sheep for the proverbial fleecing. In fact, if they weren't shorn from time to time, they wouldn't be comfortable. It always makes me laugh to read that one of the mugs was an innocent victim of a confidence game. Now, just how innocent, I ask you? If you want a path beaten to your door, don't waste your energy inventing a better mousetrap. No, just hang a sign out, scarce items at prices you want to pay. However, till we meet again, look after yourselves. And remember, if you don't, no one else will.
Presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime, the fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Kara.
You come in the theater just as the curtain's going up. The band's playing something exciting, Latin American. The stage is alive with color and dancing against the background of a marketplace in Central America. Suddenly, someone with a Spanish accent as broad as the East River shouts, El General, and everything comes to a halt. El General sweeps in wearing a broad sash, handlebar mustache, and a big menacing frown that scares nobody. He mutters something about La Revolucion. A couple of shots ring out, a few chorus boys drop gracefully to the ground, and the entire company breaks into the first big production number. But revolutions aren't like that. There's no music playing, no scantily clad dances, no comics. The guns have real bullets in them. I know. So I was mixed up in one of them. I'll tell you about it.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in Pursuit of a Ghost.
There's no sense in identifying the Central American country where I found myself in the fall of 45. Any of those who were involved in the revolution are still alive, of course. I've caused enough trouble. Anyway, I was in a waterfront cafe in the tiny country's capital, and there were only two of us at the bar, yours truly, Harry Lime, and a derby-hatted little Englishman who looked about as much at home as a burlesque queen at a church picnic.
Yeah. How about having a little drink with me, Governor?
Oh, thanks. I don't like drinking alone either.
Oh, American, eh?
Yeah.
I thought from how you were English.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Oh, it don't make no difference. Although I was hoping for a word about Elm. What'll it be, Governor?
No, scotch, if they have any more.
Hi there, matey. How about finding a little scotch for the gentleman here? Scotch para el caballero.
Si, senor. Scotch para el norteamericano. Pronto, senor.
Ah, gracias, amigo.
You never learned that lingo in petticoat lane, old man.
You're right there, you are. I've been in this blooming country for 10 years now. There's plenty of brass here, I can tell you that, I can.
Money? I've heard of this stuff. It's been a long time since I had my hands on it.
Oh, down on your uppers a bit, ain't you?
You said it, man. You said it.
Scotch, senor.
Thanks, gracias.
No trouble was it, senor. No trouble.
Well, here's to your increased fortune.
And to yours. You've been here a long time. You might be able to steer a fellow onto a good thing.
There's no way of making an easy living here, there ain't. The blinking government controls all the gambling, the lotteries, the casinos, everything. And if the revolution succeeds, it'll be worse.
Revolution?
Oh, maybe I shouldn't have let that little bit of information slip.
All right. I don't go around talking. How'd it be worse?
Well, it's this way, Governor. For a long time now, a bloke they calls General Valdez has been brewing a spot of trouble. He's a rough customer, he is. But up till now, he ain't had the money to buy arms and ammunition and hire soldiers.
And now he's got the money.
No, that he has. A gent from the States he's financing him.
American financing the revolution?
One of them blokes you call gangsters up in the States. He'll have a good thing, he will.
It's only taking an awful chance. If the revolution fails, he'll be facing a firing squad.
Not bloody likely. He's too smart for that. The way I hears it, he comes down here, he makes his deal with General Valdez, and then he hightails it out of the country, goes to Havana someplace to wait it out until Valdez is sitting in the driver's seat.
He's left the country, eh?
That's right, Governor.
Well, I suppose he stands pretty well with the revolutionists. I used to know if you guys got mixed up in the rackets back in the States. I wonder if you happen to know the General's friend.
The one who's financing the revolution.
Yeah, do you happen to know his name?
No, that I don't. Down here, they just call him El Zorro. It means the fox, and he's that all right, I guess.
The way I saw it, this New York gangster wasn't going to be the only foxy guy to make a good thing out of the revolution. The important thing was to make contact with General Valdez first. Half a dozen different kinds of pitches went through my mind as I headed for his stronghold.
You are a friend to El Zorro?
That's right. I'm glad we're both on the same team. I'd hate to have a fight with you.
Huh?
You're the biggest and strongest looking fellow I ever saw outside of a sideshow.
You are a friend of El Zorro, huh?
He told me to come down here from New York. We were pals together back there. I guess he had some sort of job lined up for me here. I'd like to talk to General Valdez about it.
All right. General Valdez will speak to a friend of El Zorro. Follow.
Bien.
Es José, el general.
Entre usted, por favor.
This senor is friend to El Zorro. He tell him to come here.
He told you to come here?
They were close friends in New York.
I see.
He wrote me all about you. Said he thought we'd speak the same language. We ought to get acquainted.
When did he write to you?
Oh, well, it was quite a little while ago. But I was tied up when the letter came. I got down here as soon as I could.
You were tied up?
The truth of the matter is I was broke. I had a hard time raising the price of the passage, but I figured if there's anything I could do to help a friend of El Zorro,
You're still broke?
Stony, old man.
Yeah. Jose, get $200 from the safe. Give it to Senor...
Lime, Harry Lime. And I certainly appreciate the...
we will not mention it, though money is very scarce with us just now.
Scarce? I thought El Zorro gave you all the money you needed before he left for Havana.
So, it is to Havana he's gone.
Yeah, sent me a postcard from there. It was forwarded here. Great guy.
We do not think he's such a great guy.
What?
Here's the money, senor.
Oh, thanks. What's the trouble between you and Elzora?
He's a very clever man. We made an agreement. Perhaps one you knew about.
Oh, sure.
He was to finance half of the revolutions, my compatriots the rest.
Yeah, sure, I knew all about that.
He was to handle the fighting. He was to take care of the finances, the procurement of guns and ammunition.
$1 million that we have collect, we turn over to him.
And by morning, he had disappeared. So he's in Havana, eh?
Well, that's what I heard, but
You will go to Havana and bring it back.
What?
You will need money in your pocket, of course. That is why we have given you part of what little we have left. But you will not double-cross us. You will be watched at every moment. Should you make one false move, a bullet will enter your back.
Look, I think I ought to tell you something. I'm not a friend of his. I never met him in my life. I don't even know what he looks like.
It's a big joke.
Senor Lime is very comic, gentleman.
Not being funny. I never heard of this guy until this morning. Cockney I met in a bar told me about him. The bartender, remember? It was a little cafe near the Plaza de Madrid. It had roosters painted on the walls.
Cafe El Gallo.
Yes, that was his name. Just ask the bartender.
To prove our fairness, I will make Jose make inquiries about the imaginary Cockney when he drives you back to your hotel. But you're not making things easier for yourself by denying your friendship for El Zorro.
When you check up on my story that I met this...
I will save my breath, Senor Lime. Jose will drive you back to your hotel now so you can get some rest. You will need it.
When the gargantuan Jose dropped me at the hotel, I went in one door and out the other, and then I hurried to the railway depot, bought a ticket on the first train out, which wasn't until 3 a.m. Wandered for a few blocks until I saw the reassuring sign, Polizia. Never had any love for the police, but now they represented some protection from General Valdez. After all, he was a revolutionist, an outlaw. Thought gave me a little comfort. I headed into a nightclub across the street and sat down amidst chattering cocktail drinkers. Hadn't been there long when my eyes were suddenly drawn to one of the most seductively beautiful women I've ever seen. She was a tall, slender brunette. She was sitting alone. There was invitation in her eyes. I armed myself with a couple of glasses of champagne, one in each hand. Walked over to a table. You know, it's strictly against the law for beautiful women to sit alone in bar rooms without a drink.
I was waiting for a friend.
Well, I'm very friendly. If I come bearing champagne, if I sat down, would you scream for the manager?
I would not scream very loud. It is bad for my voice.
Ah, you're a singer. I knew it. It was your artistic appearance that appealed to me. That's really why I made like a St. Bernard.
Well, I would like a drink. But you look more like El Lobo to me than a St. Bernard. El Lobo is the wolf in Spanish.
And you don't like wolves in any language, no?
No, I don't mind. As long as their claws are not too sharp. Some girls pretend they do not like the roving males, but women are all complimented by attention. I like wolves like you.
I love your frankness. What's your name?
I am Consuelo. And you?
Harry. To Consuelo and Harry. Wonderful. I didn't have quite so much on my mind.
Oh, poor Harry. You big American businessmen are all alike. All the time you must worry about money matters. There are other things in life. And anyway, worry does no good.
Oh, you're right. All the worry in the world can't change a thing. We'll have another drink.
No.
Consuelo?
No, I'm afraid to drink any more on, how you say, an empty stomach. I might lose my head.
Well, let's have dinner together first, and then both lose our heads.
Are you a good sport, Harry?
What's up?
You come with me to my little apartamento, and I will cook for you a real Spanish dinner. Something you cannot get in a restaurant. It is made with chicken and rice and white wine.
Sounds like quite a dish, Consuelo. May I say the same for you? When she'd given the cab driver her address, Consuelo slithered back in the seat and melted in my arms. This was all to the good. But I started to ask myself why the most beautiful woman in the world had gone for me like it was a combination of Clark Gable and John D. Rockefeller, the best features of each. I opened my Rockefeller, the best features of each. I opened my eyes. Only I didn't look at Consuelo. I looked at the driver in the front seat. Even from the back, I recognized him. Driver!
Oh, what is the matter, darling?
I want to see what the driver looks like. Turn your face around this way, driver.
Si, Senor Lyon. Anything to oblige.
Jose. It's like I thought.
You should have begun to think before you bought the ticket at the railway station.
Taken in by the oldest dodger in the world, Harry Lime.
Now, do not let us forget our manners,
I walked right up to you. You didn't even have to wiggle your little finger. Where are you taking me in this rattletrap, Jose?
Oh, not far in this, Senor Lime. But this is only the first leg of your journey to Havana.
Still the same old... Did you find out at the cafe that I was telling the truth about the Cockney?
I've made inquiries all over concerning a Cockney. General Valdez is right. There is none.
The bartender, what did he say? Didn't he remember me?
He remembered you well. He said you drink scotch.
Yes, I drink scotch, but...
He said you were in there all alone. You did not talk to anyone in the cafe.
Well, the whole thing's a dirty brain. I'm not taking it. I'm going to...
Oh, Jose, you hit him so hard.
This time it was with my fist. Perhaps next time it will be with a bullet. We see how he behaved in Havana.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with In Pursuit of a Ghost.
Everything was black and purple, with nice little polka dots of green light. This went on for a couple of thousand years. Then I realized I was lying down and the bed was soft, but it kept pitching, sliding out from under me. I could feel the throb of a ship's motor.
He's waking up, General.
For a while I thought you never would.
I hate pulling a line as old as this, but where am I?
We are on our way to Havana, Senor.
Yeah, I guess that. But this ship...
A private yacht a friend was kind enough to lend us. We are the only passengers aboard, and the crew are all very loyal to me.
That should answer what you really want to know.
You're going ashore to find your friend, to bring him and the money back here. Jose and I will wait on the yacht for you.
Jose's a very rough-looking customer. Yes, Jose, I think you could influence my friend more easily than I.
Neither Jose nor I dare show our faces in Havana. Were our presence known there, it would ruin everything. No, Senor Lime, you will do the job for us. But you will be watched by our friends, watched every second of the time.
Look, old man, this whole thing is pretty silly. I don't even know the man I'm supposed to find.
The statement is ridiculous. We will not go into that again.
All right, so he's my pal. I'm supposed to get him to leave Havana and come aboard this yacht. Do you mind telling me how I do it?
That is your problem, senor. But I can tell you this. If you fail, you will not leave past tomorrow night.
By 2 in the afternoon, I checked in at the Hotel Nacional, wandered along the Prado, looking at all the sidewalk tables for somebody who might look like a resourceful New York gangster. And I'd consumed half a dozen daiquiris at Sloppy Joe's, but I wasn't any closer to the solution of my problem, finding a man I didn't know, making friends with him, and persuading him to tuck $1 million in his pocket and come aboard a strange yacht. But if I didn't get back the yacht with him, well, there wasn't any sense in speculating on that. I'd seen the look in Valdez's eyes. The general was playing for keeps. I walked for endless miles. I took buses. I traveled by cab. Finally, at 3 a.m., I landed about 4 miles out of the city on a little street they call Hot Dog Alley, a sort of skid row lined with Roomba palaces. And there, at a table in one of the noisiest of the joints, I saw him. I knew it was him, tall, dark, and just reeking with rotten money. Also sitting beside him Holding his hand and nuzzling up to him was Consuela. She was looking straight at me, not making any sign of recognition, so I took my cue from her. Wandered over the table, ignored Consuela, and stood looking down. Jim. Hi there.
Yeah?
Oh, I thought for a minute there I recognized you. Maybe I've seen you someplace. Do you happen to be from New York?
Go away. Can't you see I'm busy with a lady?
Funny, you sound like a New Yorker.
Okay, so I'm a New Yorker. A scram.
Anything you say, El Zorro.
Huh? Where'd you get that name?
We can talk about where I got it if you really want to be a little friendly.
Okay, so we'll talk. Only this ain't the place. I'll get rid of the babe and meet you somewhere where we can be alone. Where you stopping?
Nacional.
Go back there and go to your room. I'll call you in an hour or so. Who do I ask for?
Harry Lime. Be waiting for your call, pal. Who is it?
It is Consuelo. Let me in.
All right, babe. So now you're in. Comes next.
Please, we have not much time. Please do not fight with me. I did not know they were bad men, honestly. They said it was some sort of a joke on you, that you were a big businessman and you were working too hard, that they had planned for you a little vacation and you did not want to go.
And then you flew down here ahead of me to help me enjoy my vacation. Only you happened to bump into El Zorro before I got here. General doesn't even know you're here, huh? Checking up on El Zorro and me.
Oh, you fool. They do not know that I am in Havana. They double-cross me. They do not pay me. So I fly down here for myself, like you say, on my own. I want that money.
Looks like money's getting to be a very popular thing. What am I supposed to do, steal it for you?
Listen, Harry. El Zorro dropped me near where he thinks I live about 10 minutes ago. He was going back to his hotel to call you.
What's his real name? What hotel's he at?
His real name is Pietro. He calls himself Pete. He's staying at the La Paz. And he keeps the money right in his room. I know that.
So?
When he calls, you get him to meet you here. You keep him away from his hotel for half an hour, and I get the money.
How nice.
Then, you lose him somewhere. You meet me at the airport. We get a private plane, and we fly to Europe. Just you and me.
You and me and $1 million, Makes a pretty picture. Okay.
Harry, what is wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you trust me, Harry?
What do you think? Of course I trusted you. About as far as I could throw the Hotel Nacional. Consuelo's a beautiful girl, but nobody's that beautiful. I have a very good nose for a frame-up. I could smell this one a mile away. You may think I'm fussy, but I don't like being played for a sucker. Twice. So I gave the lady time to get started, and then I put in a call. Hello? Hello, Pete?
Yeah.
Harry Lime speaking.
What do you want?
$100,000, Pete.
Quit your kidding. What's all this about?
Well, we're fellow Americans, Pete. I want to do you a favor.
For $100,000?
I know about the $1 million, Pete. I also know that General Valdez and his boys have followed you down here.
Yeah?
They know where you've got the dough, Pete.
Is this on a level?
Not only that, they've got every means of escape all corked up. You're not getting out of here, Pete. Not without my help.
What can you do, Lime?
I can get you out of Cuba alive. I want a fast answer, old man. Let's not quibble over money. You're getting a bargain, $100,000. I slip you out of Cuba into some spot where you'll be safe. I have my own yacht and a crew I can trust.
How do I know you're telling the truth?
Easy, because I'm giving you my first tip-off for free. That girl you were with tonight.
Yeah?
Well, old man, she's one of the gang. She's on her way to your place now. Wait 10 minutes, then leave your hotel, give her a chance to get in, then go back. You'll find her going through your thing. I'll give you a chance to settle things with her, and then I'll call for you. Have your things with you, including my $100,000.
It's a deal, Harry Lime. You're a pal.
There was a big crowd outside the La Paz Hotel by the time I got there. It seems a beautiful girl had been arrested robbing a room. The police took her away. Bye-bye, Consuelo. Peter was waiting on the corner. He got in my cab. A few minutes later, we were in a tender heading for my yacht.
I appreciate this, Harry.
Oh, that's all right.
There ain't many guys that do this, not even for 100 G's. Here, want to count it? 100 bills, $1,000 each.
No, man, I'll check it later. That's the rest of it in the black bag?
Sure, I'd bring all the dough. You don't worry, I'd leave it in Cuba.
No, I guess you wouldn't. I guess you wouldn't. Where do you think you want to head?
South America, maybe. I guess I better talk it over with your captain.
Yes, that's a good idea. Well, this is my boat we're pulling alongside of now.
Say, this is a pretty fancy boat.
Well, climb up, old man.
Okay.
Now, just swing yourself over there. That's the boy.
Pretty nice here.
Yeah, shipshape.
Which way are my quarters?
Go in here to the bar first. What do you say?
Okay, but let's make it a quick one. I'd like to get some sleep as soon as you show me where I can flop.
I'll show you where you flop, Phil Sorrow.
Jose.
And there's another friend of yours behind you.
Oh, where? General Valdez.
Adios, Senor El Zorro. Jose, pick up the little black bag our friend El Zorro dropped. He won't need $1 million where he's going. And you go to your cabin, Harry Lime. We'll send for you when we want you.
I've never been very fond of unnecessary arguments, so I went down to my cabin, threw myself on my bunk. I hadn't eaten since I landed in Havana and had too much to drink. But it wasn't only the liquor, I was tired, too. Dead tired. Dimly I could hear the anchor being raised and the engine starting up. And then suddenly all Hades broke loose. Now, what in the name of...
There is another of the revolutionists. Kill him, too.
But I'm not one of the revolutionists, I swear. Please.
Ready.
Hey, no.
Do not fire. He's not one of them. As you say, your Capitan, the General and the others are all dead. And we can now see to the running of the ship.
Well, Harry Lime, I hope you're proud of your role in the thwarted revolution.
You're the Cockney I met in the bar that first day, but...
Yes, the Cockney dialect is one of my accomplishments. In Central America, the captain of police must have many disguises.
Captain of the police?
Yes. You see, you thought you were extracting information from me that first day. You were merely following the powers of suggestion.
Old man, I don't even begin to follow you.
You followed me very well. Every idea I planted in your obviously conniving mind. With your help, we have recovered the money contributed by the poor, misguided citizens of my country. We have erased the revolutionary leader from a place far from his henchmen. And El Zorro, who would have been dangerous yet, is now dead.
Well, then, I'm in the clear, after all. I saved your government for you.
Yes, that you have, Governor.
But then part of the money...
You will be permitted to leave our country with every cent you entered with.
Yes, well, old man, I was broke when I arrived.
Yes. You see what I mean, Senor Lime?
Yes, I begin to. I just begin.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
My only comfort was the cozy feel of a roll of greenbacks, 100 grand warming my breast pocket. Yes, Ernie was a smart cop, but he didn't know about that. But
We do, don't we?
Presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Kara.
If I were an honest man, which would be silly on the face of it, this would be my sermon. Any character who gets swindled is asking for it. You can't swindle a man unless he's so full of larceny that his very breathing is crooked. This, to a man of my talents, would be disconcerting if I didn't know that 9 people out of 10 are full of larceny. Like a certain American named Harris, who not so long ago came to Paris for a holiday. Strictly in Mr. Harris's honor, I concocted a juicy little swindle called horseplay.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in Horseplay.
My game of horseplay began in the bar of the Creon. To start it, I had to call on a French pal of mine, André Janin.
Say it to me again, Harry.
The big man, over there, sitting at the corner table. See him?
Yes, but...
Look, André, all I want you to do is to get into conversation with him. Easy enough?
Why not?
Then, when you're talking, You find this billfold under the table.
Under the table?
Where you will have dropped it first.
Aha, yes. And in the billfold there are papers which will identify it as yours.
You return it to me. Simple?
Be sure to bring this man with me when I return.
Let him return it. I'll be in a room here at the hotel.
And all these hocus pocus are to accomplish what?
All these hocus pocus, my friend, will result in Mr. Harris, that big man at the corner table, giving me thousands and thousands of American dollars, as you will see. Andre Janin did his job smoothly. He was sitting down and talking to Harris in a matter of minutes, though they were old friends. From not too near, I watched discreetly. They were just getting up to go, when suddenly...
Oops. Oh, I'm sorry, Monsieur Janin.
What?
Your foot, I must have kicked it. Excuse me.
My foot? But you did not. Let's see what... Oh, it's a billfold. You must have dropped it.
Billfold? Dropped it? Oh, not me. I've got mine all right. Well, let's see here. Well, whosoever it is, it's sure one fat wallet. Why, look here at this.
Oh, there's nothing to be leaving around in hotel bars.
7, 8, 10, 15, 10 mil franc notes. Must be $400 American anyway. Membership card here to some club.
Club de Turf.
What's that?
Sounds like some sort of club where one may place bets on horse racing. A turf club. This is English?
Oh, sure. A turf club, eh? Fellow's name is Harry Lime. Here, look at this. Looks like some sort of coach typer. And 2 race tickets. And look at this newspaper clipping here.
From an American newspaper?
I guess so. Mysterious racetrack plunger Harry Lime winnings at Belmont this season estimated at more than $1 million. Fella, sounds all right, doesn't he?
We'd better ask at the desk to see if there is anybody here in the hotel whose name is, what is it again?
Harry Lime. Come on, let's ask.
Yes, what do you want?
Are you Mr. Harry Lime?
You a newspaper man? If you are, I don't want to see you. No interviews. Except we will not be bothered by a lot of...
One moment, sir, please. We simply called by to ask if you had lost anything.
Lost anything? Certainly not. Good day, gentlemen.
You sure you have your wallet, your billfold?
Oh, where? Now, just a second.
I think we have found it, Mr.
Oh, come in, gentlemen. I'm sure you know how I am. If I seem to be rude, it's just that these reporters, even here in Paris, you know, a man in my position...
I suppose you can identify the billfold.
I certainly can. Now, let's see. Some cash, maybe $400 or $500 in French-American money, a membership card in Club de Turf, a code cipher I use in my business, and, let's see, a couple of cablegrams.
Yours, all right.
Well, can't tell you how grateful I am, sir. You would have put me in... Here, why don't you take this cash and have yourselves a good time?
Oh, nonsense. Don't be foolish.
Please. Please me very much if you take it. Seriously, these papers here, they're what's of value, although only to me. You're sure I can't repay you by...
No, mille merci.
Well, then, at the very least, you must both be my guests for an evening while you're in Paris. Drinks, dinner, make the rounds of the hottest spots, maybe some girlfriends, huh? Meanwhile, let me place a bet for you just to cover your hotel bill while you're in town.
A bet? I'm afraid I do not exactly see what you are...
he means on the horse races, don't you?
Well, you mean you have some, let me see, some odd tips?
Well, in a way, yes, tips. You see, I represent a large syndicate which, shall we say, is beginning to regulate the winning of races at French tracks. I'm merely the agent, placing the syndicate money to the considerable disadvantage of French bookmakers and gambling clubs until they fall into line. Naturally, this is all confidential.
Oh, but of course.
By me.
That's why I was so curt with you when you first came to the door, you understand. I thought maybe you might be newspapermen. Occasionally they become embarrassingly close to realizing what the syndicate is up to. And naturally, any publicity would... Excuse me. Yes?
Cablegram, monsieur.
Merci. Tiens, garçon.
Oh, merci bien, monsieur.
The point is, gentlemen, I'm sent my instructions by coded cablegram, so you can see what a spot I'd be in without my cipher. So, I'm grateful to you both. I most certainly am.
You mean the bets you place, the races have been fixed in advance?
Well, now, fixed is a very unpleasant word, but that's about the size of it. That's why it occurred to me that perhaps I could show my gratitude by placing a small bet for both of you, which with good odds would at least make you some cigarette money while you're here in Paris. Excuse me just a moment, will you?
What a thing to happen in on, eh, Janet?
What do you mean?
Why, don't you get it? Fixed races. An absolutely sure thing.
I've heard of things like that, but...
Heard of them? We have one right here in our
Gentlemen, this cablegram, I have a very good thing. If you'll just excuse me.
Oh, but of course, I'm sure. Monsieur Harris, we did not mean to stay here so long as this.
No, please, not at all. I insist you stay here. There are drinks, cigars, seltzer, Perrier water over there on the table. I'll be back in a matter of, 15, 20 minutes at the most.
Well...
My hat over there, yes, there. Now sit right down, make yourselves at home, both of you. I'll be back in a jiffy.
Yeah, put something on it for us.
So I leave this man Harris in my room with Jenny. There he sits, thinking of the possibility that he'll make some money on a sure thing, a fixed horse race, with no risk whatsoever to his own pocketbook. Not bad, huh? What's wrong with that? Probably, like Harris, you'd feel you don't know for sure yet that I'm maybe not some kind of a nut. But at least you'd have to admit I had good whiskey in my room, good cigars, I could rent a comfortable hotel suite, and in 20 minutes or so I'd be back with a big smile on my face. Still here? Ah, good.
We were wondering, Mr.
I was afraid maybe you'd have left before I got back, before I'd even gotten a chance to learn your names. Did you think of that?
Oh, stupid. Pardon, monsieur. I am André Janine, Mr. Lyon.
And you, sir?
My name is Jack Harris.
Jack Harris, mighty pleased to have met both of you. Well, when I think of it, here you are, Jenny. I got odds of 4 to 1, another 80,000 francs for you, Harris.
Well, say, what do you know?
My goodness, sir. Thank you.
Just like it grows on trees.
Yes, sir, just like it grows on trees. 80,000 francs, about $200 for my sucker friend Harris. He never lifted a finger. That's living, man, way up high on the hog. Just as Harris himself says.
Just think, Janet. The only limit is the capital you've got to put down on a race. How about that?
How about that, indeed? See what I mean about 9 out of 10 being larcenous? And, of course, before this afternoon is over, another cablegram has been delivered, another bet placed, just as a convincer. And when I come back into the room, I hope you don't mind. I had them give it to me in big bills so it wouldn't be a nuisance for you to carry around.
Oh, a nuisance. Oh, 100, 200? Well, this will add up to 800 American dollars. That's not what I call a nuisance. Oh.
Now, to be sure, Harris has some 300,000 francs of my money in his pocket, but I don't need to worry too much. He won't run away. He's too anxious to get some more of this money that just grows on trees. Overnight, I leave him in the company of my friend Janine, for I have work to do to prepare the appearance of the Club de Turf. It's all a phony, of course. Staffed by my pals, all set up just to pluck Mr. Harris, just to separate him from some of his nice little old American greenbacks. And sure enough, as expected, next morning, he's back knocking at my hotel room door. Ah, come in. I was hoping you fellas show up. Drinks?
I think none for me, thanks.
Well, me, I can use one. Oh, after last night, I was celebrating my winnings in those fixed races.
Help yourself, Harris. Yes, I'm glad to see you. I need someone I can trust. And after the way you two returned my wallet yesterday, I know you're both dependable.
Well, anything I can do.
You can do me a favor. Pick yourself up a little change at the same time. Here's my problem. The manager over at the Club de Turf is getting suspicious of me, I'm afraid. He's just before telling me I'll have to place my bet somewhere else.
I should think, after all the money you must have taken away from him.
So, now, if you two would take this guest card, it'll get you into the club, okay, and place a bet for me. I've got a horse in the 5th race. Bet him to win. And I'll give you a blank check.
Blank check?
On credit. My credit, of course. Besides, you still have the few 100,000 francs you won yesterday.
Yes.
Harris, you got your 300,000?
Right here.
Okay, here. You give yours to Janin here. That makes 600,000 for the two of you. Now, are you listening?
Yeah, sure.
This is very important. Do exactly as I tell you, Janin. When it comes time to bet, you make out and sign this check for 15 million francs. Don't let these figures unsettle you, Harris. It just sounds like a lot of money. Translated, that means only about 50,000 American dollars. Place the check together with your cash on Dancing Cloud in the 4th race at Chantier. The odds should be about 4 to 1. That would net you, let's see. Well, it's more than 200,000 American dollars.
What a way to make money. By the way, Lime, I don't speak much French.
Oh, don't worry about that, Harris. In the Club de Turf, most of the bettors are English or American anyway. All the business transacted in English if you don't speak French.
Oh, fine. Well, come on, let's go, Janet.
Now, please, one moment, Monsieur Lyon.
Yes?
I don't have 15 million francs in cash to make that check good. I don't like the idea of putting my name to a check for 15 million.
Oh, now, look, John, don't worry about that. This guest card assures you credit. Then when you win, you take up the check. What's the trouble?
Yes, but what if we lose?
Oh, don't be a dope, Janet. You can't lose. It's a sure thing.
You catch on quick, Harris. You can't lose.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with Horseplay.
That Harris was a pleasure swindling him. The smarter, the shrewder, the sucker, the quicker he'll tumble. Now it was up to Janet to steer into the rooms I'd rented and decorated to look like a horse race betting room. A few comfortable chairs for the patrons, all my friends, the patrons. A blackboard on which a man chalks down the odds on each of the race at 3 or 4 different tracks. A cashier behind his wicket window, paying out huge bundles of francs on pretended bets to the pretended club members. The whole thing a fancy front to impress my rich American Harris, whose breath by now is coming faster, whose eyes are shining brighter, for he's about to make a huge profit on a sure, crooked wager.
Quite a place, eh, Harris?
Yeah. The first time I was ever in a place like this.
See, the man with the headphones up there at the ball?
Oh, yeah.
He's talking down the odds, no? The results, too, I guess, of other races.
Yeah.
There's the cashier's window.
Yeah. Do you think we should make the bet now?
But are the odds right?
Well, over there, see?
Oh, sure. Well, I guess...
Yeah, you got that blank check?
Right here. Only it's not blank anymore.
Well, come on, let's get up to that window.
Oh, the odds on Dancing Cloud right. 4 to 1.
Sure. Come on, hurry up, Janet. I won't feel right till that bet is down.
All right, just so.
Yes, sir?
I want to place this on Dancing Cloud in the fort at Chantilly.
If you don't mind, sir, I'd like to see your card. Oh, fine, thanks. Dancing Cloud in the fort at Chantilly. Check for 15 million francs and 600,000 in cash. All one bet, is that?
Why, yes, all one bet.
Here's your ticket, sir. 15,600,000 francs on Dancing Cloud. Thank you. Next, please.
Afternoon, Marcel. 1 million francs across the board on Beaumarchais.
Come on, Janet. Let's sit up near that collar.
I'm worried. My name on that check.
Well, why worry? How can you lose?
Besides, everybody I heard was betting on Beaumarchais in this race.
Oh, relax, Janet. Relax.
Listen, there. Did you hear him? He did not even mention Dancing Cloud.
Oh. Well, I guess they don't want to make it look too raw, you know.
Why did I put my name on that check? 15 million francs.
Oh, you'll be all right. Look at the way all these men around us are taking it.
Sure, their money is on Beaumarchais.
See, there. Dancing Cloud.
Third.
How long do these races last, do you know?
No, a minute or two, I guess.
Oh, it's awful. Knowing that the race is probably over by now, and we sit here.
My name on that check, 15 million.
Do you think there's some mistake?
Why did we do it? A man we never saw before yesterday.
But he did win without that money, didn't he?
I know that. There'll be some mistake. There's some reason for... I'll bet he's not even there. But...
Listen.
Winner in the fourth at Chantilly, Dancing Cloud.
Oh, we did it, boy! We did it! How about that, eh?
Oh, yeah, 8 to 10 years ago to me.
Come on, let's get up to that window. $250,000 in American dollars. How about that, eh? You got that ticket?
Don't worry about that ticket, Harry.
Oh, man, you know, those jockeys must really know their stuff to pull a race like that. And nobody suspects a thing.
Winning ticket on the fourth race.
Yes.
Oh, yes, sir. Money, please, René. I'll need several thousand meal notes, please.
How much more?
Just a moment, sir. I'll check this count.
Look at all that money.
All right, sir. If you'll just count it, please.
One moment, please, gentlemen.
Yes?
I am the manager here, gentlemen. Would you mind telling me how you got here? This is a private club, you know.
Well, I know, but I have my card right here, and...
Well, no, huh? Credentials seem valid, but you have a pretty large wager here. Marcel, did you take this gentleman's check?
Yes, sir. Right here.
Well, you have won this bet. The money is yours. We'll put this check through the bank, and if they approve it, you'll be paid off. We'll impound your money right here. You are stopping in Paris, aren't you? Just until the bank reports back.
But,
And by all means, your ticket is your receipt, gentlemen. A good day.
Just a moment, please.
Yes?
I'd prefer that you did not bank this check immediately.
Huh? What is that?
Well, I'll have the cash deposited in a local bank very soon, matter of a few days, and you can clear it through. But right now, I'm a little embarrassed for funds in my own bank.
You should not have written that check. Illegal, monsieur. Well, all right. I'll hold your check for a short time.
Say, a week?
A week? Oh, it's irregular. But, all right. You either deposit the 15 million francs in our bank or bring it here to the club within the week. That will show you could have paid the bet in the event you lost. Good day, gentlemen.
Poor Harris, poor Harris. I wish I could have been there to see him, how his face must have fallen to see all that money, real money, too, right in front of him, be reaching out to take it. Not yet. So Harris, a very disappointed little sucker indeed, comes back to the hotel with Janine to talk it over with me.
Don't you think that my getting us a week's time was pretty smart?
Oh, sure it was. But we still have to lay our hands on 15 million francs to make that check good.
Yeah, exactly right, Harris. Well, Janine, how much cash can you raise?
Cash?
Yes, cash.
Yeah, let's see. I have about 3.5 million francs in government bonds. I can cash those on short notice.
Oh, how about you, Harris? Could you raise the other 11.5 million? That's only about 37,000 American dollars.
Well, I've been thinking about it, Lime. Worrying on the way over. You know, most of my money back in the States is tied up in real estate. As far as I figure it, I can't raise more than 28,000 in a hurry. Now, that leaves us stuck for 9,000.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I have a bank account here in Paris. I just hope my principals back in the States never hear about this, but I guess I can take the chance of letting you have the other 9,000 until this thing is cleared up. Shouldn't take long.
Oh, it'd be wonderful if you would.
This next day or so is crucial. Until Harris's cash can be cabled from the States, I've got to be sure that he's kept on ice. $28,000. It's worth all the time and effort. 2 days, 3, and his money arrives. Janine, Harris, and I walk to the Club de Turf together, Janine carrying the 15 million francs. So we get to the club. I look up from decoding a cablegram which was handed to me as I left the hotel. It's Mal de Mer in the third race at Chantier today, 3-1.
Mal de Mer,
Yeah.
I guess we better look up that manager.
There he is. Oh, monsieur, one moment, please.
You want him, gentlemen?
You remember Janine and Monsieur Rice here?
Oh, I'm afraid
That bet for 15 million. You held up our check until...
Oh, yes, indeed. Just present your ticket to the cashier. I assume you have the money with you?
Right here, yes, sir.
Fine. Just show the ticket and the money to the cashier.
At the booker in the first of the quarter, Jitterbug by 1, Prickly Heat by a half, and Blue Booty.
Come on, Janine, cash that check, the ticket in.
I'll just see if the odds on Mal de Mer are 3-1.
Golly, my share of that dough at 3-1?
Yes, sir. This ticket, my receipt for the manager told me just to show it to you.
Oh, yes, Monsieur Janine, is it not? You have the 15 million in cash?
Right here.
Yeah, the odds are 3-1, all right.
Fine. Money, please. Now then, that's 78 million francs, right?
That's right, I believe.
These packages are 10 million apiece. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 70 million. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that's right. Count it, please.
Well, why don't you place it on Mal de Mer? The second race is up. I think I'll watch the marker.
That's a good idea. Put it all on Mal de Mer to win.
First time for the second at Chantilly was 2:05. Off time was 2:05.5. They're off and running in the second at Chantilly.
78 million on Mal de Mer to win. And here's your ticket, sir.
Great heavens, $500,000 for me.
Well, gentlemen, a cooling drink while we wait. Did you place the money, Janine?
Yes, I did. I hope nothing goes wrong. Imagine. Here's the ticket line.
Good Lord, man. You bet this horse to win? I said place. That horse will run second.
At the quarter, Mal de Mer ahead, Dilemma a half, and
I say, manager, can we exchange this ticket from a win ticket to a place ticket?
Oh, no, really, sir.
But it's very important, and I beg of you, please.
Now, really, this is ridiculous. The race is already
But
being
it was
run.
a mistake, monsieur. I assure you that it was my intention that the wager should be for place, not win.
I am sorry, sir. Nothing can be done after the marker has called the off time for the race. Rules of the house.
Oh, you dumb ox, Janine. My $9,000, I ought to thrash you within an inch of...
Gentlemen, please.
Let me. Take your hands off me, down, stunt, you crook. You throw my money away.
You ruined me, too. Let me
Gentlemen, please.
No, Live, don't!
Live. What has been done? Harris, quick. We've got to get out of here.
Shot him.
Come on, Harris, quick. The French police. Of course, we left my specially rigged club as quickly as we could. Janin was sprawled in a welter of blood, and Harris, you may be sure, was stark, sheer, 100% terrified. But don't you worry. This was all just fun for the kiddies, just horseplay. The bullets I fired were blanks. The blood all over Janin's handsome Gallic profile was chicken blood, spurting out of a punctured bladder at the opportune moment. After all, we now had my friend Harris's 28,000 American dollars, didn't we? So our only problem was to terrify him into leaving town without peeping to the police. In my hotel room, I poured him a drink. Here, Harris, old man. You need this.
Oh, thanks.
I'm afraid I killed him.
If you hadn't, I would have.
I never should carry a gun. When I lose my temper, old man, I go crazy. We've got to think. The worst of it is I've involved you as an accomplice.
Yeah. Good Lord, that's right.
For one thing, it was a private club. Now, look, you better pack, old man. Got an Italian visa?
No, yes.
Go to Italy. Try and get rid of that suit somewhere. There's blood spattered on it. Throw it off the train, perhaps.
Yes, but where in Italy?
Oh, in Italy.
There's my wife, my business.
Can't you lie low for a while, just a week or so, until we find out whether that fool Janine dies or not? I'll tell you. Go to the Hotel Splendide in Rome. I'll wire you there. I'll get you out of this. Oh, yes, I'll get you out of this, old man. I feel, after all, that I'm partially responsible for all this.
No, it's awfully good.
Nonsense, old man. You do the same for me. Now then, into the bathroom. Go on, wash up.
Right.
There's a train to Rome in 30 minutes.
Yes.
And you've got to be on it.
I will.
He was, too. And I sat back, quietly savoring a highball, mentally spending my lion's share of his $28,000. My expenses weren't more than $8,000 tops. What a wonderful horseplay it had been, to be sure. This would be Janine with the loot. Yeah? Ah, Janine, my sweet, my lovely, my dove, my pigeon. Where's the dough?
Harry, the Flicks, the French cops, they raided your club right after you'd left.
No, you're kidding.
All the caretaker laid their hands on, arrested Louis and Bertrand and René and the whole crowd. Truth be here, this is all I could grab before I beat
How
it.
much did you get?
Our original stake, Harry, and a small profit.
How much profit?
2 mille-franc notes, Harry. One apiece.
$2.50.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
That, friends, was one of the most successful failures I've ever had. But there's a sunny side to it. I'm still at liberty and not in prison. This is a great advantage in my business. I'm not at all depressed, for I know that this is a lovely world full of Jack Harrises, and I assure you I will meet another such very shortly. Until then, if you're going to spend money on horses, be sure they're on the merry-go-round, for the most you can lose is the brass ring.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. No. He had many lives. I can tell you about all of them. How? Because my name is Harry Lime. I have in my hand here a farthing. This is the smallest of small coins. In England, which is where they come from, a farthing won't buy you the second section of day before yesterday's newspaper. In fact, you could hardly describe a farthing as money at all. Once upon a time, however, there was a farthing that was worth 20,000 pounds. It happened this way. You see, I have a girlfriend, beautiful and mad as the moon, called Lady Fortune. We're on fairly intimate terms, the lady and I. I know her by her maiden name, Miss Fortune. She had a lot to do with a particular farthing I've been talking about. I haven't forgiven her yet, but I think it's mutual. Stick around if you're interested. I'll tell you about it.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in 3 farthings for your thought.
Well, here I was in Liverpool, sitting in a pub, which is English for bar or grill or saloon to you, having myself a drink and mulling over a few little business possibilities. A young woman was talking, rather arguing with the bartender. She seemed familiar, and he seemed annoyed, brushed her aside. Then she drew a gun from her purse, and I started to be a good deal more interested.
Everybody, your hands up. Empty your pockets and put the money on this table. Step forward quickly. Come on, one at a time.
All right. Here you are. A bad test here for robbing the poor.
No, you can keep the paper money. All I want are the coins.
What do you mean? Can I keep the pound?
I said only the coins.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Bartender, empty your cash register.
You'll be sorry,
You'll
lady.
be sorrier if you don't do as I say.
There it is.
You're next, mister.
Oh, yes, indeed. I'll be glad to contribute.
If anyone tries to follow me, I'll shoot him. Stay where you are. None of you were really robbed. Just a few coins.
That woman's daft. Come in here asking me to give her all the farthings. I told her she was crazy and she gave me the gun. The things that go on in this pub, I could write a book. I could.
I don't know what this world's coming to. We used to have fine upstanding robberies. And now even the crooks are neurotic.
How much do I owe you, bartender?
$5.
Here you are.
I've no change.
I'll roll them for double or nothing.
All right. Here are the cubes. Anything over 7, you win.
Okay. Number seems to be 12. Thank you for your hospitality, and good evening to you all. went out of the pub, I suddenly remembered who that woman was. Bill Barrett's wife, Helen. Barrett was just sent up for a long stretch in prison. He'd robbed a bank and gotten away with a big haul, 20,000 pounds, I think it was. Never did find the money. There was nothing crazy about Helen. She was up to something. I felt that I ought to be a participant. I called up a friend, got her address.
Who's there?
It's all right. It's Harry.
Harry? I don't know you.
I'm a friend of Bill's.
I don't know you.
Harry Lime. You didn't recognize me at the pub, Helen?
Yes. I saw you there.
Well, what are you up to?
Nothing.
Collecting farthings to while away the time while Bill's in prison?
It's really none of your business.
Oh? You'll never get the money back if you try to do this yourself.
How do you know it had to do with money?
Look, Helen, you need help. Cut me in for a quarter, and I'll do the work for you.
Well, I don't know.
Suit yourself. I have another deal.
I don't know whether Bill would like
He's in
it.
jail. Can't do anything. I'm out here free as a bird. You're talking to the most experienced and clever man in the business. Yes or no?
All right.
Okay. Now brief me on this farthing kick.
Well, Bill sent me a letter with a couple of farthings in it. It's a puzzle to me. Here's the letter. Go on, you read it.
Dearest Helen, here are 3 farthings which I promised sweet little Daphne. Please tell Uncle Ned to write me. I love you and wait eagerly for you to visit me. Love, Bill. P.S. Yesterday I wrote a new arrangement for the orchestra. We played some of Beethoven's piano pieces.
We've no niece named Daphne.
Where are the 3 farthings?
There were only 2 in the letter.
Well, where are the 2?
The maid who worked for me stole my purse with all my coins. I traced her to the pub.
Did you get
I
any
thought
of the...
they might be in the till or someone's pocket, given an exchange.
Yes, but did you get any of the farthings back?
No.
Well, what about the other part of the letter, about Beethoven, the orchestra?
I don't think it means anything. Bill used to be a composer before he went into
Yeah.
the business.
Where's the maid live?
I don't know. She doesn't live at the address she gave me, but I traced her to the pub. The bartender knows her. Her name's Lily.
The coins are probably a clue to where the money's hidden. He only sent you 2 of the 3 coins. That's very queer. Helen, I'll be back in a few hours. But just one more thing. What happened to his partner in the bank robbery?
You mean Johnny Baxter?
Yes.
He's been here a couple of times threatening me, wanting to know where the money's hidden.
Well, that's good. Doesn't know where it is either. I'm sure Bill isn't going to let him know.
He sure isn't. They hate each other. Baxter is a dirty double-crosser.
Sure, I know him. Can't be trusted.
Where are you going?
Well, I've just developed a new hobby, Helen, old girl. There's a wonderful big word for it. Numismatics, I think. It means a collector of coins. I'm going out collecting coins. See you soon. Before I went to look up Lily, the thieving maid, I paid a visit to prison. Now, I have an instinctive dislike for this barbaric social institution, but business is business. Since they didn't know me in Liverpool, I wouldn't have any trouble.
You say you're from the Overland Bank Insurance, Mr. Lyon.
Yes, Governor. I wonder if I may see Mr. Barrett.
Why?
We insure the bank for robberies, you know, and just a few formal questions for our record if necessary.
Sorry, but I don't think it's possible.
Well, I've been an investigator for many years. This is the first time I've ever been denied.
You are not being denied communication with the prisoner.
I don't understand.
You'll understand all right, Mr. Lime, when I tell you William Barrett has escaped.
Escaped?
Just about an hour ago.
Well, I must say this is a rather slipshod way of running a penal institution.
Yes?
This is Harry. Have you heard?
Yes. Police are all over the place.
Bartender will tell you where to reach me.
I understand.
Barrett would be sure to be in hiding for several weeks. But my fondest hope to recover the bank money long before then. In my arithmetic, 1/4 of 20,000 is 20,000. I went back to the pub and spoke to the bartender. £10 note, and he was my friend for life. I still might need Helen, so I gave him my hotel address. He also told me where I could find Lily, the housemaid. She was quite a wench, nice and blonde and very frightened. She didn't look a bit like a housemaid. The room was richly furnished, and she was dressed in an extremely elegant red silk robe.
There must be some mistake.
You are Lily Judson?
That's my name.
You work for a Mrs. Barrett?
Mrs. Barrett.
Yes, that's what I said.
Oh, yes. She's someone I met.
You were her housemaid?
Yes.
How do you manage to keep up a place like this on the salary of a housemaid?
It's a friend's apartment.
Don't you mean John Baxter?
I had nothing to do with the robbery, believe
He
me.
sent you to work for Mrs. Barrett. You read the letter and stole the farthings. Give me your handbag.
There's nothing in
Give
there.
it to me. Ah, what have we here? Lipstick, compact, perfume. It is a farthing. Now, where's the other?
Mrs. Barrett must still have the other.
Lily? For once, I think you're telling the truth. I'm going to let you go, Lily. You're just lucky I have a weakness for blondes. I hurried out, the farthing in my pocket. It was late now, and I wanted to get out of that neighborhood and fast. It was deserted, no cab in sight. I knew I was being tailed. I turned a corner and caught a quick flash of two men. I quickly threw the farthing in a garbage can. And I tried to make a run for it.
It's no good struggling, Lime. I've got you. All right, Lime, give it up.
All right. What's up, boys?
Where's the farthing?
I threw it away.
You threw it away, eh? All right. Now, where is it?
You know, you fellas can be arrested for assault.
Empty your pocket.
Okay. Let me see. Couple of halfpennies, half-crown, and a shilling.
Yeah, he's hiding it. Let's drag him in this hallway where we can search him.
No, wait a minute.
Grab him by the
fellas.
shoulders.
Now, just a minute,
Just
please.
a minute, nothing. Give him a taste of the blackjack, Bert. We've got work to do.
But now...
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues.
I came to about an hour later in a dark, dank hallway off the street. My clothes were all ripped up and strewn about. I staggered to my feet, got into my clothes, and then went out to find the garbage can where I'd thrown the farthing. I found it, lying on a discarded newspaper. Put it in my pocket. Went back to my hotel. Helen.
I've been waiting here for 2 hours.
Oh, I ran into a few people who detained me, as you can see here, don't you? What's the matter with you? What's wrong, Helen?
I found Bill
Where?
near the waterfront.
Oh, that's too bad. I'll have a couple of years to a sentence.
They can't do anything to him anymore.
What do you mean?
He was shot in the chest.
Dead?
Yes.
It's too bad, honey. It settles our partnership.
You're quitting?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Why?
Well, they'll suspect me as soon as the police find I'm not an insurance investigator.
I don't know what you mean.
I'm getting out of Liverpool, Helen. I've got to.
You're going to leave me?
I'm going to leave you, yes. You can say that again.
Oh, I lied to you, Harry.
Okay, you lied to me. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to change my clothes and Catch a plane to London.
Did you find the other farthing?
Yes, I managed to get it and to keep it.
I have the other one.
I know.
I didn't trust you. But now that Bill's gone...
You're willing to go half with me.
Yes, Harry.
But, Helen, you forget. I've resigned from this partnership.
Here is the farthing.
Nothing very unusual about it, except that 2 numbers of the date in 1941 are scratched. That 9 and the 4, see?
That's right. I would never have noticed it.
Let's take a look at my farthing. Nothing on this side. On the obverse, the tail of the bird is scratched. Also 2 letters in farthing, the A and the R. Put them together, and it's Taylor. Taylor, that's it. 94 Taylor. 94 Taylor Street.
Oh, if we only have the missing coin.
Oh, we have the address.
And maybe we could take a quick look at it. There's no plane leaving until tomorrow anyway.
It might be worth a try.
The money's in the house.
Know anyone at that address?
It sounds familiar.
Think hard.
I can't remember.
Well, there's nothing to do but pay a visit to 94 Taylor Street. 2 farthings could just possibly add up to 20,000 pounds. Stop here, driver. Okay, Helen. Here you are.
This isn't 94.
I know. I'd rather walk up to it slowly.
Very dark.
The darker, the better.
See, I don't remember this street. Maybe we figured it wrong.
Maybe. Look, if you want to go home, Helen, after all, you've had a very tough day.
I'll take my chances.
You don't trust me, huh?
I didn't mean that. If we get the money, we can go off to Italy or someplace.
I'm afraid that wouldn't be such a very, very good idea.
Why? You don't like me?
Helen, how can you say that? I liked you from the first, but it'd be very unhealthy for you and I to be traveling together. Don't forget you happen to be the wife of a murdered prisoner. Here we are. You recognize the house?
No. The number's familiar, but Bill operated from a number of places which he talked about, but I never saw.
Single family dwelling, well-to-do people, I'd think. Yeah.
Windows are boarded up. No one seems to be living in the house.
That's all to the good.
How are we going to get in?
I have a couple of skeleton keys, very handy things to carry around. You keep a sharp watch while I work on the door.
Oh, Harry.
Helen, why don't you go home? I'll get in touch with you.
I'm staying with you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have trouble with this door.
Wait.
What's the matter?
Thought I heard someone inside.
I don't hear anything.
Oh, it must have been my imagination.
Kid, this isn't a profession for imaginative people.
Oh, I'm sorry, Harry.
Got it? No. Give the flashlight.
Here.
Walk on your full tread. Heel and toe. Don't tiptoe.
I am.
Now, close the door softly.
Looks like it's deserted. The dust and...
I have a queer feeling about this place. This seems to be the drawing room. Here's the light switch. Stay where you are. Sorry to have busted in on you. I guess we're in the wrong house.
Baxter.
And your little blonde housemaid. Well, we're all together now.
Stand up against that wall. Both of you.
As you say, Baxter.
You killed Bill.
Against the wall, Helen.
You'll hang for this, you will.
You do as I say, or you'll join your double-crossing husband.
Now, okay, we haven't got the money. You might as well let us go.
If you make another move, I'll kill you.
Don't bother, old man. I'm not moving.
Now, tell me where it's hidden.
I wish I could, but I don't know.
I don't believe you.
That's the trouble with people in our line of business. Nobody believes anybody else.
Come on. Where is it?
Believe me, I don't know.
We came here to find it.
How did you know it was here?
The address was on the farthings.
Oh. All right, then. Let me have the coin.
I haven't got them. Helen has.
Get her first, Lily.
Right.
That's right. Now open it.
Here they are.
Oh. Why, where's the third farthing?
Bill never sent it.
You're lying.
He never did, I swear it.
I want the third coin.
I'm leaving, Baxter. I don't have.
I'm going to give you 1 minute in which to hand over the missing farthing. Just 1 minute.
You know that bad look. You're just one of those unpleasant people that gives our trade such a bad name. He meant what he said about killing us. No doubt about that. He said 1 minute, and he meant 1 minute. I had to do something. I get myself shot. My back was against the wall, my left shoulder against the light switch. A quick movement with that shoulder, and I switched off the lights. He fired. I ducked at the same time. I came at him from the side and threw him down. He fired again. That one mussed up my hair. I seized his arm with one hand and grabbed his ear with the other and tried to pull it off. He kicked at me rather viciously and nearly broke one of my ribs. I lost my hold on his ear and just managed to get his hair. I pulled his head back and banged it against the floor. I had hopes that by the 8th or 9th bang, he'd get discouraged and give up. He didn't. I let go and smashed him on the jaw. His body relaxed for a minute. I seized the gun and jabbed it into his head. Like a good sport, he gave up the struggle.
Don't you...
Turn the light on, Helen. Now it's your turn to stand against the wall. You too, Lily.
You're not going to shoot us.
Just keep your hands up and maybe I won't.
Maybe you and I, we can work out...
Whose house is this?
No one lives here anymore. Used to belong to one of Bill's friends. We bought the property. We used it in our deals.
He was a composer, just like Bill.
I suppose so. All them music records.
Yeah. One whole wall was completely covered with bins for music records. I ran my eye across it and remembered the letter that Bill wrote to his wife when he sent her the 2 farthings. He mentioned something about Beethoven piano pieces. And then it hit me. I remembered Beethoven wrote a piano piece called Fury Over a Lost Farthing. And that's where it was, in the music of Beethoven's piano sonatas. Of course, the Lost Farthing. I walked over to the record bins, and then another thing hit me. The police. Again, the police. I was too late. The shots had aroused the neighborhood, naturally. Someone had phoned the cops. Too late.
All right, Mr. Lime. Get aboard.
Yes, sir.
If ever you set foot in England, Mr. Lime, we'll throw you in prison on sight.
Well, I shall make every effort, sir, to have my good name cleared.
In the meantime, you're being deported.
Well, I helped capture a notorious criminal. This is my reward. It just goes to prove what I've always said. Franklin was wrong.
Franklin? What Franklin?
One of my countrymen officers. First name was Ben. He used to say that honesty is the best policy.
Well, if it pleases you to joke...
It doesn't please me, officer, and believe me, I'm not laughing. Not a farthing's worth. Goodbye now. You'll hear from me, officer. I'll send you a postcard.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Thus, rather abruptly, the affair of the 3 farthings came to an end. I had time on the boat to think it over, it being a fairly long voyage with no passengers who cared to play games of chance with a stranger. I went over my books and couldn't find much of anything that wasn't pretty well in the red. My investments were as follows. Beaten up badly once, beaten mildly once nearly murdered. Also 1 flannel suit, practically new, damaged beyond repair. My assets, as I say, were very vague. More conservative businessmen than I put their profits in a bank. My money was in an album of Beethoven records. Of course, I have every hope of getting my money back. Oh, yes, indeed. Some fine day, your Uncle Harry will get back into England by hook or crook, probably the latter. And then he'll go up to Mr. Beethoven and say, "My money, please. I want to make a withdrawal." Yes, friends, you can write down the whole farthing deal as my unfinished symphony.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna, as those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. Harry Lime had many lives, and I can recount all of them. How do I know? Very simple. Because my name is Harry Lime.
Yes. Major? Yes, come on, speak up.
Corporal
Corporal Lime is here, sir.
Oh, he is he? Well, you can tell Corporal Lime I want to see him. Right now.
You know, it's funny, but all during my military career, I've never seemed to be able to force myself to be very fond of the brass. If you've got to have an army, you've got to have the brass, I suppose, but I don't honestly see why.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, The Third Woman.
You know something, Corporal Lime?
No, sir.
If we could prove half of this stuff in this file, you'd be celebrating your 100th birthday in a military prison.
Yes, sir. I dare say so, sir.
Shut up and listen. You report to the address on this slip of paper. It's a tailor on Savile Row. The tailor has his instructions. He's to make you 3 suits, including the full soup and fish. And the whole outfit's to be ready in 48 hours. Isn't that awful?
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute, it gets worse. You go to the Savoy Hotel. You know where that is?
Yes, sir.
A room is reserved there for you. You'll register as a civilian. For purposes of cutting red tape, you're going to be a civilian. But here are your papers. You'll be taking a trip pretty soon. Yes, we're sending you away from all these bombs. Discouraging. Tell you, this whole army is as nutty as a fruitcake. I didn't say that, did I, Lime?
No, sir, you didn't.
Look at these papers.
Yes, sir.
See how you're traveling?
Well, yes, sir, but this must be a joke.
Oh, it's funny, all right. But it's true. There's the Allied command is sending you on a holiday, Corporal Lime. And you're traveling as a civilian. With the rank of full colonel.
That's what I mean about brass. An unfriendly attitude. Unnecessary, I call it. Why couldn't the major have been nice? Well, if he was, I guess he wouldn't have been a major. Because if you look at it that way, I was going to have to begin changing my loyalties because according to my new papers, I was part of the brass now myself. I got my new suits, and then they sent me to see a certain Captain Smith. I don't think that was his real name. He was something very high in the hush-hush department, but that was the name I was to call him by when we met. This was all set up for midnight on the right side of Cleopatra's Needle. I tell you, the whole thing was so cloak and dagger it made me want to giggle, but of course I didn't. Very careful to play it straight. I didn't want to lose my nice new wardrobe.
I say, could you give me a light?
We're not supposed to show a light.
That's correct. And what was in the bottle?
Jenkins' ear.
Good-o. How did Morgan die?
He died a governor.
Splendid, Mr. Lime. All the answers perfectly correct. Silly questions, what? Silly answers, too, come to think of it. But the silliness makes it easier to remember, I always think. Mnemonics, don't you know? Right?
Right, if you say so, Captain Smith.
Yes, well, now let's get down to cases. We've borrowed you from your people, Lime, because of your special qualifications. Languages, looks, a certain rather celebrated aptitude for the opposite sex, and a fair share of unmitigated gall.
Yes, sir.
Don't call me sir. Remember, this isn't the army, not strictly speaking. This is another show. What do you think of spying, Lime?
Well, I don't know. I never tried.
Oh, it's a dirty business, of course. Absolutely filthy. But then it's a profession like anything else.
Yeah, that's what I suppose.
For one thing, the pay is abominable. That's why so many of the regular pros turn double agent on us. You know what a double agent is, don't you?
Well, that's an agent who sells out to another power, isn't it?
Yes. Well, on to most of that lot, of course. We use them when we can, but it's always sticky. No doubt about that, sticky. Well, first of all, of course, we're not dealing with soldiers or patriots, and no money arrangement is ever really final or binding. That's why we have to use pressure.
Yeah.
Different sorts of pressure, don't you know? Blackmail, for instance.
Blackmail?
Listen.
Another one of those V2s.
That was in Chelsea. Falling weapons, aren't they, guided missiles?
I'll tell you something, Lime, because it's going to be part of your job. This V2 is nothing. Jetty's getting ready with something a good deal worse in the same line. About 10 times worse, according to our information. Yes. Somewhere in Europe, more than 100 feet underground, there's a factory where they're busy perfecting quite a new thing. We've got to stop them, Lime. Want to help?
Oh, sure.
You didn't ever happen to meet a female named Brunel, did you?
No, I don't think so.
Brunel, also brown, also brune.
Well, that doesn't ring any bells.
No, well, maybe when you see her, there'll be a small chime or two. She's been around, and so I gather have you, right?
Well, I've been around a bit, Captain Smith, but I don't know your Brunel, or Brown, or Brune.
Reddish blonde, sometimes auburn, grey eyes, rather tall, speaks 8 languages perfectly, 5 or 6 more well enough. She's been a professional agent for more than 15 years. Good at her work, too. Yes, she's quite valuable to us, off and on. This, it appears, is one of the off times. Very much off. She was due to send us something rather important, you know. I gave you a hint about that.
Oh, you mean the new rocket factory? Brunel has information about where it is and she won't send it?
Worse, she's given us false information. We think she really did manage to find out where this new guided missile thing's being built, and we guess she isn't telling us the truth because the Germans have some sort of hold over her. Yes, blackmail or something beastly. Now, we'd like you to see if you can't get some sort of line on just what it is. We don't really expect you to succeed, but, well, go down and have a try, won't you?
Yes, but what do I do? Where do I go?
You'll receive sealed instructions when you get on the plane.
On the plane?
Details, background, all that sort of thing.
Yes, but what do you mean?
You see that car across the way?
I see a car,
It's waiting to take you to the airport. Well, good hunting.
Pilots?
Yes?
That doesn't look like the Bosporus to me.
No, it doesn't.
It looks like the Atlantic Ocean.
It does, doesn't it?
But don't you know what it says in my instructions?
Doesn't know that, you know. Those instructions are supposed to be secret.
That's all very well, but I'm under orders to proceed to Istanbul, and here we are in... Where are we, anyway?
Well, this flight isn't part of your show at all. We just happen to be carrying you, if you see what I mean. A little out of your way, of course. There's an awful lot of red tape attached to getting in and out of these new
It was my instructions.
Don't worry, there's bound to be someone of your chaps waiting to take you the rest of your journey tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, relax and enjoy Lisbon. We're coming in now.
So that's where we are.
Yes, you've got to fasten your seatbelt. Wizard place, Lisbon.
Sure enough, they had me all fixed up for a flight to Turkey in the morning. I wasn't complaining. There weren't any rockets falling on Lisbon. Anyway, it's always been one of my favorite places for having a good time. I checked into the hotel, changed into my nice new white tie and tails, and took a cab out to the casino at Estoril.
Comment vas-tu?
Genevieve, what are you doing in Lisbon?
My dear, in this city there are 2 things we try to avoid. The first is never, unless it's absolutely necessary, to address a friend by name. After all, you know one's name may not be one's name anymore.
Oh, fine, Ellie. What's the second rule?
It is a more strict one. We observe it very carefully.
Fine, but you can't just expect me to obey the law if I don't know it.
You asked me what I was doing in Lisbon.
Oh, that's it.
Sherry, no matter what the provocation, we never, under any circumstances, ask each other what we are doing in Lisbon.
Well, I'm perfectly willing to tell you what I'm doing.
Don't bother.
Why not? I've got a good job.
Oh?
Yes. I represent the biggest Swedish manufacturers of ball bearings, and tomorrow I'm going up to Stockholm.
To Stockholm? By way of Istanbul?
Oh. You mean you know?
Sherry, in Lisbon these days, everyone knows everything about everybody, and no one asks anybody anything. The first is a question of pride, and the second of politesse. It's very warm in here. Shall we go out on the terrace?
Am I allowed to answer that one, or must I tell you in code? You like it here in Lisbon, Genevieve? Or am I breaking the rules again?
I have my work.
And, of course, I mustn't ask you what the work is. You know, I remember when you used to be a nice little hard-working confidence girl in Cairo. You tried to avoid the cops of at least 5 different countries, but you weren't nearly so secretive. Okay. What are we allowed to talk about now?
Harry.
Yeah?
Why should we talk?
That's true. Why should we?
That was a nice kiss. You still do that very nicely, Harry, but...
What's the joke?
You are such a terrible spy.
I guess I am at that.
Listen, Harry, I've always liked you. I'm not working for your people, but I know what you're up to. Don't go to Istanbul.
I haven't got any choice, honey. think I'd go anyway. You know me, curious as a cat. Why shouldn't I go?
They put you onto something terribly big, Harry. Terribly important.
Well, that's very flattering, isn't it? Tell me, what do you know about a woman called Brunel?
Oh, she's been an agent a long time. I don't know her, but I've seen her once in Saint-Moritz and again in Deauville. I hear she's clever. They're watching from the terrace. Oh. I must go back now, but please, Harry, do not go to Istanbul. It's not the woman Brunel. It is the situation. I tell you, Harry, it's too big for an amateur. It's too big for anyone.
Oh, but they've given me a chance.
And why? Why have they sent you? Because you're so experienced in espionage?
Oh, no, of course not. That isn't the reason.
Then you know, Harry. You know why people like you are sent on missions like this?
No, I can't say that I do.
Because you do not matter at all, that is why. Because they don't care what happens to you, not one little bit. Because you are, how you say, expendable.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with today's story, The Third Woman.
We made good time to Istanbul with only a few nasty minutes, and I thought a couple of message minutes were going to get on our tail. But by 11 o'clock that evening, all my arrangements were made. I was carefully dressed once again in my nice new English white tie and tails. I made my way straight to Georgette's, an upholstered sewer masquerading as a nightclub, left my top hat with a check girl, and called for the head waiter.
Good evening, sir. You are alone, monsieur? Perhaps I can get mine here at table, near the floor, senor.
Where's Georgette?
I beg pardon?
You heard me, Georgette.
Georgette?
Yes, where is he?
There's no one here by that name, sir.
This is for you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Please come this way. Through here, sir.
Thanks.
If you will step through the kitchen, sir. Here we are.
J'espère vous voir demain, chérie. Nous allons parler ensemble.
Excuse, please.
Yes, what is he?
It's a gentleman here who says he knows you.
Oh, yes, and who? Harry.
Hiya, George.
Well, Harry. Just a minute. Je vous verrai demain, comme d'habitude. Oui? Oui, au revoir. Well, Harry.
May I sit down?
I won't be able to stop you. What you after?
Information. Willing to pay for it.
With money?
With money. Top market price. You know an agent called Brunel?
Suppose I did.
Who's shaking you down?
Who wants to know?
People with the money, George.
There's a lovely American Cadillac, Harry. Custom-made body. I'll give you the address of the man who wants to sell it.
I'll drive it over to your place tomorrow. What's the address?
Not my address, Harry. That wouldn't be very discreet. There's a new nightclub out by the Pyramids.
The Sphinx?
You get around, don't you?
Want the car at the Sphinx?
Yes, leave it in the parking lot about midnight tomorrow. Give the key to the doorman.
And then what?
I'll have a table reserved for us inside. If you don't like what I tell you, you can take back the key. Otherwise, I'll drive home in a new Cadillac, okay?
The next day, I bought the car. That night, I left it in the parking lot by the Sphinx. I got a nice big salam from the Senegalese doorman when I gave him the car key. And inside, I found Georgette waiting for me at the ringside table. Now, it's a nice place, isn't it?
Hello,
Not better than that flea bag of yours. What are you drinking?
Anisette.
Make mine a double scotch. Now then, let's have the dope.
I hate to do this, Harry. It goes against my principles.
Don't cut it out,
but,
Georgie boy. Let's get down to case.
The daughter you were asking about has a sister.
No, is that it?
A younger sister.
Where's she now?
She's in Istanbul, too, but she isn't free to move around very much.
You mean it's a snatch?
You might say she's being held as a hostage.
Who's doing the holding?
The young lady whose name, by the way, is Julie, arrived in Turkey 3 weeks ago for a holiday. She's been going to school in Switzerland.
I hadn't seen her older sister for a year.
Come on, Georgette, where is she?
You might say, she's a guest at a certain embassy.
What embassy?
I prefer not to use proper names, Harry. Here's the address.
This one, huh? German.
I told you not to use any names, Harry.
Yeah, tough gang here in Istanbul, even for Nazis, ever since Von Papen.
One more name and I leave.
Not by car, sweetheart. The key the doorman's holding doesn't fit.
Crossing me up as usual.
Not at all. Here's the real key. You get it when you're finished.
Finished what? I told you everything I know.
You told me Brunel's sister's been kidnapped by the Germans.
Voice down, Harry.
Okay. Sister's being held in the German embassy. How long do you think they can keep her?
No guess is as good as mine. I'd say for as long as Brunel herself can be forced to function effectively.
You mean as a double agent?
Of course. She must have got onto something good, and the Germans must be particularly anxious for her not to spill it. They're probably hoping to use it to lead your people just as far away from the truth as possible, and for as long as possible.
And what happens when Brunel gets tired of cooperating?
She's very fond of that kid sister.
Well, what happens to her finally, to Julie, I mean? They'll kill her, won't they?
Yes. I should think so. Waiter, bring me another anisette.
Yes? What is it?
Miss Brunel?
What do you want?
I came here to see you about Captain Jenkins.
What about him?
His ear is in a bottle. Also, there's Governor Morgan.
Come in, come in.
Okay.
No need for all that rigmarole. I know who you are. You're Harry Lyon. Used to
right.
run contraband out of Marseille at 37. I met you once in Monte Carlo. Now they've sent you from London. What's your message?
Sorry, I haven't got any message.
Nonsense. They've sent you here to tell me something. What is it?
The message is supposed to come from you, Miss Brunel. About 500 RAF planes waiting for the address of a certain rocket factory. The information is past due.
I've sent the information through the regular channels.
It wasn't information. The London people took the trouble to check up on it. What you sent was the location and description of a shoe factory in Norway. And Miss Brunel, do you know what they're actually making in that factory?
No.
Shoes. The London people think you have another address, Miss Brunel. They sent me to get it from you.
I've always given perfect satisfaction. My
Save it,
record
honey,
is...
save it. Let's get the whole thing down to facts. Fact 1, you know where that rocket factory really is. Fact 2, I know where your kid sister really is. Fact 3, get me the rocket factory, and I'll deliver Julie.
How can you do that? There are over 60 people in the embassy. She's up on the 3rd floor. They're armed guards.
They're giving a reception, aren't they, tomorrow night?
Who?
The German embassy, honey. Don't go stupid on me. I want an invitation.
But how can I do that?
You can do it. You're working for them, aren't you? Here's the name. I've squared it with the Istanbul police. You go on from there. Get me the invitation to that party, and get yourself 2 tickets for Switzerland.
You mean you really think...
The plane leaves at 4:30 in the morning. Bring all the information on that rocket factory to the airport. I'll bring Julie. Well, goodbye now. Sorry, but I've got to run.
Where are you going?
I'm going to play pinochle with the chief of the Turkish fire department. Well, goodbye for now. Promptly at 10 the next night, bearing my invitation from the Nazi embassy, courtesy of Miss Brunel, and wearing the best Savile Row white tie and tails, courtesy of the Allied command, I paid my respects to His Excellency, the German ambassador.
Hi, Littler. Good evening, sir. Mr. Cotton, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, I believe that is the name, Mr. Cotton.
Cotton is the name, yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Ambassador. It's awfully nice of you to invite me.
Oh, it is our
Thank you very
pleasure,
much,
Mr.
sir.
Cotton. The German Reich is particularly interested in the development of industry.
Oh, yes, indeed.
I would like to put a few questions to you privately, Mr. Cotton. Won't you please step this way?
Well, Mr. Ambassador.
I won't keep you long if you will just step into the elevator.
That's all right.
After you, please.
Sure.
It is rash to talk serious business in this large public gathering. We will be much quieter in my study.
Yes, I dare say.
After you, please. Through here, Mr. Lime.
Hey.
Put up your hands, Mr. Lime. High. And keep them there. This gentleman, as you can see, is armed, and his room is quite soundproof. He will not hesitate to use his gun.
Okay. Now what happens?
We will discuss that a bit later, Mr. Lime. Now I must return to my guest. Meanwhile, Gerhard here will keep you company.
Well, Gerhard, here we are.
Keep your hands up.
The ambassador says I'm stupid, Gerhard. Do you agree with him?
All the Americans are stupid.
Do you think it'd be stupid for me to try to get that gun away from you, Gerhard? Well, I suppose it would, but anyway, I'm going to try. Sorry, I only got you in the leg, old man, but I never was much of a shot. What I need today is to practice my marksmanship, and since this is such a nice soundproof...
What are you doing?
What shall I try for, Gerhard? An arm or the other leg?
No.
All right, then. Where's the girl?
What girl?
It was your right hand, wasn't it, Gerhard? Now then, let's try for a foot.
No, she's in there. Through that door.
Okay, thanks. Julie.
What do you want?
I'm not one of the Nazis, Julie. You have to take my word for it. I'm your sister's friend.
That's the elevator.
The elevator?
They're coming up.
Bolt the door.
It won't do any good. This door is the only way out.
Well, there's the window.
No use.
The window's locked, isn't it? Here, give me that chair.
I tell you, it's no use.
1, 2, 3.
There's big gardens on this side of the house. No one will hear. And beside the embassy guards.
Oh, they're starting to break down the door. Jump, Julie.
Through the window?
Through the window. Where else, you little mug?
This false door is to the ground.
Shut up and jump. That's the girl.
Put down that gun, Lime.
Look out below, Julie. I'm coming after you.
It's 4 stars, Lime. You wish to kill yourself?
Well, Mr. Ambassador, you told me I was stupid. Auf Wiedersehen. That night, there was seen in the streets of Istanbul one of the strangest sights in the history of that historic city. A procession of firemen bearing 2 bundles wrapped in canvas, rushed out of the German compound and boarded a fire truck, a gigantic hook and ladder. Out of the bundles, which were, of course, firemen's jumping nets, there emerged 2 figures, a young lady by the name of Julie and a gentleman called Harry Lime.
Where to, Mr. Lime? Where do we take you?
To the airport, and step on it.
Yes? Major? Yes. Come on, speak up.
Corporal Lime is here, sir.
Oh, he is he? Well, you can tell Corporal Lime I want to see him right now.
Here I was back in London. Here was my old friends, the Major and Captain Smith, only this time the Major had a new sheaf of papers concerning my exploits on the desk in front of him. Less about Black Market this time and more about Harry Lime, the hero. I came to attention, saluted smartly.
Corporal Lime.
Yes, sir.
I've been reading your report.
Yes,
Very
sir.
interested.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, there's just one thing.
Yes, Captain Smith?
Turkey is a neutral country. How did you manage to get all that cooperation out of the fire department?
Well, I used persuasion, sir. You'll find it all down on the expense account, Major.
I thought you might like to know, Corporal, that there was quite an air raid the other night over a certain factory on the Baltic Sea.
The Germans won't be making that new rocket, Corporal. Not for some time, anyway.
I'm glad to hear it, sir.
I suppose you think...
Glad to hear it, sir.
I suppose you think...
Glad to hear it, sir.
I suppose you think...
Glad to hear it, sir.
I suppose you think we owe the whole thing to you, don't you, Corporal? Well, we don't.
No, sir?
That air raid was held 3 nights ago when you were in Lisbon.
3 nights? But, sir...
Brunel wasn't the only source of information. Not by a long shot.
I'm instructed to tell you that the facts we were looking for were sent to us from Portugal, from an agent by the name of Genevieve. However, we're most grateful for your help.
I've been asked to give you this. Wait a minute, where did I put it? Sometimes I think this isn't a war at all, but a grand convention of lunatics. I didn't say that, did I, Corporal?
No, sir, you didn't.
I didn't think I did. Here you are. This is from the British with their compliments.
Oh, thank you, sir. What is it?
It's an address. We thought you might have lost it.
It's that tailor in Savile Row.
Yeah. They want you to return the suit.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment.
And now, Harry Lime.
Well, one thing about Genevieve, she taught me a lesson. Now I understand why women make better spies than men. They're so obviously more honest. You know, you always presume they're lying and never even suspect that they might be telling the truth.
Presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime, the fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Kara.
This is a love story. But don't worry, there's action in it. Arab chieftains, international gangsters, and a buried treasure. But essentially, this is a tale about one of the times I fell in love. Now, don't laugh. I'm not the first man that happened to, or the third man either.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in An Old Moorish Custom.
Valerie Darouche, that was her name. She lived in North Africa, claimed descent from one of the old Barbary pirates, and looked like the direct and miraculous offspring of a couple of the more personable Greek gods. Maybe she was at that. But her official grandfather was old Armand Darouche, owner of an ancient fortified estate a couple of 100 kilometers inland from Algiers. I'd heard stories about him, of his great wealth, and what was more important, its strange source. So the first thing I did when I got into town was to wangle an invitation for a gala at the governor's mansion. I knew Mademoiselle Darouche would be there. She was. I figured one thing would lead to another, and it did. 4 weeks and 7 meetings later, Valerie and I were dancing together at our rendezvous in the ballroom of the luxurious Granada Hotel overlooking the Mediterranean.
Harry, you dance so wonderfully. I float.
Honey, dancing with you is like coming in with the tide.
Oh, you are a poet, Harry. Oh, Shirley, not so close, please. Madame Plantage, she is watching.
Yes, Madame Plantage. Did we have to bring her along?
But certainly. I could not travel to the city alone, not even for a visit merely to the shops.
You've got plenty of protection without her, it seems to me. That giant Sudanese of yours and the red fez and the baggy pants.
Oh, but Ali is only my chauffeur. This is not your America, Chérie. Here, the chaperone is also necessary for the unmarried girl of good family.
Yeah. Well, let's go out and about then and watch the sun go down. We haven't had a chance to be alone. Not once since we met.
But certainly. If you visit Barbarossa again, Harry, perhaps I could arrange for Madame Plantage to occupy herself.
And your grandfather, the seigneur?
Perhaps it will be a day when he is out to inspect the flocks. Or what is left of them.
Those flocks of sheep. They're his hobby. Is that the idea?
Hobby?
Well, I don't know. It seems difficult somehow to think of your aristocratic old grandfather as a farmer.
But, Cherie, he is much more. At Barbarossa, he is king. He is emperor.
It certainly looks the part. He might be the very incarnation of that old Barbary Corsair who founded your family, Arouge Barbarossa. Is that what it's called?
Oh, you know about us, Harry?
Oh, sure, honey. I read up on it. Arouge was the greatest of the Moorish pirates, no?
He was no more but a Greek turned Muslim.
Oh, yeah?
His beard was red like the blood on his hands. So after 450 years, an ancestor who was cursed by God and man becomes a romantic figure. Droll, no? Oh, Harry.
Yes.
What are you thinking?
Well, I was thinking how perfectly beautiful you are and how much I love you.
Oh, Harry, if you only make bouquets with words. No, don't.
That is more than a verbal posy, darling.
Oh, no, Cherie. No, don't embrace me.
But if you love me...
Please, it will not be easy.
What do you mean?
My grand-père, the seigneur, I owe him too much. He and I, we are the last of the Darouche.
Yes, I know this.
He has plans for me to live in Paris for a while, a term at the Sorbonne, a season in Rome, in Athens,
we can do all that now on a long, wonderful honeymoon.
But I can't disregard him. Since my parents are dead, I am all he has left.
But if I spoke to him, wouldn't he think of your happiness? Give his consent?
I don't know.
Supposing I drive up to Barbarossa tomorrow and ask him.
Well, he will ask questions. Foolish ones, you may think.
Such as?
Such as, who is your family? What are your politics?
Oh, no need to worry, honey. I'm like a pair of socks. Neither right nor left.
Oh, my dear, do not joke with grand-père. For him it is most serious.
Yes, I know. But you will back me up, won't you?
Yes.
Mademoiselle.
Oh, yes, Alain?
Ah, you're Genie. Did you rub a lamp or something?
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Madame Plantage a dit qu'il faut partir maintenant.
Oui, je viens tout de suite. I must go, darling.
I left the hotel and threaded my way through the streets toward the little apartment in the European quarter that I'd rented when I first arrived. The twilight was sowing stars in the sky. And I heard footsteps overtaking me and looked down at the stout, pink-cheeked little man in a baggy alpaca suit and fuzzy fedora. He kept pace, looking up at me with glossy, inquisitive eyes.
Monsieur Lime.
Yes?
Permit me to introduce myself.
He drew a wallet from his pocket and flipped it open. The identity card beneath its plastic shield stared up at me. Pierre Jules Charon, police detective.
You remain in Algiers much longer.
A week or so, perhaps. Why?
The length of your stay is a compliment to our city, monsieur.
Oh. Well, I've always felt that you can't really know a place unless you live there for a while.
True, but when you stopped over in Palermo, monsieur...
Palermo?
Yes, just before sailing for Algiers, did you meet there one calling himself Pierre Dubois?
Dubois?
Only his name is not Dubois, monsieur. It is Mario Marteau.
Oh? What's he done?
Many things, monsieur, including murder. He fled Algiers some time ago. His trail was picked up at Palermo.
But would he be likely to return to Algiers?
Evidently he has. A British art dealer has identified his picture as one of several bandits who tortured and robbed him last week.
I see.
A dangerous man, monsieur.
Yes, evidently.
We think perhaps he is a lieutenant of El Sikina.
Who?
El Sikina, a Bedouin outlaw. One of our local gangster leaders. If it occurs that you see Mario Marteau
I'll
again...
give you a ring, you can be sure.
A ring?
On the telephone.
Oh. Of course, merci, monsieur.
Merci. So I waddled away into the gathering twilight. How many pieces of my past did he dug up? That forged passport? He checked it with a Paris Sûreté? But no, it's not. He'd have picked me up for sure if he had. Or was this another one of those cat and mouse games? Couldn't tell. Went on to my apartment. When I got there and put my key in the lock, it refused to turn. The door was already unlocked.
Come on in, Ami. Do not just stand there and stare.
Mario. What are you doing here?
El Sikina's treasury is getting low. It was necessary to get money at once.
Oh.
He is getting impatient with you, Harry.
Impatient? You know, just stopped me on the street, a police agent. Asking questions about you.
Tell me something new.
Well, perhaps I will. That legend you told me in Palermo, about Arouge Barbarossa bearing $1 billion francs worth of gold cups and things like that in a
It
cave.
is no legend.
Maybe not. Anyway, I did some research in the government library.
So?
Arouge Barbarossa actually captured a galleon back in 1504, which the Pope had sent from Genoa loaded with gold dust and wine for the use of the church. He was pursued by warships and hid his loot in a cave on the coast somewhere between Algiers and Bougie. There used to be a legend that Arouge and his crew returned to the cave once every year, rising from hell, to celebrate their capture and toast their loot and sacramental wine. Now,
wine, eh?
Yes, an old Moorish custom, no
The
doubt.
Koran does not permit Muslims to drink, my friend.
Arouge was a Greek variety. He and his corsairs wrote their own Koran.
I am not interested in fairy tales.
Well, neither am I, Mario. According to the records, the galleon Arouge captured was loaded with newly mined gold dust for the goldsmiths of Civitavecchia. There's no mention of finished gold articles.
I do not care a sou what the records say. All I know is what I see now. Old Armand Arouge this past year has sold numerous antiques of pure gold to dealers. The Englishman we robbed had a 16th century cup he bought from Darouche just 2 weeks ago.
Okay, you just leave it to me. I'll find out soon enough just where the stuff is hidden.
Good. You have just 24 hours.
What?
If you still have not secured the necessary information, El Sikina will take steps to obtain it himself.
Meaning just what?
Meaning he may have to visit Barbarossa personally.
I see.
And as for you, Harry, your services will be dispensed with permanently. I am sure you understand.
Yes, I think I understand. The sun was high when I woke up the next morning. I dressed carefully, hired a limousine, an expensive-looking one, and drove out from Algiers toward the ancient estate of Barbarossa. I pulled up before the villa of Signor Armand Darouche. It was broad and sprawling. There were narrow embrasures for windows. The old house was like a lonely fortress in the blazing heat. I'd expected Valerie to meet me at the door, but instead, a silent Arab servant bowed me in.
Monsieur Lime, please come in.
Ah, Monsieur Darouche. It's very good to find you at home, sir. I was hoping to speak to you. Yes. Your granddaughter and I, senor.
But of course, your charming campaign to win her hand. Did you imagine I would not wonder who you are? That I would not take the trouble to find out?
Find out what? I told you all about
did?
it.
And an excellent story it was. But the police this morning have told a story that is quite different.
Police?
Your record, monsieur. Algeria does not welcome such as you. Ali!
A door opened at the other end of the room, and the giant Sudanese stepped in, red fez, baggy pants, and all. This time, however, something new had been added, a gay bandolier of cartridges and a rifle whose black muzzle stared at me as the old man pocketed his automatic and turned to a telephone on a nearby table.
I will arrange for you a police escort back to Algiers, monsieur. Allô? Ah, l'appareil ne fonctionne pas. The telephone service will no doubt improve itself later. In the meantime, Ali will convey you to a guest room suitable for you.
Listen, if I've made any mistakes in the past, well, after all, none of us are perfect. But I do love your granddaughter, monsieur, and I have information of the utmost importance for you. I didn't want to alarm her, but I've uncovered a plot.
A plot?
It's true. I swear it's true. El Sekina thinks you've discovered a great treasure buried by Arun Barbarossa.
What?
It's fantastic, of course, but
Jackal. So that is your game.
Now, wait.
A spy for a Bedouin gangster. Coming to my home, making love
No,
to my
now listen to me. For your sake, El Sekina is no friend of mine. He may raid Barbarossa this very night.
What tale is this? You expect me to believe
Well,
you?
you'd better believe me.
If it were the truth, which I doubt, why should you warn me? What do you expect to get out of this?
Your friendship.
My friendship.
Plus, monsieur, naturally, there's a plus. Plus a nominal percentage of the loot left by your illustrious ancestor.
Ali, je perds patience. Take him out before I kill.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with an old Moorish custom.
The guest room in which Ali locked me featured primarily an iron door, naked stone walls, and a single barred window. The hours pass. The shadows lengthened, and nothing whatever happened except that I got thirsty. Was the old devil going to keep me here until I died from thirst? Surely he'd gotten his blasted call through to Algiers by now. The police should have been here long ago. Of course, if he hadn't, if the telephone line was still out, then I knew, of course. El Sekina, he and his raiders, they cut it preparing the attack. They'd stormed the gate, killed the guards, and now here they came. Bullets came through my window, ricocheting from wall to wall. Sooner or later, I knew, one would make a billiard shot that would knock me into a side pocket. But finally, the firing slackened and grew still.
Harry!
Valerie.
You warned Grandfather, but he did not believe you. You said you loved
And
me.
you thought that was a lie, too, huh?
After what the police told about you, what else could I think? But if you are not lying about your love...
Valerie, you know I wasn't.
Then take this rifle, Harry. Help us defend the house. Well, what is so funny?
You're asking me to prove my love by getting myself killed. Okay, honey, give me the gun. If I'm taken alive, I'm finished anyway. We picked our way through the darkened rooms and corridors, stepping over dead bodies. The big Sudanese lay half-crouched beside an embrasure. He whirled as we entered.
No, Ali, tout va bien.
Better point that rifle the other way, lad. I'm on your side. Valerie, are you two all who are left?
No, my grandfather, he's on guard by a window on the other side of the house. But he is wounded. This way.
Armand Durouche lay in the darkness beside a low embrasure. He turned on his side to look at us as we came in. Dim moonlight revealed his shirt front, dark with blood.
Monsieur Leib, I have taken the desperate choice. I have no other. If you love my granddaughter, you will aid to obtain her safety.
How?
I have here... can you reach it? On the floor.
This?
Oui. Parchment. Very old.
Just what is it?
A map. I took it from its hiding place a little while ago to burn it. There beside you on the floor, a small piece of candle. Light it.
There.
The map of the treasure. Out of a tale for children.
Then it's true.
Oui. The smaller part remains where it has been for over 400 years with the curse of God upon it. If you love Valerie, you can buy her life with it, and yours. You are clever, Lime. You can bargain with Elsikina. Save Valerie from those swine.
These symbols, I don't understand.
I will tell you their meaning. First, swear on your salvation that you will keep faith.
I swear.
Now listen. Bend closer. I will show you how to find the cave of the Corsair. Here is the key to the code.
When Darouche had finished, I put the parchment in my pocket, snuffed the candle, tried to make the old man a little more comfortable, but his body had gone limp. When I spoke, there wasn't any answer. The master of Barbarossa was dead. Here they come. Valerie! Valerie, are you hit?
Harry's wounded.
Valerie, it's no use.
Oh, Harry.
Mario, do you hear me? Tell your boss to stop shooting. I've got everything under control.
Harry!
Mario, it's all right. I've disarmed him. You can... Go! The big Sudanese was dying as he brought his rifle butt against the back of my skull, but all the same, it was a blow that knocked me colder than a witch's kiss. When I came to, the brightness of day hurt my eyes. I closed them again, quick. The world was rocking underneath me. It took a minute or two to realize that I was tied hand and foot, draped across the back of a camel. The smell of salt air was mixed with the smell of camel, and I saw the dark blue of the Mediterranean curving to the left. The Bedouins halted and dismounted. My wrists and ankles were unbound, and I was led to the head of the column. Mario Marteau stood there, and beside him was Valerie Darouche.
Good morning, Harry. Did you sleep well?
Mario, why have I been tied up? I kept my part of the bargain, didn't I?
Did you?
Old Darouche was holding me prisoner when you attacked. I broke out and forced him to give me the chart showing where the treasure of Barbarossa is hidden. I have it here in my pocket. Well, it's gone. You have it.
Of course.
Well, I didn't fail, did I?
And I once thought you were a man, but I loved you. Animal.
Valerie. Mario, those men over there, what are they digging?
A hole. For you, Harry.
But why? Why? Where's El Tequina? Where is he? Bring me to him.
And you are supposed to be so clever.
I should have guessed a long time ago. You are El Tequina.
Who else?
May you both burn in torment.
All in good time, mademoiselle. First, there is the matter of the directions. The code, mademoiselle.
I told you I do not know, and if I did, I'd die before I tell you.
Mario, I know.
You?
I'll tell you for a price.
Price?
Set Mademoiselle Darouche and myself free in Algiers. That's not much to ask.
No. If this is not one of your little tricks...
It's no trick.
I will set you both free after we find the treasures, not before.
Okay, old man. Now, give me the map. We followed the broken coastline, and later that day, as the sky grew gray and dust devils danced, we reached the place. An old Bedouin remained with Valerie on the beach as I led them into a narrow break in the rocks, a break that widened into an enormous cavern. Their flashlight beams danced about and picked out a number of copper chests green with age and corrosion. No doubt about it, we'd found it. It's the cave of the Corsairs.
Oh, shoot! They're empty!
Darouche must have taken most of it, but here's one chest, Mario, filled to the top. Look, it's gold dust. 100 million francs worth at least. It's been left here to escape the tax collector.
The rest of it.
Well, sold, spent, of course. Oh,
They found something.
Yes, evidently. It's wine, Mario. Look, sacramental wine in sealed flagons. Wine taken off the galley, hidden over 400 years ago. Well, Mario, I've kept my word, haven't I? Don't you think I should get a small share?
Stand! Ahmed! Take this dog out! Stand guard over him and the woman.
We huddled on the beach in the lee of a sheltering rock, Valerie, our guards, and I. The mounting surf crashed on the narrow beach. The sky sagged like a wet circus tent. The two of the guards stared enviously at the revelry in and about the cave. The third, more devout, scowled.
Keep away.
What's wrong, old girl? You're shivering.
Do not touch me.
Two of our guards are leaving, headed for the cave. The others staggering around, lying about the sand. They all drink enough. What the devil? A chest of gold dust. The only one that's left. Those poor scoundrels are taking it out.
What do you think they would do? Leave it there?
But they're reeling. They don't know where they're going. Hey, guard! GD! Those men with the chest. They're too near the breakers. They're drunk. Call Mario. Where is he? Get them back.
Fool, I'm out.
Mario, that's mine. Hey, Mario.
Your 30 pieces of gold are
Oh.
gone, Judas. Taken by the sea. There's the chest, Judas Iscariot. Rolling over and over in the breakers. Yellow dust, swallow dust.
Easy, honey. Here comes Mario.
You lime. Feeder sheriff.
Mario, no. What's the matter? Don't
No.
shoot. Don't shoot.
I should know. It would be a trick. I kill.
Mario Marto collapsed, his pistol falling from his hand as he fell. Look at them, all of them. The whole gang lying around. Incredible.
What are you going to do?
Take you back to Algiers with me?
Then let's go. Those time won't sleep forever.
Relax, sweetheart. They will.
What?
They will. Your grandfather put that wine there himself. He told me so before he died.
What do you mean?
It was for the refreshment of all who might come upon the treasure in his absence. It's a fine old vintage, dear. Laced with poison.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Whatever happened to Valerie? I'm sure you're asking that question. Well, so am I. Come to think of it, I saved her life, and all she had to say to that was goodbye. Well, so long for now. And remember, if you don't want to work for your living, don't bother about buried treasure. You may have to dig for it.
Presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime, the fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Kara.
The world, the poet says, is so full of a number of things he's sure we should all be as happy as kings. Luckily, the world, so full of such a number of other things, is also pretty generously loaded with suckers. What, my children, is a sucker? A sucker is a larcenous chump who likes to gamble as long as it's a sure thing. And do I need to tell you that the surest thing in the world is that a sure thing can't be sure? Step a little closer, friends. You're crowding the pavements. Let me tell you about it.
And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in It's a Knockout.
Point him out to me, Harry.
See? There he is. One that's knocking his pipe out. That's Stan Pierce. That's our little old sucker. And the Polako.
Not bad looking, is he?
Keep your mind on your business now, Jenny. He's worth at least $30,000 to me if you do as I tell you.
Don't worry, Harry. I'll have him in Havana with his $30,000 on a plate inside of 48 hours.
Oh, okay. I'll be waiting for you. Now, try and get a seat near him on the plane. And don't forget, when you meet me in Havana, I'm not Harry Lime. I'm J. Harrington Lime, the Wall Street tycoon. When an American businessman like Stan Pierce goes on a Florida vacation and finds himself sitting on the plane next to a pretty girl, he makes my work pretty simple for me. I'd known she'd be able to pick him up easily. She was telling him the story I'd coached her in the next night in a Florida nightclub, and by that time he was ready to believe anything she told him.
Can't you stay over here in Miami another day?
Oh, Stan, I'd love to, but you don't know my boss. I've got to fly to Cuba first thing tomorrow morning to give him the contract he sent me to New York for. If I'm not there, ouch.
Sounds like a sled driver. Would begrudge you one day in the sun here.
Mr. J. Harrington Lime is a stinker, especially to his secretary.
J. Harrington Lime. You say that name as though I should have heard of him.
Only if you work in Wall Street.
If he's such a stinker, why don't you quit your job?
That's what I want to do. The only thing I want to do is make some money before I do. If only I could just figure a way to...
Do what?
Well, I'm not sure that I'm being silly.
What?
Oh, I started to think I shouldn't tell you about it, but I don't know why I shouldn't. You don't know Mr. Lime, after all. You probably won't see him anyway. Besides, you're nice. I like you. I sure think I can trust you.
Sure you can. You got an idea?
Well, you see, Mr. Lime's a great sportsman. Loves to gamble. On the fights, the races, almost anything.
Matter of fact, me too.
Well, anyway, so Mr. Lime's got this big palace of a place in Cuba near Havana. You know, mink line, swimming pool, tennis courts, the works. And right on his estate, he's found that one of the workmen, a Cuban, is a wonderful boxer.
So?
His name is Pancho Cordobas. He's really good. At least, I don't know much about boxing, but the trainer Mr. Lime brought down, and the doctor and everybody, they all say Pancho will be a world champion.
Really? Pancho Cordobas. Funny, I never heard of him.
It's not funny. It would be funny if you had heard of him. He's had 10 fights, won every one by a knockout. But don't you see? Mr. Lime just keeps him under wraps. All his fights were held in secret.
In secret? I don't get it.
Sure. So that when Mr. Lime matches him in New York, he'll be absolutely unknown. He's trying to get him matched up against top boys, and whoever it is Pancho fights, Mr. Lime will be able to get simply wonderful odds. See?
I'm beginning to, but I don't see how you figure to make any money out of this. Are you going to...
Let me tell you. In secret, of course. Now, Mr. Lime always tries to get his guests to bet against him. He takes Pancho, and he'll give big odds because he's so sure of Pancho.
Yeah, and?
Pancho has agreed with me that he'll lose this next fight if I give him the word. He'll... What's the expression?
Take a dive.
That's it, for a price. Mr. Lyon's been giving him a purse of $5,000 every time he wins. We agreed I'd give him twice that if he loses.
This Lime, he gives good odds on Pancho?
Last time he was trying to find takers at 10-1.
How can you lose?
I know. Isn't it awful?
That's awful. It's a smart scheme for the girl to have thought of. What's the hitch?
Well, even with all my savings, I couldn't win enough to pay off Pancho. Besides...
You've got to have someone of the year betting for you.
Exactly. So I guess I'll just have to stick to my job for a while longer.
What would you say if I offered to put up some of the capital for you?
Oh, no, Stan. Have you got that kind of money?
On a sure thing like this? I sure have.
Oh, Stan. Look, I'll give you all my savings right now.
Wait a minute.
$1,000. If you can only help me out.
Well, all right. You know, this will be a good thing for us both.
Oh, sure it will. Let's both have a drink on it, shall we? To celebrate our partnership. Oh, Stan, you're wonderful. And you're sure you'll be able to raise some cash to bet?
On this kind of a proposition, I'll have $30,000 cash at least.
Oh, Stan, how wonderful.
How wonderful, yes, indeed, especially for me, Harry Lime. I always find it refreshing to relieve a rich sucker of money when he thinks he's going to steal from someone else. Jenny had done well. She got Stan Pierce over to Cuba within the 48 hours she promised. The hook was baited. Poor fish was about to bite. Well, either you're uncommonly lucky, you certainly are an expert on cockfights.
Just luck, Mr. Lime, beginner's luck.
Oh.
Matter of fact, this is the first time I ever saw the birds fight in my life.
Oh, you don't say. That's $75 you want from me. There you are. What was your name again?
Pierce. Stan Pierce from Cleveland.
Glad
I'm in
knowing
the
you.
insurance game.
Miss Pierce, you like boxing very much?
Yeah. I go to get to the fights whenever I can.
Where are you staying, Mr. Pierce?
I'm at the National, sir.
Well, good night. Good night, Pierce. Been pleasant chatting with you. Maybe I will undertake to win that $75 back from you. It's important to handle a chump with artistic appreciation. Limousines, country estates are expensive, but for me, well, I regard them as legitimate business deductions. I wanted to make sure this chump Pierce was impressed. I even had a half dozen pals on hand, all dressed up to the nines, pretending to be my weekend guests. Charming people, all of them, really. Very capable of giving my chump a good time, flattering him, making him feel nice and secure. First, I fed him lunch, then a good Havana cigar. Then we went for a stroll, our whole party, and I led them casually down to a specially outfitted training quarters.
Oh, Harry, this is the fighter you were telling us about.
Discovered him yourself, I understand.
That's right, General.
There. Is that why you were asking me if I went to prize fights, Mr. Lime?
What do you think of him? He's fast, isn't he?
He certainly is. What's his name?
I call him Young Pancho, of course. I don't know yet whether he's any good or not. He hasn't fought a single fight.
He hasn't? He
No.
He looked so sharp, I could have sworn that...
Beautiful, so graceful.
No, he's fighting for the first time next Thursday. You've heard of Kid Burke.
Middleweight? Sure, he's a good puncher.
Well, I understand Burke's pretty good. I've gotten him to come over and go a few rounds with Young Pancho. I'm making up a purse for the winner.
You've never had a fight yet. How do you know your boy hasn't got a glass jaw, Mr. Lime?
I don't, Pierce. That's what I hope to find out next Thursday.
Harry, off Kid Burke's record and seeing that young Pancho's never had a fight, I hate to do it, but I might take some of your money away from you at a friendly wager, huh?
Trust Lime, General. He'll see to it that the odds work for him.
Maybe I could give you a chance to win back your $75, Mr. Lime. What's the matter?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Pierce. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't be laughing. I was just amused at the idea, that's all.
Idea of what?
Well, don't you see, I was planning to make up a purse of $10,000 on the fight. Any side bets that I could place on Pancho. I want to make sure that my winnings would cover the purse, don't you see? 75.
Yeah, I might possibly be able to bet a stake that would interest you.
Oh, that'd be fine, Miss Pierce. Fine. Sure, yes. Nothing better calculated to make a chump impatient. Nothing better calculated to make a fish leap for the hook than to twitch the bait away as though he maybe isn't going to get a chance to grab it. I was hoping Pierce's neck was hot under his collar as I walked away after giving him that little brush. I wanted to give him a chance to talk to Jenny without anybody else around. Sure enough, I could see him moving over to his side.
Well, what do you think, Stan?
He said this was Pancho's first fight coming up.
Oh, he always tells people that. Don't you see? That's the way they're likely to bet a lot more money on him. That's the kind of a man he is. That's one reason I hate him so much.
I see what you mean. Well, say, here he comes.
Who? Oh, Pancho. ¿Cómo está, Pancho?
Senorita?
Have a good workout?
Gracias, it was fine. I feel best I ever feel.
Now, don't forget, Pancho. 3rd round. That's our agreement.
Senorita, what are you saying?
Oh, don't worry about Stan. He's my partner in the deal.
This is safe?
Oh, sure. Safe as a bank. Stan, shake hands with Pancho. This is Senor Pierce, Pancho.
Oh, no, senor. But, senorita, if too many people find out...
Now, don't worry, Pancho.
Yes,
I said it was all right. 3rd round now. That's our bargain.
Si, 3rd round.
Hey, Pancho, give me the showers.
Okay. Buenas tardes, senor. Senorita, bye.
See you later. Well, Stan?
I'll go in it with you, Jenny. Looks good to me.
Oh, wonderful.
That lime, he got me a little sore. I'm going to show him I'll take him for plenty.
What do you mean?
I'll have to convert some bonds and maybe borrow a few bucks, but I think I can work it so that I can put my hands on $45,000.
Oh, Stan.
Yeah, at good odds, say 10 to 1, we'll clear.
Oh, it's so much I can't even think of it. Oh, Stan, I just want to kiss you.
Okay with me, honey.
Can you get those bonds or whatever they are converted in time for the fight?
That's for next Thursday? I should think so. I should be able to get a draft from my bank from one of the banks here in Havana.
And my 1,000. You still have it. Safe?
Don't you worry about chicken feet like that, honey. But next Thursday, you'll be on the easiest street in the biggest house in the block.
You see what you get just by being a little rude? I'd figured this chump was good for $30,000, and now he's begging to give me $45,000. I could have told him that the bank in Havana would be efficient, unfortunately efficient for him. By Thursday afternoon, Stan Pierce, my fine, fat little Cleveland insurance man, has $46,000 bills in his pocket, one of them mine that I give him to Jenny to give to him, and the rest of them his, which would end up in my pocket $45,000.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the 3rd man. And now, Orson Welles, as the 3rd man, continues with It's a Knockout.
So it's dinner time. Dinner time, and over the brandy, I'm ready to start accepting bets. Well, General, 5 to 1 then. I'll tell you what, I'll make it 15 to 2. Hey, what's the matter? Can't I get any action from you, gentlemen?
Well, Harry, those are nice odds. Suppose I bet $25,000. I'm taking...
Swell. Just give you 25 to Jenny here, and here's my end.
Wait, I don't want to carry this money all around.
Here, take this little satchel. You can stuff it in there. Well, Judd?
I don't know, Harry. I'm not sure I trust you.
Fire and thunder, man. I'll give you 10 to 1.
I'll take those odds, Mr. Lime.
What's that? Oh, Pierce. Well, fine, sir, fine. I'll take you $75, too, if I can't get any larger action from these gentlemen.
My wager on Burke is $46,000, Mr. Lime.
Oh, fine. You've got cash, of course. Give it to Jenny here. And Jenny, here's my end.
Mr. Lime, I hate to be carrying all this money
Getting
around.
heavy, is it, Jenny? All right, then, Pierce.
Suppose you be appointed custodian of the stakes.
Well,
Come
don't know.
Come on, old man. I'm sure everyone here trusts you. Well, can I get any more action? If not, there's just one more thing I want to say before we all go to the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, you all understand that, of course, this fight is private. It's not being conducted under any boxing commission rules. For that reason, it's a little irregular. As a matter of fact, our Cuban police friends would quite possibly feel that it's illegal. You understand, General, that's why I couldn't take your check. Well, friends, I presume I can trust you not to mention that the entertainment was held out here tonight.
Sure.
This is to protect the licenses of the fighters and the managers involved. I have your assurance. Then let's all go. Fight's about to start. Pierce, you got those stakes all right? Let's go. Sheer delight to watch Pierce carrying that satchel. You ever watched a man that you know is guilty, trying to act innocent? Of course, this is the first time Pierce has ever tried an act like that. Down through the gardens to where the ring was set up, there were perhaps 3 dozens of us, maybe 50 altogether, counting the trainers, the seconds, the referee, and all of them, of course, in on my little scheme, except just one, Mr. Stan Pierce. Fortunately, they weren't all on my payroll. They were friends, gamblers, confidence men, their girls, anxious to do me a favor, and anxious, too, to watch the fun. Fighters in the ring now, referee's talking to them. I have to watch them, but I have to watch Pierce, too. First round. Fighters pretending just to feel each other out. Pancho's putting on a show of fancy footwork. Of course, the 2 fighters I've hired put on a good show. It's artistic. We can't have Pierce getting worried about how raw it'll look when Pancho takes his dive. Poor Pierce. I know just what he's doing. He's figuring how long a round takes, 3 minutes, multiplying that by the number of rounds Pancho's agreed to go before he pretends to be knocked out, adding a minute between rounds, and he's thinking in less than 10 minutes he'll be collecting his bet. Less than 10 minutes. Whoop, whoop. That's because Pancho went down on his knees. Burke really clipped him. Looked good, too. I'll bet Pierce is just as happy he didn't bet on what round Pancho would lose in. There goes Pancho again on the canvas.
3, 4,
And he's up at 5. Pierce looks worse than Pancho does. Now Pierce is feeling at his feet, making sure the satchel's still there, looking around furtively, thinking, they really trust me. Silly smile on his face. I'll just speak to him and see what he says. Well, how about it, Pierce? Enjoying the fight?
Sure, but your boy doesn't look very good in there.
Oh, don't worry about young Pancho, Pierce. He'll be all right.
Come on, try it. Come on.
Now, here they go again. Pancho looks as though he's got a cut open up under his eye there. He probably want another $10 from me for that. He's sure a pretty good boxer at that. Look at Pierce. Just look at Pierce. I'll bet he's adding up his profits again. 46,000 to 10 to 1 and 460,000 minus 10,000 to Pancho leaves 450,000. Split 2 ways with Jenny means a clear gross of 225,000 smackaroos. Oop, there he goes, down again. That Burke's got a pretty right hand at that. Just reaches out and down goes old Pancho on it.
2, 3, 4.
I counted 4 that time. I better get more worried looking. Pierce might suspect something. Yep, he's looking at me, all right. Watch his right, Pancho. Watch his right. I hope I look sick enough. Pierce is watching the fighters again. Fighters, that Pancho. He's really one of those powder puff fighters, all flick and fluff, no real sock to him. Burke could land him in 1 round if this fight was a square rattle. Pierce is breathing harder than either of the fighters. Uh-oh, he's looking over at me. Maybe I'd better.
Your money feels safe still, Mr. Lime?
Oh, at least I know now my boy doesn't have a glass jaw, Pierce. I just can't understand what's come over Pancho tonight. He seems sluggish. Maybe he's overtrained.
Maybe his reactions do seem sort of slow.
This is Rich. Now Pierce is worried. He's scared Pancho will make me suspicious. Round 3, this is where it happens. Look at Pierce. His hand groping to make sure he's still got that satchel, thinking, how is when we can reach right out and grab $225,000? Greedy boy. I'm far more restrained. All I want is your $45,000. Better pay more attention to the fight. Pancho's left in Burke's face, takes a right across, answers back, hands are down. Sure looks like Pancho's guard is wide open. Pierce will like that. Now the right from Burke, catches Pancho on the side of the head. He looks dazed. Now's the moment for Burke to step in. He's measuring Pancho. Here it comes. A terrific right, and it misses. Pancho ducks under, dances away, and the crowd wants to know what happened to Burke. They pretend they don't understand. Pierce, he's stunned. Why? Burke is down on his back, blood spurting out of his mouth.
He missed as well.
Where's that phony doctor? He should be in the ring pretending to examine Burke.
Doctor!
What happened, Jenny?
Gosh, Stan, I don't know.
The doctor.
Give me my bag. What? On that seat there.
Doc, what happened?
This man's hemorrhaging. He's in very bad shape.
But I never touched him. Santísima Madre de Dios.
That Pancho puts on a very good act.
Apparently, you didn't need to touch him. Stand back, please.
But I tell you...
No, never mind. There's no use. This man is dead.
Dead? Dead, but how?
Apparently, Mr. Lime, when he missed that terrific swing, he burst a blood vessel. Completely chance. Couldn't have been predicted.
But are you sure?
Lime, your guests.
Oh, yes, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, I must ask you all, please, to leave at once. Please say nothing of what has happened here tonight. I'm very much afraid we're all accessories to homicide. If this ever gets out. Now, good night, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave as quietly as possible.
Yeah.
Quick, the money. There.
But what are you going to do?
What do you think? Take it.
But we lost. We lost the bet.
I don't care. He'll never be able to report us. He'll be too busy trying to hush this thing up.
But
listen, a plane leaves for Miami from Havana at midnight. Grab it. I'll meet you at the hotel in Palm Beach tomorrow.
But, Jenny, we're liable to be arrested in a homicide rap.
Don't you think I know that? Go on, beat it. I'll meet you in Palm Beach. Hurry.
But I've got no money left.
Here, quick. Before they say I've got the satchel. Here's $100. Goodbye, Stan. And Stan, listen.
Yeah, well, what?
Hurry.
The most artistic aspect of this swindle was that the chump fled, convinced he was in for real trouble, homicide trouble, completely forgetful of his $45,000. Pretty, wasn't it? It's one of the neatest jobs I'd ever pulled off. And as soon as he was safely off my rented estate, my Confederates gathered around for the payoff.
This is good business, Harry. How did you like my act?
Oh, you were great, Pancho, old man. Burke, the way you bit into that bladder of chicken blood, I thought the blood had never stopped coming out. Where's that satchel? Come on, we'll split up the profits now.
Here it is.
Where's Jenny? She's the one that deserves some praise, the way she hooked that poor fish. Jenny! Jenny!
Must have gone inside for something.
Well, I'll take her cut and give it to her later. Hand me that satchel. Oh, whenever I think of the expression on that Pierce's puss. Why do you know I'll Betty? Hey, what's this?
What's the matter? What happened, Harry?
That vixen? That seventh daughter of the seventh daughter, that double-crossing, no, sextuple-crossing, wry-necked witch, that...
Who, Harry?
Warren, Jenny Warren! She's run off with my money. Not your money, not your money. Mine, I've got enough to pay you off, every penny. It's the bet she's absconded with, one of the shrewdest schemes I'd ever hatched, and she has to throw the queer in it. Listen to her note. She says, and I'm leaving $5 for your end, Harry. That'll be enough to pay for a long-distance phone call to tell me what you think of me. I'll be in New York tonight. But after that, who knows where I'll be. Love, Jenny.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
What is a sucker, friends? Step closer, you're crowding the pavement, and I'll tell you. A sucker is a larcenous chump. Maybe I said that before, but I think I forgot to mention that there's an awful lot of us. I promised my Confederates if they'd get their expenses paid, but after thinking that over for about 30 seconds, I figured there was no use throwing good money after bad. Of course, it meant leaving Cuba in a kind of a hurry, but after all, they should have known better. They should have remembered the old saying, lime doesn't pay.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
Now, Italy, my children, as you probably know, is shaped like a boot. Beneath the boot is Sicily, and that's where I was when our story begins. Very much as though the boot had kicked me there. This is very much what happened. I suppose that Sicily is really as nice as the travel posters say, but I didn't have much of a chance to check up on it during my stay. I was too busy running away. Of course, I got a glance at the snow-capped tip of Etna for a moment, and I saw the orange groves. I must have run through and dodged around most of the orange groves. And they're very lovely, of course. So Sicily. But like the man said about California, it's a wonderful place if you're an orange.
And now, Orson Welles in today's story, Two is Company.
Hello.
Hello.
Can I buy you a drink?
Why not?
Bartender.
Signore?
What'll it be, Mr. Lime?
Negroni.
What's that?
Made with gin. It's an Italian specialty.
Bartender, give us 2 of those specials.
Due Negroni, please.
Signor Lime, subito.
Sorry, old man. You seem to know my name, but what's yours?
Porter at the hotel was telling me about you. Call me Gus.
You seem bitter, old man.
That's what I am, Harry. I can call you Harry, can't I?
Please do.
Does the porter being one of these fantasists mean that you aren't a crook?
Well, a crook is a sort of an unpleasant word.
So is fantasist.
Well, since you asked me, Gus, I'm a gentleman adventurer.
I didn't ask you. Give us a couple more of those specialties, bartender.
Where are you from, Gus?
Indianapolis. You ever been in love?
No, not particularly. What line of business are you in?
I'm in love.
Well, that's not a line of business.
Did you ever hear of Schmidt's Luxury Markets?
No.
There's a Schmidt Luxury Market in your community. In every community. We have the biggest chain of super grocery stores in the States.
And you are Mr. Schmidt?
That's Adolf Schmidt. He's Mr. Schmidt. I'm Augustus Schmidt III. But I'm vice president in charge of wholesale groceries.
Is that good?
What do you mean, good? Here's looking at me.
I mean, are you loaded with money? I ask merely for information.
I can buy and sell her, old man.
Well, who's her old man?
Hickenlooper.
I beg your pardon?
Hickenlooper.
Hold your breath, old man, and count to 10.
Well, if you never heard of Schmidt's Luxury Markets, then I don't suppose you ever heard of Hickenlooper's Super Grocery.
I eat out. Ancora, per favore.
What does that mean? Hey, you're not trying to get me drunk, are you?
Of course not.
Well, I am.
You mentioned a her, Gus. Forgive my curiosity, but is the her a Hickenlooper?
Yeah, she's the Hickenlooper heiress.
Sort of Montague and Capulet story, I gather.
What's a Capulet?
Juliet's family. You know Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, I know.
I gather that the Schmidts and the Hickenloopers are feuding. Adolf Schmidt takes a dim view of the Hickenlooper empire, and that's what's keeping you apart. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Oh.
The Schmidts and the Hickenloopers are all in favor of the merger. Would be the biggest thing in groceries. That is, all the Hickenloopers are in favor but one.
You mean the heiress?
That's right, Emily. She says the grocery business isn't romantic.
And how are you dealing with the situation, Gus, old man? Have you told your love, or have you let concealment, like a worm i' the bud, feed on your damask cheek?
What's that?
Do you pine in thought, and with a green and yellow melancholy sit, like patience on a monument, smiling at grief?
Yeah, I guess that about sums it up. Hey, you're a very educated type crook.
I keep telling you, Gus, I am not a crook.
Yeah. And I keep telling Emily I'm not a grocer. Bartender, 2 double specialties.
Later that evening, in a semi-liquid condition, Augustus Schmidt III was consigned to his suite by myself, the bartender, and the night porter. I offered to undress the heirs of the Schmidt millions and make them comfortable, but the porter didn't seem to want to leave me alone in the room. These people will persist in regarding me as a petty thief, and that's so wrong. I think in big terms. And I was going to have to. It was the pressing matter of the hotel bill. The management of the Diodora Palace think in big terms also. I went out for a walk to brood over this question. It was a full moon, and a large cast of Sicilian stars were all doing their bit. The air was dizzy with the perfume of flowers. On the terrace over the sea, just to make things perfect, was a beautiful girl. Hello.
Hello.
Nice night.
Ha.
What's wrong?
Look at that moon.
Yeah?
Smell those flowers.
Okay.
Here it is, one of the most gorgeous and beautiful moments that there ever was in the history of the world. And what have you got to say about it? It's a nice night.
Well, it is. It is a nice night.
You're just like all the other Americans. You're only interested in mundane matters like money and groceries.
Why, you're Emily Hickenlooper.
How did you know?
Oh, I just guessed.
You'll have to excuse me for being so rude, but I'm nervous and upset.
Oh, no, you're just hasty.
Well, what do you mean?
Jumping at conclusions. For all you know, I might be Lord Byron.
Oh, he's dead.
I might be his ghost.
Yes, I suppose you might be. No, but somehow I don't think you are.
No?
No. I don't think there are any more Byrons or ghosts of Byrons or anything.
No?
No.
Okay, no.
The whole world's so commercial nowadays, there isn't any more romance, not even in Sicily.
Is that why you left Indianapolis? Were you looking for romance?
I didn't leave Indianapolis. I left Minneapolis.
That's right. Gus is from Indianapolis.
Yes. He can go back there for all of me.
You've made Gus a very unhappy man, Emily.
Unhappy? He doesn't know the meaning of the word. There's no unhappiness in the grocery business.
And supposing there's a failure in the pea crop, supposing the asparagus withers at the asparagus cans or the frozen food doesn't freeze, or worse yet, suppose you're a nice young grocer, a good-looking grocer at that, and your girl refuses to love you.
Oh, I love him, I guess. Well, that isn't the point. What's your name?
Geraldo Limo.
You mean you're a Sicilian? Got an American accent.
I went to finishing school in New Jersey.
You're joking.
Only a little bit, but I do think it's a shame for a girl as pretty as you are to be as miserable as you are on a night as wonderful as this is. You think if I kissed you, you could learn to love Gus.
Now, don't get fresh.
That's not fresh. It's romantic.
Is it?
It's all in the point of view. Emily Hickenlooper, I'm going to kiss you.
Good night, Mr. Limo. It was very nice meeting you, I'm
Well,
sure.
you better let me walk back with you.
Oh, well, no thanks, Mr. Limo. I'd rather be alone.
Call me Geraldo.
All right. Good night, Geraldo.
What does your mother think about your wandering around alone in the Sicilian countryside after midnight?
Oh, my mother's in Minneapolis, and Daddy's playing canasta in the lounge. He thinks I'm in bed.
Well, that's where you ought to be. Don't you know that this country is full of bandits and brigands?
Oh, yes, Geraldo. I've heard about them. Where are they?
All over the place.
Oh, I've been reading about them in the papers, particularly this Barzini. Is that how you pronounce it?
Barzini, that's
Oh,
right.
I saw his picture on the cover of Life. He's cute.
The police don't think he's so cute, neither do his victims.
He kidnaps people, doesn't he?
Holds them for ransom.
Oh,
Emily, what's wrong?
gee. Some people have all the luck.
In spite of her protests, I walked Emily back to the hotel, and in spite of my protest, I didn't get another kiss. As I told you, the night was fine and the moon was full, so I went to my room, changed into a pair of heavy walking shoes, and then started hiking into the interior. After 3 hours and a half of tough climbing, I arrived at the secret mountain headquarters of the bandit Barzini.
What's going on here?
Hi, Barzini.
Who is this? Harry Lime?
Who else?
I heard Guido telling you I was asleep. He's a dog. He lies. Barzini never sleeps.
Bad for the health, old man.
What are you doing here?
Partaking of your famous Sicilian hospitality.
A bottle of wine, Guido. Tell the others to keep away. Now then, Lime, what's your business?
Aren't you taking an awfully sharp tone with me, Barzini, old man? The last time we talked, everything's on a very different level.
The last time we talked, I was drunk. But what you say is true, my friend. My greeting has not been cordial. But then what can you expect? I am a bundle of nerves.
I think you would be with all the cops in southern Italy beating the bushes for
It
you.
is not that I am a coward. He who calls Barzini a coward has told his last lie. You do not call Barzini a coward.
Oh, no,
do you?
not at all, man. Not at all. I was just sympathizing. I can see why you'd be so nervous.
Nervous is not the word. You will not believe this, Lime, but I, Barzini, I'm on the verge of a nervous breakdown. And it's not the police, my friend. Oh, no. It's the women.
Which women?
Ah, Lime, that is what I want to know. Which women, indeed? I am the king of these mountains. I and my valiant crew. But of what does this crew consist? Does it consist of women? The answer is no.
Still, you have your work.
We are a hot-blooded race, we Sicilians. It is not a thing you Americans can understand. But without female society, we are not ourselves. We have our guitars and our wine, but what use are they except to make us sad?
Here's the wine.
Come, Lime, let us be sad together. I will play for you, and then we'll talk about girls. Who is your favorite movie actor?
Oh, I don't know.
I like Betty Gray. Also, I like Jeannie Pierre.
Yes, very much.
Then, at another moment, it seems to me that Elizabeth Taylor is the best of all. Do you think if I sent her a letter, she would send me a photo?
Oh, sure, old man. Well, here's looking at you.
Oh, but she would not sign it herself. I know. It would be one of those secretaries. Life is very sad, amico. I will sing.
No, please, don't bother.
No, it is no bother at all.
Well, it's,
Nella notte scura, quando dormire non potei. You know something, Lime? I have a pair of binoculars.
Well, that's nice.
I took them from a rich pig of a Palermo candy merchant. They are very powerful, and occasionally when the visibility is good, I can stand on the crest of this mountain and see the girls bathing on the beach at Taormina. Do you like these bikinis, Lime, or do you prefer the onesies?
Well, it all depends.
Me, I like the bikinis.
You're very popular with the girls, Barzini, since your picture got in the papers.
Of course I'm popular with the girls, but also I'm popular with the police. This is a dog's life, amico. I will sing to you. Quando nella notte...
Yeah, excuse me for interrupting.
You do not like my singing?
You have a lovely tenor voice, old man, but I want to make you a proposition.
The American business. There's nothing else you can think.
This has to do with a gun.
Yes?
Yes, indeed. How do you stand on the matter of small, well-formed blondes with large blue eyes?
Oh.
What does that mean?
What do you think it means?
You approve of such blondes?
Stop torturing me, Lime. What is this all about?
I must warn you that she's an American.
Was Betty Grable?
Well, I hope to be acting as her representative. Not Betty Grable, this other girl. She's the heiress of the Hickenlooper grocery fortune, which is another way of saying that she's rich beyond the dreams of avarice and wants to be kidnapped.
She has told you this?
No, but that's what I've gathered.
Leave me to her.
She lives at the Adora Hotel with her father, Mr. Hickenlooper, so I don't think that would be very practical.
Besides, there's a cordon of police around the town.
I laugh at the police. I will die happily fighting my way to her side. What is her name?
I just told you, Hickenlooper. Now, there's the matter of the ransom.
Waive the ransom. Money is no offer.
All right, then. You just play your guitar, old man. I'll arrange everything. But just to keep the kidnapping on a professional basis, I'm going to have to hold out for my percentage.
There you go again. Money.
No, don't be unreasonable, old man. After all, you've got the brigand business. The Hickenloopers have their groceries, and I've got to live, don't I?
We'll see about that.
I beg your pardon?
Bring me this blonde and you will live in your line to a nice old age. But do not disappoint me.
Yes, I see what you mean, old man. I see what you mean.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with today's story, Two is Company.
It was a long walk back to town, and the hot Sicilian sun was already in full charge of things when I got to the hotel. I was so tired that if the hall porter had pointed at me, I think I would have burst into tears. I didn't give him a chance, there being that little question of the hotel bill. So I let myself in by the back and made my way to Gus's room. I thought I felt lousy, but not after I got a look at Gus. Birdie with a yellow bill hopped up on my windowsill, cocked his shining head and said, "Ain't you ashamed to sleepy head?"
Please go away. I just want to die.
Not till we talk a little business, Gus. Arise, arise, for morning in the bowl of night is flung the stone that puts the stars to flight.
This is no time for poetry.
Well, if you don't get up right away, I'll start singing again.
All right. I'll get up.
Want any help?
Oh, no. Just sit down and stop rocking the room.
I hate to break in on this, Gus, old man, but I've got a proposition. What would you say if Emily is kidnapped?
Kidnapped, Emily?
That's right.
Well, just bring me a cup of coffee.
Kidnapped by a Sicilian brigand.
Wow. Sicilian brigand?
Yeah.
What is this? What's the big idea?
Emily's always wanted you to be a hero, hasn't she? Well, this is your big chance, Gus, my lad. You want to be a hero, don't you? You're going to rescue Emily from the bandits' lair.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not.
You mean she really is kidnapped?
That's what she thinks. That's what old man Hickenlooper is going to think when he gets the ransom note, but you and I know better,
Yeah?
The ransom note is supposed to come from Bazzini. You know who he is, don't you?
You mean that bandit?
That is the bandit. We've got our own private bandit. I've hired an Italian actor to play the part.
You mean it's a fake?
The idea is for you to go to a rescue with a blank cartridge pistol. Our actors put up a convincing fight, but you overwhelm them very bravely, just like Errol Flynn. Our trained bandits take their dives, and away you go into the sunset with Emily.
Wait, what do you get out of it?
Just the fun of bringing two young people together, old man. Plus my percentage. After I got Gus fully dressed, I gave him a toy pistol and a fountain pen. The fountain pen was to write me a check with, and the gun was to keep him company where he was going. I waited for him to get out of sight and for the check to dry. Then I knocked on Emily's door.
Who is it?
Geraldo Limo.
Go away, Mr. Limo. I'm not dressed.
But, Signorina, I insist.
Oh, go away or I'll call the house detective.
In Sicily, there aren't any house
Well,
detectives.
then I'll start screaming.
Save that for later, Emily. Please open up. This is a matter of life and death.
He's not saying that.
No, it's true. It's about Gus, Emily. He's in deadly peril.
What kind of peril?
Deadly.
I mean, what's happened to him?
He's been kidnapped. Please let me in, Emily. I can't stand here in the hall shouting about it. Everybody will hear.
Well, stop shouting and wait a minute while I get dressed.
Just put on a kimono, honey. There's no time to spare.
Oh, all right. Oh, Geraldo, is it true?
Yes, it seems he got drunk last night.
He told me he was going
Well,
to.
he made it. Can I come in?
I suppose so.
Thank you, then.
Geraldo, do you have to lock the door?
Emily, you just don't understand about this country. You've heard of the mafia, haven't you?
Yes.
Well, their spies are
Have
everywhere.
you gone for the police?
No use. The police are in on it, too. I'm the only man you can trust. Take this.
What is it?
It's a fountain pen.
What will that do?
Well, you can't write a check without it.
How much are they asking?
How much is he worth?
Oh, Geraldo, anything.
Well, shall we say 10,000?
All right. Oh, wait a minute till I get my checkbook.
Let's say 15,000.
Oh, here it is. Oh, what did you say, Geraldo?
I said 20,000. It's a nice round sum.
Yes, but just now.
We don't want Bazzini to get angry, Emily, and you know what he does when he's angry.
No, what does he do?
It's not for woman's ears. But speaking of ears, Emily, you wouldn't like to get one of Gus's POD.
Gus's ears?
Bazzini has a way of cutting off an ear at the dotted line and sending it along to the folks at home. That's when he thinks the ransom money isn't enough. What do you want, Emily? Gus or Gus's ear?
I want Gus.
Well, then make it 25,000 payable to Harry Lime.
Harry Lime? Well, who's he, Geraldo?
Oh, just a man I know, a sort of a go-between.
But can we trust him?
Harry Lime is the best friend I have in this world.
How much farther do we have to go, Geraldo?
This is the end of the line, Emily, as far as this jeep's concerned. From here on up, you've got to walk. Loan me a pocket mirror, will you?
What for?
I'm going to send a signal.
Oh, I know, by flashing it in the sun. Here you are.
Thanks.
Geraldo. Geraldo.
Excuse. Oh, look, they're answering.
Where?
Up there on the mountain peak.
Well, now what happens?
Well, one of us has got to go up there and talk to Bazzini. Of course, it'd better be me. I couldn't send a woman into a situation like that.
No, I don't suppose
say one of us goes up there and the other drives the Jeep back to town.
Why?
That's part of the arrangement. Of course, that road is awfully tricky.
Yes, it is.
In some places, the drop is over 2,000 feet.
What's that?
Oh, it's just a guitar. Just a guitar.
Who's playing?
Bazzini. He's a strange fellow, you know, very romantic. Looks like his pictures, too. There, you better get going now.
Geraldo.
Yes, Emily.
Well, I don't know how to drive a Jeep. Not very well.
That's okay. I can teach you a little bit.
Well, you know what I think, Geraldo? I think on the whole it might be better if you drove the Jeep.
And leave you alone with Bazzini? Emily, you don't know what these Sicilians are like. Particularly Bazzini.
You go back into town, Geraldo. I think I can handle it.
I drove the Jeep back by the other road, the easy way, and paid a call on Mr. Hickenlooper. I found him in the ocean trying to spear fish. When I told him that his daughter was kidnapped, he almost skewered me. Mr. Hickenlooper was the small, fat, excitable type, and it wasn't until I got the fish spear out of his hands that I managed to get the conversation on a civilized plane.
Kidnapped my daughter in the hands of the bandits? I knew it. We should have stayed in Minneapolis. What do we do now?
Well, first you better take off those goggles and get dressed.
And then what? Then what?
Then we talk to Bazzini.
Who's he?
Bazzini, the bandit. We've been all over this before, Mr. Hickenlooper. He's the one who's holding your daughter for ransom.
Just lead me to him, that's all I ask. Just lead me to him. And then we'll see who's holding who and who pays.
On the other side of Catania, and some 80 kilometers inland, there's a Greek temple. It's nothing very remarkable as Greek temples go. It's a long way from anything else. It's up on a hill, so you can't miss it. So that's why I picked it for a rendezvous. Above all, it was about as distant as I could get from Signor Bazzini. So that made it practically ideal. That's where I'd sent Gus before. And when Mr. Hickenlooper and I arrived in my Jeep, the vice president of wholesale groceries for Schmidt's Luxury Markets had worked himself up into quite a nasty frame of mind. I didn't blame him. After all, he'd been there most of the day with nothing to keep him company but the worst hangover of the century.
Where is she? That's what I want to know.
I brought you some beer, Gus.
Give it to me, then tell me where she is.
This is the bandits' lair, Augustus. This temple's where they hang out.
No, they don't. I mean, no, it isn't. Give me that beer.
Don't you want to open it first?
I'll open it with my
You'll
teeth.
scratch your porcelain.
You mean there aren't any bandits?
Not around here.
Oh, there will be. Don't you fret. After all, we've got plenty of sandwiches and beer. We're just going to have to make ourselves comfortable and wait. Since we're about it, I noticed that I just happened to have some playing cards in my pocket. Would you gentlemen care to join me in a slight game of canasta? It was a long wait. That's what I wanted. That's why I brought the provisions and the sleeping bags. It was my plan to run up the ransom money, and that needed time. Meanwhile, a nice, steady profit was coming in from the canasta.
That's $1,500 more I owe you, Larry.
Tough luck, old man.
Yeah. Well, sorry I can't give you another check.
Why not?
I've run out of checks.
Well, if I don't hear something from that bandit by morning, I'm going to do something.
Gus, old man, be reasonable. What can we do but wait? Look, a red 3.
This can't go on forever, Harry.
Not if you've run out of checks.
I mean, suppose he's killed her.
Well, don't worry. They never do that.
Well, what do they do?
Harry, why don't you answer?
Well, fellas, I just don't know what to say. Remember, these bandits are savages. They stop at nothing. Well, look, I got another canister. And I'll tell you what. I'll go into Catania and try to make some connections with the mafia. Maybe if we send a little more money.
I tell you, I haven't any more checks.
What you have got some more money, old man. Lots of it. Now I think of it, it just happens I have some blank checks here in my pocket. Make out another for 10,000. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, all right. Now, give me that fountain pen. 10,000, you say?
Plus 1,500 for the last canister.
Hey, what's wrong, Augustus?
There's a man over there.
Where?
In the shadows.
Where?
Here I am, Senor Lime.
Look out, he's got a gun.
Well, so have I. Stick him up, you.
No, you don't, Gus. Not with that
You
pistol.
have the drone, Miss
Not
Senor.
with that pistol, Gus.
Besides, I do not choose to try to shoot it out with you. That is not Barzini's way.
Barzini?
Then you're the bandit.
That's right, Gus. He's the bandit. I'll put that gun away like a good
You're
boy.
darn right I'll put it away. I'll throw it away.
No, Gus.
You don't look much like a bandit to me, mister. Let's see how you like this.
Oh, Gus!
Emily!
Gus, what have you done to him?
He socked him in the kisser. That's what he done to him. Good work, my boy.
Oh, it was nothing, really.
Alfredo. Speak to me, Alfredo.
You hear that? She calls him Alfredo.
Of course I do. That's his name.
Well, it's a very silly name. That's all I can say.
What about Hickenlooper?
A silly name for a silly
A
bandit.
silly bandit.
That's what I said, a silly bandit.
Oh, I know, but there's no reason to hurt him.
He had a gun, Emily.
Oh, well, how could he be a bandit without a gun? You don't think he'd shoot anybody with it, do you?
But he was holding you to ransom.
Nonsense. He just wanted somebody to play his guitar to. Oh, Alfredo. Speak to me, Alfredo.
No, thank you. It hurts to speak. I think I will just lie here for a while.
Emily, I put it up to you squarely here and now, Emily. You're going to have to choose between us.
What do you mean, choose?
It's that man or me, Emily.
Now, you're being silly.
Emily, I think Gus has a right to know your intentions.
Intentions? I intend to get married. That's my intention, and as soon as possible.
But who to?
Here, Alfredo, just let me put this under your head, and then you'll be more comfy. Oh, Gus, you are an idiot, aren't you? But at least you don't smell of garlic, and besides, I've always loved you.
Gee, Emily.
Gus.
Well, all I want to know is, hey, Lime, where's he gone to?
Harry? Oh, Harry. He seems to be running away.
He'd better not slow up. Lucky the banks are closed. Come on, we've got to get into town and stop payment on some checks.
Emily.
Now, you just lie there, Alfredo. You'll be all right in a
I
while.
just wanted to ask you something, Emily.
Yes, Alfredo?
When you get back to America, Emily, will you ask Betty Grable to send me a picture?
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
So much for that little flutter in banditry and romance in sunny Sicily. I had nice fat checks from Gus, Emily, and Mr. Hickenlooper. But a check isn't much use unless you can talk a bank into giving you money. I couldn't stop to talk. Should have taught me a lesson at that. In a love affair, I mean a real romance. 2 is company, and the third man is a crowd.
Presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
I always say money isn't everything. That's what I say. I mean it, too. In fact, I've always considered it a generous basis for a deal. I take the money and you take the rest. What's that? You don't agree? Well, listen to this story. It all began on a boat. And there was a girl involved. Surprised? My doctor always tells me there's nothing like a quiet sea voyage to put you on your feet. Well, my experience is just the reverse. Besides, the sea always makes me sick.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in Cherchez la Gemme.
It all began on a slow boat to China. And I mean a slow boat to China. Just like the song, only without the music. We were only a couple of days out of San Francisco, and in a while I'd be Honolulu and I'd be getting off, but not yet, not in the middle of the Pacific. And I was so bored, I was almost tempted to try. That's how come I paid so much attention to that couple. They're just another married couple. He wasn't much, face very pale. That's about all you could remember. But his young wife had a very attractive manner, among her other assets. We caught each other's eye once or twice, which didn't seem to bother her much, except in a nice way, and we got acquainted the next night. They were always quarreling, the couple, this cute little thing, and Mr. Paleface. I don't know why. Whenever I saw them, they were in the midst of some kind of squabble, and now at the ship's bar, Mr. Paleface, darn fool that he was, picked himself up and walked off, leaving her there. Now, you've got to say one thing for me. I let him get out the door. Then I counted a fast 3 and strolled over to her table. May I join you?
I wish you would.
What are you drinking?
Ryan water.
Waiter.
Yes, sir?
Ryan water and a scotch.
Yes.
At last.
At last, what?
What? Foolish girl. We meet.
It's only a day and a half that you've been giving me the once-over. Not so lightly.
Well, we've wasted a day and a half of our lives.
You say the right things, Mr.
Let's just get acquainted. Names can come later.
You know what?
What?
You say the right thing.
You said that before.
It's worth repeating.
Her name, as a matter of fact, and just to keep the record straight, was Anne. Anne Brissy, I think it was. She was blonde. Kind that likes to drink. I didn't discourage her. By the time we got up on the boat deck, Annie was beginning to feel the motion of the ship.
Harry.
How you feeling?
Kiss me.
You're feeling fine.
Oh, Harry. That was a dream.
You better just keep holding on, huh?
It's all right with me, dream man. Harry.
Mm-hmm.
Got something to confess to you.
But I can guess what it is. You're not married to that guy you were fighting with.
Oh, no. I'm married to him, all right. You wouldn't think so, but... No. I wanted to confess something else. I've had too much to drink, Harry. How about you?
Oh, I've had too much of that moon.
What do you mean?
Look, a few more days it'll be full, and then I don't know what'll happen to me.
I just hope I'm around when it does, Harry. My, you're romantic.
Occasionally, honey, occasionally. When I have the time.
Say, what made you think I wasn't married?
Stupidity, huh? I saw you quarreling all over the boat. Should have known you were.
Yeah. You'd think that after a guy spends 5 years in jail...
In jail?
Yes. Guess I shouldn't have told you that, should I, Harry? I wouldn't, except I had too much...
Forget it, honey. So will I. We're friends, aren't we? And That moon's nudging me again.
Oh, Harry, I love your kisses.
Don't tell me your troubles, Annie. Let's just be friends.
If you're a friend, you should want to listen to me.
You've got a point.
Why shouldn't I tell you? You are nice. Joe just got out. And we're heading for Honolulu to try to find his old pal, Ed Jameson. They pulled a job together. Joe was caught, but Jameson got away with $75,000 in jewels.
That's very interesting.
Keep it to yourself, Harry.
Oh, sure.
Joe's very suspicious, and he can be mean.
My middle name is Mum.
Joe will find him. He had him traced to Honolulu. Jameson was always a sucker for warm weather.
5 years is a long time. Jameson must have cashed in those jewels by now.
They're still hot. And Jameson is a very cautious character. Want to see a picture of him?
Of who?
Ed Jameson.
Sure.
Open my purse.
Well, I not only looked at the picture of Ed Jameson, I also transferred it from her purse to my pocket. She's probably frightened because of what she'd spilled and didn't want to bump into me, so I didn't see her for the rest of the trip, but I'll tell you the truth, I didn't much care. I wasn't bored anymore. I had an interest in life. When we got to Honolulu, I didn't waste any time taking in the sights. I knew Joe Brissy wasn't wasting any either. And first come, first served.
No, I never seen this man's face before.
Well, take another look.
I looking.
You're positive now?
Sure. He never in my barber shop. Sure not.
Well?
No recognize. But I sell to so many people and face. I remember merchandise they buy, no face.
I checked with I don't know how many people and places, but Ed Jameson didn't get around much, apparently. I was beginning to wonder if this wasn't a wild goose chase. The 5th night of my search, I was resting my tired legs in my hotel room and thinking despondently of $75,000 worth of jewels when... come in?
Harry Lime?
That's right.
I guess you know me.
Well, I've seen you, but I wouldn't say I know you.
Stop playing games, kiddo.
I said I don't.
I'm Joe Brissy, the husband of the babe you got tight with on the boat.
It's a habit of mine to get tight with wives. Which husband are you? I mean, which wife was yours?
A wise guy, huh? Listen, you. I carry a gun and I'm a nervous guy.
Interesting, but not important. Why tell me?
In asking around for Jameson, I heard somebody else was asking, too. And I know Ann talks too much when she drinks too much.
So you twisted her arm?
In a manner of speaking. See this?
Is it a gun, Papa?
You'll stop looking for Ed Jameson or one of these little slugs will get in your way.
I see. I do have some dope on Jameson. Cut me in, I'll tell you.
I won't cut you in and you'll tell me.
Only if you cut me in, oh boy.
There's a silencer on this gun, Lime. And I'm counting till 3. 1, 2...
You really would shoot me. Okay, old man. Yesterday he was seen surfboard riding in front of the Royal Hawaiian Hotel.
You lied through your teeth, kiddo. Jameson is a bad ticker. He can no more ride a surfboat than you can pull a fast one on me. Now listen here, Mr. Lime. Remember what I said. Lay off or you'll be a man with a bullet hole through his head.
Joe Brissy's remark that Jameson had a bad heart gave me an idea. I began checking hospitals and doctors, and then, one afternoon... Are you the nurse in charge?
Yes, what can I do for you?
If you'll take a look at my badge.
The FBI?
We're checking on someone. We only have his photograph to go by. Here it is.
I know who he is, was. Died here several months ago. Heart attack.
No.
He left a wife and stepdaughter.
Do you know where they live?
Yes, or at least we probably have a record of their address. They run a rooming house on King Street. If you'll wait a moment, I'll get it for you.
Yes?
I'm looking for a room, and I happen to see your sign outside.
Won't you step in?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
My mother does all the renting. I'll have to see what's available.
I'm disappointed in you.
What do you mean?
Well, I was hoping you'd speak pidgin English. I'm getting to like it.
I apologize, but 4 years at the university here have knocked it out of me.
Well,
Occasionally a man gets bored even with charming pidgin English. I like yours.
Are you in the islands for vacation?
No, for my health.
You don't look sick.
I'm not. But I want to go on being healthy.
How long are you staying?
It all depends.
Oh?
Depends on whether you let me take you to dinner every night of every day.
Say, you don't let any grass grow under your feet.
Well, life is short at the longest. Am I right?
My mother would like you.
If she's your mother, I'd like her, too. Where is she?
On the island of Hawaii. Our family is having a luau, and I'm joining them tomorrow.
What's a luau?
I forgot you knew here. It's a feast.
Well, now, isn't Mauna Loa erupting on Hawaii?
Yes, but our family doesn't live near the volcano.
You're part of Hawaii, aren't you?
My father was Scotch. That makes me a hapahoala. That means half and half.
Well, if every girl was a hapawala, all I can say is what a stunning world we'd have.
Take it easy. Or I might accept your invitation to dinner.
If I say something, will you be angry?
Yes?
I'll say it anyway. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Are you engaged?
No.
Married?
No.
Boyfriend?
Several.
And those earrings you're wearing, they don't spoil the scenery either.
Oh, they're only imitation.
Naturally. I wouldn't expect them to be rubies or anything like that.
Though they do cost a few dollars.
You don't say.
Uh-huh.
Well, now that we're old friends, let me introduce myself. I'm Harry Lime.
I'm Moana Burns.
Pleased to meet you.
Likewise.
Moana. Were you named after...
Yes, Moana Loa. That's right.
Give me a volcano every time. But I'll take you and leave Moana Loa to the sightseers.
But Moana Loa is much more exciting than I am.
Impossible.
Let me pay you a compliment, too. Renting you a room is a positive delight.
Don't answer it.
Business is business.
And fun?
I still haven't accepted your invitation to dinner. What can I do for you?
I want to rent a room.
Come in, please.
Sure.
If you two gentlemen will just wait here, I'll go upstairs and see what we have.
You didn't take my warning seriously, did you, kiddo?
Can't a man look for a room?
When he's living in a hotel?
It's too expensive.
Funny that you should just happen to pick the family Jameson was married to.
Yeah, I see you have all the information.
All of it, kiddo. And now here's where your information won't do you a bit of good.
I'd put that gun away if I were you, Mr. Brissy.
But you ain't me, Mr. Lime.
That girl's had a good look at you.
I'll take care of her. In the meantime, so long. Forever, kiddo.
This is a rooming house. People are around.
I don't hear them. They won't hear me. As I once told you, there's a silencer on this gun. Let go! Why, you bobcat!
What's going on here? What are you doing with a gun, Mr. Lime?
It happens to be his. I just removed it from him against his will. Get up, Mr. Brissy.
What?
What happened?
Well, as soon as you left, this character began mumbling to himself. Before I knew it, he'd whipped out this gun, put it to his head. Mister, what do you want to commit suicide for? You're a fool. Don't you know there's as much to worry about down there as up here? Now beat it before I call the cops. Next time you think you have trouble, ask the first person you meet about theirs. Poor chap. What's the matter, Moana?
Oh, I don't know. Just seen that gun and...
Oh, he'll be all right. Tell you what, let's have lunch together, too. I'm starved.
All right.
Is there room for me? I want to wash up.
Room 210, upstairs to the left.
How much?
$2 a day.
Make it 3. I'm happy.
2. But I'll order an extra dessert.
Fair enough. And, Moana.
Yes?
Get that look of fear out of your eyes. It's all over now. Besides, I like my girls to look happy.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now Orson Welles as the third man continues with Cherchez la Gemme.
Whenever you're ready, Moana. I sat down and lit a cigarette. Suddenly I had a funny feeling. Moana? No answer. Went through the apartment fast. No Moana. I rushed outside just in time to see her get in a cab with a suitcase and drive off. She probably suspected something, but as long as she had what I was sure was in her grip, I didn't care. As luck would have it, there wasn't a cab around, but finally... Hey, taxi! To the waterfront. And roll it. I'll pay for speed.
We're rolling, mister. Hang on.
Is there a boat leaving for Hawaii?
The Flying Fish. But I don't think you'll catch him. I think he gone already. Maybe not, though.
When's the next boat?
Tomorrow.
When we pulled up to the pier, the Flying Fish was 100 yards away and picking up steam. I could swim, but not that fast.
You just miss him.
A boat is a her.
You want to go to Hawaii, eh?
That's the general idea.
Uh-huh.
A cab doesn't ride on water, does it?
Airplane goes there soon.
Okay, Buster. To the airport. The plane wasn't leaving for a few hours, but it had still beat the Flying Fish to Hawaii with plenty of time to spare. I spent the afternoon being careful and staying out of sight. Didn't want to tangle with Joe Brissy again. The plane was crowded. Everybody wanted to see Mauna Loa in eruption. I sat back in my seat, watched the blue-green ocean below. Someone up front moved, and there was something about his movement. Yes, it was Joe Brissy. He pretended to be asleep. Well, I knew then that this character would have to be taken care of. I was first off the plane. Managed to give Joe the slip, hired a car, and drove to near the pier where I waited for the Flying Fish to dock. Sure enough, Moana was on it. She was met by a handsome Hawaiian woman, probably her mother. They drove off, and I followed at a safe distance. When we arrived at the beach, the family luau was in full swing.
Harry.
Oh, well, weren't we having lunch together? I was angry with you, but then I said, forgive and forget, so I forgave. But I couldn't forget, so here I am.
You came just to see me?
What else would I come here for?
Oh, I'm sorry I ran off like that, Harry. That man got me all unstrung, and I wanted to be near my folks.
Oh, that's understandable.
So, will you forgive me again, please?
I'd forgive you again without a please. What are we waiting for?
For you to take me in your arms.
That's the easiest thing I've ever done in all my life. And the easiest by far.
Harry.
Yes, baby.
Don't talk so much.
I get you.
Harry.
Hmm?
I could really like you.
You scare me.
Why?
What would happen if you really went for me?
Moana?
Oh, meet a friend of mine, Uncle.
Then you are welcome, sir. And even if you are not a friend of Moana's, but a friend of the people, you are welcome too.
Well, thank you.
Come, we will give you to eat. So many good things. Pig wrapped in palm leaves and roasted in the ground. Fish, fruits, and okeluha.
That's what we call liquor.
I accept your invitation, but first I want to go back to Ilo and get some okeluha to bring to your luau.
But that is not necessary. We have too much now.
I feel better, though. I'd really like to bring you. So don't you want me to feel good?
All right.
Get in. I'll drive you.
Oh, I don't want to take you away from your folks, Moana.
I know where all the liquor stores are in Hilo.
Well, I can ask, can't I?
Besides, I want to be with you. Come on, get in. You should have called instead of renting a car.
I was too anxious to see you.
Always be that way for me, Harry.
How?
Anxious. Look in the mirror, Harry.
Oh, that car.
Yes, that man at the wheel. It's the same man who tried to shoot himself.
Looks like him at that. Step on it.
What's he doing here?
Maybe he has it in for me and followed me. You never can tell with these people. And the same to you.
Don't, Harry.
Oh, I'm only doing unto him as he would do unto me.
No, hold on. There's a sharp turn ahead.
He won't be following us anymore. Flat tire.
I think we should report him.
Tomorrow. Tonight, let's enjoy ourselves. Hey, you just passed a liquor store.
Did I?
Where are you going?
I don't really know, Harry.
Hey, stop the car.
No.
Stop it, I said. All right, let's hear it. What's the idea?
My suitcase in the back of this car is the idea, Harry.
Oh. So you saw me put it there?
Yes. And the man who followed us. He was after the same thing. When you both fought in my house, I didn't believe your story.
Why not? It was a good story.
You said you were a tourist. A tourist doesn't carry a gun.
Moana, the trouble with you is you have a suspicious nature. Hey, where are you going?
To look at the moon. There's a beautiful view on the cliff here. Come out of the car, Harry.
Uh-huh. Okay, honey. I'm as romantic as the next, I guess. But listen, honey, where do you stand about the jewels?
Oh, Harry, I don't care about the jewels. Look at the moon.
It's a great moon, kid. I don't know when I saw a better one, but $75,000 worth of... Hey, left the brake off. The car's moving.
Harry, don't try to stop it. You can't. You can't, Harry. It's 1,000-foot drop to the sea.
Phew. That was a close one. I almost went over with it.
But you managed to...
I managed to save this. At the risk of my life, I grabbed at the back seat, and this is what I came up with. A half bottle of scotch. Hey, you didn't tell me about the scotch.
You didn't tell me about the jewels.
Now they're all at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean.
That's all right. The car's probably insured.
Oh, the car's probably insured, so everything's fine, isn't it? Well, what about the jewels? We can't just stand here.
All right, let's sit down.
Moana, honey, $75,000 of your money, it was as good as money, just fell into the sea.
But it wasn't mine anymore. You'd take it.
Sure, but we could have worked something out.
Sit down, Harry. Here, next to me, and stop worrying. The trouble with you is you haven't been long enough on these islands.
What happens if I stay?
See the part of the moon, Harry, sparkling on the water? Those are the real jewels. A lot more real than those other things.
You know what I think? I think you slipped that brake intentionally. I think you're just crazy enough to do it.
I hated them. Really, I did. My stepfather only told my mother about them the day before he died. And then we would have turned them in, except that we were afraid. We didn't know what to do. We didn't want to bring shame on his head. He had been good to us.
Well, your stepfather was a crook, honey.
Not in his heart. In his heart, he was a good man. Like you. Oh, Harry, I wanted us to go on liking each other. That's why I let the car slide off the cliff.
Honey, $75,000 wouldn't make me like you any less.
But you...
Okay. I haven't been on the islands long enough.
Don't you think you ought to kiss me, Harry?
Either that or toss you in after the car.
Oh, Harry.
I'll settle for the kiss. But first, give me some of that scotch. I need it.
To give you courage to kiss me?
No, to cheer me up after the shock of losing all that dough.
Harry, look at the moon. Look at me. We're the real thing, not money. Money can't buy you health or happiness.
No, but I like to have it around so I can choose the type of misery that's most agreeable to me. Okay, Moana, I know when I'm licked.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
You know, sometimes when I see the moonlight reflected on the sea, I find myself thinking about Moana. She believed that gold is where you find it. And that's one thing on which we both agree. The only difference is that I've made a career out of looking for it in the most unlikely places.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
Yes, that was me, Harry Lime, making my way through a side alley in Paris. Were you ever in such a hurry you didn't even know you'd been hit? I was hit, all right, hit for the sake of a chunk of gold. But where the gold was by then, I didn't know and I didn't care. All I wanted was to lay low somewhere, and that's how it happened. I found myself in one of those sleepy English villages where the cows chew their cuds all day in the meadows. Nothing ever happened. Though, so I thought. Do you believe in witchcraft? Well, I didn't. Till then. Takes a lot to convince me of anything. In this case, it needed the death of two people in that sleepy English village to prove me wrong.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Limes, the third man, in The Hand of Glory.
I wanted to get away from gold and away from France. On the boat for the Channel crossing, all I cared for was being quiet. Very, very quiet. I guess I looked like just another bum. I was pretty seedy, my arm was in a sling. I was feeling kind of faint, too, and then I felt someone touch my arm. I saw a girl with wide gray eyes and dark lashes that spilled over her cheeks.
Excuse me. I've been watching you. Are you all right?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm okay, thanks.
Oh, you don't look it. Why don't you go downstairs?
No, thanks. I like the air.
It's so calm today. You can't be seasick. Is your arm painful? I see you've got it in a sling. Are you sure there's nothing I can get?
No, really, thanks. You're very kind, but I'm all right.
Are you in pain with that arm?
It's not too good, but I'll be okay. Don't you worry about me.
Well, do at least sit down on one of these chairs and let me find a steward and order you a drink. Or some tea. Oh, please, let me do something for you. You really look all in.
I don't know how it was, but I felt better for being around. After a bit, we were sitting there talking side by side. Seemed we'd known each other for years. I told her how I'd got to go to England on business. I'd been negotiating a rather tricky bit of business, in fact, and how the anxiety of it had made me exhausted. She was all sympathy.
And when you've got your negotiations through, what you need is a few weeks' real rest. Without any worries. Without anybody chasing about after you.
Chasing about after? Oh, yes. You're business associates, you mean?
Life's so full of worries these days for everyone. You ought to come and stay in the village where I live. It's so sleepy and quiet. Nothing ever happens there.
It sounds perfect. It'll just suit me. I've had a really tricky time just lately, and then being run into by a car on top of it all.
You must come and stay with us. My uncles, I was telling you about them. They'd be delighted.
Wouldn't they be a bit surprised? I mean, a stranger arriving?
Oh, they love strangers. And nothing ever surprises Uncle John and Uncle Gregory. It's you to have the surprise.
I would.
Well, they're a little odd. A couple of old dears, but a bit eccentric.
Oh, yeah? Tell me about them. Tell me about your home.
Oh, there's nothing to tell. The village is all apple blossom and nightingales at this time of the year. And our house is on the hill. It's very old. My uncles have lived in it since they retired.
Well, what did they do before they retired?
They were scientists. And now they still spend all their time in a laboratory they've built at the top of the house. All day they go up there. Oh, and at night, too.
Well, it's pretty dull for you.
Yes. I get very lonely sometimes.
Do you? What's your name?
Helen. Helen Carew.
A pretty name. You with a pretty face.
Thank you. Then you'll come and stay?
All right. Yes. Thank you. I'll come. It was half a joke, but she gave me the address and told me to turn up whenever I liked. Seemed a bit stuck on me. I found it flattering. A week or two later, I fetched up at that little village. Fallowmere, it was called. Lay in the heart of the fen country. When I got to the station, there was a message from Helen saying the car had broken down. She'd be along in a quarter of an hour, so I whaled away the time, going into the local for a pint. The place was empty. Landlord and I got talking. Now, this is what I call a typical old English village. Folks in America come miles to see a place like this.
It's well enough, but I'd get out if I saw the opportunity.
Oh, you would? Why? Too sleepy for you?
Maybe.
Have one on me.
Oh, thanks.
Maybe you're one of those up-and-coming chaps who like town life. Is that right?
No, I'm a countryman. But I'm looking out for somewhere else. My wife feels the same about Fallowmere.
Oh, does she? All right. I know I'd stop here to the end of my days if I had the chance.
And we're not the only ones who are making plans to go. This place doesn't bring luck to anyone.
Oh, but it brings visitors in the summer. It swarms of them.
You're wrong there, sir.
Oh?
Dead wrong. They won't come.
Why? What's the matter with the place?
That's what we'd all like to know.
I don't get you.
Maybe it's as well you don't.
What is it you're driving at?
Folks aren't lucky around this way, that's all.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, I'm not saying it's anything really, but the crops rot, the cattle ail, the pigs get sick, and a man's discouraged before he's begun.
Sounds pretty queer to me.
It is pretty queer. And I can tell you something even queerer.
Okay, tell me.
It's the children. Every now and again, one of them begins to go, pointing away. That's all you can call it. A child gets hollow-cheeked and pale, and in a couple of months, it's all over, and no one can tell why.
Oh. Sounds very strange to me. And I was told it was a village where nothing ever happened.
Well, sir, you've come to stay here. Let's hope you find it that way.
I didn't take much notice of the landlord. I saw Helen standing in the doorway in a cool summer frock with the sunshine behind her. I forgot everything he'd said. She drove me back along the green lanes till we came to the house, and there, under a cedar tree on the lawn, were the two old uncles. They got on their Panama hats, and tea was set on a silver tray on a table in front of them.
Ah, the stranger. How do you do, sir? How do you do?
Helen Stranger, you're most welcome here. Very welcome indeed.
Well, I'm grateful to you for inviting me here, Mr. Carew.
Myself, Gregory. My brother, John.
Everyone calls my uncles Mr. Gregory and Mr. John, so you must do the same.
Helen, give the stranger some tea.
Mr. Lime, Uncle John.
Strangers are very welcome here. Very welcome. Sometimes we go for weeks, months, without a stranger coming here.
And never yet two strangers. Helen told us how you'd met on the ship. We said she should ask you here straight away.
Helen said you wanted to get away from life.
That's what she said, to get away from life. Well, stay as long as you wish, young man, as long as you wish.
That's very nice of you, I'm sure.
Not kind at all. Now, if you will excuse me, we have some work to do. We don't allow more than half an hour for tea each day.
We shall have the pleasure of seeing you at dinner.
Now, thank you, sir.
Don't thank me. You've nothing to thank me for.
Nothing to thank either of us for. Oh, what?
Yeah, your uncles. I had no idea they still worked.
They're going to the laboratory.
Hmm.
I told you how they spend all their time in it. No one ever goes into it but them.
Not even to clean it?
They clean it themselves. Oh, please try and understand about them. I'm sorry they were so strange with you.
Well, they were very nice and welcoming. You said they were scientists, both of them?
Yes, they're twins, you see. They've always done everything together. And now they've got a kind of obsession. I think I ought to explain about it.
Obsession? What do you mean? What sort of obsession?
Well, they think of nothing but gold. They want to find out how to make it.
A lot of other folks like to find out the same thing.
With my uncles, it's become a kind of sacred trust. They're determined to find out the secret of how to make gold before they die.
Are they? Oh, that's pretty quick about it, won't they?
Oh, they're very hale and hearty. I expect they'll start talking about gold tonight at dinner. So now that I've told you, if they do, you'll be ready to talk about it too, won't you?
Oh, of course. Sure. Don't worry. I'm always ready to talk about gold.
The transmuting of base metals into noble ones, Mr. Stranger.
With the touch of the philosopher's stone, a man could transmute base metal into 1,000,000 times as much gold.
Alchemy, isn't that what it's called?
It has been called alchemy for many hundreds of years. No one has found the secret yet.
The power to know all is what we need.
Don't you see, young man, what is wrong with the world today? Mankind is killing himself in the search for gold.
Greed, striving, anger, leading to war, starvation, and famine.
Find gold, find the key to what you're seeking, and your wars are gone.
The world has prosperity and happiness.
Gold pours forth over the world, and all excuse for bitterness is gone.
Mm-hmm. I can see your point. It's certainly a pity no one can find out how to make it. Hasn't been done yet, even in a small way, has it?
It will be done. We shall do it.
If not we, those who come after us. We are leaving our great fortune to the foundation.
Oh, yes? The foundation?
The foundation of a college for young scientists for research into the making of gold.
But what sort of things go into making of this gold?
Things we must keep a secret, Mr. Stranger. More wine?
He will take no more wine. Then shall we join Helen in the other room?
Oh, of course, but, I find this search of yours for gold terribly intriguing. I'd like to know some more about it.
Who would not like to know more?
And no one has ever found the secret?
Not yet, but it will certainly be found.
It will be found when my brother and I have the power to know all.
Well, old man, when you get the power, let me in on it.
returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with The Hand of Glory.
They were, to put it mildly, an odd couple, those two old gentlemen with their velvet smoking jackets. After dinner each night, they'd go off to their laboratory. Helen and I were left on our own. I felt sorry for her. Seemed wistful, and those big gray eyes of hers really melted me, but sometimes I had an idea she was sizing me up. She used to get me to talk about my business affairs. In a couple of weeks, I'd build up quite a big office and a whole firm around myself. I got to know everyone in it, down to the lowest of the clerks. That was all very well. But what interested me was this laboratory, the search for gold. One night after I'd heard the uncles going up to bed, I decided to have a look at things for myself. Crept into the laboratory and through the window. It was an airless summer night. Behind me, I could hear a nightingale singing in the garden. There was the place. A strange jumble of globes and bottles. Bottles filled with queer, bright liquids. One was red like blood. There were little crucibles and jars labeled, and by the light of a torch, I saw there were books around the walls. Sulfur, mercury. Nitric acid, arsenic, cognac, crystal. And this file is labeled pigeon's blood. What can they want that for? There's a little figure made of wax. Mandragora, cinquefoil. Do they need that for making gold? I began to wonder. I began to think. I looked at the wax figure, and I saw that it was the figure of a child. And then gradually, I knew it wasn't only alchemy the old men practiced in that laboratory. It was witchcraft. I reached out for one of the books, began to read. Make an image in his name, whom you would hurt or kill, a virgin you wax, the person whose death you desire, the dust of a dead man. To make the hand of glory, let the hand of a murdered stranger be cut from him, and the hair of a stranger that is hanged, placed within it as a wick. Let it burn through the night, and you shall have the power to know all. If ever the hair rose on my head, it did at that moment. Someone laughed, but no one was in the room. No one had opened the door. Then I looked again and saw the old man, Gregory Carew.
Perhaps I've startled you. You did not expect me.
Well, I saw the window open from my room. I knew you had things you valued here, and so I climbed up to shut it.
Quite very thoughtful.
And then I got interested, in the books.
Old books. Worth noting. Pray do not let me interrupt you.
Well, these books do have an extraordinary fascination.
A great fascination. Let me see. What is it you are reading?
Something about a hand.
The hand of glory, yes. A hanged man and a murdered man. One would be fortunate to obtain both the items required simultaneously.
Yes, most fortunate.
One would have to be willing to wait a long time, stranger.
Yes.
How sweetly the nightingale sings.
Yes.
And now we will close up the laboratory and go back, each to our own room. Let me thank you again for your solicitude. I will show you down the staircase to your room, stranger.
He came behind me in the darkness, moving softly. All the time I could hear him still behind me. But at my door he said good night politely, and without another word he left me. I sat for a long time thinking. But all the same, I didn't particularly care for it when the old man still called me stranger. All next day, I thought about Gregory Carew and his brother. I knew it wasn't a dream. I knew they were mad, stark-staring mad. Obviously, they'd stop at nothing in their search for the secret of making gold. Something warned me to get away. Then there was Helen. Couldn't leave her. So I told her I wanted her to come away with me, and she said she'd do it, and we decided to go next day. I had no idea where I'd take her, but I couldn't leave without her. That afternoon, I saw the uncles walking up the drive. Someone was with them. A tramp, an old, tattered-looking figure who hobbled along between them. They came near. I stayed hidden behind the arbor.
You shall stay with us here, my man, until you're stronger.
Oh, you're very kind of me, sir. You shall sleep in the attic. We'll make you up a bed, plenty of warm blankets, and a soft mattress.
Oh, you gentlemen have saved me. Always done. I'd walked on and on. Not as young as I was.
Oh, you must have a hot meal. We'll send to the kitchen for it.
No. Better still, you go along and ask for it. Say Mr. Carew sent you.
First turning on the right, second on the left by the kitchen garden.
Get your meal, then we'll show you the attic.
I don't know how to thank you, gentlemen, for this.
That's all right. A good night's rest and you'll be a different fellow tomorrow. Now, go along now. Take it easy and don't hurry yourself.
Right.
The old tramp went hobbling up toward the kitchen. I felt there was good in Helen's uncles after all. They came and sat on the other side of the arbor.
Well, John?
Well, Gregory?
We've waited a long time.
But now we need wait no longer. Two strangers under the same roof.
When shall it be? Tonight?
As well as any other night.
He'll sleep in the attic. We'll give him a drug, and he'll sleep very soundly.
Very soundly.
We'll hang him before midnight.
And the other?
Oh, he shall be first. A knife in his back. First the stranger, then the tramp. It'll all be easy to explain when the police come.
What did we best say?
The tramp murdered the stranger and hanged himself out of remorse.
The hand of glory. At last. So simple, so easy.
A knife in the back and a man hanged. And for us, the power to know all.
So, that was it. I'd found out the role for which I was being cast. Very nice. If you go for that sort of thing. That night, I didn't go to bed. I hid behind the curtain of the big window in my room. Outside, the nightingale was still singing. The moon shone brightly. I waited, and just before midnight, the handle of my door began to turn.
Quietly. It's dark in here.
The bed is there, in the shadow.
Have you the knife?
I have it here.
You have done it. And no sound.
The bed is empty. The stranger's gone.
Gone? You have betrayed us. I know, but now I see it all. You were afraid. You warned him.
Liar, you've hidden him for your own purposes, your own ends.
No, you were afraid.
Liar. You know the secret, would you? You'd take the gold from me, your own brother. Where is the stranger?
I don't know. I tell you, I don't know. Let me go. Let me go. I tell you, I don't know where he is.
Liar. You have done this to me, your own brother. My own brother has done this to me.
Let me go, Gregory. I raise the house.
You will not raise the house.
Give me that knife. Give me that knife.
No, you shall pay for what you've done. Take that and that.
quickly. There was John Carew on the floor in the moonlight with a knife in his back. Brother Gregory was gone. But where was the tramp? I rushed up the stairs and found him snoring in his blankets. Gregory Carew was nowhere to be seen. I ran back, roused the servants, went to the laboratory. The laboratory was empty. But in one corner, something swung backwards and forwards from a beam. We went up to the thing that hung there. Gregory Carew. A murdered man and a hanged man. The brothers got their wish, all right. The things they wanted for the hand of glory. The only trouble was they went around to collect. Then came the police. And in deference to Helen, there was as little fuss as possible. The facts were too obvious. I stayed on a day or two, wondering what I ought to do about it, but she solved the problem herself.
I've come to tell you about the will. It's been found in the laboratory.
Oh, yes?
It's only a few lines. My Uncle Gregory must have written it just before he died. It's changed.
Changed? In what way, Helen?
He's left his whole fortune to me.
Well, then, it means you'll be rich. Mm-hmm. Very rich, Helen. Well, when shall we leave this place?
I'm not leaving now. I'm staying here. I don't need your money, and I've got my own.
My money? But, Helen, old girl, I haven't got any money.
Haven't you? What about your office and the staff and your business interests?
Well, to tell you the truth...
Oh, yes, Harry. I always felt they were too good to be true. He was so very fond of them all. Well, perhaps if they don't exist, it's just as well I shan't need them now.
But look here, Helen, aren't you coming away with me then?
Not me. Yes, it does seem I'm lucky, doesn't it? Of the four of us, I'm the only one who's got the gold, after all.
Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Oh, yes. In this age of radar, jet propulsion, television, and atomic energy, there's still room for witchcraft. They don't go for broomsticks anymore, but there's lots of witches. They don't bother with black cats. They settle for mink. Take Helen, for example. Now, there was a real witch. Oh, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, old Harry's been telling us a ghost story. Well, sure I have. Why not? After all, there are such things as ghosts. And also there are such things as beautiful girls. But it's silly to believe in either of them.
presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime, the fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
She's beautiful. Beautiful. Très chic, très French. She could have been, and for a while I almost kidded myself she was, the great romance of my life. But as Shakespeare, as somebody said once, dames is poison, likewise dolls. And believe me, the honey on those soft red lips of hers was laced with pure, unadulterated strychnine.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, The Double Cross.
Monte Carlo, 1936. The sucker season was at its peak, and by an odd coincidence, my pockets were fuller than they'd been for a long time. Yes, life was looking pretty good. But even at that, not half so good as the licorice-eyed brunette I found sitting next to me at the casino one night.
Faites vos jeux, messieurs et mesdames. Faites vos jeux, s'il vous plaît. Rien ne va plus. 18, rouge.
That was me. I drew in my winnings. Lady Luck was sure smiling on me, just as she was frowning on the girl beside me. This girl had backed half a dozen losers or more in a row, and now her last chips were gone. She was fumbling in her handbag. Here was chivalrous Harry's big chance. I asked politely if there was anything I could do to help.
Thank you, monsieur. You're very kind, but I seem to have mislaid my checkbook. I'm afraid I shall have to give up for tonight.
Oh, you can't quit when you're so much down.
I have no choice.
Nonsense. Here, take this stack of chips.
Oh, but monsieur,
Please, go on.
No, monsieur, I would not blame you. I'm a complete stranger.
Just a loan.
But if I lose again, I may not be able to repay you.
I'll chance that. Please, take it.
If you insist.
I certainly do.
Thank you, monsieur.
Faites vos jeux, mesdames et messieurs.
I'll put the lot on 21.
The lot?
Sure.
But is that prudent?
To a successful gambler, mademoiselle, the word prudent doesn't exist. When you got a hunch, play it. Play it hard.
And you have a hunch about 21?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, I'm in your hands. I do as you say. There.
Good.
Faites vos jeux, s'il vous plaît. Rien ne va plus. Numéro 21, rouge.
I have won.
What did I tell you?
Oh, you must be very lucky, monsieur.
I'm beginning to think I am.
What shall I choose this time?
This time, let's see, 17.
All right, 17.
Well, that's how I met Louise. By 11 o'clock, we were both good winners and good friends. We decided to call it a night and strolled out into the casino gardens and after a while down to the seafront. It's one of those clear, blue summer evenings that poets write sonnets about, and to my amazement, I found myself getting kind of sentimental.
Tell me about yourself, Harry.
Oh, there's not a great deal to tell.
Oh, you are too modest.
Oh, I could think of a few people who'd laugh heartily to hear that.
What brings you to Monte Carlo? Business or pleasure?
A little of each, I guess.
What is your business?
I'm a collector.
What you collect?
Objets d'art.
How interesting. Of any particular kind?
Anything that appeals to my sense of beauty.
Do you often make a find?
Sometimes. Tonight, for instance.
Thank you. That is a very nice compliment.
It's a little corny, but it has the rare virtue of being sincere. What about yourself, Louise? Do you live here in Monte?
No, I am on holiday. I come from Paris.
I might have guessed it. What part?
Neuilly.
Married?
Is that important?
Well, it could be.
Yes, I have a husband.
It's customary for a woman to sound a little more enthusiastic when she says that.
I would rather not talk about him if you don't mind.
No, it's like that, isn't it?
Yes. There's a cold breeze coming in from the sea. I must return to my hotel.
So soon?
I'm very tired.
Oh, I'm sorry I've kept you out too long. Which way from here?
Oh, please, you must not trouble yourself. I'll be all right alone.
You don't think you can walk out of my life like that, do you, Louise?
It would be more prudent.
I've already told you there's no such word. Let's go. I'm not the sort of guy who won't take a chance, but usually if there's one thing I steer clear of, it's jealous husbands. Yet tonight, somehow, it was different. I felt sort of reckless. Maybe it was that perfume Louise wore. Maybe it was the moonlight. I don't know. Anyway, almost before I'd realized it, we were at the door to her suite, and she'd opened it.
Would you like to come in for just one drink?
Well,
No, perhaps it would be better not. Good night, Harry.
Oh, well, when am I going to see you again?
I don't know. I think perhaps I will return to Paris tomorrow.
Why?
It would be wise.
Oh, no, you mustn't.
But
You can't just part. We can't. You mustn't go away like this. Why, Louise, you're crying.
It's nothing. Nothing at all.
I guess I will have that drink after all.
Oh, no, Harry, please.
You did ask me, you know. After you.
You will find cigarettes in that box.
Thanks.
What would you like? Champagne?
I don't care. Listen, Louise. You and I have got to talk this thing out.
There's nothing to be said.
You bet there is plenty. You realize what's happened, don't you?
Will you open this bottle, please?
Sure. Shall I pour?
If you please. Here are the glasses. What has happened, Harry?
I don't know. Guess we've fallen in love.
No.
Yes?
But it is impossible.
Why?
We're strangers. 3 hours ago, we'd never spoken to each other.
What can happen in 3 hours?
Oh, even now, we know nothing of each other. Nothing whatever beyond our Christian names.
So what?
It's against all common sense.
Why did common sense have anything to do with love?
No, it's absurd.
You don't believe that. Look at me, Louise. You don't believe it's absurd. You know it's true. You do know, don't you?
Oh, Harry.
I love you, Louise.
Hold me tight. Oh, it's all so strange, so wonderful. What is this miracle that's happened?
A pretty picture.
Oh, who are you?
Forgive me if I interrupt.
Pierre.
You've got a nerve bursting in like this.
Indeed, monsieur.
You know this guy, Louise?
Oh, yes, she knows me quite well. Tell him who I am, Louise.
He is...
Go on. Do not keep the gentleman in suspense.
He is my husband.
What? You didn't tell me he was here in Monte.
A regrettable oversight, I'm sure.
I'm sorry, Harry.
I have no doubt the gentleman is sorry, too. The point is, what is to be done about it?
Well, naturally, I apologize,
That is very generous of you.
And I assure you, your wife is altogether blameless in this little affair.
Oh, you Americans are so garrulous.
Now, if you'll excuse me,
Not so fast, monsieur. There is much to be said yet.
Oh? What, for instance?
This may be just a passing incident to you, but does it not occur to you that you have ruined my whole life?
I don't get you.
You make love to my wife. I've always
Well,
been
I wouldn't
faithful
say
to me,
that.
but now you kill my trust in her. You destroy the whole fabric of our marriage.
Oh, now, look here.
If you were a gentleman, the least you could do would be to offer some compensation for the harm you have done.
What kind of compensation?
Let us say 200,000 francs.
Are you kidding?
I assure you, I am very much in earnest. You seem to forget one thing, monsieur.
Oh, what's that?
If this story were to get out, it would create an unpleasant
I
scandal.
get it.
You would not wish that, I'm sure.
I think you kid. Blackmail, is that it?
Call it what you will, monsieur.
Okay, go ahead. You may find it hard to prove, though. Louise and I both deny it.
But Louise is a very truthful person. She would not deny it, would you, my dear?
You did kiss me, Harry?
Oh, yes. Yes, I did. So now we know exactly where we stand. You know, I'm surprised at an apparently smart pair like you two.
I do not understand.
Oh, I admit it's a neat little racket. I dare say it pays as well as most, but you should pick your marks with a little more care, you know.
So now you insult us both, eh?
Is that possible?
Monsieur,
This is intolerable.
Relax, both of you. It's about time you learned my surname, Louise. It's Lime.
Not Lime.
Not Harry Lime.
In the flesh. Not too much of it,
And
but
we
in the
tried
flesh.
to. Oh, this is too absurd.
You must forgive us, monsieur. We had no
It
idea.
was you who picked him out at the casino.
But how was I to know? He has about him such an air of naivete and innocence.
I find it helps with the suckers.
A million apologies, my friend.
And from me, too.
That's okay.
And to think that you are the famous Harry Lime. Why, it is a very great honor to meet you, monsieur. This is a big occasion. We must drink to celebrate it. A toast. To you.
Oh,
my
no.
friend.
No. Let's both drink to Louise.
To me?
To the greatest actress in Europe. Frankly, I was never more completely fooled in my life.
Well, to Louise.
Louise. tell me, is this your regular racket?
Oh, not at all. Merely what you might call a seasonal sideline.
I see.
It helps to pay our summer expenses.
What's your specialty?
We are interested in anything that promises a profit.
Who isn't?
In point of fact, monsieur, if you happen to be free at the moment, it occurs to me we may be able to do business together.
Oh?
I have recently had a proposition, but it is not an undertaking for a woman. It needs 2 men.
Well, let's hear about it.
As you know, American dollars are easy to obtain on the continent and very difficult in England. There is a strong demand for them in London and a big profit for anyone who can smuggle them in.
Guess there must be.
The English customs are difficult, but it can be done. You see, among my other accomplishments, I am a qualified pilot. Now, here's the proposal. A certain gentleman in London is prepared to advance money for me to buy dollars here. At a date and time to be arranged, this gentleman will wait in a car at a place called Ilford Moor in Devon. A plane will fly overhead, a passenger will parachute out, his pockets and attache case filled with dollars. He will be met by the gentleman who will collect the money and drive him to London, and from there he can make his way back at leisure to France. Well, what do you think?
Well,
it's not simple.
I'm sure it's a honey of an idea, but...
But what?
Well, presumably I'm the guy who's supposed to float through the air with the greatest of ease. Huh?
Exactly.
Well, that's not so good.
You are not afraid,
Well, not at all, but I prefer my neck the way it is, unbroken.
It is true there is an element of danger, but it is very slight. Surely it's a small risk to take for 1,000 pounds.
1,000 pounds?
Uh-huh.
You say there's that much? 1,000 pounds?
Oh, but yes. And what is more, if the first venture succeeds, there will almost certainly be others.
Oh, that's different.
Then it is a bargain?
Okay. When do we start?
In a moment, Orson Welles returns as Harry Lime, the third man. And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, continues in today's story, The Double Cross.
Well, we all went to Paris next day, and Pierre got busy organizing his end of the business. About a week later, we drove to a little place outside Cherbourg where Pierre had a 2-seater plane housed in a converted barn. And next morning, we took off. As we crossed the English coast near Torquay, Pierre handed me a number of bundles, carefully wrapped, tied, and sealed, and I filled my pockets and stuffed the overflow into a small leather case. I'd just done checking my parachute when Pierre called to me.
This is Ilford Moor now. Are you ready?
I guess so.
There's no need to be nervous.
That's all right for you. I'm the guy who's going to make the jump.
Think of the 1,000 pounds.
I am. Hard.
All you have to do is to count 5 and then pull the ripcord. It's quite simple.
Oh, sure. Nothing to it.
All right? Now!
I took a deep breath and jumped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The funny part is he was right. It was quite simple. It was kind of fun, floating around the sky, seeing the earth drift up gradually to meet you. As I landed and slipped off my harness, a couple of guys stepped forward from behind a clump of bushes.
Are you from Pierre?
That's right.
I'm Robert Brand. This is my assistant, Jerry.
I'm glad to know you both.
You've got the stuff?
You don't figure I made that jump for the fun of it, do you?
Have you got the stuff?
Sure.
Come on, you can pass it over and I'll check it in the car. Gather up this parachute, Jerry. We'll get going. Just a...
Didn't take me 2 minutes to find out this Brand was tough, the English gentleman type, but hard as iron. Pierre might have warned me. While his assistant drove us toward London, he and I sat in the back of the car, and I handed him each a packet, checked the seals, and then opened it and carefully counted every note. It took an hour or more. and we'd finished.
Well, that's that.
Everything in order, Mr. Brand?
Yes?
You're not exactly the trustful type, are you?
No.
I'm glad Pierre didn't try to shortchange you.
So you should be, Mr. Lyme.
How's that?
I don't take kindly to that sort of thing. A courier who once delivered a package of diamonds to me was foolish enough to replace several of the best stones with paste imitations.
Oh, what happened to him?
No one seems to know. He just disappeared.
Yes. But surely if Pierre were to weigh in light, you couldn't very well hold me responsible.
I could, and would and will, Mr. Lyme, if such a thing ever happened.
I don't think it's kind of unreasonable, old man.
So, but then I'm an unreasonable man. Stop at the next pub, Jetty. It's time we had lunch. Very good, sir.
Back in Paris, a couple of days later, I told Pierre of our amiable little conversation in the car.
I would not take too much notice if I were you.
That's the sort of thing a guy does take notice of if he's wise, old man.
Lots of people like to talk that way.
Well, maybe, but this one wasn't kidding.
In any case, what is there to worry about?
Well, why wouldn't I worry? Well, you got to make one mistake, and I'm for it, old man.
I do not make mistakes.
Well, if you don't want to have a look for a new parachutist, you'd better not. That's all. In the next 3 months, I made 2 more parachute jumps, and each time I had the doubtful pleasure of the company of Mr. Brand on the way back to London. I can't say I warmed to him as I got to know him better. Meanwhile, in Paris, things were becoming a little complicated. Louise and I were seeing a lot of each other, and suddenly I realized she really was carrying a torch for me. No kidding. And vice versa. Well, I mean, what could I do? Hardly be the act of a gentleman to ignore a thing like that, would it? Well, not to make a long story of it, Pierre went out one night on some kind of business, and there we were, alone, Louise and I.
Harry, do you remember that night we met?
Sure.
I think of it often. It could have been a wonderful night.
Well, it started out full of promise. You gave a swell performance, Louise.
Do you still think I was only acting?
Well, weren't you?
From the moment you first spoke to me at the table, I knew this was going to be different.
Different?
There was such a warmth between us, such a natural sympathy. We were so much, how shall I put it, so much en rapport. You must have felt it yourself.
Yeah, maybe I did a little.
Only a little?
Well, no, quite a lot.
I knew what I had to do, and I hated myself for doing it. Even when we learned who you were, I hated having to pretend that what had happened between us meant nothing to me. I shall never forget that moment when you took me in your arms and we kissed.
You know, Louise, if we're wise, we'll change this conversation to it's sweet.
Do you want to be wise, huh?
No, not particularly, but...
But what?
What about Pierre?
I care less than nothing for Pierre.
He's your husband,
It
girl.
is you I love. You alone.
You shouldn't say that.
Oh, why not? It's true. I'm proud to say it.
Yes, but...
And you love me too, don't you?
Well, Louise...
You know you do. Let's go away, Harry, now, tonight. Think of the wonderful life we could have, you and I together.
She was lovelier than ever, a half-light. Her black eyes were soft and tender, lips warm and red and inviting. I'd been Superman. I couldn't have helped myself right then. I took her in my arms, and then from the corner of my eye, I saw movement beyond the French doors. There was someone out on the balcony listening and watching. I'm not a suspicious guy. But something told me it was Pierre. I could almost see him reaching for his knife. I had to think and act quick. I let Louise go and turned away from her.
Harry, what is it?
Louise, we just can't do this, Louise.
But...
It wouldn't be fair to Pierre.
Fair to Pierre? What?
Pierre is my friend. Pierre's a good guy, and after all, there's such a thing, Louise, as common decency.
And also, there is such a thing as love.
That's just it, Louise. If ever I've given you the wrong impression, I apologize.
I do not understand.
I like you, of course. I always have, Louise. But as for anything more than that...
Are you trying to tell me
I'm
that...
trying to tell you as nicely as possible that I don't love you. I don't love you.
I see.
I'm sorry, but there it is.
And so you should be sorry, leading me on the way you have.
Now, be fair, Louise. I've never said one word.
One word? What do words matter? You've told me 1,000 times in the tone of your voice, in your looks, in your touch.
That's not so. That's not so at all, Louise. You misrepresented my manners,
What
Louise.
a fool I've been. What a fool. I believed you, and all the time you were just amusing
Well,
yourself.
I assure you.
You will be sorry for this, Harry. I do not forget. One day you will regret ever having met me.
Louise! The guy who first said that about hell having no fury like a woman's scorn knew what he was talking about. If I'd been wise, I'd have got out from under right then. But in the next couple of days, though Louise kept out of sight, Pierre seemed even more friendly than usual. As who wouldn't be after overhearing such a noble renunciation? Anyway, what finally decided me to stick around, however, was that we were all set for another mission to Ilford Moor. Who was I to turn back a chance of £1,000? Maybe I wouldn't have been so anxious if I could have overheard a conversation that I now know was going on in Scotland Yard, in London.
Well, what do you make of it?
Postmarked Paris, scented stationery, obviously a woman's handwriting.
Yes, but the contents.
Very interesting, I must admit.
Yeah, but the point is, do you think what she says is true?
Well, I couldn't say, old boy. Still worth investigating, don't you think? Even if nothing comes of it at all, it should make a very pleasant day's outing.
Louise usually came with us to Cherbourg. For obvious reasons, she didn't this time. I was just as glad. As we flew over the channel towards England, I did quite a lot of heavy thinking. And by the time we'd hit the coast, I'd made up my mind. Pierre, I think you ought to know this is my last trip.
That's strange.
Why?
I had a feeling it might be.
Oh, yes. I think I'll stick in London a while. I'm tired of Paris.
You've been a very close friend, Harry. We shall miss you, Louise and I.
Well, we're bound to meet sometime in the future.
I wonder, does Louise know about this?
No, I just made up my mind, old man. I just made up my mind.
I see. Have you any message for her?
No, I don't think so. Nothing special.
Eh bien. I will just say you send your love.
My love? Oh, sure. Yeah, we must be over Ilford Moor by now, aren't we?
There it is, just ahead. You have all the stuff?
Yeah.
You've checked your parachute?
Yeah.
All right, stand by. Here we are now. Give my regards to Mr. Brand.
Oh, sure.
I hope you have a pleasant trip to London with him. And for your own sake, I hope I have not made a mistake for once and shortchanged him.
What's that? Hey, wait a minute. It was too late. I'd been on the brink, and as I spoke, Pierre lunged forward and shoved me in the chest. And as I topped backward into space, I could see that he was smiling. And it wasn't a friendly smile. It seemed hours while I floated down. Well, why should I have any special reason for wanting to land? I knew by now exactly what would be waiting for me. My feet touched earth at last. It was a bad landing. I skidded and rolled over, and by the time I'd freed myself, there were two guys standing over me. This is it, I said to myself. I looked up. They weren't Brad and his assistant at all. The two fellows I'd never seen.
Mr. Harry Lime?
Yes?
We're from Scotland Yard.
Oh, how do you do? You're kind of off your beat, aren't you?
We would advise that you might choose this rather unconventional way of visiting England.
Advised? You mean
we
somebody...
had a letter from a young lady in Paris. At least the writing suggests that she's young, and the perfume suggests that she's a lady.
Soir de Noël, so my wife tells me.
I get it, a sellout.
She seemed to be under the impression that you may be carrying a rather large sum of money with you, in American dollars.
I wonder what could have given her that idea.
Now, you don't mind if we set you, I hope?
Well, what happens if I do mind?
I'm afraid we shall have to insist.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll take the briefcase. You attend to Mr. Lime's pockets.
Certainly, old man.
Well, I must say you have a few packages here, and also neatly tied and sealed. Seems almost a pity.
Oh, what's the matter?
Well, this seems rather a lot of trouble to have taken for a wad of brown paper.
A what?
Brown paper, Mr. Lime. Look at it.
Yes, and look at this.
Yes, and this.
In fact, it's all brown paper.
So it is. I got it at once. Louise had spilled the beans to Scotland Yard in an anonymous letter, and Pierre dummied the packets, knowing what Brand would do to me, the double cross. Only what they didn't know was that between them, they'd cancel the whole thing out and save my bacon. Funny, isn't it? Very, very funny.
Yes, I'm afraid you have the advantage of us, Mr. Lime.
Oh, how's that?
We don't quite see the joke.
No, and I guess you never will. What happens now?
Oh, just a few formalities. Could I see your passport?
Certainly, old man, certainly. I'm too glad to oblige.
Yes. Well, it seems to be in order.
That's fine. You gentlemen happen to be driving back to London?
Yes.
Then maybe you'll give me a lift.
Oh, with pleasure. Well, come along.
Let's go, shall we?
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
You know, I still find myself thinking sometimes of Louise. The dark black eyes, the kissable mouth. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. If I do, I'll run a mile. Be with you again soon to tell you another of my adventures. Meanwhile, don't forget the old saying, all's fair in love and war, but war is a lot less dangerous.
Presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Kara.
At various times, in various countries, I've been called many things, most of which I'd rather not repeat here. But strangely enough, the one thing I've never been called is the one thing I am, a businessman. Did somebody laugh? I'll give you a little lesson in economics. All business pays in direct proportion to the amount of risk involved. The safest investment, therefore, paying the lowest return. Now, my returns are likely to be high because I'm willing to take risks. Outside the law, that's where high finance starts getting really high. High, wide, and handsome. The following little anecdote illustrates my point. It's called 5,000 Pengos and a Kiss. Now, what, you may ask, is a Pengo? It is not a small black and white bird. A Pengo is what they use for money in Hungary. A kiss is the same thing all over the world.